shatter the shackles of fate, and obliterate the masks of hypocrisy. Beneath the will of fire lies a populace reduced to mere caged birds. Are you unwilling to be a caged bird? Then rise in rebellion. I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall not become a mere pawn in the hands of the powerful. My destiny is mine to command, not determined by Konoha. Uchiha Obito, the vengeance for my parents' murder is one that cannot be overlooked. Prepare to meet your end. For the sake of so-called village protection, Uchiha Itachi, a heartless and unfilial wretch, mercilessly slaughtered his own clan. He deserves to perish at the hands of Sasuke. This is the tale of Uzumaki Naruto, who, possessing the reincarnated Sharingan, transforms the ninja world. Chapter 1. Uzumaki Naruto, Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, it is the evening, the time when classes conclude. A group of 12 and 13-year-old youths are jovially exiting the school. Shikamu, Ino, Kiba, let's go for barbecue later. Today my dad gave me ample pocket money, and I'll treat. A chubby boy with brown hair and squinty eyes is playfully draping his arm over a blond boy's shoulder, cheerfully saying, Naruto, come with us. At that moment, a boy with a pineapple hairstyle and a relaxed demeanor chimed in. Yeah, Naruto, join us. Today is Choji's treat. Indeed, let's go together, Naruto. A boy clad in a gray shirt, with tousled hair and a small white dog resting on his chest, adorned with red triangular markings on his cheeks, spoke boisterously. The speakers are none other than Shikamaru and Kiba, while the chubby boy, Choji, is the one who is linking arms with Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto, the blonde boy they refer to, remains silent, his head bowed. Why aren't you speaking, Naruto? Are you feeling down? The astute Shikamaru seems to sense something amiss and inquires curiously, his gaze flickering with concern. Typically, Naruto is vivacious and the most whimsical among their group of 4 who often skip class. Especially when a treat is involved, he would be overjoyed. Yet, for the past month, this usually lively Naruto has been unusually quiet and mischievous, leaving Shikamaru perplexed. It's nothing, I just had a bit of an upset stomach lately, feeling a bit unwell. Naruto smiles faintly at them, saying, You all go ahead. I'll head back first. Thank you. With a slight smile, Naruto departs alone. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Choji mutters, Is Naruto really okay? Who knows? Shikamaru responds cryptically. Without the protection of the Ninja Academy, as he walks along the bustling streets, the malicious insult from passers-by echo in Naruto's ears once more. Demon fox, stinky monster, filthy fox, rude little brat, dead last, fool. Over the course of the past month, Naruto has become accustomed to the disdainful attitudes of the townspeople. Even though he has ceased his pranks, he continues to face relentless insults and humiliation. This is the very village that his parents fought desperately to protect. How absurd! It is not that Naruto does not wish to fight back. Rather, he is aware that within Konoha, there are eyes watching him at every moment. Returning to his familiar little abode, Naruto has begun to embrace this new identity. Indeed, the current Naruto is not the original Naruto, but rather a soul from Earth, fused with the memories of the original Uzumaki Naruto. System sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in for a month. Reward: Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon hearing the system's announcement, a contented smile graces Naruto's face. With his eyes closed, when he opens them again, his once azure irises have been replaced by the red, shuriken-shaped Sharingan. The Sharingan is one of the most powerful eyes in the world of Naruto, belonging to the Uchiha clan. Among the entire Uchiha clan, only a handful can awaken to the Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone the even rarer Eternal Mangekyo, which only a select few possess, including Uchiha Madara and later, Uchiha Sasuke. Yet now, Naruto has effortlessly acquired this legendary Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In mere moments, the Sharingan fades away, and his pupils revert to their original azure hue. With this, I can claim to possess one of the 3 strongest ocular jutsu in the ninja world. The Eternal Mangekyo he possesses is the dual Kimui Mangekyo, which is regarded as a game-breaking ability in Naruto. Reflecting on this, a smile creeps across Naruto's lips as a figure wearing a red vortex mask flashes through his mind. Uchiha Obito, wait for me. I will settle the score with you. Of course, before that, he must first deal with the presence lurking within him. Amusingly enough, whether out of pity or some other reason, the system has provided him with mostly daily necessities and food during his sign-ins over the past month. Thus, relying on these sign-ins, while Naruto cannot say he has lived extravagantly this month, at least he has not had to endure hunger. After casually consuming some instant noodles, Naruto sits cross-legged on his small bed. Closing his eyes, he channels his consciousness, and in the blink of an eye, he finds himself in a dark underground chamber. Naruto knows that this is the place where the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, is sealed within him. Unlike the bright sunlight outside, this place is shrouded in darkness and dampness. The long corridor is filled with thick puddles of water. Naruto remains unfazed, striding confidently down the corridor. With each step, the water ripples in response to his movement. Step by step, he advances, and gradually a glimmer of light emerges from the depths of the corridor. As he approaches, he sees a massive cage made of red pillars. Inside the cage, a gigantic orange figure, resembling a small mountain, slouches with its head down, lazily lying in the water, its 9 enormous tails swaying idly. Nine Tails, we meet again. Naruto's calm voice resonates as he gazes at the colossal figure within the cage with intensity and confidence. Damn, brat, what do you want now? The previously tranquil Nine Tails suddenly becomes agitated, its blood-red eyes snapping open as it lunges at Naruto with a ferocious roar, its sharp claws slashing towards him. However, no matter how fiercely it struggles, it cannot break free from the confines of the massive red cage. Cursed fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's cursed brat. The Nine Tails roars in frustration. The violent tremors cause the puddles to surge ominously, creating an overwhelming force. As the water threatens to crash down on Naruto, he remains composed, unperturbed. Ignoring the beast's fury, he continues, Nine Tails, I have come to seek your cooperation. After all, you wouldn't want me trapped in this dark and sunless prison for eternity, would you? You dare to mock me? You little brat. Do you have a death wish? The Nine Tails is utterly enraged. In an instant, a tsunami-like wave surges toward Naruto once more. Recognizing the beast's volatile demeanor, Naruto understands that without unleashing his true power, it will not relent. With a fierce gaze, he declares, be still. His blue irises are replaced by crimson, as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan manifests in Naruto's eyes. With but a mere glance, the Nine Tails found itself bereft of resistance. Such is the formidable power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan, you little brat. A flicker of unwillingness crossed the Nine Tails' eyes as its ruby-red vertical pupils were supplanted by the Shuriken Sharingan. Now, can we enjoy some peace? Observing the Nine Tails helplessly collapse onto the ground, Naruto scoffed with scornful derision. You little brat, how is it that you possess such eyes? You are not Uzumaki Naruto. Who on earth are you? Chapter 2. The Return of the Nine Tails. I am Uzumaki Naruto, though I am no longer the Naruto you once knew, he stated with a calm demeanor. What do you mean? What I mean is that I possess knowledge of everything within the ninja world. I am omniscient. The previous Uzumaki Naruto was oblivious to these truths. I know your name is Kurama. You, along with the other 8-tailed beasts, were all derived from the 10 Tails, whose first Jinchuriki was the Sage of Six Paths, an ancient figure named Otsutsuki Kagaya. Furthermore, I am aware that before his demise, the Sage of Six Paths foretold you would one day encounter the one destined to lead the transformation of the ninja world. Am I correct? Naruto's words, though softly spoken, struck Kurama's heart like a thunderclap. Who imparted this knowledge to you? What else do you know? At that moment, Kurama's gaze shifted, no longer dismissing the 13-year-old boy before him. Who told me is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I am the very individual the Sage of Six Paths envisioned as the harbinger of change for the ninja world. I am the one you are meant to follow. How can I trust your words? Kurama replied, uncertainty lacing his tone. Because you have no choice, Naruto chuckled softly. As long as these eyes remain, you cannot escape my control. What Uchiha Madara was capable of, I too can achieve. I trust you are well aware of this. This statement unearthed old wounds for Kurama. Once the mightiest of tailed beasts, he had exuded an air of invincibility until he encountered that man, Uchiha Madara. The one who could control him merely with the power of his Sharingan, compelling him to forge a summoning contract, was a source of lifelong torment. Even now, the mention of Uchiha Madara sent shivers down Kurama's spine. Faced with this boy, who bore a similarly terrifying gaze, Kurama had no doubt of Naruto's capabilities. Should he dare to resist, this youth would undoubtedly subject him to unimaginable suffering. Kurama was not afraid of death, as a tailed beast, even if his Jinchuriki perished. He could resurrect after a decade or so. What he truly feared was being manipulated, having his life and freedom dictated by another. This was the root of his long-standing animosity towards Naruto. Yet, at this critical juncture, he found himself yielding. What do you wish me to do? The proud Kurama ultimately lowered his noble head. Seeing Kurama relent, Naruto smiled. You need not worry. I shall not impose unreasonable demands upon you. I merely wish for us to become friends, partners upon whom we can rely. Friends? Kurama was taken aback by the unexpected sentiment from the once intimidating Naruto. Naruto continued, "You have resided within me for so many years. Surely you are aware of the life I lead. Daily ridiculed, scorned, and surveilled, devoid of any freedom. You are imprisoned within my body, yet I too am confined within the walls of Konoha. Therefore, I hope we can forge a genuine friendship. After all, we are the ones who understand each other best, are we not?" Naruto's words resonated deeply with Kurama. The tailed beast had been Naruto's silent companion throughout his 13 years of life, witnessing his evolution from the son of a hero to a pariah, from seeking attention through mischief to yearning for the acknowledgement of comrades. The very boy he had watched grow now spoke of their shared confinement. And though reluctant to admit it, Kurama recognized the truth in his words. "Very well, I acknowledge you, Naruto. Show me the power you possess that will drive this world towards reform." Kurama thought to himself, but first, he sought confirmation. "Have you made your decision, Kurama? If you are unsure now, take your time to ponder." Naruto's voice resonated once more. "Naruto, is your desire to be friends and partners genuine?" This time, Kurama refrained from calling Naruto little brat. He genuinely hoped to learn everything from him. "Indeed. Then tell me, how did you acquire the Mangekyo Sharingan? And how do you know of the Sage of Six Paths? Can you reveal this to me? Do you wish to know? Then I shall enlighten you." Thus, Naruto unveiled his identity as a traveler from another world and narrated the story of how the ninja world existed solely within the pages of a comic book on a planet called Earth. In that tale, Naruto was the protagonist. Everything he knew was derived from the experiences shared with Kurama. In the narrative, Naruto was destined to be the child of prophecy, leading the ninja world towards a new transformation, yet tragically, he ultimately failed. The alliance of the 5 great nations was short-lived, and following the demise of Naruto and Sasuke, the ninja world was engulfed in renewed warfare, culminating in its destruction at the hands of the Otsutsuki clan. In the end, Kurama's fate was to perish while protecting Naruto. Having shared this, Naruto, fearing Kurama's disbelief, recounted the entire history from the descent of Kagaya Otsutsuki to the final demise of the ninja world. "Oh, so that is how it is. No wonder you possess such knowledge. It is laughable that I, in my arrogance, thought myself invincible, only to find I could not withstand the terrifying Otsutsuki clan." Seeing the melancholy in Kurama's tone, Naruto reassured him, "But you need not worry. For I have come to change our fate. If we join forces, we can unify the ninja world before the Otsutsuki clan arrives and alter the course of our destiny." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kurama's fighting spirit reignited. "Indeed, I am still alive, and you are no longer the Naruto you once were. I shall not succumb to the Otsutsuki clan so easily." With that thought, Kurama exclaimed, "Naruto, you are right. Together, we can defy the final outcome and reshape the fate of the ninja world. After all, I, the strongest tailed beast, will not perish so easily." Naruto, witnessing Kurama's return to loyalty, finally revealed a long-awaited smile. "Kurama, you are quite adorable in this state." Haha. Chapter 3. Sharing Blessings and Bearing Difficulties Together. After elucidating everything to Kurama, Naruto had successfully tamed the most powerful force of the tailed beasts. The only regret was that he could not yet unlock the 4-symbol seal left by his father, the 4th Hokage. However, Naruto was not anxious. The pivotal moment of the story was approaching, and soon, he would receive the means to unravel the 4-symbol seal. Returning to reality, he found himself once again in the unremarkable little room, though the sky outside had inexplicably darkened. Naruto flicked on the light, casually splashed some water on his face, and promptly slipped into a deep slumber. The following months swiftly passed. On the surface, Naruto had seemingly returned to his usual exuberant self, appearing as though he were still the underachiever of the Ninja Academy. However, in reality, after months of unrelenting attendance, he had finally unlocked 2 additional ocular techniques in anticipation of the upcoming graduation exam. He had completely mastered the 3 great ocular jutsus, the Sharingan, the Rinnegan, and the Reincarnation Eye. Beyond these ocular powers, Naruto had also acquired mastery over the 5 elemental chakra natures: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, through his diligent attendance, effectively resolving the deficiencies that plagued his character in the original manga. Moreover, Naruto was elated to discover that the 6 whisker marks on his cheeks had mysteriously vanished since he had befriended the 9 Tails. Consequently, without the whiskers, Naruto appeared even more handsome. As the day of the exam drew nearer, Naruto found himself increasingly enthralled by the forthcoming Book of Seals, which contained a plethora of ninjutsu. This time, he was not content to merely learn the shadow clone technique as in the original tale. His ambition was to absorb as much knowledge as possible. Concerns about insufficient chakra were utterly unfounded in his mind. The original narrative had shown him utilizing the chakra-draining shadow clone technique as if it were a mere basic skill, underscoring the astonishing chakra reserves inherent to the Uzumaki clan. This was even more remarkable given that he had used it while simultaneously suppressing the Ninetales rampage. According to Kakashi, Naruto's chakra reserves were roughly equivalent to that of 100 of himself. Not to mention, now that Naruto was free from the Ninetales interference, the full potential of his Uzumaki lineage had been thoroughly unlocked, with the Ninetales essentially acting as a chakra reservoir within him. He had an abundance of chakra at his disposal. At the Ninja Academy, it was just another day of classes. In the classroom, Irika Umino, the homeroom teacher, was articulating the theoretical aspects of ninjutsu. Below him, the students displayed a variety of expressions. Leading the pack was Sasuke Uchiha, who wore a cold demeanor, fixated on the window in a trance. Flanking him were Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Sakura, a diligent student among commoners, was fervently scribbling notes, while Ino gazed at Sasuke with an infatuated expression. In the back row sat the 4 heavenly kings of this graduating class. Shikamaru Nara was resting his head on his desk, soundly asleep, completely oblivious to Irika's lecture. Choji Akimichi squinted his eyes, stealthily munching on snacks, while Kiba Inuzuka was playfully interacting with his dog and whispering to Naruto, occasionally asking Choji for a snack. These 4 comprised the academically weakest students among the class of 27. Irika observed their antics and sighed, shaking his head when his gaze fell upon Naruto. As a teacher, he sometimes felt helpless in managing students from prominent clans. After all, he was merely an ordinary civilian ninja, and despite his official title as a teacher, he had little authority over these students hailing from esteemed lineages. At that moment, Kiba excitedly chimed in, "Naruto, your seduction technique is truly impressive, especially after transforming. Your front and back are simply phenomenal. Where do you come up with these ideas? Teach me, please. I want to master it and show it to my dad." He'll be utterly astonished. Kiba's enthusiasm was palpable. Naruto, wearing a mischievous grin, replied, "Oh, you want to learn? Just call me Big Brother, and I'll teach you. And I'll let you in on a secret. Not only can Irika-sensei not resist it, but even the 3rd Hokage fell victim to my technique." His expression turned playful and cheeky. Hinata Hyuga watched Naruto, her cheeks flushed, thinking, Naruto-kun looks so mischievous. Yet, she quickly shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. No, I must be mistaken. Naruto-kun would never wear such a lewd expression. Just then, Irika's voice cut through the chatter. "Uzumaki Naruto, you know you're not allowed to talk during class. How many times have I told you? Can't you remember?" Naruto shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "Got it, Irika-sensei. I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again." Irika retorted, "You've said that too many times. Go stand at the door and listen to the rest of the class." "Yes, Irika-sensei," Naruto replied, feigning a look of grievance as he shuffled toward the door. Kiba seized the opportunity. "Teacher, I report that I was talking too. You can't just punish Naruto," he continued. "And I report Shikamaru for sleeping in class and Choji for eating snacks. If you're going to punish someone, let it be us all together." They were brothers in arms, having sworn to share both fortune and adversity. Now that Naruto was facing punishment, how could they not stand by him? Feigning anger, Irika declared, "Then you all can join Naruto in standing at the door. And lunch is cancelled for today as well." "Understood, teacher." Kiba was unfazed. He had received ample pocket money from his mother that morning. He nudged the sleeping Shikamaru and called out to Choji, and the 3 of them exited the classroom to find Naruto standing alone in the corridor. "Naruto, we're here to keep you company," Kiba said cheerfully, draping an arm over Naruto's shoulder. The group huddled in a corner, and after a moment of silence, Shikamaru finally spoke. "Naruto, the graduation exam is fast approaching. How is your mastery of the body flicker technique? Do you need our guidance?" He recalled, "I remember you still struggle with the basic shadow clone technique, right? That's simply one do. If you fail, you'll be the only one of the 4 heavenly kings to repeat a year." As one of Naruto's few childhood friends, Shikamaru genuinely cared for him. As heirs to their respective clans, they had been trained by their elders from a young age, mastering basic techniques long before arriving at the Ninja Academy. Though Shikamaru often appeared indifferent, Naruto knew he was among his most loyal friends. "Just let me repeat a year. I don't care about my grades anymore," Naruto replied casually. In reality, he believed that even if he wanted to repeat, the 3rd Hokage would ensure he passed the exam somehow. Therefore, he thought to himself, exams are a trivial matter. Hearing Irika-sensei mention that the afternoon would involve a physical skills examination, Naruto exclaimed, "That's great. My ninjutsu might be lacking, but my taijutsu is solid." This afternoon, I've decided I will challenge Sasuke Uchiha. He wore a confident grin as he declared his intentions. Shikamaru sighed and remarked to Naruto, perhaps it's best if you refrain from speaking. Your taijutsu seems to be the weakest in the class. Are you certain you wish to challenge him without the fear of being pummeled into a pulp? Well, I can take a beating, Naruto laughed heartily. Besides, in this upcoming battle assessment, I might not necessarily lose to him. With a serious expression, Shikamaru cautioned Naruto, let me remind you, ever since that incident at his home, he has transformed into an entirely different person. It's advisable to keep your distance. Shikamaru's words resonated with truth. Sasuke indeed exuded an icy demeanor that was not to be trifled with, chimed in Kiba, regardless of his temperament. As long as he puts on airs in front of me, I will give him a good thrashing, Naruto declared smugly. At noon, under the invitation of the three, Naruto and Shikamaru purchased some snacks from the convenience store, thus settling their midday meal. In the afternoon, on the playground, Iruka-sensei divided the students into two groups, preparing for the final physical assessment before graduation. After outlining the rules, Iruka stated with gravity, now, we commence the last physical examination, which will determine your eligibility to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Hooray! The students erupted with excitement upon hearing Iruka's announcement. I want to team up with Sasuke-kun. He is the most handsome. Nonsense. With that broad forehead of yours, Sasuke-kun would never look your way. What did you say? You're the one with the broad forehead. Your entire family has broad foreheads. Even before the competition began, the girls were already embroiled in a heated argument. Naruto glanced around and noticed Sakura, with her pink hair, and Ino, with her golden locks, were already red-faced, bickering over who would partner with Sasuke. Indeed, the girls in the world of Naruto matured quickly. By the age of 12 or 13, they were already enamored with matters of the heart. Everyone, quiet down. I will now call out names, Iruka commanded, asserting his authority as a teacher, and the students promptly fell silent. Teacher, I want to battle Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto seized the moment to shout. As expected, his declaration was met with a chorus of laughter from his classmates. Naruto Uzumaki, with your dismal ranking, do you really want to challenge Sasuke-kun again? Aren't you tired of getting beaten to a pulp? Exactly. You're such a loser that even I could defeat you. Spare us the embarrassment. I think you just want to leech off Sasuke-kun's fame. Sasuke-kun, give this loser a good thrashing and put him in his place. Silence. Iruka bellowed, restoring order. He turned to Naruto and helplessly said, Naruto Uzumaki, do you understand what you're saying? Sasuke is a genius of the Ninja Academy, while you are merely lagging behind. You cannot defeat him. I advise you to choose another opponent. The students echoed Iruka's sentiment, advising Naruto against further humiliation. Undeterred by the ridicule, Naruto's gaze remained fixed upon Sasuke, who bore an expression of cool indifference. You're right, teacher, I cannot defeat Sasuke. But that is precisely why I must challenge him. Today, I will prove to everyone that I, Naruto Uzumaki, am not just a loser. I will triumph over Uchiha Sasuke. Fearing Sasuke's refusal, Naruto taunted, what is the matter? The genius of the Uchiha clan, ranked first in the academy, afraid to accept a challenge from a loser like me? Has he lost his mind? Sakura gasped, stunned by Naruto's audacity. It was essential to note that the current Sasuke was not the same as before. His temperament had drastically changed, and during practice, he never held back. He was a formidable presence. Iruka, witnessing the unfolding situation, admonished Naruto, you must not act recklessly. Sasuke's strength far surpasses yours. Choose a different opponent. Naruto merely smiled at Sasuke's icy demeanor, choosing silence. He understood Sasuke all too well. A person of immense pride would surely accept a challenge. Fine. I accept your challenge. Before Iruka could intervene further, Sasuke's cold voice rang out. At Sasuke's acceptance, a triumphant smile spread across Naruto's face. Iruka, resigned, sighed, very well. The first match will be Uchiha Sasuke versus Naruto Uzumaki. However, let it be clear, this battle is merely a friendly sparring session, forbidden to use ninja tools or techniques. Furthermore, if either party is at a disadvantage, I will call for a halt. Do you understand? Understood, Iruka-sensei. Don't worry, I won't harm Sasuke, Naruto replied cheerfully. Naruto. Iruka sighed, looking exasperated. Take your positions and assume the starting stance. At Iruka's command, both Naruto and Sasuke swiftly formed their stances. Before Iruka could react, Sasuke leaped high, aiming a kick at Naruto. How swift, Iruka thought, sensing impending trouble, then glanced at Naruto, who remained unperturbed. As Sasuke unleashed a fierce attack, Naruto performed several backflips to create distance, narrowly avoiding Sasuke's strike. Then, with a leap, Naruto clenched his fist and charged at Sasuke. The spectators gasped. Naruto had evaded Sasuke's powerful assault. How was this possible? Sasuke was equally taken aback. Despite his surprise attack, Naruto had managed to dodge. When did he become this strong? Regaining his composure, Sasuke prepared to strike again. However, before he could gather himself, Naruto's fist, propelled by fierce momentum, was already upon him. Reluctantly, Sasuke sidestepped to evade the blow. Noticing an opening in Sasuke's defense, Naruto followed up with a swift sidekick, landing a solid hit as Sasuke raised his arms in defense. Naruto continued his relentless barrage of punches, forcing Sasuke into a defensive stance. After several exchanges, Sasuke found himself struggling to keep up. His breath grew ragged, and his arms ached from the onslaught. Meanwhile, Naruto appeared relatively unscathed, save for some wrinkled clothing. This scene left the onlookers in disbelief. Am I seeing this correctly? Naruto is actually overpowering Sasuke, and he seems to be enjoying it. It's impossible. Naruto has always been the underdog. How could Sasuke possibly lose to someone like him? Sasuke-kun, you can do it. With Sasuke panting heavily, Naruto taunted, "What's wrong? Is this all the strength the genius of the Uchiha clan can muster? Sasuke, show me your true power, don't let me down." At Naruto's provocations, Sasuke's fury ignited. He had always aimed to surpass that man. There was no way he could falter here. If he couldn't even reach that level, how would he ever defeat that man? "Stop underestimating me, Naruto," Sasuke roared, closing his eyes momentarily. When he opened them again, his black pupils were suffused with crimson, and each eye bore a small tomo. Indeed, it was none other than Sasuke Uchiha, who had unexpectedly awakened the Sharingan. Chapter 5. Sasuke takes the bait. "Naruto, you have thoroughly enraged me." Sasuke's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, his expression gradually contorting into one of ferocity. Clenching his fists, he surged forward, entering a state of sprint. As he approached within a mere 2 to 3 meters of Naruto, he leaped, channeling power into his right leg, and delivered a forceful kick aimed at Naruto's head. In response, Naruto remained steadfast, silently gathering chakra in his palm, and countered with a punch that collided with Sasuke's foot. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated through the air, and Sasuke distinctly felt as though his foot had struck a formidable steel plate. A piercing pain radiated from the top of his foot, causing him to furrow his brow. Yet, he quickly suppressed the discomfort and executed a spinning kick, his left leg descending fiercely to strike Naruto's crown. Naturally, Naruto would not acquiesce to his desires. He merely tilted his head slightly and sidestepped the assault. Witnessing 2 consecutive strikes evaded by Naruto only fueled Sasuke's ire. Before him, he could clearly see Naruto flashing a smug grin. Then, he observed Naruto retreating several steps. Damn it, this guy, despite his immense strength, is deliberately feigning weakness. Is this not an affront to my pride? How audacious! Enduring the pain in his foot, Sasuke launched another punch directly at Naruto. Bang! Another dull sound echoed as Naruto, opting for a defensive stance, covertly focused chakra into his arm to thwart Sasuke's onslaught. This method rendered each of Sasuke's punches akin to striking a steel barrier. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Sasuke, having awakened the Sharingan, was persistently dominating Naruto in combat. As Sasuke began to show signs of fatigue, Naruto discerned that he could not continue the bout. If he did, Sasuke would soon reach his limit, and his own facade would unravel. Thus, after blocking Sasuke's final blow, Naruto raised his hand and declared, "Teacher, I concede. I admit defeat." Just as Sasuke was about to erupt in anger, Iruka stepped forward and stated, "Since Naruto has surrendered, let us seal the reconciliation between the 2 combatants." As Iruka spoke, Naruto was already extending his right hand, poised to form the reconciliation seal. Sasuke, witnessing this, wore an expression of indignation, and without waiting to perform the seal with Naruto, stormed off in a huff. His departure left everyone present momentarily perplexed. What was the matter with Sasuke? He had clearly triumphed over Naruto, yet he bore a countenance of discontent. Observing Sasuke's retreating figure, Naruto couldn't help but smile knowingly. Indeed, this was the most effective way to draw Sasuke's attention towards him. "Naruto-kun, are you hurt?" Hinata, the petite girl with dark hair and white eyes, inquired bashfully. "Ah, it's Hinata-chan. Thank you. I'm fine. It's just a few punches from Sasuke. I'll be all right shortly," Naruto replied, his heart swelling with joy at Hinata's concern for him. After all, she was destined to be his future wife in the original narrative. Turning his gaze to Sakura, who looked distinctly displeased, Naruto was genuinely baffled as to why the original Naruto had harbored feelings for her and had acted as her devoted admirer for so long. "I'm glad you're okay, Naruto-kun. I have some ointment for injuries at home. Please take it," Hinata said, her cheeks flushed, pulling out a packet of ointment and gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Wishing he would accept it, Naruto smiled warmly, recognizing her sincere intentions, and naturally, he would not refuse. Although he had the nine tails within him, rendering such remedies unnecessary. How could he turn down Hinata's heartfelt offering? Thank you, Hinata. For the upcoming battles, you must also give it your all, he exclaimed. Why yes, I will do my best, Hinata replied earnestly, her face still flushed as she turned and ran off, feeling overwhelmed with excitement. The ensuing matches lost their appeal to Naruto, who had no inclination to watch. He reclined on the grass beside the training ground, basking in the warmth of the sun, feeling utterly content. As time passed, he dozed lightly, awaiting the conclusion of the matches. At precisely 3:50 in the afternoon, the bell signaling the end of class rang throughout the Ninja Academy, marking the time for students to depart. At the school gate, after bidding farewell to his close friends, Choji and Shikamaru, Naruto set off alone on his journey home. The setting sun cast a peaceful and tranquil glow upon him. Just as Naruto was savoring this rare moment of tranquility, a cold voice suddenly pierced the air from behind him. Uzumaki Naruto, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Turning to the source of the voice, Naruto beheld Sasuke, hands buried in his pockets, regarding him with a frosty demeanor. Naruto did not respond immediately. Instead, he ensured that no one was watching before smiling back. Ah, Sasuke. Hello. What brings you to seek me out? Uzumaki Naruto, the so-called dead last of the Ninja Academy. No one could have anticipated that this so-called dead last was merely a facade. Sasuke exclaimed angrily, Uzumaki Naruto, you have concealed your true capabilities exceptionally well. However, do you not think you have underestimated me? A surge of anger washed over Sasuke's face. During today's match, you did not showcase your true strength. Am I correct? Naruto chuckled, meeting his gaze, and decided not to feign ignorance any longer. You are indeed correct. I have been hiding my true abilities. Unfortunately, there are no rewards for guessing correctly. Is there anything else you wish to convey? If not, I shall take my leave. With that, Naruto began to turn away. Uzumaki Naruto, I demand that you face me again, and this time, unleash your true power. Sasuke declared loudly. The earlier victory left him feeling nauseated. He yearned for a genuine battle against his opponent, not one won through the benevolence of his adversary. Naruto turned back, observing Sasuke's furious expression, and replied with a smile, Are you eager for a rematch? That can certainly be arranged, but this location is not suitable. Naruto had never intended to hide his strength from Sasuke. On the contrary, he aimed to leverage this situation to fully win over Sasuke, to make him an ally. Then where do you propose we go? After contemplating for a moment, Naruto suggested, How about your home? It's spacious, and I'm sure there are some places where prying eyes cannot see. Let us make it clear, if I win, you owe me a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. If I lose, I'll treat you instead. How does that sound? Agreed. Let us proceed as you suggested. Chapter 6. The Appointment. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, the venerable third Hokage, adorned with a white Hokage hat and dressed in the traditional Hokage robes, sat comfortably in his chair, puffing away at a pipe. Prominently displayed on his desk was a gleaming crystal ball. Standing before the desk was Irika, a teacher from the Ninja Academy. Third Hokage-sama, you summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Irika inquired respectfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few puffs from his pipe, gazing at Irika before him, and spoke in a calm tone. Irika, I summoned you to inquire about your thoughts on the abilities of my two students, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Irika replied respectfully, regarding the third Hokage. Sasuke remains as exceptional as ever, holding the top position in the Ninja Academy. However, I must be candid with you. Naruto has yet to master even the most fundamental techniques like the Shadow Clone and Transformation Jutsu, particularly the former, which he struggles with the most. His theoretical performance is abysmal, though he does show some promise in Taijutsu. In the academy, he and Sasuke represent two stark contrasts. Thus, I am concerned about Naruto's severe academic deficiencies, which may hinder his graduation. As Irika spoke the last part, he hesitated, finding it difficult to voice his concerns. Naruto's performance was the lowest in the class, and as his teacher, he felt a sense of responsibility for his shortcomings, especially since Naruto was someone the third Hokage had specifically tasked him to look after. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage responded, I understand. By the way, continue with your previous mission. That child, having lost his parents at a young age, requires your guidance. Speak to him about the will of fire. If he has any requests, as long as they are reasonable, do your utmost to accommodate him. It is imperative that he does not harbor resentment towards the village due to the malice of its inhabitants. This is of utmost importance. You must remember it. I understand. Irika replied with a bow, a fleeting expression of seriousness crossing his face as he lowered his head. Upon leaving, the third Hokage rose slowly, his gaze sweeping over the wall of the office where a handsome photograph of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, hung. He sighed heavily. Minato, your entrusted task is indeed challenging. Meanwhile, back in the field with Naruto and Sasuke, although Naruto had agreed to Sasuke's request, he continued, now give me your address. You go home first. I'll follow shortly. Sasuke instantly bristled with anger. What do you mean? Are you planning to bail? Naruto looked at him incredulously, replying, you fool. You are a descendant of the Uchiha clan, while I am the despised Ninetales. If we were to walk back together, what would others think? Upon hearing this, Sasuke quickly grasped Naruto's meaning. Indeed, as the last scion of the Uchiha clan, being seen with the fox demon would be highly inconvenient. With so many eyes upon him, it was impossible for him to bring Naruto home. Understanding this reasoning, Sasuke looked at Naruto and softly said, the southwestern corner of the Leaf Village, the Uchiha compound. The largest house there. I'll be waiting at home. Alright, tonight at 8, at the Uchiha residence. Be there or be square, Naruto responded with a smile. Sasuke cast a glance at Naruto, said nothing further, and in a flash, disappeared into the nearby thicket. After confirming Sasuke's departure, Naruto began making his way home. Along the journey, he could distinctly sense the re-emergence of the group that had previously been watching him, approximately a dozen of them. Without a doubt, these were members of Umbu and Root. Perhaps among those observing him was his future teacher, Hatake Kakashi. It must be said, this swarm of flies was indeed bothersome. Upon returning home, Naruto initiated his daily system sign-in. Sign in. Congratulations, host, you have received a box of everlasting milk. The system's voice echoed once more, and Naruto wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Ever since signing in for the 3 great ocular techniques, he had noticed that the system's rewards were predominantly related to ninjutsu attributes and everyday necessities. As for advanced ninjutsu, he had yet to receive any rewards of that caliber. Thus, although he now possessed a full chakra capacity across all attributes, he lacked any truly practical techniques. Nonetheless, this did not deter Naruto, after all. As long as he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, when the time came for Susanoo to manifest, he would undoubtedly crush everything in his path. However, he was not even a low-ranking ninja yet, and revealing his abilities too soon was not his style. After casually consuming a bit of bread and milk, Naruto sensed that the eyes that had been watching him had vanished as dusk fully enveloped the sky. At 7:30, he donned a gray trench coat, locked the door, and, under the cover of night, made his way toward the southwestern corner of the village. The moon tonight was exceptionally bright, round, and large. In the expansive courtyard of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke sat alone on a wooden bench. He gazed up at the luminous moon, accompanied by the crisp sounds of chirping insects, and his thoughts drifted back to the night of the massacre. Although 6 years had passed, he would never forget the image of that man who decimated his clan and slain his parents. That night marked the darkest moment of his life. The brother he idolized had transformed into a demon, taking the lives of those he cherished most, dismantling the pride of the Uchiha clan. It was this man who had cast him into the abyss of vengeance and subjected him to 6 years of solitude. Over the years, his heart had turned to ice. His entire being felt akin to a walking corpse. The only reason he remained in this world was the conviction of revenge that sustained him. Itachi, no matter what, I will kill you, I swear it. Sasuke clenched his fists, looking at the moon on the horizon, silently vowing in his heart. He would not allow himself to lose in tonight's confrontation. At exactly 8 o'clock, with a rustle of leaves, Naruto's figure appeared in Sasuke's courtyard. Right on time. A gentle breeze stirred, tousling Naruto's yellow hair. Under the moonlight, he resembled a miniature version of the fourth Hokage. Though the light was dim, it could not conceal the aura of confidence radiating from him. I have arrived for our appointment, Sasuke. A glint of excitement flashed in Sasuke's eyes as he stood, his battle spirit soaring, fixing a sharp gaze on Naruto, exuding an overwhelming aura. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Naruto, Sasuke exclaimed with enthusiasm. Come, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Show me your true strength, Naruto. Just as I intended, I've been itching to settle this with you for quite a while. Chapter 7. Do not let me look down upon you, Sasuke. In the Uchiha courtyard, Naruto and Sasuke stood facing each other, separated by several meters. As in the Ninja Academy, both formed their respective hand seals. The evening breeze rustled through the trees in the corners of the courtyard, producing a symphony of sounds. A green leaf slowly drifted down from the air. As the leaf fell, both figures surged forward like arrows released from their bows. With a dull thud, their elbows collided, sending a wave of small gusts swirling around them. Both took a step back, simultaneously launching punches in a synchronized manner. Their fists clashed, creating yet another resounding impact. Under the fierce collision, Sasuke suddenly felt a sharp pain radiating from his arm, but he quickly suppressed it, performing 2 backward flips to regain his balance. As his hands began to form seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth. However, just as the fireball was about to engulf Naruto, he vanished abruptly, leaving Sasuke in astonishment. As Naruto reappeared, his figure materialized behind Sasuke. Sensing the fierce gust of wind from a powerful punch approaching from behind, Sasuke instantly lost his composure, hastily swinging his left hand to engage in combat with Naruto. A resounding bang echoed as a plume of white smoke ascended, and a half-length wooden stick fell to the ground with a crisp sound. A substitution technique? When did he execute that? Sasuke was taken aback, realizing that under such a blow, he had struck not Naruto's true form, but rather a mere shadow. Just as he was momentarily dazed, Naruto, inverted in midair, descended towards him, his fist poised for impact. The earth trembled with a thunderous crash as dust and debris erupted around them. As the haze cleared, Sasuke was revealed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Panting heavily, in stark contrast, Naruto stood before him, his attire pristine, exuding an air of unruffled composure. Sasuke, observing the scene, wore a serious expression tinged with excitement. Naruto, my assumptions were correct. You are indeed formidable. However, I shall not concede defeat to you. Closing his eyes briefly, he reopened them to reveal a blood-red hue. The black, tadpole-shaped tomo in his pupils stood out ominously in the darkness. Naruto smirked. Another pair of Sharingan? Merely a trifle. With his words barely spoken, Naruto's figure vanished from sight. Sasuke tightened his nerves, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. With a flick of his wrist, several shuriken were unleashed, hurtling towards Naruto. Simultaneously, a smile crept upon Sasuke's lips. Your movements have been laid bare before me. This is the might of the Sharingan. Yet Naruto remained unfazed, his mocking voice resounding. The Sharingan is indeed powerful, but to think you could defeat me with that single tomo is sheer folly. Do not underestimate me. Sasuke roared in anger. However, unbeknownst to him, Naruto had already positioned himself behind him. In an explosive motion, Naruto lunged forward, delivering a forceful kick to Sasuke's back. Sasuke's body was sent sprawling like a ball, and before he could regain his footing, Naruto leapt again, channeling blue chakra into his fist, and struck Sasuke's chest with tremendous force. Thud! Blood erupted from Sasuke's mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground, utterly incapable of retaliating. He lay there, completely devoid of combat strength. Naruto looked down upon the fallen Sasuke, stating coolly, "You have lost, Sasuke." Sasuke, sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his lips, felt the sharpness in his once fierce gaze dim into dullness. I lost. I, who have awakened the Sharingan, have still succumbed to you, the underdog. What strength do I possess to seek vengeance against that man now? All the accolades of being the top of the Ninja Academy, all the talk of genius, are mere nonsense. I am nothing but a waste, a complete failure. Ha ha ha. I am but a failure. Sasuke lay there, engulfed in self-mockery. This battle had not only shattered his pride built over the years, but also obliterated his resolve for vengeance. Naruto, of course, understood who the man he referred to was, Itachi Uchiha, a figure revered by countless fans in the original story as a god. The annihilation of his clan was merely a means to safeguard the village's peace, bearing the burden of infamy alone to protect his younger brother, Sasuke, from persecution. The price was his infiltration of the Akatsuki, gathering intelligence for Konoha in secret. Ultimately, for Sasuke to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. He even went so far as to orchestrate his own demise, hoping to die at Sasuke's hands. Believing that his death would elevate Sasuke to heroic status and redeem the Uchiha name, insisting that the Uchiha were not traitors of Konoha. Yet, to Naruto's eyes, Itachi was nothing but a selfish individual, a pitiable soul who had been brainwashed by the so-called will of fire, oblivious to his own ignorance. Naruto could not harbor any admiration for someone who mercilessly turned against his family, committing patricide and matricide, in choosing to sacrifice his family for the sake of the village. Itachi was well aware that this was a scheme orchestrated by the third Hokage and Danzo, aimed at driving the Uchiha to rebellion, a pretext to eliminate the clan. Still, for the sake of his laughable will of fire, he ruthlessly slaughtered his own kin, leaving the young Sasuke to shoulder the heavy burden of revenge without choice. Even if he had chosen to leave Konoha with Sasuke as a rogue ninja, at least Naruto would not have looked down upon him. At least in that scenario. Itachi would have retained the image of a good brother in Sasuke's heart. However, Itachi chose the most brutal and bloody course of action for Sasuke, wiping out the entire clan and murdering their parents, casting an unshakable shadow over the 7-year-old Sasuke's life. If anyone were to be blamed for Sasuke's lifelong solitude and suffering, Itachi would undoubtedly bear that infamous title. Thus, Naruto truly could not comprehend those who praised Itachi's greatness. How could such a selfish and cruel person ever be absolved? Under the guise of loving Sasuke, he inflicted the deepest wounds upon him, all while claiming it was for Sasuke's benefit. Honestly, when Naruto first watched the original series, he genuinely felt heartache for the second pillar. Such a pure-hearted individual was reduced to a mere shell of himself by his brother's actions. The thought alone was profoundly tragic. Observing Sasuke's dejected demeanor before him, Naruto felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Have you truly given up on yourself, Sasuke? Naruto's calm voice resonated. Is this all it takes for you to spiral into despair after losing a mere match? What of your ideals? Your confidence? Have you forgotten? You still seek to kill that man, do you not? In this state, how do you intend to confront him? Sasuke, rise up. Do not allow me to look down upon you. Grasping the lifeless collar of Sasuke's shirt, Naruto unleashed a torrent of words. Chapter 8. The Truth Behind the Annihilation of the Clan. Stop preaching nonsense. You are not anyone to me. Whether I rise up or not is of no concern to you. Sasuke, caught in Naruto's grip, glared at him with resentment. To lose to Naruto was a disgrace. And now this pretender, who had always feigned being the underdog, not only triumphed over him, but dared to lecture him. Was this not a trampling of his dignity? Struggling to his feet, Sasuke coldly replied, "You have already won, becoming the top of the ninja academy. Now leave. I do not wish to see you." The humiliating defeat of the night had imparted a profound lesson upon him. As Naruto observed him turning to enter the house, a look of disdain crossed his face. "You are correct. Whether you rise or not is indeed irrelevant to me. But do you not yearn to avenge your blood-soaked grievances? What do you mean?" Sasuke spun around. Fury etched upon his face, the glint of his Sharingan re-emerging, a faint aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Naruto maintained his calm demeanor, continuing, "Uchiha Sasuke, scion of the Uchiha clan. 7 years ago, you witnessed your brother, Uchiha Itachi, annihilate your clan, committing patricide and matricide, igniting your rage and awakening the Sharingan. Since then, you have vowed to take Itachi's life, to honor the spirits of your clan and parents. Itachi has become the person you most desire to kill and surpass." Though Naruto's tone was subdued, his words detonated in 13-year-old Sasuke's ears like a cataclysmic explosion. His pupils dilated, and his expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. Gazing at Naruto, who appeared utterly nonchalant, Sasuke felt a tempest brewing within him. The secrets he had concealed for so long had been unveiled by this seemingly carefree individual. His heart raced, and even his breathing quickened. Suddenly, he lunged forward, fixing Naruto with an intense glare, and growled, "Naruto Uzumaki. Who are you and how do you know these things?" For a long time, Naruto's identity had been shrouded in mystery within the village. Some claimed he was the very perpetrator responsible for the death of the 4th Hokage and numerous villagers 13 years ago, the embodiment of the Nine Tails. Others suggested that Naruto's background was enigmatic, that he was an orphan of unknown origin. Consequently, many villagers often lamented why the 3rd Hokage would allow a person of such dubious lineage to reside in the village. Previously, Sasuke had paid little heed to these unfounded rumors, but now, Naruto had effortlessly revealed the scene of his family's massacre and the deepest secret he had harbored in his heart. How could he not be shocked? Observing Sasuke's astonished visage, Naruto offered a faint smile and continued, "What is the matter? Are you truly astonished? You are far too impatient. If I were to tell you that on the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, besides Itachi, there was another perpetrator involved in the destruction of the Uchiha clan, I wonder what expression you would wear then. What did you say? Apart from Itachi, there was another person involved in the Uchiha clan's destruction? Tell me, who is he? That damned individual. Who is he?" Sasuke trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Naruto. He had always believed that Itachi was the sole murderer of their clan, yet now someone was insinuating that there was another killer. This revelation shattered his worldview. After Naruto had so easily disclosed his innermost secret and the hidden truths surrounding the Uchiha's demise, Sasuke could no longer dismiss Naruto's words as mere jest. The sight of the boy before him, though flippant in speech, bore a serious expression, reinforced Sasuke's conviction that the truth behind the Uchiha clan's downfall was far more complex than mere betrayal of Konoha. "If you wish to know all of this, why not invite me inside for a chat? Do you want me to reveal the truth while standing out here, you fool?" Naruto exclaimed, striding towards the Uchiha residence. Sasuke instantly understood. Indeed, this outside was not suitable for such discussions. Following Naruto's lead, they entered the house, traversing the dimly lit corridor until they arrived at the most secretive chamber of the Uchiha clan. In the dim room, the flickering candlelight cast shadows as Naruto and Sasuke sat facing each other. Sasuke's eager voice broke the silence. This is the most hidden place in my home. No one will overhear our conversation. Now you can tell me the truth about the Uchiha clan's destruction, right? Naruto fixed his penetrating gaze upon him and solemnly replied, "Since you wish to know everything, I shall disclose it to you. 13 years ago, the Nine Tails attacked Konoha, and the fourth Hokage and his wife sacrificed themselves to protect the village. In the aftermath, the higher-ups discovered that the Nine Tails had gone berserk due to the influence of the Sharingan. Thus they cast their suspicions upon the Uchiha clan. However, lacking concrete evidence, they could only suppress the Uchiha as a warning to prevent any thoughts of rebellion. This is the conclusion most villagers would draw. Yet, for the cunning third Hokage and another high-ranking official, Danzo, suppressing the Uchiha was not merely a warning. It was also a means of testing. If the Uchiha did not resist, they would continue their oppression. However, should any dissent arise within the Uchiha, the village leadership would have justification to act against them. Thus, regardless of whether the Uchiha had truly controlled the Nine Tails attack, they would inevitably face the wrath of the higher-ups. One could say that the Nine Tails assault on Konoha merely accelerated the Uchiha clan's demise. Sasuke was utterly stunned. Why? When the Uchiha clan clearly did not control the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, did the village leaders still target us? Is it as you said, that the village's reason for oppressing our clan was to provoke the Uchiha into rebellion, thereby eliminating us? In Sasuke's memory, though the Uchiha clan faced exclusion from the village, most of its members still held a significant fondness for Konoha and harbored no thoughts of betrayal. Even though he had heard adults in his family voice grievances against the village in his youth, reflecting on Naruto's words now revealed that this was entirely a conspiracy orchestrated by the village's higher-ups, a conspiracy aimed squarely at the Uchiha clan. First, they leveraged the Nine Tails incident to suppress the Uchiha, then they tightened their grip, inciting dissent within the clan. Ultimately, they would eliminate the Uchiha under the guise of treason, thus resolving a hidden threat that had persisted for decades. Every step of this plan appeared to be a meticulously laid trap, and the only victims were, from beginning to end, the Uchiha clan. Naruto smiled, observing the cold sweat beading on Sasuke's brow, aware that he had come to believe his words. "You have deduced correctly," Naruto stated seriously. "The power of the Uchiha clan Sharingan is exceedingly formidable, and no other clan in the village possesses the strength to counterbalance it. Not even the Hyuga clan, regarded as the foremost family today, can rival the Uchiha. Therefore, to safeguard the village's interests, the most prudent course of action was to eradicate the Uchiha clan entirely. Moreover, Konoha's history has seen the likes of Uchiha Madara, a rogue ninja on par with the first Hokage. Thus, you can imagine the extent of the village's wariness towards the Uchiha clan." Sasuke murmured, "Uchiha Madara? He is the legendary figure of my clan. I never imagined the legends to be true. But what does this have to do with why Itachi and another individual sought to annihilate the Uchiha clan?" Chapter 9. Follow me, Sasuke. Naruto asserted. There is indeed a connection. Once the village leaders resolved to annihilate the Uchiha clan, they intended to frame the Uchiha with the label of treachery. Your brother, Itachi, recognized this, and, unwilling to let the Uchiha bear the brunt of such accusations, chose to shoulder the burden himself. He struck a deal with the higher-ups, agreeing to personally end the Uchiha clan and eliminate the village's internal threat. In return, he would leave Konoha, becoming a rogue ninja, while ensuring that you, as the last heir of the Uchiha clan, would be protected. As for the one who assisted him in the extermination plan, it was none other than Uchiha Obito, the orchestrator of the Nine Tails incident and the one responsible for the deaths of my parents, the fourth Hokage and his wife. Why did Obito aid Itachi in the clan's elimination? It was because he coveted the power of the Uchiha Sharingan. Being a member of the Uchiha himself, he could harness the Sharingan's power to its fullest extent. This is the entire truth behind the Uchiha's annihilation. Having laid bare the truth of the Uchiha's downfall, Naruto turned to Sasuke, who sat there in stunned silence, clearly struggling to comprehend the enormity of this revelation. What shocked him even more was that Naruto had revealed his own identity. The son of the fourth Hokage is, astonishingly, Naruto. Yet, despite his shock, Sasuke quickly regained his composure and spoke in a low voice. While your argument is compelling, how can you prove to me that you are not deceiving me? Even if you claim to be the son of the fourth Hokage, we share no blood ties. How can I trust that your revelations are not part of some ulterior motive? Furthermore, considering Itachi's selfish and cruel nature towards our family and parents, do you believe that your mere words could absolve him of the heinous crimes he has committed? Regardless of his intentions, he murdered my parents right before my eyes. He is the butcher of my clan, and that is a transgression I shall never forgive. As for your claims of a conspiracy among the village's upper echelons to annihilate the Uchiha clan and the involvement of that enigmatic accomplice, Uchiha Obito, I shall seek the truth behind it all. Naruto gazed at Sasuke, whose expression was resolute, and finally revealed a smile of relief. This is how it should be. This is the Sasuke I know. However, your current strength is lacking. How do you intend to seek vengeance against Itachi? I have heard that he has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his prowess rivals that of the legendary Sannin. Are you certain that confronting him would not be inviting your own demise? While Sasuke's gaze dimmed at the mention of strength. Indeed, he was weak. Unable to even best Naruto, let alone confront Itachi. The legendary Sannin were each of a caliber that surpassed even the rank of a Kage, while he, at present, was not even a genin. Once again, Sasuke was engulfed by a profound sense of defeat. Why not come with me? I possess a means to make you stronger, strong enough to kill Itachi. What do you think? Naruto seized the opportunity, noticing Sasuke's despondency. Sasuke's expression shifted suddenly. Strong enough to kill Itachi? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? With a hint of disdain, he scoffed. Strong enough to kill Itachi? Surely you jest. Though your strength surpasses mine at present, to compare it to Itachi's is sheer folly. You will soon discover whether I jest, Naruto replied, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them, revealing blood-red eyes adorned with shuriken-like pupils. It was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke blurted out, the Sharingan. And it's a type I have never seen before. Why do you, someone not of the Uchiha clan, possess our clan's Sharingan? He was once again taken aback by Naruto's revelation. Calmly, Naruto responded, this is the Mangekyo Sharingan, one of the Uchiha clan's most formidable ocular techniques. As for why I possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, that is not for you to know. Just understand that with these eyes, if I wish to kill Itachi, it will be as easy as breathing. At that moment, Naruto's demeanor and aura belied his age, making him appear more like a cunning politician than a 13-year-old boy. I am willing to follow you, Sasuke declared without hesitation. As long as it could make him stronger, he would not hesitate to pledge himself to a demon. Now, he finally comprehended why he had been so effortlessly defeated by Naruto earlier. Naruto's strength had long surpassed his own, placing them on entirely different levels. Seeing Sasuke's acceptance brought Naruto a surge of joy. He had successfully recruited another formidable ally for the future. Since you have chosen to follow me, you must not reveal my strength at school. There, you will still be a genius, while I shall remain the underachiever. After school each day, meet me at the back mountains of Konoha. I will be there to train you. Understand? Sasuke nodded, I understand. But I do have one question, Naruto. Are you truly the son of the fourth Hokage? Hearing this, Naruto sighed and offered a wry smile. Doesn't it seem unlikely? How could the son of the esteemed fourth Hokage be someone so despised by the villagers? Yet, the truth remains, the fourth Hokage is my father. And Kushina Uzumaki is my mother. I bear my mother's surname, hence I am known as Naruto Uzumaki. Observing Naruto's serious demeanor, with a hint of self-deprecation in his brow, Sasuke found it hard to believe. But if you are indeed the son of the fourth Hokage, then you are the child of a hero. How could you be loathed by the villagers? He struggled to grasp how Naruto, if truly the Hokage's son, could suffer such unfair treatment. What monstrous faces must the village's elite possess? However, the villagers proclaim that you are the embodiment of the Nine Tails, the very culprit behind the deaths of the fourth Hokage and many villagers. Could it be that these accusations are false? Naruto scoffed. The reason I have been vilified to such an extent is that there are those who deliberately allow these malicious rumors to spread. They claim that after the Nine Tails attack, the villagers needed a target to vent their anger, and I, unfortunately, became that target. My father sacrificed his life and my mother's to protect Konoha by sealing the Nine Tails within me, ensuring that the village would no longer suffer from its wrath and demonstrating the immense sacrifice our family made for Konoha. Yet, he never anticipated that his son would have to endure a life of hunger, cold, ridicule, and disdain after his death. It is truly laughable. Despite this, there are still those who cannot bear to see me live in peace. Daily, I am watched by Umbu or root operatives. And even my so-called friends are merely pawns placed near me by the higher-ups. Sasuke, tell me, does that not render my existence utterly tragic, devoid of even the control over my own freedom? Chapter 10, Sasuke's Resolve. Listening to Naruto's self-deprecating revelations, Sasuke momentarily felt a profound kinship with him. They both were orphans. Sasuke, due to his identity as the last scion of the Uchiha clan, was met with cold indifference from the villagers, while Naruto, because of the Nine Tails, was treated as an outcast. Much like Naruto, he was under constant scrutiny. In comparison to Naruto, he had even less freedom and lacked any genuine friends, rendering him even more pitiable. You are better off than I. At least you have friends. Sasuke sighed deeply, his expression tinged with melancholy. Indeed, I still have friends. Even if I am aware that they were deliberately sent to befriend me by my family, Naruto replied with a bitter smile. This is why I sought you out. Because we are kindred spirits. I hope that, beyond revenge, you can join me in transforming this decaying village and altering this cruel shinobi world. Will you stand with me? Sasuke? If Naruto's earlier attempts to recruit Sasuke were merely motivated by his desire for a powerful ally, this invitation was imbued with sincerity and earnestness. To change the shinobi world? What a grand ambition. Sasuke pondered. If it were indeed possible to alter this merciless shinobi world, how wonderful that would be. But could it truly be done? He was uncertain. Thus, he turned to Naruto, voicing his doubts. Naruto, if you aim to change this harsh shinobi world, can you share with me your plans for achieving such a transformation? He hoped Naruto would provide an answer that would ignite his passion and inspire him to strive alongside him. To unify the shinobi world, Naruto replied, fixing his determined gaze upon Sasuke. Only by unifying the ninja world into a single nation can the ceaseless wars between the various countries come to an end. Sasuke gazed at the pure, untainted expression of the boy before him, devoid of any pretense. Under the flickering candlelight, the blue of his eyes shone with an unwavering confidence. He understood that Naruto was not merely speaking grandiloquently. He genuinely aspired to achieve this. Are you truly unrepentant? Even knowing you will become the enemy of the 5 great nations? Sasuke inquired once more. Naruto smiled, exuding confidence as he replied, once I have made a decision, I shall never regret it. At last, a smile broke across Sasuke's face. This reasoning stirred something within him, for it was sufficiently audacious. He extended his right hand, fixing his determined gaze upon Naruto, uttering the words Naruto had longed to hear. I am willing. The 2 pairs of hands, seemingly youthful and naive, clasped tightly together, marking a moment where they became each other's most trusted companions. As they exited the Uchiha residence, Naruto waved goodbye to Sasuke. Beneath the moonlight, Sasuke stood in the courtyard, lost in thought as he watched Naruto's figure fade into the distance. The following day, after school, as the sun descended, Naruto and Sasuke arrived at a designated clearing in the back mountains of Konoha. Observing the fervent determination on Sasuke's face, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Aren't you supposed to guide me in my training? Let us get started. I can hardly wait. Sasuke urged eagerly, brimming with anticipation for the strength he would soon acquire. Naruto, undeterred, regarded Sasuke seriously and declared, then let us commence. For now, I will teach you how to climb trees. Climb trees? That sounds simple enough. With that, Naruto approached a towering tree and, under Sasuke's watchful gaze, adopted a vertical stance, walking up the trunk with his feet. He then repeated the process, descending gracefully. Sasuke, however, regarded this feat with disdain. Humph, is that it? It looks effortless. Noting Sasuke's arrogance, Naruto chuckled. If you think it's so easy, why not give it a try? Indeed. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Sasuke, eager to prove himself, launched into his training. However, after only a few steps, he lost his balance and fell straight down the trunk. Ugh, he gasped, realizing the difficulty of the task. Naruto, watching from the side, instructed to walk on the tree. You must first gather your chakra at the soles of your feet, ensuring it adheres firmly to the trunk. There can be no negligence. A moment's lapse could lead to a fall. Though this training appeared straightforward, mastering the meticulous control of chakra was an essential step. Thus, under Naruto's guidance, Sasuke repeatedly stumbled and fell, only to rise again and continue. Eventually, Naruto grew weary of teaching and lay down in the shade of the tree for a nap. However, to his surprise, he awoke at 7 o'clock in the evening. Just as he assumed Sasuke had left, he spotted a figure laboriously gasping for breath in the moonlight. It was none other than Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke was drenched in sweat, his once neat bangs now disheveled. His clothing was tattered and dirted from countless falls. So, you're still here? I thought you had already left, Naruto remarked, astonished. To be honest, he hadn't expected Sasuke to endure for so long. I did it. I can walk on the tree with my chakra adhering to the trunk, Sasuke exclaimed proudly, oblivious to the fatigue etched on his face and the pain coursing through his body. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he crumpled to the ground, as if deflated. Fortunately, Naruto, quick on his feet, rushed to his side and caught him just before he fell. Why must you push yourself so hard for a training session? Naruto chided, while internally calling upon the Nine Tails. Kyuubi, lend me some of your chakra. In an instant, the Nine Tails complied, and a swirl of orange chakra appeared in Naruto's hand. Placing the chakra on Sasuke's chest, he witnessed the remarkable healing properties of the Nine Tails chakra as Sasuke's injuries visibly began to fade. Mere minutes later, the unconscious Sasuke stirred back to consciousness. Relieved that Sasuke was fine, Naruto sighed in relief. Thank goodness it was just exhaustion, nothing serious. I did it, Naruto. Sasuke exclaimed excitedly upon waking. I knew you could do it, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Now, let us head out. It's already dark. Before Ichiraku closes, I'll treat you to some ramen to celebrate your success in tree climbing. With a bemused expression, Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder and vanished into the night. Sasuke smiled faintly before following closely behind, and soon they arrived at Ichiraku's ramen shop. Chapter 11, Graduation Exam. In the days that followed, Naruto continued to teach Sasuke the intricacies of chakra control while simultaneously biding his time as the underperformer of the Ninja Academy, awaiting the impending graduation exam. Over the course of their companionship, the bond between Naruto and Sasuke deepened significantly. In public, Sasuke maintained his icy demeanor, but Naruto alone understood that beneath that frigid exterior lay a fervent spirit. At the Ninja Academy, after a month of rigorous study, Naruto and his peers finally faced the long-anticipated graduation exam. In the classroom, Iruka stood solemnly at the podium, surveying the students below. We shall now commence the graduation exam. When your name is called, please proceed to the adjacent classroom. This time, the test will be the shadow clone technique. As he spoke, Iruka's gaze fell upon Naruto, the most troublesome student in the school, causing him considerable distress. Naruto, please do not disappoint me this time. Naruto noticed the pity in Iruka's eyes, as well as the mocking expressions of his classmates. They all knew that the shadow clone technique was Naruto's greatest weakness. That guy is bound to embarrass himself again, they murmured amongst themselves. In the afternoon, in the adjacent classroom, Iruka and Mizuki sat at the front. On the table before them lay a series of Konoha ninja headbands, arranged meticulously. Opposite them, Naruto wore a serious expression as he focused intently. Finally, the day has come. It was worth the wait. He positioned his fingers, forming the hand signs for the shadow clone technique. Blue chakra began to swirl around Naruto, coalescing into a small vortex. Shadow clone technique, he shouted. And with a puff of smoke, a white cloud erupted. As the smoke cleared, one of Naruto's clones lay limply on the ground, utterly devoid of energy, its tongue hanging out. At that moment, the classroom fell into a hushed silence. Naruto could even see Iruka's mouth twitching involuntarily. Finally, Iruka could no longer contain himself and, through gritted teeth, declared, fail. The fact that Naruto has failed is unacceptable. Indeed, as Iruka announced Naruto's failure, the strongest tool, Mizuki, with his pale blue hair and somewhat sinister demeanor, interjected. Iruka-sensei, Naruto possesses excellent athletic ability and stamina, and he has managed to complete the shadow clone technique exam. Perhaps we should consider passing him. Mizuki observed Iruka's grave expression and spoke kindly. If Naruto were not already aware of the unfolding narrative, he might have genuinely felt gratitude towards Mizuki, much like the original storyline. However, as in the original tale, Iruka sighed helplessly, stating, Mizuki-sensei, others created 3 clones. But Naruto only managed 1, and it was utterly ineffective. Therefore, I cannot allow him to pass. He concluded with a heavy sigh, expressing his disappointment in Naruto. Unbeknownst to Iruka, a sly smirk graced Naruto's lips, a sign of his cunning plan's success. The simple technique of the ninja school, the 3-body technique, had been mastered long ago, free from the Nine Tails' interference. His pretense of being at the bottom was merely a strategy to lower the 3rd Hokage's guard, enabling him to steal the sealing book. Naruto's true goal extended beyond merely learning the shadow clone technique. He sought the secrets of the 8 trigrams 4-symbol seal contained within the book. Only by mastering the unsealing method could he truly release the Nine-Tail seal and become the perfect Jinchuriki. This was the true purpose of his feigned ignorance. At the entrance of the ninja school, Naruto sat alone on a swing beneath a tree, his petite figure radiating an aura of profound solitude. The school gate was filled with joyous voices. I've become an adult. Well done, just like my son. Congratulations on your graduation. Tonight, I'll make you something delicious. Hey, that kid over there. He's the only one in the class who didn't pass. The parents of 2 students mocked Naruto, who appeared dejected on the swing. Humph. Serves him right. A person like him becoming a ninja would be disastrous. Don't say that, he might hear you. The laughter of the crowd did not escape Naruto's ears, but he had long since grown indifferent to it. After the crowd dispersed, Sasuke's voice suddenly broke the silence. Naruto, do you really think this is going to work? Aren't you just making it harder on yourself? You already. Before Sasuke could finish, Naruto interrupted him forcefully. I understand what you mean, Sasuke. But I have my reasons for doing this. Trust me, I will graduate. Sasuke sighed in resignation. I just don't get you. Well, if you have your own plans. I'll head back. Over the past month, under Naruto's training, Sasuke had learned to control his chakra with greater finesse. He had also mastered the technique of coating his body with chakra, enhancing his physical resilience and offensive power. As a result, he felt his speed had significantly increased compared to before. His skills in chakra refinement and application had improved considerably. It could be said that Sasuke's strength had transformed greatly since a month ago. Yet, despite this progress, in every sparring match, he was effortlessly defeated by Naruto. Thus, Sasuke found Naruto's insistence on concealing his true abilities increasingly perplexing. He could not fathom what Naruto was truly up to. After swinging for a while, Naruto shouldered his backpack and set off for home. As he pondered when Mizuki would come looking for him, he was soon greeted by Mizuki's gentle voice. Naruto, where are you headed? Naruto feigned surprise, asking, Mizuki-sensei, do you need something from me? Mizuki smiled warmly and asked, do you want to graduate? Naruto nodded eagerly, exclaiming, of course. Becoming a ninja has always been my dream. I want to surpass all previous Hokage and be recognized by everyone in the village. Naruto not only expressed immense joy, but also recounted the aspirations he had shared with Iruka in the original story. I believe in you. You will become Hokage. Mizuki said gently, ruffling Naruto's blonde hair, portraying an approachable demeanor. Naruto could not help but marvel at Mizuki's outstanding acting skills. Chapter 12, The Sealing Book. However, when it came to acting, Naruto was no slouch either. He nodded earnestly, thanking Mizuki for his recognition. Then, lowering his head, he pretended to be disheartened. But Mizuki-sensei, I really want to graduate and become a ninja. Don't you think Iruka-sensei is targeting me? Everyone else passed the graduation exam, but I didn't. Observing Naruto's discontent, a smile crept across Mizuki's lips. With a gentle expression, he said, actually, Iruka-sensei cares a lot about you. His strictness is a way to encourage you to grow stronger. After all, Iruka, like you, is an orphan. He paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In fact, if you want to graduate, there is a way. What way? Mizuki-sensei, tell me. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Well, since you're so eager to know, I'll reluctantly share a big secret about the village with you. What secret? Mizuki chuckled and said, I heard that in the office of the third Hokage, there is a powerful scroll called the Sealing Book. The Sealing Book? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. What is that? It's not just anything. The Sealing Book contains many formidable jutsu and is quite an impressive tome. Really? That's amazing. If I could learn any jutsu from the Sealing Book, wouldn't that mean I could graduate and become a ninja? Yes, that's fantastic. Naruto shouted in excitement. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed all of Naruto's actions, a grotesque smile spreading across his weathered, wrinkled face. The Sealing Book, you say? How intriguing. He lowered the brim of his Hokage hat and took a few puffs from his pipe, revealing only half of his aged visage beneath the hat's shadow. That night, the air was cool as water. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, carrying a refreshing chill. Lying in bed, Iruka tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His mind filled with memories of the Nine-Tails rampage, when the fox wreaked havoc upon the village and slaughtered its inhabitants. That night, his parents fell victim to the fox's wrath. Iruka-sensei. Just as Iruka was lost in thought, a slightly hurried voice interrupted his reverie. Rising to open the door, he found Mizuki standing there, panic etched across his face. What's going on? We need to gather at the Hokage's office quickly. Naruto has stolen the Sealing Book. Mizuki exclaimed anxiously. What did you just say? Naruto has stolen the Sealing Book? Iruka was instantly awakened, hastily dressed, and swiftly made his way to the Hokage building. Upon arriving at the balcony of the Hokage's office, he was met with a group of enraged Chunin glaring at the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, this matter cannot simply be brushed off as a prank. The Book of Seals contains dangerous items sealed by the previous Hokage. If it falls into the wrong hands, it could spell disaster for us all. On the balcony, Sarutobi wore a grim expression. Bring Naruto back, he commanded in a low voice. Understood. At that moment, the third Hokage's gaze fell upon Iruka, who was also looking back at him. Without allowing Iruka to speak, the third Hokage waved his hand, causing the crowd to disperse. As the throng cleared, a hint of a smile crept onto Sarutobi's lips. Everything was proceeding as anticipated. In an unknown forest of Konoha, silence enveloped the surroundings. save for the incessant croaking of frogs. At this moment, Naruto was opening the Book of Seals, greedily gazing at the ninjutsu inscribed within. Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu, Rinnegan, Flying Thunder God Technique, Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu, Lightning Style, Lightning Cutter, Forbidden Technique, Shiki Fujin. Forbidden Technique, Edo Tensei, Forbidden Technique, 8 Gates. The book was filled with a plethora of ninjutsu. As Naruto read, he mentally noted the crucial forbidden techniques, such as Shiki Fujin, 8 Gates, and Edo Tensei. After examining the pages for a while, he finally spotted a dense line of small characters beneath the 8 trigram seal. I found it, Naruto exclaimed inwardly. On the surface, he feigned annoyance, saying, "What is this?" It starts with the Shadow Clone Technique, which is my weakest skill. With the method for breaking the 8 trigram seal, releasing the 9-tail seal would become significantly easier. After grasping the solution, Naruto glanced at the other ninjutsu, committing several to memory before slinging the Book of Seals onto his back and beginning to flee. Familiarity with the plot kept Naruto on high alert, if he guessed correctly. The third Hokage was currently using a telescope technique to keep an eye on him. Back in the village, Iruka scoured every nook and cranny where Naruto might be hiding. Yet he could find no trace of him. At that moment, he bent over, breathing heavily. "Naruto, where on earth are you?" After a brief respite, he resumed his search. In a narrow alley of Konoha, Mizuki dashed towards the rendezvous point with Naruto, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Haha, once I eliminate that fool Naruto, the Book of Seals will be mine." The thought thrilled him even further. Deep within the forest, Naruto hid beneath a large tree, resting with his eyes closed, quietly waiting for the right moment. Opposite him stood an unremarkable wooden cabin. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Naruto sensed Mizuki and Iruka approaching his location. Unfazed, he remained calm and continued to relax. "Naruto, so you were hiding here." Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in Naruto's ears, jolting him awake. Upon seeing Iruka's furious expression, Naruto scratched his head and flashed a wide grin. You found me. I was just practicing a new jutsu. I got so tired that I dozed off. And I didn't expect you to show up, Iruka-sensei." The fact that he was practicing ninjutsu surprised Iruka, though he maintained his composure. Iruka-sensei, I want to show you a very powerful ninjutsu. If I succeed, will you let me graduate?" Naruto excitedly said. Beneath his exuberance, he felt Mizuki lurking behind the tree opposite him, eavesdropping on their conversation, silently lamenting Iruka's situation. Iruka's expression shifted suddenly as he inquired, "Who told you about the Book of Seals?" Naruto cheerfully replied, "Of course, it was Mizuki-sensei. He told me the story of the scroll and where it was hidden, which is why I found it so easily." However, in his heart, Naruto knew that everything had been meticulously planned by the third Hokage. After all, how could something as significant as the Book of Seals be so effortlessly stolen? He even suspected that Mizuki was actually an agent of the third Hokage, sent to get close to him. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how a Chunin could know the precise location of the Book of Seals. Chapter 13, The Misfortune of Mizuki. Following Naruto's successful graduation, Mizuki's role was entirely eliminated. One could say he was a tragically unfortunate character. His appearance lasted only a single episode, making him one of the quickest villains to be written out of the story. "Mizuki? That guy is no good." Suddenly, Iruka's expression changed dramatically as he turned to glance behind him. In midair, a shuriken was hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. "Naruto, watch out." Iruka pushed Naruto aside, but was unable to dodge in time. Thud. The shuriken struck the wooden cabin's wall with a resounding thud. One shuriken pierced Iruka's thigh, drawing blood. Gasping for breath, Iruka glared intently at Mizuki perched atop the treetops. "Not bad, Iruka. I didn't expect you to find this place," Mizuki taunted, his demeanor exuding a mocking confidence as he donned a headband bearing the Leaf Village symbol and brandished 2 massive wind shuriken on his back. "Naruto, hand over the Book of Seals," Mizuki commanded in a low tone. "I will never give you the Book of Seals," Iruka declared vehemently. "This book contains many dangerous ninjutsu. It is precisely because of this that he seeks to possess it, using you as a pawn." Naruto chuckled inwardly, fully aware that Mizuki was manipulating him. Yet, conversely, he too was leveraging Mizuki's ambitions. Had he not feigned being at the bottom of the class for months? How could he have made the third Hokage and Mizuki believe he was merely a useless ninja? Without that pretense, given Konoha's strict regulations, it would have been nearly impossible for him to access such forbidden techniques. Thus, if he wished to become the perfect Jinchuriki and execute his plan for the 9 tails, everything would have been delayed. Fortunately, all his efforts had not been in vain. "I understand, Iruka-sensei. I will not hand over the Book of Seals, Naruto asserted solemnly. A flicker of displeasure crossed Mizuki's face, yet he persisted in brainwashing Naruto. Naruto, Iruka is deceiving you. He fears that you will learn the ninjutsu from the Book of Seals and bring harm to the village. He is the one who least wants you to graduate. Under the moonlight, Mizuki's already pale face took on an even more sinister aspect. He laughed maniacally, declaring, "Let me reveal the truth. 12 years ago, the village established a rule, one that you are unaware of. That is, you are forbidden from knowing that you are the Nine Tails." Upon finishing, Mizuki regarded Naruto as if he were a mere clown. However, to his astonishment, Naruto stood his ground, his expression unchanged. "Is that all you have to say?" Naruto's cold voice rang out, leaving Mizuki utterly astonished. "No, this is impossible. Shouldn't you be looking shocked and then furious? How can you remain so composed?" Iruka was equally taken aback. The current Naruto's calm demeanor felt oddly unfamiliar to him. "Naruto, you..." He began to speak, but Naruto swiftly interrupted. "Iruka-sensei, there's no need for explanations. I already know everything." Naruto's gaze turned to Mizuki, his voice icy once more. "In the past, I believed that the villagers calling me a demon fox was a deliberate attack against me. It seems, however, that what they said was indeed true. I thank you for unraveling my confusion of many years. Unfortunately, as a consequence of your deceit in stealing the sealing book, today I shall ensure that Iruka-sensei receives proper retribution against you. Stop boasting. You, a mere failure who hasn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy. Think you can teach me a lesson? That's pure folly." Mizuki shouted, launching a wind shuriken towards Naruto. Iruka, witnessing the impending danger, cried out in despair, "Naruto, be careful." As the wind shuriken was about to pierce Naruto's body, it suddenly dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. Bang! 2 wooden logs fell to the ground with a crisp sound. A substitution technique? When did he do that? Iruka was shocked. That rascal Naruto had managed to evade Mizuki's attack with a substitution. How long had it been since he had missed seeing Naruto's movements? At that moment, Mizuki was equally astonished. He had believed Naruto would surely perish from his strike, only to discover that the shuriken had merely severed a substitute. Where is he? Where could he be? Mizuki frantically searched around, his anxiety causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead, just as he was in a state of panic. Naruto's voice echoed again. "Fool, I'm right here." Naruto's voice quickly captured the attention of Iruka and Mizuki, both turning to look. At that moment, Naruto was upside down, suspended above Mizuki, locking eyes with him. Seizing the opportunity during Mizuki's moment of shock, Naruto threw a powerful punch, his chakra-infused fist crashing into Mizuki's face. Caught off guard, Mizuki lost his footing and fell straight from the tree, landing face first in the dirt. Naruto leaped down from the treetop, gazing at the enraged Mizuki, and with hands crossed in front of his chest, calmly declared, "Shadow Clone Technique." Instantly, countless Narutos appeared across the landscape. Mizuki was completely dazed. How could he possibly defeat so many Narutos? With a sweeping motion, Naruto commanded, "Everyone, let's go. Beat this despicable guy to a pulp." Thud after thud echoed as fists struck, raising a cloud of dust. Under Iruka's incredulous gaze, thousands of Narutos mercilessly pummeled Mizuki until he was on the verge of collapse. As the dust settled, Mizuki lay on the ground, utterly battered, his body flattened and his head swollen like a pig's. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, rendering him a pitiful sight. After dealing with Mizuki, Naruto turned to Iruka, flashing a triumphant smile. "So, Iruka-sensei, am I impressive or what?" Iruka, unable to distinguish between the clones and the real Naruto, was genuinely taken aback by Naruto's performance. A smile of pride spread across his face as he replied, "Naruto, you truly are remarkable. Can I graduate now, Iruka-sensei?" "Yes, of course," Iruka affirmed. "Then let's go. I'll help you." Naruto dispelled the shadow clones and approached Iruka, assisting him to his feet. With Iruka limping slightly, they made their way to the Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Iruka and then glanced at Naruto, who looked rather disgruntled. He breathed a sigh of relief. Things had not exceeded his expectations. Judging by Naruto's demeanor, it seemed he had only mastered the shadow clone technique, which had been intentionally taught to him to ensure he could successfully pass the graduation exam. It was evident that this objective had been accomplished. Chapter 14, Minato Namikaze. After feigning a scolding of Naruto, the farcical spectacle orchestrated by the third Hokage finally drew to a close. Naruto had successfully passed the graduation exam, while Mizuki was imprisoned for the crime of stealing the sealing book, effectively sealing his fate. The following days were notably tranquil. After submitting his ninja registration, Naruto returned home. With 2 days remaining until the new class assignments, The school had provided this time for the graduates to adjust. In his small abode, Naruto sat cross-legged on his bed, his consciousness swiftly arriving in the familiar underground chamber where the Nine Tails was sealed. The surroundings were as familiar as ever, the tranquil pool and the well-known environment. Nothing had changed since his reconciliation with the Nine Tails. Approaching the red iron door, he gazed upward, where a massive seal was prominently displayed. Naruto, you've come. The Nine Tails' voice echoed from the darkness, tinged with excitement. He had waited 13 long years for this day. The long imprisonment would finally come to an end. Yes, Kurama. I'm here. I have obtained the sealing book and learned how to unlock the four-symbol seal, Naruto replied, offering a faint smile. Just wait. I will release the seal and set you free. With that, the water beneath him began to rise, lifting Naruto upward toward the massive seal. Once he tore it open, the first step to releasing the Nine Tails would be accomplished. A smile of anticipation graced Naruto's lips as he eagerly awaited the moment when the fourth Hokage would appear before him. The most striking and exceptional man in the original story was about to emerge to stop him. Just as Naruto's hand was about to tear the seal, as he had predicted, a large hand suddenly appeared, halting him just in time. Not yet, Naruto. It's not time to release the seal, came the gentle voice of Minato. Before Naruto stood a man with golden hair, a well-proportioned physique, and a handsome, elegant face, draped in the fourth Hokage's ceremonial robe. Seeing the familiar attire, Naruto smiled. The figure before him was none other than Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Dad, you really showed up, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Minato wore a look of astonishment. He had envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with his son, even preparing answers for the questions Naruto might ask him. Who he was, why he was there, and why he had sealed the Nine Tails within Naruto. Yet, seeing Naruto's current demeanor, he found himself at a loss for words despite the many things he wanted to say. You know me? Minato finally managed to utter after a prolonged pause. Yes, yes. Naruto nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. You're my dad, the fourth Hokage. Of course, I know you. Minato smiled with relief, ruffling Naruto's hair as he chuckled. It seems the third Hokage has taught you well. He must have told you everything. Initially, he was unsure how to approach the conversation, but now he felt a bit embarrassed. Are you talking about that old man, the third Hokage? He is not that kind-hearted. Father, may I inquire about your identity? It is all thanks to the Nine Tails that I have come to know, Naruto expressed. Watergate, perplexed, questioned, the Nine Tails? Whose name is that? That is my name. The voice of the Nine Tails interjected, slightly irked. Fourth Hokage, you may converse with your son, but might you first release me before continuing? I have awaited this day for far too long. Naruto's expression tightened upon recognizing the voice of the Nine Tails. In a stern tone, he admonished, Nine Tails, do not attempt to sway Naruto's heart into freeing you. The reason I left a chakra trace within him was precisely to prevent such a situation from occurring. I am fully prepared to engage in battle if necessary. Yet, Naruto calmly interjected, Father, you misunderstand. The Nine Tails has not influenced me. I have chosen to release its seal of my own volition. I have reconciled with the Nine Tails. It is now my ally. Moreover, did you not always wish for me to harness the power of the Nine Tails? I am doing just that. Watergate was momentarily taken aback. Reconciling with the Nine Tails? Was it truly so swift? Although he had initially sealed the Nine Tails within Naruto, envisioning a day when Naruto could successfully wield its power, this seemed rather premature. Yet Naruto was indeed acting according to his original plan. However, why did he claim it was the Nine Tails that revealed his identity, rather than the third Hokage? With a troubled expression, Watergate inquired, Naruto, enlighten me. Why did the Nine Tails divulge everything to you instead of the third Hokage? Mentioning the third Hokage elicited a cold laugh from Naruto. The third Hokage? After you perished, he did not treat me well. He not only concealed my identity as the son of the Hokage, but also allowed Danzo to expose my status as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He stood idle while the villagers mocked and belittled me, calling me a demon fox, a filthy creature, an orphan without parents. If that were all, it would be bearable. But they even sent individuals to surveil me, withholding my living expenses, leading me to survive on nothing but unhealthy instant noodles. When I attempted to purchase items in the village, the villagers, harboring disdain for me, deliberately sold me expired milk. I overheard their ridicule when I became aware of my surroundings. There are countless other grievances I have endured. Naruto articulated a multitude of grievances, pouring out the suffering he had faced over the years. The Nine Tails, upon hearing this, scoffed, listen to your son, Watergate. These are the villagers you sacrificed your life to protect. I know all too well how Naruto has lived over the years. You cannot fathom the harshness of the taunts he has endured. The source of Naruto's childhood suffering is none other than the third Hokage, whom you have revered as your faith. Watergate was rendered speechless. He had envisioned numerous scenarios of Naruto's childhood, presuming that the third Hokage would at least provide him with the treatment befitting a hero's son. At the very least, he thought he would receive the normal treatment accorded to orphans. However, the words of Naruto and the Nine-Tails shattered his expectations. He and his wife had sacrificed themselves to protect the village, yet their child had lived a life worse than that of an orphan. Naruto was correct, in truth. Only a handful of individuals were aware of Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This meant that if the third Hokage had genuinely wished to conceal Naruto's status, it would have been impossible for it to be leaked. The only one capable of betraying Naruto's identity was Danzo, that scheming old coot who had always coveted the position of Hokage. After a moment of contemplation, Watergate grasped the entirety of the situation. With a heavy sigh, he lamented that their untimely deaths had resulted in Naruto living a life of solitude for so many years. Ignoring the Nine-Tails mockery, he turned to Naruto, his expression filled with remorse. Naruto, I am sorry. I have caused you so much suffering over the years. If your mother and I had still been alive, you would not have had to endure the disdain of so many villagers. Watergate sighed deeply, realizing that the third Hokage had ultimately failed him. Chapter 15. A Family Reunion. The seal is lifted. Then, Father, do you still intend to prevent me from releasing the seal? Naruto queried. Watergate sighed, gravely stating, Naruto, while I am aware that I have wronged you over the years, unsealing the Nine-Tails is a significant matter. Any misstep could cost you your life. Are you truly resolved to proceed with this? Naruto nodded firmly, replying, I have resolved to unseal it and grant the Nine-Tails its freedom. This is a promise I made, and I cannot go back on it. Fearing his father's disapproval, he continued, Father, you have never been confined in a cage, so you cannot comprehend the agony of being imprisoned. The Nine-Tails has been sealed within me since its birth, and you cannot fathom its suffering. Likewise, due to my status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I have been confined within the walls of Konoha by the third Hokage and the higher-ups. You cannot understand my plight. You must have heard your mother speak of the essence of freedom, have you not? Watergate's expression softened upon hearing Naruto mention Kushina. Memories of his beautiful, fiery-tempered wife with her flowing red hair flooded his mind. He suddenly realized that perhaps the one who could compensate for Naruto's lost love was Kushina. Naruto, would you like to meet your mother? Perhaps I can arrange for you to see her. Watergate said with a sudden, mysterious smile, his tone laced with excitement. After so many years, he too had not seen Kushina in quite some time. Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto thought to himself, filled with anticipation. He had long awaited the chance to meet his formidable and enchanting mother. Father, do you truly have a way for me to meet her? Naruto asked eagerly. Watergate gently ruffled Naruto's hair, smiling. This is the only thing I can do for you at present. With a snap of his fingers, the space around them transformed. And when Naruto looked at his father again, he found himself surrounded by a vast expanse of white. Abruptly, he felt soft hands cover his eyes. And a playful voice chimed in. Guess who I am? A smile spread across Naruto's face as tears began to glisten in his eyes. Mother. Very clever. You guessed it right away. He turned to see Kushina, her long red hair cascading around her, adorned with a delicate hairpin. Her face beaming with joy as she gazed at him. With tears welling in his eyes, Naruto rushed forward and enveloped Kushina in a tight embrace, his longings spilling over. Mother, I have missed you so much. I have missed you too, Naruto. She replied. The last time she had seen him, he was merely an infant. A tiny bundle in her arms. 13 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Let me take a good look at you, my Naruto. How you've grown. You've become so handsome, just like your father when he was young. With this headband, you must have graduated, and you've become a capable ninja. How impressive. Indeed. He is truly my son, Kushina remarked with a warm smile, while Minato felt a twinge of emotion. It had been 13 years since they had passed away, and Naruto had already graduated from the Ninja Academy, becoming a capable ninja in his own right. Gazing at Naruto, clad in gray and devoid of facial hair, Minato was reminded of a younger version of himself. How strikingly similar. Approaching Kushina, he embraced her, his gentle voice whispering, It's been a long time, Kushina. Minato. Kushina exclaimed with excitement, turning to tightly hug Minato as well. I've missed you so much. I've missed you too. At last, the three of them were reunited. Kushina's return also left Naruto feeling somewhat envious. Subsequently, Naruto recounted his intention to lift the seal of the Nine-Tails, along with the trials he had faced over the years, sharing everything with Kushina. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kushina sat on the ground. Her face contorted with anger as she exclaimed, How outrageous! That old coot, The third Hokage dared to treat my Naruto like this. I could just go and blow his head off right now. She continued, and that old dog, Danzo. I can't believe he is still as insidious as ever after all this time. Compared to them, the Ninetales is nothing. Naruto looked at Kushina and chuckled. So? Does that mean you don't oppose my decision to lift the Ninetale seal? Kushina smiled reassuringly at Naruto, saying, what nonsense. How could a mother oppose her son? You are right. The suffering of the Ninetales is akin to our own. That is precisely why I believe that you, who can empathize with the pain of others, will undoubtedly become the most perfect Jinchuriki. Minato added with a smile, since your mother has said so, as your father, I naturally support you as well. Go ahead, Naruto. Pursue everything you wish to achieve. Your father and mother will always stand behind you, watching over you. Yes. Naruto nodded in agreement. The scene shifted, and the three found themselves once again in the dark basement. It's been a while, hasn't it, Kushina? I didn't expect to see you here so soon, remarked the Ninetales. Indeed, I didn't expect our reunion to occur so quickly, Kushina replied, her demeanor calm despite the Ninetales' subtle grievances. Naruto, there shouldn't be any unexpected occurrences this time, right? Rest assured, Kurama, I will release you shortly. Once again, Naruto's body rose, approaching the seal without hesitation. With a firm tug of his right hand, the massive seal was torn away with a resounding crack, vanishing into thin air. Naruto formed hand seals, with Minato and Kushina guiding him from the side. Soon, blue chakra flames erupted from Naruto's right fingertips. He directed his hand towards the seal on his navel. At that moment, Minato also formed hand seals, and blue chakra flames ignited at his fingertips as well. Together, father and son aimed at Naruto's navel. Twisting forcefully as they shouted in unison, released the 8 trigram seal. The seal at Naruto's navel began to rotate slowly, the original sealing technique fading away. Gradually, a black circular shape, the size of a bowl, emerged at Naruto's navel. Behind Naruto, as the seal was broken, the enormous red iron door began to turn. The circular shackles gradually dissolving until they completely vanished. Roar! The Ninetales let out a powerful roar. In that moment, it could distinctly feel its long-repressed power surging back. The once calm water surface erupted into tumultuous waves under the Ninetales' roar. Minato and Kushina watched in tense anticipation as the fully released Ninetales unleashed its overwhelming power. The sheer vitality emanating from it left them astounded. Indeed, it was the most formidable tailed beast in existence. Even a fraction of the Ninetales' power was already so immense. One could only imagine the terror of its full strength. Minato, given the Ninetales' current state, it seems poised to go berserk. Should we, in that moment? Both of them regretted having so easily agreed to Naruto's request. Faced with such formidable power, they were uncertain whether Naruto truly possessed the ability to harness it. Naruto sensed the Ninetales' excessive agitation. A subtle smile graced his lips as he calmly addressed, Kurama, calm down. There's no need for such excitement. Indeed, upon hearing Naruto's words, the previously volatile Ninetales immediately settled down. My apologies. It's just that I've only just regained my freedom. I got a bit overexcited. Please don't take offense. Kurama replied nonchalantly. Chapter 16. The departure of parents. Seeing Kurama so obediently heed Naruto's words, Minato and Kushina released a sigh of relief. They had genuinely been frightened moments ago. They were prepared to sacrifice all their chakra if it meant stopping the Ninetales from going berserk. Thankfully, everything had turned out to be less dire than anticipated. Kurama, evidently aware of their previous trepidation, chuckled. So, Minato, Kushina, did I frighten you just now? Humph. After being confined by you two for so many years, I suppose that little scare was just my way of letting off steam. Minato chuckled awkwardly, unable to retort to Kurama's grievances. However, Kushina, with a serious expression, looked at the Ninetales and said, now that you have regained your freedom, Kurama, it seems you and Naruto will get along well. Minato and I have limited time left, so from now on, Naruto, please take good care of him. With that, Kushina bowed deeply, expressing her sincerity to Kurama. Though both of you can be quite bothersome, Naruto's temperament aligns well with mine. Rest assured, I have watched him grow up, and I will take good care of him. Kurama thought to himself, truth be told, with his strength, he might well be the one protecting me. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. After all, Kurama had to maintain a semblance of dignity. Upon hearing Kurama's assurance, the couple both bowed, saying, then we leave him in your care, Kurama. Ahaha. Kurama scratched its head sheepishly. Fear not. With me around, no one will dare to bully him. The Ninetales instantly reverted to its playful demeanor. Minato and Kushina gazed at Naruto, their eyes filled with profound reluctance. Kushina beckoned Naruto over, and as she looked at her handsome son, she gently stroked his hair, saying, "Naruto, mommy and daddy are about to leave. You must eat well, sleep well, eat more vegetables, and less instant noodles. Do you understand? Remember the 3 rules of a ninja. No alcohol until you turn 20. And if you ever feel like leaving the Hidden Leaf Village, then go live the life you desire. Don't let the village restrict your freedom." As Kushina spoke, tears began to flow unbidden. Cradling Naruto's somewhat youthful face in her hands, she continued, "Naruto, mommy truly finds it hard to part with you. If only I could stay by your side forever, watching you grow year by year, marry, and have children. I want to cook for my Naruto. And I have so much more to say to you, Naruto." As Kushina's words trailed off, tears streamed down her face as she clutched Naruto's hand, unwilling to let go. Observing their gradually translucent forms, Naruto realized that their time together was drawing to a close. The moment of parting had arrived. Minato, too, wore an expression of reluctance as he gazed at Naruto and gently spoke, "Naruto, what I wish to convey is akin to what your loving mother often reminds you. The path ahead will now rest solely upon your shoulders." Before departing, he presented Naruto with a gift, a token meant to compensate for the years of missed birthdays. His large hand enveloped Naruto's head, and suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Naruto's mind. After the agony subsided, a wealth of knowledge regarding the Flying Thunder God technique filled his thoughts. "This is the knowledge I recorded while mastering the Flying Thunder God. The sole gift I can offer you as your father." Having completed this, Minato's remaining chakra dwindled further. Naruto could see that his father's lower half had completely vanished, while the upper half began to fade into obscurity. Kushina's form likewise started to dissolve. "Do not worry, Mom and Dad. I will steadfastly remember your words of advice," Naruto promised, tears glistening in his eyes as he nodded earnestly. In a bittersweet farewell, Minato and Kushina departed entirely. They were mere ethereal remnants formed from the chakra lingering within Naruto. Having fulfilled their duties and witnessed Naruto's growth, it was naturally time for them to part ways. In the dimly lit basement, only Naruto and the recently unsealed Ninetales remained. Kurama sensed Naruto's melancholy and comforted him. "Do not be disheartened. You still have me by your side. In the days to come, I shall accompany you." "Thank you, Kurama, but I need some time alone to reflect," Naruto replied. In his small abode, Naruto emerged from the mental space, reminiscing about the poignant encounter with his parents, feeling both comforted and melancholic. He had finally reunited with his long-lost parents, yet their time together was fleeting. Sitting on his bed, he found himself lost in thought, the echoes of Kushina's heartfelt admonitions resonating in his mind. "I must find a way to resurrect Mom and Dad," he vowed silently, touching his blue eyes. The untimely demise of Minato and Kushina was a source of deep regret for many fans of the series. As Naruto's parents, they longed to be by his side as he grew, but fate had other plans, leading to a poignant conclusion. Minato at least had the chance to appear during the Fourth Great Ninja War, fighting alongside Naruto through the reanimation jutsu, while Kushina, tragically, never had a true moment in the spotlight, existing only in memories, much like Rin. Naruto was determined that such an ending would not repeat itself. Gradually rising from his bed, he casually drank some milk, dressed, and stepped out into the streets. The bustling streets of Konoha were alive with vitality, vendors calling out about their various delectable offerings. As he wandered, seemingly guided by fate, he found himself at Ichiraku Ramen. Upon seeing Naruto, Uncle Tucci greeted him warmly. "Naruto, long time no see. Are you still having your usual, a large bowl of tonkatsu miso chashu ramen?" Naruto replied with a faint smile. "Hello, Uncle Tucci. Yes, I'll have the usual, a large bowl of tonkatsu miso chashu ramen. Coming right up," Tucci said with a smile before bustling off. While waiting for his meal, Naruto suddenly overheard a conversation nearby. The curtain was drawn back as Kiba laughed loudly. "Shino, 3 large bowls of tonkatsu miso chashu ramen, please." "Sure, just a moment," came the reply. Turning his head, Naruto recognized Kiba, Shino, and Shikamaru, who were equally surprised to see him. "Naruto, I didn't expect to see you here." "Hey, Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru," Naruto greeted with a smile. As they settled in, Uncle Tucci emerged from the kitchen with a fragrant bowl of ramen, placing it before Naruto. "Here you go, Naruto." "Thank you, Uncle Tucci." While savoring his meal, Shikamaru's voice broke the silence. "Naruto, you're aware of what happened in the village a few days ago, right?" "What are you talking about?" Naruto feigned ignorance. Shikamaru continued. "A few days ago, Mizuki-sensei was imprisoned by the Hokage for allegedly stealing the sealing scroll." "Oh, you mean that incident? Is there a problem?" Naruto inquired. Shikamaru shrugged. "Not really, just a bit curious. It's hard to believe Mizuki-sensei, such a gentle person, would commit such an act." Naruto chose not to respond, quietly enjoying his ramen. After a moment of silence, Ino spoke up. Naruto, can I ask you something? Have you noticed that Sasuke has been acting a bit strange lately? Naruto chuckled lightly, squinting his eyes as he scratched his head. Has he? I haven't noticed anything different. Isn't he still the same irritating guy? Always wearing that sour expression, trying to look cool and impress you girls. That is not true. We like Sasuke willingly. Ino retorted immediately. Besides, you don't know that Sasuke has been quite protective of you lately. Whenever someone speaks ill of you in class, he punishes them behind your back, ensuring they don't dare utter a word of insult in your presence. With a serious expression, Ino looked at Naruto and asked, Come on, Naruto, confess. Did you slip Sasuke some kind of love potion? Otherwise, why would he be so protective of you? Naruto was aware of Sasuke's recent behavior and had tacitly accepted his actions. However, faced with Ino's probing, he could only laugh awkwardly. Ino, what are you talking about? How would I know why Sasuke is acting that way? Besides, you know I've never gotten along with him. How could I possibly know what he is thinking? Ino pouted, clearly puzzled. But I just feel like Sasuke has been paying extra attention to you lately. Like you said, why is that? Having finished his bowl of ramen, Naruto paid his bill, bid farewell to the three, and left. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Shikamaru remarked pensively, Have you noticed that Naruto seems a bit odd lately? Really? Kiba asked, confused. To him, Naruto seemed unchanged, still the same underperforming student who slept through class and ranked last in exams. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, Shikamaru mused. Back home, Naruto proceeded with his daily ritual of signing in. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have signed in consecutively for 4 months and received a reward, the Outer Path, Rebirth of the Earth technique. Note, this skill can only be utilized by those possessing the Rinnegan. It is one of the exclusive skills of the Rinnegan, classified as a hidden technique. The Outer Path, Rebirth of the Earth technique? What kind of skill is this? It sounds eerily similar to the Outer Path, Samsara technique. Naruto pondered, intrigued. As this was the first time he had heard of such a skill, which was never mentioned in the original work, the system's voice responded. The Rebirth of the Earth technique possesses the ability to permanently summon the souls of the deceased back from the Pure Land to the mortal realm. Is it possible to summon the souls of the deceased back to the mortal realm for eternity? What does that imply? The system denotes that it is akin to the technique of reincarnation, possessing the power to resurrect the dead. Unlike the reincarnation technique, which necessitates the sacrifice of the practitioner's life, the technique of returning to the underworld does not require such a price. Its sole limitation lies in the fact that each use incurs a cooldown period of 1 year. Wow, is it truly that formidable? This revelation left Naruto exhilarated. He had been pondering how to revive the 4th Hokage and his wife, and now the system had bestowed upon him a remarkably powerful skill. How could this not bring him joy? The system continued, advising him not to rejoice prematurely. While the skill was indeed potent, it could only resurrect one individual at a time. Furthermore, it required either the chakra of the deceased or a part of their body as a medium to summon their spirit back to the world. The resurrected soul would retain their physical form and memories from life, while memories from the afterlife would not vanish. Then, system, if the soul of the deceased is sealed, can they still be summoned back to the mortal realm? Naruto inquired, eager to learn whether he could resurrect Minato's soul while it was sealed within the grim embrace of the Shinigami. The system responded, I regret to inform you, host, that if the soul is sealed, it cannot be successfully summoned. I see. I understand now. Regardless, Naruto felt a surge of happiness at having acquired such an extraordinary skill. Particularly, the technique of returning to the underworld was a unique hidden ability exclusive to the Rinnegan, making it even more remarkable. It was only fitting, as the Rinnegan represented the ultimate evolution of the Uchiha's Sharingan, endowed with the capacity to resurrect the dead. Thus, it was reasonable that the Hyuga clan, descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, would possess the final evolution of the Byakugan with similar capabilities. Once he sensed that Kurama had confirmed the absence of any prying eyes, Naruto closed his eyes, only to reopen them moments later, revealing the Rinnegan, glowing with a cerulean luminescence. Upon experiencing the formidable ocular techniques unique to the Rinnegan, Naruto swiftly grasped the method to utilize the Outer Path, resurrection technique. With his heart brimming with excitement, he deactivated the Rinnegan, feeling a renewed confidence in his forthcoming endeavors. To unify the ninja world, words alone would not suffice. One must possess the might to stand atop the world. Fortunately, Naruto had already allied himself with Kurama, the embodiment of infinite chakra, and Sasuke, a formidable warrior destined to awaken the Rinnegan. Coupled with the enhancements of the 3 great ocular techniques, Shinra Tensei, Tsukuyomi, and the Rinnegan, His power had reached the pinnacle of the ninja realm. Yet, despite his extraordinary strength, he remained vigilant. After all, within Konoha, there existed a man who had mastered the 8 gates to their utmost potential, Might Guy. As the character who had nearly delivered the final blow to Kaguya, he was the sole individual Naruto regarded with trepidation. Unless Naruto could also master the 8 gates to their zenith, he would remain vulnerable to any threat. However, before that, he had already devised a plan to recruit a specific individual, the most exceptional genius of the Hyuga clan, Neji Hyuga, the son of the branch family head and the only one among the 12 young ninjas to have perished, an epitome of tragic fate. This time, Naruto intended to alter his destiny. Chapter 18, The Beginning of Class Assignments. 2 days later, the day for class assignments arrived swiftly. In the classroom, Naruto donned his forehead protector, disregarding the peculiar gazes of his classmates as he settled into his seat, promptly closing his eyes with an air of indifference. He had acquired the Book of Seals and had become the perfect Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. It was time to shed his previous facade. His demeanor had never been one of brashness. Observing Naruto's rare aloofness today, murmurs arose among his classmates. Hey, look at that guy. I can't believe he actually became a ninja. I wonder what Irika-sensei was thinking to let that loser pass the exam. Yeah, I agree. He's just lucky. Look at him pretending to be aloof. It's downright nauseating. From behind Naruto, Hinata gazed at him with quiet joy. That is wonderful. Naruto-kun has passed the exam. And he seems different today. Beside Naruto, his desk mate Sasuke, relieved at seeing Naruto's forehead protector, leaned closer and whispered, Naruto, what have you been up to these past few days? You haven't come to train with me. He harbored grievances about Naruto's absence from their training sessions. Sorry, Sasuke. I've been dealing with some matters at home, but it's all sorted now. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you for not training together. Naruto replied without lifting his head from the desk. Sasuke nodded. All right then, I'm looking forward to it. Pausing, he regarded Naruto with a serious expression and asked, by the way, do you think we'll be placed in the same group for this class assignment? He was far more concerned about today's group assignment than about Naruto's promised compensation. If they were not assigned to the same group, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for him. Naruto, still with his eyes closed and head resting on the desk, replied calmly, don't worry. I can guarantee that Irika-sensei will place us in the same group. Just wait patiently. Really, Naruto? Sasuke remained somewhat uncertain. When have I ever lied to you? You'll see soon enough. For now, let me be until the teacher arrives. Outside the classroom, hurried footsteps soon captured everyone's attention. The sound drew closer, and Ino and Sakura appeared at the door, glaring at each other. I arrived first, so you lost, Sakura. Ino taunted with a smirk, her demeanor full of provocation. Are you blind? Didn't you see my footstep in first? You're the one who lost, Ino pig. Sakura retorted defiantly. What did you say? Say that again. You big-headed girl. Ino's temper flared as her forehead pulsed with anger. I said I got here first. Ino pig, Sakura shot back, unyielding. I'll kill you. Ino's eyes turned crimson as she lost her composure, raising her hand to strike Sakura. As the most beauty-conscious girl in school, she despised being called Ino pig, especially when the one doing so was her rival, Sakura. However, Sakura paid little attention to Ino's rage, instead focusing her attention on Sasuke, who was beside Naruto, exuding a cool demeanor. Good morning, Sasuke-kun. Sakura greeted him with a smile, a starry-eyed expression illuminating her face. Ino, witnessing this, wasted no time in turning her attention to Sasuke, adopting a love-struck demeanor. Hello, Sasuke-kun. Yet, Sasuke remained his usual cold self, offering no response to either of them. Undeterred by Sasuke's silence, Sakura persisted. As she gazed upon Naruto, who was peacefully slumbering beside Sasuke, a surge of anger surged through her. It was all due to that insufferable individual. He must have provoked Sasuke's displeasure, thus rendering Sasuke oblivious to my presence. Just as she intended to shove Naruto aside and continue her attentions towards Sasuke, her hand was unexpectedly seized by Naruto before she could reach him. What do you think you're doing, Naruto? Sakura exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency as he grasped her wrist. Upon opening his eyes, Naruto met Sakura's gaze with a piercing look. I was about to ask you the same. Do you intend to push me away and seize my spot? Caught off guard, Sakura's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. You better let go of my hand, you annoying brat. Yet, Naruto remained silent, his expression calm as he tightened his grip. Ah! Sakura cried out, the pain coursing through her hand causing her to yelp. Noticing her desperate struggle, Naruto's icy voice broke the silence once more. If this happens again, it won't be so simple. Releasing her hand, he resumed his previous position, as if the incident had never transpired. Sakura stood frozen, her mind reeling. Today, Naruto felt like an entirely different person. The realization dawned upon her. The Naruto who had always followed her and sought to please her was no longer present. What saddened her further was the fact that Sasuke had not cast even a glance in her direction the entire time. With a heart heavy with despair, Sakura returned to her seat, her heart brimming with resentment as she looked at the handsome Sasuke. Especially while glancing at the sleeping Naruto, her inner self seethed, cursing that detestable Naruto. Before long, Iruka entered the classroom, clad in a black top with a light green vest, adorned with a red whirlpool symbol on his shoulder and back, holding the class assignment list. Naruto, Sasuke nudged him. Iruka-sensei is here. Got it, Naruto replied nonchalantly. On the platform, Iruka observed the subtle interactions between Naruto and Sasuke, surprisingly refraining from reprimanding them. After all, after today, these students would no longer be under his tutelage. They were on the verge of becoming the new generation of ninjas from Konoha, embarking on their own unique journeys. With a smile, Iruka addressed the students. From this day forth, you will become independent ninjas. However, you are merely the latest batch of Genin, and the true tests lie ahead. You will form teams of 3 and accompany a Jonin on missions. Iruka paused deliberately, gauging the expressions of the students. Teams of 3? Fantastic. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to be paired with Sasuke. Well, obviously it will be me. Not a chance. With your looks, how could Sasuke possibly choose you? I'm undoubtedly the most suitable person to partner with Sasuke. Before long, the girls in the audience erupted into a fervent debate over who was most likely to be teamed with Sasuke, each convinced of their own superiority. Chapter 19, Individual Dreams. Teams of 3? To me, everyone except Naruto is merely a burden. I wonder if I can be placed with Naruto, Sasuke mused, arms crossed, leaning on the desk, his head slightly bowed in contemplation. Turning to glance at Naruto, who appeared utterly indifferent to the team assignments, Sasuke felt a flicker of irritation. How could this guy remain so composed at a time like this? Amidst the eager and anxious gazes of the students, Iruka began to read the names for the team assignments. In order to balance the strengths of each group, we have made the following arrangements. First group. After a lengthy list of names, he finally reached the 7th group. The members of Team 7 are Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and lastly, Sasuke Uchiha. Upon hearing his name called, Sasuke's tense heart finally settled. He looked at Naruto, his previously anxious gaze softening considerably. It felt gratifying to be paired with Naruto, fulfilling his expectations. In contrast to the quietly excited Sasuke and the unperturbed Naruto, Sakura found herself in a state of inner turmoil, torn between her idol and dream lover, Sasuke, and the cold demeanor of Naruto. She recalled his earlier warning, feeling a wave of unease wash over her. A sigh echoed through her thoughts. How could I end up in a group with Sasuke? Iruka-sensei clearly lacks judgment. I am undoubtedly the best match for him. Ino lamented. Her head bowed in disappointment. Seeing Ino's despondent expression, Sakura felt a surge of triumph. No matter what, she had ultimately won this round. Haha, Ino. You didn't see this coming, did you? In the end, I'm the one who triumphed. Above Naruto and Sasuke, Hinata's once bright eyes dimmed upon hearing that Naruto was paired with Sakura. But Naruto-kun is in a different group. The 8th group consisted of Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. The 9th group included Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Shoji Akimichi. Soon, the class assignments concluded, leaving some elated while others despondent. Regardless, this decision was made by the higher-ups, and any dissent was futile. After completing the assignments, Iruka exited to report to the 3rd Hokage. As anticipation filled the air, Jonin began arriving to escort their respective students away. In the now empty classroom, only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura remained as members of Team 7. Unable to contain herself, Sakura voiced her frustration. What is taking so long? All the other teachers have taken their students, yet ours hasn't shown up. Be quiet, you're too loud. Sasuke retorted, his displeasure palpable. Feeling defeated, Sakura turned to Naruto. You don't think I'm annoying too, do you, Naruto? For some reason, she suddenly found herself overly concerned with Naruto's opinion of her. No, let us just wait a bit longer. Maybe the teacher will arrive soon, Naruto replied, nonchalantly. That damn teacher, he needs to hurry up, she thought, feeling increasingly overwhelmed by the silence surrounding her. In the midst of her agony, the classroom door finally swung open, revealing a man with silver hair, dressed in a black top similar to Iruka's, with a green vest, a black mask covering his face, and a forehead protector obscuring one eye. Teacher, you finally arrived, Sakura exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. Naruto remained sprawled on the desk, indifferent, while Sasuke scrutinized the newcomer closely. Well, I suppose my first impression of you all is rather average, Kakashi commented nonchalantly. On the school's rooftop, Kakashi sat at the edge of the railing, while Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were seated side by side on the steps opposite him. Right, let's begin with some self-introductions, Kakashi suggested. Self-introductions? What should we say? Sakura was the first to inquire. Well, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. You could mention your likes and dislikes, future aspirations, hobbies, and similar topics. Shouldn't the teacher introduce himself first? Sakura countered. Me? Kakashi smiled slightly. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. As for my likes and dislikes, I prefer not to disclose them. My aspirations and hobbies are rather varied as well. Now it's your turn. The trio exchanged glances. Well, all we know about you is your name, Sakura pointed out. Naruto spoke up first. My dream is to change the world someday. As for my interests and hobbies, they're quite diverse. I also have a lot of dislikes, and aside from that, I want to kill a man. That's about it for now. Sakura continued. I'm Haruno Sakura. Instead of saying what I like, I'd rather say who I like. She blushed as she glanced at Sasuke. My interests and dreams for the future are. At the end, she shyly exclaimed without saying anything specific. Kakashi watched her in bemusement. And what about your dislikes? Naruto asked, almost reflexively, as Sakura was about to mention Naruto's name. Remembering Naruto's warning, she swallowed her words. A person I dislike is Ino because she constantly opposes me. Having no choice, she switched to another target of her disdain. And you, Sasuke? Kakashi directed his gaze towards Sasuke, clearly eager for the Uchiha heir to share his dreams. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I don't have many things I like, but I have plenty that I dislike. I possess an ambition that transcends mere dreams, to restore the Uchiha clan and to kill that man. His expression darkened. And then, to help my friend achieve his dream. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a sense of shock at Naruto and Sasuke's aspirations. He knew the man Sasuke wished to kill, Itachi Uchiha, one of his former subordinates. He had heard rumors about the massacre of the Uchiha clan, so he found Sasuke's desire to kill that man unsurprising. However, the fact that Naruto, too, wanted to kill a man struck him as peculiar. Teacher, you seem quite curious about our responses, Naruto remarked with a grin. Kakashi, not one to waste words, directly asked. Naruto, can you tell me the name of the man you wish to kill? Naruto smiled faintly and teased. Do you really want to know, teacher? Unfortunately, I won't tell you. Hehe. Chapter 20. Training before the survival exercise. Kakashi seemed unfazed by Naruto's response. Clearing his throat, he addressed the trio with a firm voice. Well then, let's conclude our self-introductions here. Tomorrow, we will commence our mission. Naruto, having already guessed what was coming next, feigned excitement and asked, what mission are we undertaking? Kakashi-sensei? Though Sasuke remained silent, his curious expression betrayed him. First, this is a task that only the four of us can undertake. Kakashi's statement piqued the curiosity of Sakura and Sasuke even further. What task is it, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura inquired eagerly. Kakashi paused for a moment, his gaze sharp as he looked at the three of them, and solemnly declared, a survival exercise. Huh, I thought we were executing a mission. How did it turn into a survival exercise? Sakura asked, confused. We've done many survival exercises at the Ninja Academy. This isn't just a simple survival exercise, Kakashi clarified. What kind of exercise is it, teacher? Naruto asked with a smile. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly chuckled softly. Hee. Unfortunately, you can't see my face beneath this mask. Sakura frowned and muttered. Teacher, is it really that funny? Honestly, I'm afraid that if I reveal what it entails, some of you might be tempted to withdraw early. Kakashi continued to chuckle. Yet, his eyes beneath the forehead protector grew increasingly piercing. He stated solemnly, out of 27 graduates, only 9 will successfully become genin. This means that the remaining 18 will be eliminated and sent back to the Ninja Academy. How can this be? Sakura was taken aback. Naruto chimed in. What was the point of the previous graduation exam then? Sasuke furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had heard such a claim. Kakashi continued. Those were merely to select students who had the potential to become ninjas. In other words, if you fail my assessment, any one of you could be at risk of being eliminated. How can this be? Sakura's head drooped, her face clouded with disappointment. Without giving the three of them time to process this information, Kakashi added, in any case, that's how it is. Tomorrow, I will determine whether you are qualified or not at the training ground. He waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of authority. So, let us disperse for now. We shall meet at the training ground at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember, do not eat breakfast, you might throw up. With that, he vanished from sight, leaving the three of them in a state of bewilderment. Naruto, however, appeared far more composed than the other two. Once Kakashi had departed, Sasuke turned to Naruto. His voice urgent, Naruto, what do you think about Kakashi-sensei's survival exercise tomorrow? Naruto smiled faintly. What else can we think? It's merely a test. I'm not worried. And neither should you be. With me around, there's nothing to fear about a survival exercise. He continued, let us go. I promise to make it up to you. So while we have the time, let's train. Upon hearing the word train, Sasuke's expression brightened. All right, let us go. With that, the two vanished in an instant, leaving Sakura looking bewildered. Hey, where are you two going? Wait for me. As she watched them leave, Sakura felt a surge of panic. If you don't want to be eliminated, then keep up. Naruto's voice echoed from the distance. Hearing this, Sakura rushed after them. After the trio departed, Kakashi reappeared, gazing at the direction they had gone, murmuring, are they the backbone of the team? That Naruto seems to have changed a bit. Beneath his mask, a hint of an anticipatory smile crept onto his lips. In the back mountains of Konoha, Sasuke and Naruto arrived at their usual training base. Following behind them, Sakura looked on timidly. Noticing her trailing, Sasuke displayed a hint of confusion and spoke with displeasure. Naruto, didn't we agree that it would just be the two of us training? Why did you bring her along? Understanding Sasuke's sentiment, Naruto patted his shoulder and replied with a smile, don't be so glum. Sakura is now part of our trio. You must always bear in mind that if we succeed in our assessment, the three of us will be working together for a considerable time in the future. Thus, it is paramount to maintain a harmonious relationship amongst us. Who would want to collaborate with that incompetent individual? Her presence will only hinder our progress. Observing Sakura's timid demeanor, Sasuke mercilessly mocked her. Upon hearing Sasuke's disdainful remarks, Sakura's expression instantly fell into despondency. Naruto, watching the two, interjected with a serious tone. All right, enough of that. Let us commence our training. With that, he retrieved two bells from his ninja pouch and declared, from this moment on, the two of you must strive to seize the bells from my grasp. Whoever accomplishes this shall be deemed victorious. You may work together if you wish. Ultimately, as long as you can obtain the bells, any method is permissible. Do you understand? And let me remind you, exerting less than your full strength is not an option. Sakura gazed at Naruto, who assumed the role of mentor, utterly astonished. Is this really Naruto? Why does he appear so serious? Even more outrageous was the sight of Sasuke, who was inexplicably smiling. Naruto, you had better be cautious. Sasuke remarked with a light chuckle, his gaze sharpening. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew a shuriken from his pouch and launched it at Naruto with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, Sasuke began sprinting, his form vanishing within the training grounds before the shuriken could reach Naruto. Sakura was left in shock, turning her gaze back to Naruto. She saw Sasuke's figure already behind him, preparing to deliver a kick to Naruto's head. At the same moment, the shuriken was upon Naruto. In a panic, Sakura shouted, Naruto, be careful. Terrified, she closed her eyes, yet the anticipated cry of pain from Naruto never came. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted, and Sasuke quickly realized. A smile curling at his lips. Shadow clone, is it? Watch your back. Naruto's voice suddenly rang out from behind Sasuke. Seizing the opportunity while Sasuke was distracted, Naruto delivered a powerful kick. The force generated a gust of wind, and Sasuke's eyes widened as he turned to face Naruto, realizing too late that he could not evade the impending blow. Bang! With his arms raised to block, Sasuke took the full brunt of Naruto's kick, sliding backward across the ground as dust was kicked up around him. Having withstood one blow, how will you defend against the next? Before Sasuke could regain his footing, a tremendous sound erupted from beneath him as Naruto's fist, propelled by a fierce gust, surged toward his chin. Sharingan, activate. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, perceiving Naruto's movements clearly. He immediately performed several backflips to evade Naruto's heavy strike. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A colossal fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling toward Naruto's position. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. In a manner akin to Sasuke, Naruto also formed hand seals and unleashed the Water Dragon Jutsu. The two elemental techniques collided, enveloping the area in a shroud of smoke. This can't be real. Naruto, is he truly employing a C-rank jutsu, the Water Dragon Jutsu? Sakura was completely bewildered by the battle unfolding before her. Is this really the newly graduated Naruto and Sasuke? Even more astonishing was the fact that Naruto, who was always at the bottom of the class, was exhibiting such prowess. As Sasuke observed Naruto's use of the Water Dragon Jutsu, a smile returned to his lips. Water Dragon Jutsu, is it? Nothing remarkable. He quickly formed a cross seal and shouted, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, the once empty field was filled with countless copies of Sasuke. In unison, the multitude of Sasuke clones surged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Naruto. Naruto smirked. Not bad. You've even mastered my Shadow Clone Jutsu. Now, Let us see how proficient you truly are. He executed a body flicker technique, leaping into the air, and released a flurry of shuriken. Shuriken, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Suddenly, the few shuriken multiplied into a veritable storm raining down. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds reverberated as Sasuke's clones were swiftly eliminated, a cloud of white smoke rising around them. Within the haze, Sasuke gasped for breath, yet his face was alight with a triumphant smile. Naruto, poised outside the smoke, awaited its dissipation. Just as he believed the skirmish had concluded, several shuriken shot out from the smoke, accompanied by Sasuke's voice, Shuriken, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, the very technique Naruto had just employed was returned to him in full force. Naruto's expression shifted to one of surprise, and he quickly dodged. However, as he attempted to move again, he found himself utterly immobilized. This is bad. Panic spread across Naruto's face as he glanced back, discovering Sasuke tightly gripping his body, rendering him unable to move. Got you, Sasuke declared triumphantly, his smile growing ever more self-satisfied. Naruto, take this. Another Sasuke suddenly appeared in midair, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Naruto's face. Thud. The impact sent a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, Sasuke, panting heavily yet smiling broadly, held aloft the bells that Naruto had previously challenged him to seize. Sakura's mouth hung agape, witnessing Sasuke's exhilaration. She could only articulate two words, so strong. Sasuke is truly formidable. Suddenly, the Naruto lying on the ground vanished, transforming into a puff of white smoke. Sakura was left utterly bewildered. What just happened? From a distance, behind the trees, Naruto's laughter rang out. Haha, well done, Sasuke. You managed to hold out for quite some time, and you've practiced the ability to replicate the Sharingan so adeptly. Truly impressive. Upon hearing Naruto's praise, Sasuke turned away in a haughty manner, wearing an expression that said, I knew I could do it. He closed his eyes, a look of contentment washing over him. The previous battle had drained him of all his chakra. At that moment, he needed rest. Shadow clones. The one you just defeated was merely Naruto's shadow clone. This has to be a joke. How could Naruto possess such strength? Sakura gazed between Sasuke and Naruto, disbelief etched across her face. Naruto, observing Sakura's curious expression, chuckled and explained, Sasuke and I have been training together for quite some time. It's not surprising you were unaware. So, did our abilities impress you? Sakura gazed at the two, utterly captivated. Impressed? More than that. Watching your duel just now, I almost thought you were fighting for your lives. Reflecting on the intensity of their match, she feared that had she faced either of them, she would have been terrified into unconsciousness. Yet, her second persona reveled in delight. This is wonderful. Both Naruto and Sasuke are so strong. Being on their team provides such a sense of security. Moreover, I've noticed that when Naruto smiles, he looks just as handsome as Sasuke. How do I cope with this overwhelming charm? Sasuke glanced at Sakura and snorted. Now you understand why I had to teach a lesson to those who insult Naruto, right? Because Naruto's strength is indeed the best in our class. He simply chooses not to show it. I have a question. Sakura gazed at Naruto, a puzzled expression adorning her face as she questioned, Naruto, if you possess such formidable strength, why do you persist in playing the role of the underdog? Perhaps it's simply for the thrill of it. Naruto replied, stroking his chin, taking a considerable amount of time to conjure such a lackluster response. After a brief respite beneath the grand tree, Naruto looked at Sakura and Sasuke, adopting a serious demeanor. Sakura, Sasuke, listen closely. Regardless of what challenges Kakashi presents us in tomorrow's survival exercise, remember that we are a team, a cohesive unit. As long as we remain united, Kakashi-sensei will find no justification to eliminate us. At this moment, witnessing Naruto's display of strength, the trio unconsciously began to regard him as the backbone of their team. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke murmured, I have no objections. Regardless of the outcome tomorrow, I shall advance and retreat alongside Naruto. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, then at Naruto, softly stating, since you both feel this way, I shall give it my all as well. With two such powerful individuals by my side, what do I have to fear? She chuckled inwardly. After all, how could she possibly consider surrender when she was teamed up with two exceptionally strong and handsome companions? Let us proceed thusly. We shall each return home and reconvene tomorrow morning, Naruto declared first. See you in the morning. Goodbye. The trio bid farewell, dispersing in different directions. With a night of restful dreams behind them, at 5 in the morning, the three, still heavy-eyed, sluggishly arrived at the assembly point. Good morning, Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto greeted, his eyes half closed and weariness evident. Sakura, appearing equally drowsy, raised her hand in response. good morning. As for Sasuke, he offered no greeting, instead opting to snore on the ground. The intense battles from the previous afternoon had drained too much chakra, causing Sasuke to collapse into slumber upon returning home. And he remained groggy even now. After a brief nap, Naruto shook him awake and retrieved 3 pre-prepared bento boxes from his bag, handing one to each of them. Upon seeing the bento, Sakura's face lit up with confusion. Naruto, didn't Kakashi-sensei say we weren't allowed to eat anything this morning? Why did you bring bento? Naturally, it's for the purpose of eating. Naruto replied with a nonchalant smile. Kakashi-sensei said we couldn't eat. Does that mean we shouldn't? Ignoring the curious looks from the two, he eagerly began to devour his meal. Seeing this, Sakura and Sasuke followed suit. In less than half an hour, they had finished their bento. With their hunger satiated, the trio felt invigorated. However, as midday approached, Kakashi still had not arrived. Sakura lay on the ground, exasperated. Why does Kakashi-sensei always take so long? It's already 10 o'clock, and he's still not here. Ugh, I'm going to lose it. Chapter 22, All Pass. Hey there, everyone, good morning. Suddenly, Kakashi's voice broke through the air. You are late. Kakashi-sensei. The trio exclaimed in unison. My apologies, my apologies. It was a black cat that crossed my path this morning. Kakashi feigned a sheepish expression. Scratching his head, the trio exchanged incredulous glances. Kakashi-sensei, that excuse is rather flimsy. In truth, only Naruto was aware that Kakashi had actually arrived much earlier. He simply lingered at the memorial stone for an extended period, creating the illusion of tardiness. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Kakashi cleared his throat and promptly set up an alarm clock. With a serious tone, he announced, I have adjusted the time to noon. Today's challenge is to snatch at least 1 bell from me before noon. He produced 2 bells, his gaze steady upon the 3. However, the trio's demeanor was unexpectedly calm, leaving Kakashi somewhat perplexed. Especially Sasuke. Upon seeing the bells in Kakashi's hand, he instantly recalled yesterday's training with Naruto, a faint smile gracing his lips. That rascal Naruto, whether intentionally or not, had chosen the same bell-snatching exercise for their training. Now, faced with the bells, he appeared determined to seize them. After explaining the rules of the bell snatching, Kakashi casually remarked, if you do not possess the resolve to eliminate me, you will not be able to procure the bells. Should you be eliminated, do not say, I did not warn you. Sasuke smirked, retorting, well then, we should remind you not to underestimate us. Otherwise, should you end up losing embarrassingly, it would be quite the disgrace. To this, Naruto merely smiled knowingly. Let the challenge begin. Kakashi's eyes glinted with seriousness, his expression sharpening. As he regarded Naruto and Sasuke, he mused, Naruto, Sasuke, let me witness the extent of your abilities. Especially you, Naruto, who has played the underdog for so long. Yet your strength is the greatest among us. Beneath his mask, Kakashi's lips curled into an excited smile. One is the son of his mentor, and the other a member of his dear friend's clan. What surprises might these two bring forth? Feeling the palpable tension from Kakashi, Naruto too began to feel a surge of excitement. After all, this was his first opportunity to engage with a jonin, especially one renowned for his prowess, Kakashi, the man known for his even odds in battle. He was eager to discover the true strength of this legendary elite ninja, who was also destined to become the 6th Hokage. Sakura, cover us. Sasuke, let's go. All right. Sasuke responded enthusiastically, and the two charged toward Kakashi in unison. Naruto was the first to leap before Kakashi, launching a powerful punch aimed at his head. Sasuke swiftly followed, executing a side kick with his left leg. These two are remarkably quick, Kakashi thought as he narrowly evaded, seizing Sasuke's left leg. Despite being caught, Sasuke remained unfazed, executing a mid-air spin and delivering a heavy kick to Kakashi's shoulder. With a resounding thud, the two forces collided. Following this, Naruto leaped again, both feet soaring toward Kakashi's chest. Kakashi, momentarily overwhelmed, was sent flying a considerable distance. Well done, Sakura shouted excitedly from the sidelines. Sasuke and Naruto, you both look incredible. However, the target struck was merely Kakashi's substitute. In the distance, Kakashi's true form observed the two with a serious expression. How does it feel, Kakashi-sensei? Our chakra-enhanced taijutsu. Is it powerful enough? Sasuke inquired, brimming with pride. Indeed, the technique of channeling chakra to enhance physical attacks is impressive. However, your current strength is still insufficient to warrant my full attention, Kakashi replied, his voice steady. Is that so? Well, Kakashi-sensei, prepare to be astonished. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged determined glances and simultaneously formed hand seals, multiple shadow clone technique. With a flurry of sounds, a multitude of clones filled the arena, enveloping the space in a cloud of smoke. As the mist settled, countless figures of Naruto and Sasuke appeared before them. Are they both using shadow clones at the same time? This could prove interesting. However, the next scene utterly astounded Kakashi. Hundreds, even thousands of Naruto's and Sasuke's leaped into the air, their hands forming identical seals. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Instantly, a torrential onslaught of fireballs surged towards Kakashi. Observing this, Kakashi swiftly clapped his hands together, invoking Earth style, Earth Flow Rampart. A row of earthen walls, intricately sculpted with dog heads, emerged from the ground, attempting to shield him from the fiery assault of Naruto and Sasuke. Yet, how could a mere wall withstand such a multitude of fire attacks? Realizing the futility, Kakashi hastily evaded and formed new seals. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. In midair, confronted by the formidable Water Dragon bullets, Sasuke began to form seals once more, only to be suddenly overcome by fatigue. This is bad. I've exhausted my chakra, Sasuke thought grimly. The extensive use of multiple shadow clones and the relentless Grand Fireball Jutsu had drained his chakra to a ridiculous extent, especially since he was neither of the Uzumaki lineage nor a Jinchuriki. In contrast, Naruto remained unfazed by Kakashi's barrage. Instead, he formed his seals and shouted, Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Instantly, countless clones of Naruto also formed seals, unleashing their own Water Dragon bullets. In that moment, a torrent of water dragons surged towards Kakashi. With no choice, Kakashi had to dodge. Meanwhile, Naruto approached Sasuke, noticing his fatigue, and immediately understood the situation. Taking Sasuke's hand, a powerful surge of warmth flowed into Sasuke's body, instantly revitalizing his depleted chakra. Sasuke was taken aback by Naruto's immense chakra. Was this the extent of Naruto's power? This chakra seemed boundless. With the Kyuubi's aid replenishing his strength, Sasuke quickly regained his combat readiness. Observing Kakashi, who could only manage a desperate defense, he displayed a confidence befitting a true contender. On the side, Sakura was utterly captivated. It was the first time she had witnessed such a grand display of ninjutsu, especially as she watched Kakashi being overwhelmed by the combined efforts of Naruto and Sasuke. She felt an exhilarating urge to leap up in excitement. This spectacle was comparable to a high-ranking shinobi duel. In the distance, Kakashi gazed at the seemingly nonchalant duo, his astonishment beyond words. Not only did he ponder how Naruto possessed such an abundance of chakra and impressive jutsu, but he also recognized Sasuke's taijutsu prowess surpassed that of an average chunin. Although Sasuke currently knew only one Grand Fireball technique, his abilities were nonetheless formidable. Contemplating the potential victory, Kakashi realized that winning would require a substantial expenditure of chakra, ultimately proving counterproductive. Thus, he decisively opted to forego the fight. Approaching Naruto and Sasuke, his damp attire clinging to him, he raised his hands in surrender. I concede. Your strengths are remarkable. I acknowledge your prowess. But does that only apply to us too? Naruto interjected. What about Sakura? Kakashi, momentarily speechless, replied. I have already conceded. What more do you desire? Do you wish to compel me to unleash my ultimate techniques? That will not do. Naruto and Sasuke shook their heads in discontent. We are a team of 3. It cannot be that you only recognize me and Sasuke. Don't forget about Sakura. Oh right. Kakashi suddenly recalled that this assessment was intended to evaluate the teamwork of the 3-member squad, nearly forgetting about Sakura. Although it seemed she had little role in the bell test, he felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Naruto and Sasuke still considering her, even after their victory. This was the kind of team he had longed for. I hereby officially declare, Team 7 is fully qualified. Kakashi squinted, his eyebrows curving in delight as he proclaimed. Upon hearing the word qualified, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged knowing smiles. As for Sakura, she was so overwhelmed with joy that she was at a loss for words. To have achieved victory so effortlessly was simply exhilarating. Chapter 23, Target, the Land of Waves. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage listened intently to Kakashi's report, his face shrouded by the brim of his hat, revealing an expression of solemnity. Lord 3rd, Kakashi stated, this is all we currently know. Naruto and Sasuke have far surpassed the capabilities of ordinary genin, reaching the level of elite chunin. Particularly Naruto, he has not only mastered the shadow clone technique, but he has also learned the Uchiha clan's Grand Fireball technique. He has even acquired the Water Dragon Bullet technique. In terms of taijutsu, his performance has been commendable, and he has demonstrated excellent synergy with Sasuke. At this point, Naruto is undoubtedly the strongest among the 3. This means that Naruto's previous underwhelming demeanor was merely an act. As Kakashi concluded, his voice trembled with excitement. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled lightly, observing Kakashi's anxious demeanor. You need not worry, Kakashi. Naruto mastering these ninjutsu was entirely within my expectations. What do you mean? Are you implying that the third Hokage anticipated this? Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the composed Sarutobi. Although he had his suspicions, he still sought verbal confirmation. I presume you have surmised the truth. The Forbidden Scroll was intentionally left for Naruto to steal. I wish to make amends to the fourth Hokage's legacy by nurturing his orphan child, enabling Naruto to learn a few techniques and graduate. It appears this child is indeed quite clever. Not only does he understand the value of concealment, but his talent rivals that of Minato in his prime. Konoha has produced another promising candidate, Sarutobi declared, a proud smile gracing his face. After taking a couple of puffs from his pipe, he continued, by the way, since you attest to Naruto and Sasuke's formidable abilities, I have a particularly challenging mission on the horizon that I would like to entrust to you. It will serve as a test of these two boy strengths. Prior to that, you should have them undertake some ordinary D-rank missions. Understood. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Naruto, as per usual, signed in daily while executing D-rank missions alongside Sasuke and Sakura. The tasks were quite mundane. Today, helping an elderly man clear weeds from his field. Tomorrow, assisting a noblewoman in finding her lost cat. And the day after, purchasing vegetables from the neighboring village. The remaining days were spent training with Sasuke and Sakura at the training grounds. The missions posed no significant challenge, and life flowed smoothly and pleasantly. With the aid of the system's sign-in feature, he had successfully gathered all 7 chakra attributes: wind, fire, lightning, earth, water, yin, and yang. This undoubtedly elevated Naruto's potential. System. Sign in. As was his daily ritual, the first thing Naruto did each morning was sign in. Congratulations, host. Successful sign-in for 5 months. Reward, the 8 gates technique. Has it already been 5 months? Naruto murmured, still groggy. He had grasped the system's reward structure. Each month's in yielded a significant ability, while the remaining days offered more random rewards, usually involving food, beverages, chakra attributes, or enhancements to taijutsu. Today was the day for receiving new missions, and all class members were to gather at the Hokage Tower to await the Hokage's new directives. On the bustling streets of Konoha, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke approached from different directions. Good morning, Sasuke, Sakura. Good morning. After exchanging pleasantries, the three walked side by side towards the Hokage's mission assignment department. Along the way, Sasuke quietly inquired of Naruto, what do you think the old man will assign us this time? For the past month, we have either been aiding Lady Tsunade in the search for her lost cat or attending to household chores. I have grown weary of such mundane days. I yearn for genuine missions that will test our combat abilities. Sasuke declared with indignation, his fists clenched tightly. Sakura, however, remained silent. She found the current arrangement rather agreeable. Without excessive toil, each mission concluded with a commission, truly splendid. Yet, caught between two prodigies, she felt her voice was all but silenced. At the Konoha mission delegation office, Kakashi had long awaited their arrival. Ah, good morning. He greeted warmly upon seeing the trio. As they entered the hall, Sasuke cast a frosty glare at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Harboring no affection for one of the orchestrators behind the Uchiha massacre, should his strength suffice, he would undoubtedly slay the old man to avenge his family. Hiruzen, observing the four, fixed his gaze upon Naruto and remarked, I have heard from Kakashi that you three have been progressing rapidly, especially you, Naruto. Your improvement is commendable. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I owe it all to Kakashi-sensei's excellent guidance. Naruto replied with a humble smile. Indeed, indeed. The little rascal has become much more composed, Hiruzen chuckled. Then turned serious as he addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, the reason I summoned you is to entrust you with an important mission. Please instruct us, Kakashi replied respectfully. The third Hokage glanced toward the door and called out, You may enter now. At his words, the four turned to see the door pushed open by a rough, large hand. A disheveled old man entered, clad in a black coat, with a white towel draped around his neck, gray hair, and a scruffy beard. A purple sash tied around his waist. Clutching a bottle of sake, he leaned against the doorframe, his gaze unfocused. A pair of drooping glasses rested prominently on his nose. Naruto immediately recognized him as the old man, Dazna. Indeed, the mission to the Land of Waves had finally arrived. Dazna took a swig from his bottle, scrutinizing Naruto and his companions. Hey, you three little brats, are you really ninjas? You look like a bunch of kids. Can you handle this? Naruto met Dazna's derision with silence, merely regarding him with a cool gaze. Don't underestimate us, old man. You'll see what we're capable of, Sasuke retorted, visibly displeased. Ahem. The third Hokage cleared his throat, stating gravely, This is the individual you are tasked with protecting, Mr. Dazna. Kakashi added, though they may appear youthful, their strength is considerable. So please do not underestimate them, Mr. Dazna. With a hearty gulp, Dazna seemed to shake off his earlier indifference. His expression turned grave as he declared, I am the renowned bridge builder, Mr. Dazna. Before I return to construct the bridge, I hope you all will protect me with your lives. The third Hokage smiled. Addressing Kakashi, your mission is to ensure Mr. Dazna's safe return to his homeland for the bridge construction. Can you lead them to accomplish this task? To the best of my ability, Kakashi replied, bowing his head. Very well, prepare yourselves for departure shortly, the Hokage instructed. Understood. Chapter 24, The Assassin's Strike. At the entrance of Konoha village, Naruto gazed at the lush greenery beyond, soaking in the beauty surrounding him. His spirits were elevated. This was the first time in his journey that he felt a semblance of freedom, breathing in the fresh air outside the village. He anticipated the upcoming encounter with Zabuza and Haku, the extraordinarily beautiful boy. He could hardly wait to embark on this adventure. Zabuza and Haku were undoubtedly some of the most poignant adversaries from the early days of the series. Reflecting on his previous life, many had come to love Naruto due to the tragedy surrounding Zabuza and Haku's demise. The thought stirred excitement within him, if given the choice. He truly wished not to kill either of them. Casting his gaze at Sakura and Sasuke beside him, he noted the joy on Sakura's face. After all, a rare outing from the village warranted a chance to unwind. As for Sasuke, though silent, it was evident that he shared Naruto's anticipation for the mission. All right, let us set off, Kakashi commanded, marking the official commencement of their mission. Walking along the forest-lined path, Naruto, hands behind his head, felt utterly at ease. To him, this mission resembled a leisurely journey, devoid of any real challenge. Mr. Dazna, your country is the land of waves, correct? Sakura suddenly inquired. Yes, indeed. What of it? Dazna responded. Sakura glanced at Kakashi, puzzled. Kakashi-sensei, does the land of waves have ninjas? Sakura's question was casual, but Kakashi answered earnestly, no. The land of waves does not possess ninjas. He then began recounting the tale of the 5 great nations and their respective ninja villages. Naruto felt drowsy listening to him, while Sakura was filled with curiosity. Upon learning that only the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages were referred to as Kage, Sakura's face reflected disbelief. Wow, I didn't realize the Hokage was so formidable. Yet, her inner voice sarcastically quipped, what a joke. That old man couldn't resist Naruto's sexy jutsu. How could he possibly be that strong? Sasuke, on the other hand, was inwardly astonished, thinking, is this the power of a Hokage? One day, I shall surpass them. As they traversed a considerable distance, crossing a small river and arriving deep within a forest, Naruto noticed a puddle on the previously parched ground. The arrival of the demon brothers from the hidden mist was imminent. Suppressing a chuckle, he discreetly glanced at Kakashi, who merely tilted his head slightly, seeming unconcerned. Thus, Naruto feigned ignorance, continuing to walk boldly forward. Suddenly, the sound of metallic chains slicing through the air echoed. The group sensed something amiss and turned to find Kakashi ensnared tightly by the uniquely shaped chains of the 2 assailants. The chains bore razor-sharp edges. At that moment, the 2 adversaries held the chains, their gazes sharp and predatory. First, one of them exerted force with his hands. Crack! To the astonishment of the onlookers, Kakashi's body was instantly torn apart, blood spraying everywhere. Sasuke-sensei, Sakura cried out in anguish, seizing the opportunity while the trio was momentarily stunned. The voice of the demon brothers rang out once more. Second, with a similar motion, Naruto's body was also reduced to a bloody mess. Naruto! Sakura shouted in desperation. First Kakashi, now Naruto. Losing 2 companions in an instant sent her into a panic. Meanwhile, Sasuke, in stark contrast to Sakura's distress, wore a smile of confidence. With a leap, he shot 2 shuriken, producing a pair of sharp clangs as they securely pinned the assassin's chains. Then, Sasuke vanished, appearing on the raised arms of the 2 brothers. Delivering a powerful kick. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, sending dust flying. As the haze dissipated, the bodies of the 2 mist ninjas lay deeply embedded in the ground. Rendered unconscious. Having dispatched them swiftly, Sasuke turned to Sakura, flashing her a triumphant grin. Clap, clap, clap. As applause echoed, Kakashi's figure suddenly materialized. Casting a glance at Sasuke and showering him with praise, commending his impressive feat of swiftly dispatching 2 Chunin. Indeed, Sasuke, well done, he remarked. At that moment, Naruto's voice chimed in, affirming, you did a great job. His earlier facade of defeat was a deliberate ruse to allow Sasuke to showcase his prowess. Naruto, are you all right? Sakura called out, her gaze landing on him not far ahead, where he stood with a cheerful smile. You scoundrel! You nearly scared me to death, she exclaimed, her fists raised in mock anger. Naruto nimbly dodged, chuckling. I was merely emulating Kakashi-sensei. I wanted to give you a fright and let Sasuke shine a bit. See, I am quite magnanimous, letting your beloved Sasuke take the spotlight. Shouldn't you be grateful? Sakura's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, Naruto, stop saying such things. I have no such intentions. Naruto, aware of her disingenuousness, waved his hand dismissively. All right, I won't tease you any further. Kakashi-sensei, how should we handle these two ninjas? He pointed to the two unconscious mist ninjas lying on the ground. First, we need to ascertain the enemy's objective, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at the silent Dasna before binding the two under a large tree. Soon, the pair regained consciousness, and the first question they posed to Kakashi was, how did you discover us? They could hardly believe that their disguises had been penetrated. Kakashi explained, it hasn't rained in days. The clear weather makes it impossible for puddles to form. Dasna's voice turned grave as he pressed, if you were aware of the enemy so early, why didn't you act first and let your subordinates handle it? Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, replied, eliminating them would be easy for me, but before doing so, I need to understand who their target is. As he spoke, his demeanor shifted, his eyes sharpened, now blazing with intensity as they bore into Dasna. What do you mean? Dasna asked. Kakashi continued coldly, the question is, are the enemies targeting us, or are they focused on you, Mr. Dasna? He added, our mission is to protect you from bandits and criminal organizations. However, with ninjas now involved, we are venturing beyond our original scope. The presence of ninjas signifies a high-paying B-rank mission. I understand you may have your reasons for withholding information, but if you remain silent, I regret to inform you that the mission will have to be aborted. Mr. Dasna, it is imperative that you disclose everything to us. Dasna stood in place, a troubled expression on his face. After a prolonged silence, he resolved to reveal the entire truth. Chapter 25, Momochi Zabuza. After traversing a lengthy, dense forest pathway, they arrived at the dock. Upon finally finding a small boat willing to carry their group, Dasna resignedly recounted the events that had transpired. From his reluctant words, they learned that the assassination attempt had been orchestrated by a wealthy merchant named Gato. Gato appeared to be a prosperous businessman in the shipping industry, but in reality, he was a nefarious figure entwined with the underworld, engaging in drug trafficking and illicit trades. Moreover, he had leveraged his influence to swallow up competing enterprises and aimed to dominate several smaller nations. Approximately a year ago, Gato had set his sights on the land of waves, quickly asserting control over its maritime transport through intimidation and force, effectively subjugating the nation. To counter Gato's monopoly, the daimyo of the land of waves resolved to construct a grand bridge. Gato's sole apprehension was this impending bridge. Dasna sighed heavily as he concluded his tale. I see, Sakura said, resting her chin on her hand, her expression serious. So, the elder responsible for building this bridge has become a thorn in their side. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Dasna and calmly stated, that means the previous ninjas were dispatched by Gato. Yet, Kakashi interjected, I still do not comprehend why you, Mr. Dasna, chose to conceal the truth when you commissioned this task, given that your adversary is formidable enough to deploy ninjas. Dasna sighed. The land of waves is a destitute country. Not only do ordinary citizens lack funds, but even the daimyo has limited resources. We cannot afford the remuneration for a B-rank mission, hence I had to withhold the truth from you. He feigned despair, stating, if you leave once we reach the shore, I will surely perish. Having endured Dasna's lengthy discourse, Naruto could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, hey, old man, I must ask, if your daimyo can afford to build a bridge, why can't he pay for a B-rank mission? It doesn't make sense. He scratched his head in feigned confusion. The others quickly caught on. Indeed, a nation that can fund a bridge but cannot afford a B-rank mission remuneration? Is that not ludicrous? Sasuke added mercilessly, I suspect you, old man, squandered the B-rank mission payment given to you by the daimyo along the way. Consequently, in a desperate attempt to fulfill your obligations, you misreported the mission's rank to deceive us leaf ninjas. Humph. You certainly have a clever scheme, old man. Is that so, Mr. Dasna? Kakashi's voice resonated, striking Dasna like a heavy hammer, making him feel an overwhelming sense of shame. He lowered his head, remaining silent for a long while, clearly acquiescing to the implication. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. You are correct. The daimyo of the land of waves did indeed provide me with B-rank mission remuneration. However, along the way, I squandered most of it due to excessive drinking. I had no choice but to deceive you regarding the mission's difficulty. How could you do such a thing? Sakura exclaimed, her face a mask of shock and anger as she glared at him. Dasna lowered his head and solemnly asked, "Now that you understand the circumstances, are you still willing to assist me?" Kakashi inwardly acknowledged the situation, having anticipated this outcome. The words of the third Hokage regarding this mission echoed in his mind. This task not only pertained to the remuneration but also held significance for establishing a friendship between Konoha and the Land of Waves. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi smiled. "Well, Mr. Dasna, although you concealed the mission's true difficulty, I have decided to continue protecting you." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Dasna exhaled a sigh of relief and bowed deeply, expressing his profound gratitude. "Ha ha ha, no need to be so formal." Kakashi chuckled, although internally he mused that while this mission might involve Chunin, the next encounter would surely not be so simple. The small boat carried them across the fog-laden sea, and as they gazed out, the previously indistinct structures gradually came into focus. Upon reaching the dock and disembarking, they set foot on the familiar forest path once more. Naruto knew that the real challenge lay ahead, and as soon as they stepped onto the path, he began to keenly sense the presence of enemies. With his current strength, he easily detected a formidable foe waiting for them approximately 30 meters ahead. Turning to Kakashi and Sasuke, he asserted, "Kakashi-sensei, there's an enemy about 30 meters ahead in the trees, and their strength is considerable." Kakashi nodded, acknowledging this information, and instructed, "Be cautious and ensure Mr. Dasna's safety." With that, he moved ahead to clear the path for the group. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Sakura and Sasuke regained their composure, drawing out their shuriken and gripping them tightly, their eyes darting anxiously in all directions. They held no doubts about Naruto's words. Just as the group had taken a few steps forward, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air around them. "Everyone get down!" Kakashi exclaimed urgently, his expression shifting drastically. At his command, the others immediately dropped to the ground. With a soft clang, a long blade embedded itself firmly in a nearby tree. Standing atop the hilt was a man adorned with the forehead protector of the Hidden Mist Village and a white mask that concealed his face, exuding an air of superiority as he coldly regarded the group. Naruto felt a surge of excitement within him. The main event was finally commencing. Having anticipated this moment, the arrival of Zabuza did not throw the group into disarray. Kakashi stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Zabuza, and stated in a solemn tone, "You are the rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist, Zabuza Momochi, are you not?" The notorious copy ninja, Kakashi Itachi, had entered the fray. The atmosphere grew tense, as if time had momentarily frozen. After a brief silence, Zabuza's voice sliced through the air, "Hand over that old man behind you, and I may let you go." He directed his gaze at Kakashi, who met his stare with equal coldness, replying, "I apologize, but our mission is to protect Mr. Tazuna. We cannot hand him over to you." Zabuza responded, "So it seems we have reached an impasse." The two masked men locked eyes, an intense murderous intent flickering between them. Kakashi slightly turned to Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, instructing, "You three, form a protective formation around Mr. Tazuna. I will handle this man." "Understood," Sakura affirmed. Moving to stand beside Tazuna, her expression serious. "Mr. Tazuna, we will protect you with our lives." As Kakashi issued his command, Sasuke remained rooted in place. A look of curiosity etched on his face as he observed Kakashi. Once the trio had formed their protective formation, Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, which had been covering his left eye. A long scar stretched across his left eyelid, and as he slowly opened his eye, it revealed a Sharingan filled with crimson tomo. Let the battle begin. Chapter 26, The Mysterious Boy. I never expected to witness the legendary Sharingan so soon. I am truly honored. Zabuza's voice, tinged with excitement, rang out from the hilt of his decapitating blade. He regarded Kakashi and Naruto's group with disdain. "So what exactly is this Sharingan that you all speak of?" Sakura asked, her expression one of bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke explained, "The Sharingan is a power derived from one's gaze, emanating from the pupil. It is said that those who possess this ocular technique can swiftly see through all Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu, returning them to the opponent. The Sharingan is a unique eye of its wielder, and its abilities extend far beyond that." "Well articulated, and it does not end there," Zabuza interjected. "The Sharingan can not only see through an opponent's techniques, but also possesses the power of instantaneous replication." His words revealed his familiarity with the Sharingan's capabilities. "During my time in the assassination unit of the Hidden Mist, I came across records stating that the copy ninja, Kakashi Itachi, has replicated over 1,000 different ninjutsu." As he spoke, Naruto noticed that a thick fog was beginning to roll in. The mist quickly enveloped them, signaling that the battle was about to commence. Naruto subtly alerted Sasuke, "Sasuke, be careful, the fog is thickening. It seems he is finally ready to strike." Sasuke nodded, responding, I understand. Zabuza bent down, gripping the hilt of his blade, and muttered, enough of this idle chatter. I must eliminate that old man. But first, I shall deal with you, Kakashi. In a sudden motion, Zabuza drew his decapitating blade and leapt onto the nearby water surface. With his right hand, he brought his fingers together in a seal. Raising his left hand high, already forming a jutsu, he infused a vast amount of chakra into the water, thickening the mist around them. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. As Zabuza's voice echoed, his figure vanished completely into the dense fog. Behind them, Sakura turned to Naruto, who remained calm, and anxiously asked, Naruto, what should we do now? Being the strongest among their trio, Sakura sought his guidance in this dire moment. A smile crept across Naruto's lips as he replied nonchalantly, there's no other option. I'll go and meet him. Stepping forward, he faced the thickening mist, leaping into the air, hands forming seals as he shouted, wind release, great breakthrough. Following that, he executed another set of seals, declaring, fire release, great fireball technique. Naruto first expelled a powerful gust of wind, and with the immense chakra he infused, this originally C-rank technique transformed into an S-rank technique in his hands. In an instant, the fierce wind amplified, forming a violent whirlwind. With the wind's assistance, flames surged, engulfing the surrounding trees in a blaze. Under the illumination of the raging fire, the once thick fog evaporated almost instantly, leaving the ground scorched and barren. Ahead, Zabuza glared at the youthful figure before him, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. You dare to disrupt my hidden mist technique? I will kill you, Zabuza bellowed, swinging his decapitating blade towards Naruto. For a master assassin from the hidden mist technique was his ultimate secret skill. However, this technique was successfully countered by Naruto's combined wind and fire ninjutsu, igniting his rage. As Zabuza charged with a fierce attack, Naruto subtly sidestepped, evading the lethal blow. He then taunted, hey now, uncle, no need to be so angry. Stress is bad for your health. You wouldn't want to die from anger, would you? Initially contemplating a civil discussion with Zabuza, hoping to spare his life, Naruto's resolve had shifted. Now that Zabuza sought his life, Naruto would not hold back. As he spoke, his fist, resembling a sandbag, was already upon Zabuza. What followed was a relentless barrage of taijutsu strikes. With the system's enhancements, Naruto's physical prowess had reached an astonishing level. Not only had his speed dramatically increased, but the force of his attacks had also multiplied. Each punch he delivered felt as though it carried the weight of 100 pounds, capable of shattering stone. In mere moments, the ground was littered with deep craters. Observing Naruto's ferocious onslaught, which had already suppressed Zabuza with sheer physicality, Kakashi stood in stunned silence. His mind echoed with disbelief. When did Naruto become so formidable in taijutsu? At this rate, he rivals even Guy? After dozens of exchanges, Zabuza found himself panting heavily on the sidelines, while Naruto remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips. So, uncle, is this all the strength you possess? You claimed you wanted to kill me, but is this really your best? Zabuza gasped for breath, cursing under his breath. Damn it, how is this kid so monstrous? His speed and strength in taijutsu are beyond comprehension. If I were to take a single hit, I would surely be incapacitated. What the hell, is this kid truly a genin? I have never encountered such a terrifying genin before. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Zabuza spoke in a low voice. Kid, I must concede that you are exceptionally strong, stronger than any opponent I have ever encountered in terms of physical prowess. Upon hearing the compliment, Naruto chuckled. Thank you, uncle. Unfortunately, today is rather unfortunate for you. You might meet your demise here. Just then, from the depths of the forest, several sounds of slicing air echoed. Ah! Zabuza's anguished cry rang out as he fell motionless to the ground, perched atop a tree branch. A youth adorned with a Kirigakure Umbu mask and flowing hair suddenly appeared. Recognizing the newcomer, Naruto instantly deduced that it must be Haku. The sudden collapse of Zabuza startled everyone present. Kakashi stepped forward, recognizing the Umbu mask worn by the youth. Confirming Zabuza's demise, Kakashi coldly addressed the young man. You are from the assassination division of the Mist Village, aren't you? The youth looked at Kakashi and replied, It seems you are quite perceptive, bowing to the assembled crowd. He continued, I have been trailing Zabuza for quite some time, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to eliminate him. Today, I have finally achieved my goal. He is one of our village's most wanted criminals, and my mission is to return with his lifeless body. I ask that you, Leaf Village ninjas, do not interfere. As he finished speaking, he moved toward Zabuza's body, preparing to depart. Hold on. Just as he was about to leave, Naruto's voice unexpectedly rang out. Hold on. Haku. on the verge of departure, paused, turning to face Naruto with a feigned calmness. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Observing Naruto's smiling demeanor below, he felt an undeniable sense of foreboding. From this boy emanated an unprecedented aura of lethal intent. Meeting Haku's gaze, Naruto replied with a faint smile. Did I ever grant you permission to take him? I believe not. Are the Leaf Ninjas so bold as to provoke the Mist Village? Haku's voice turned icy. Beneath his mask, his youthful visage hardened. Kakashi, sensing the rising tension, cautioned, Naruto, do not act recklessly. Naruto turned to the others, grinning. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, I am confident. Returning his gaze to Haku, a cold smirk played on Naruto's lips as he taunted. The Mist Village, one of the 5 great ninja nations, sounds rather intimidating. But what if I offend you? As his words settled, Naruto's figure vanished in an instant. Haku's expression shifted dramatically as he anxiously surveyed his surroundings. Just as he stood bewildered, Naruto's voice echoed from behind him. They are merely 2 rogue ninjas from the Mist Village. And you truly believe that the name of your village can intimidate anyone? As he spoke, Naruto had already positioned himself behind Haku. As Haku attempted to resist, he discovered that, for reasons unknown, his body was rendered immobile. In his ear, Naruto's cold voice warned, do not move. Any attempt will lead to your demise. A sharp shuriken pressed against Haku's throat, and Naruto's silhouette materialized behind him. What are you planning? Haku stammered, his voice trembling under the weight of Naruto's overwhelming killing intent. Naruto smiled, speaking in a grave tone. If you wish to survive, you will do as I say. Otherwise, I assure you, neither you nor your esteemed Zabuza-sensei will escape death. How do you know of my connection to Zabuza-sensei? Haku gasped, trying to resist, but finding himself utterly helpless. In a flash, Naruto summoned several shadow clones, effectively restraining Haku and the seemingly lifeless Zabuza, primarily focused on securing Zabuza's body. Naruto ensured that Haku would not dare make a rash move. He also removed Haku's mask, revealing a stunningly delicate and ethereal face. Sakura gasped, muttering, what a beautiful sister. Indeed, so beautiful. Even the stoic Sasuke couldn't help but utter a remark upon witnessing Haku's appearance. It was undeniable that Haku bore a striking resemblance to a beautiful girl. Naruto couldn't help but admire. What a stunning beauty. It's a pity such a lovely visage belongs to a boy. Can you believe it? If Sakura were to discover Haku's true gender, one could only imagine her reaction. Kakashi, however, seemed less concerned with Haku's beauty and more focused on Naruto. Gazing at this seemingly harmless student with a smile, he found Naruto's demeanor now strikingly unfamiliar. If Naruto's displayed strength had surprised him in the Leaf Village, the power he exhibited now was far more alarming. Naruto, when did you become this formidable? Kakashi fixed his intense gaze upon Naruto, exuding an invisible pressure, eager to extract the truth from him. Aware of Kakashi's penetrating stare, Naruto realized that his display of power was indeed astonishing, far beyond what one would expect from a mere genin. Yet now, faced with Kakashi's inquiry, he had no intention of concealing the truth. After all, he had become invincible. What was there to hide? Even if the entire Leaf Village turned against him upon his return, he wouldn't flinch. When? Perhaps around 5 months ago. Naruto rested his chin on his hand, feigning deep thought. It was after I mastered the power of the Nine Tails that I attained my current strength. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Naruto, do you truly mean that? You have actually mastered the power of the Nine Tails? It was not that he doubted Naruto's words, but such a monumental claim was difficult to accept without repeated confirmation. Naruto nodded. To convince Kakashi, he smiled faintly and, with a flick of his hand, summoned a swirling mass of orange Nine Tails chakra that danced like flames in his palm. Recognizing the unmistakable chakra of the Nine Tails and sensing no trace of malevolence within it, Kakashi was utterly astonished. Naruto had indeed mastered the power of the Nine Tails. It was simply incredible. Following the initial shock, a wave of elation washed over him. He recalled Naruto's earlier ease and confidence, which now made perfect sense. With the power of the Nine Tails, Naruto surpassed him in strength, rendering him indifferent to an elite jonin like Zabuza. Simultaneously, he silently admired Naruto for his profound concealment of such power. With this newfound understanding of Naruto's capabilities, Kakashi felt emboldened. Once again observing Haku and the incapacitated Zabuza, Kakashi found himself at a loss regarding how to handle the two. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto grinned. Isn't it simple? Let them go. Let them go? Kakashi pondered for a moment, unsure if that was the wisest course of action. Naruto chuckled. Of course. We won't release them so easily. Before we do, we need them to perform a task. Haku's expression faltered. Let them go? What on earth are you and the copy ninja Kakashi up to? With their minds made up, Naruto looked at Haku and declared, "Beautiful sister. I now present you with two choices. First, kill the wealthy patron who hired you, Kato, and I may choose to spare your lives. Secondly, I will personally escort you to the afterlife. Two choices lie before you. How will you decide?" The pallid-faced individual probed, "We have slain Kato. Do you truly promise to release us?" Doubt lingered in his eyes regarding Naruto's willingness to let them go. Naruto gazed at him, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a four-horse chariot. Our mission is to safeguard Mr. Dazuna. As long as you do not attack us, we harbor no grievances against you. As we understand it, Kato is a callous and avaricious merchant, having harmed countless small nations. If you were to eliminate him, it would indeed be a service to the common folk. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Dazuna?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Dazuna's mind conjured the image of Kato's merciless face, and he replied indignantly, "Naruto speaks the truth. If Kato were to be killed, our nation of the waves would be saved. So what say you? Will you partake in this deal?" Bai remained silent, turning to glance at the slumbering Zabuza. After a moment, he languidly declared, "Very well, we shall agree to your terms. However, you must assure us that you will release the two of us first. Deal." Chapter 28, We Are Brothers. Ultimately, Naruto allowed Bai and Zabuza to depart, refraining from taking their lives. After all, these two were among his most cherished characters from his previous life as the Hokage. If their lives could be spared, then so be it. As for whether he feared they might flee, Naruto expressed no concern. Zabuza had long harbored resentment towards Kato's incessant criticisms and had contemplated killing him for quite some time. With their mission deemed a failure, not only would Kato not tolerate them upon their return, but they would also find it difficult to forgive Kato. An inevitable slaughter awaited. Before the notoriously ruthless Zabuza, Kato was destined to meet his demise. This was a matter that required no worry from Naruto. After releasing the two, they journeyed onward and soon arrived at the home of the elder Dazuna, where they rested for several days. Suddenly, joyous news swept through the populace of the waves. The greedy merchant Kato had been murdered within his own home, his killer absconding with a fortune from Kato's company. The townsfolk had long anticipated Kato's demise. At the dining table, Dazuna looked at the group, particularly at Naruto, and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I truly thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Had it not been for you, our nation would not have been saved." With Kato's obstruction removed, the construction of the bridge progressed rapidly, and Naruto and his companions set forth on their journey back to the village. Upon their return, the third Hokage bestowed upon Naruto and his team a grand verbal commendation for the successful completion of their mission. However, Naruto remained indifferent to such superficial accolades. Walking side by side with Sasuke on their way home, Naruto noticed Sasuke with his head bowed, wearing a gloomy expression. He understood that Sasuke's dejection stemmed from feelings of inadequacy after witnessing Naruto's strength. Sensing Sasuke's low spirits, Naruto patted his shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "Sasuke, we rarely get to go on missions together. Could you please refrain from wearing such a glum face? You look as if someone owes you a fortune, and it's quite off-putting." At Naruto's words, Sasuke's anger flared. "What did you say? Do you dare mock me? I'll make you regret it. Come on. Do you really think I fear you? That's a laugh. Even 10 of you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Just you wait. I promise not to go easy on you." As they chased each other, they arrived at the familiar Ichiraku ramen shop. Gazing at the furious Sasuke, Naruto grinned and asked, "How about we go in for a bite?" "Fine, I'll eat. Who's afraid of you?" They ordered 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, and as they ate, Naruto turned to Sasuke, stating seriously, "You've laid a solid foundation during this time. After we finish eating, I have something for you." Sasuke paused, clearly taken aback. "What is it?" "Just eat. It's something beneficial for you." After finishing their meal, they found a secluded spot, ensuring no Umbu or root members were watching. And Naruto retrieved a scroll from his bag, handing it to Sasuke. "What else with the secrecy? What is this important item that requires such a hidden location?" Sasuke grumbled, though he accepted the scroll with curiosity. Upon seeing the large kanji for ninja emblazoned on the scroll, he instantly understood its significance. A ninjutsu scroll. Yet he couldn't fathom how Naruto had acquired a ninjutsu scroll, considering they were both mere genin, and such precious items were not meant for novices like them. Overcome with curiosity, he couldn't help but inquire, "Naruto, where did you get this ninjutsu scroll?" Naruto, unfazed, recounted the story of how he had pilfered the sealing book, omitting the true purpose behind the theft. After listening to Naruto's account, Sasuke stared at the scroll in his hand, feeling the weight of the gift and a sense of unworthiness wash over him. "Naruto, this ninjutsu is too exquisite. I cannot accept it. You should take it back." In response, Naruto merely cast him a disdainful glance and feigned dissatisfaction. "Sasuke, You're being too formal. We are brothers, aren't we? Brothers should share both fortune and adversity. As the older brother, how could I forget you when I come into good fortune? Rest assured, I promised we would grow stronger together and seek revenge. I will not abandon you. He did not disclose to Sasuke that the techniques on the scroll were merely those he had transcribed from memory, leaving out the crucial forbidden techniques and sealing jutsus. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, I will teach you a formidable physical technique that will ensure you become as powerful as I am in the future. Naruto, you are too kind to me. I am truly touched, Sasuke exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Patting Sasuke's shoulder, Naruto laughed. Don't be so emotional. There's a reason for wanting you to grow stronger. The annual Chunin exams are fast approaching, and formidable opponents will be in attendance. I primarily hope that you won't hold me back. Are you looking for a fight? Am I really that weak? Sasuke retorted, indignant. Watch me. I will train diligently and showcase my skills to prove you wrong. After their playful banter, Sasuke resumed his usual cool demeanor. Looking at Naruto and reflecting on all he had done for him, Sasuke felt an overwhelming warmth and an indescribable sense of gratitude wash over him. Naruto, thank you so much. Meeting Sasuke's gaze, Naruto embraced him and said, I've already said we are brothers, sharing both fortune and adversity. No need for thanks. It feels distant. A smile crept onto Sasuke's lips as he murmured, indeed. We are brothers, sharing both fortune and adversity. Since the massacre of his clan and the death of his parents, it was the first time he felt a familial bond through Naruto. It must be said, this feeling was truly wonderful. However, as thoughts of Naruto's revealed strength surfaced, Sasuke expressed concern. Naruto, are you truly unperturbed by the exposure of your strength? I worry that Danzo will be keeping an even closer eye on you. While that old serpent is detestable, he is still a contemporary of the third Hokage, and his prowess should not be underestimated. Danzo, you say? Naruto's lips curled into a faint smile, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he coldly remarked, do not worry. That old codger won't live much longer. Sasuke, bewildered by Naruto's words, chose to place his trust in him. If Naruto believed that Danzo, that old dog, had little time left, then he would await the outcome with eager anticipation. The two of them, shoulders brushing against each other, exchanged words for a while. Strolling along the path under the soft glow of the setting sun, their silhouettes stretched long beneath the golden light. Ultimately, they reached a parting at the end of the road, each taking a different path. See you tomorrow, Sasuke. All right, see you tomorrow. They shared a smile, gazing at one another before going their separate ways. The following morning, in the training grounds of the back mountains of Konoha, Naruto observed Sasuke, who wore an expression brimming with determination. Abandoning his usual gentle demeanor, he spoke with solemnity. Today, I shall impart to you a formidable technique known as the 8 Gates of Liberation. He continued, this martial art possesses immense power, suffice it to say. Mastering it will allow you to effortlessly attain the level of a Hokage. Even that legendary Super Hokage level is not beyond reach. However, he cautioned, the cost of mastering this technique is steep, demanding both a robust physique and exceptional talent. Your innate talent is commendable, and your physical abilities have significantly improved with your recent training. Otherwise, I would not entrust this technique to you. Upon hearing Naruto's description of the 8 gates, especially the prospect of acquiring power rivaling that of a Super Hokage, Sasuke's excitement began to swell. If he could master this technique, his chances of defeating Itachi in the future would greatly increase. Thinking along those lines, he eagerly urged, Naruto, spare me the lengthy explanations, just teach me how to cultivate it. Seeing Sasuke's impatience, Naruto sighed in resignation. Very well, since you are so eager, let me first demonstrate what I can do after opening the 8 gates. With that, Naruto's expression turned serious, his eyes slowly closing as a faint white steam began to emanate from his body. When he opened his eyes again, an overwhelming aura radiated from him. In the next instant, Naruto vanished like a flash of lightning, leaving Sasuke in awe. The training ground was enveloped in dust from Naruto's rapid movement. Before Sasuke could grasp what had transpired, a deafening crash echoed through the air, followed by a resounding boom. As the dust settled, Naruto stood several meters away, grinning at him. Behind him lay a deep pit, several meters in depth, created by his impact. Sasuke was left speechless by the spectacle. The power displayed was astonishingly overwhelming, far more terrifying than what Naruto had exhibited during his battle with Zabuza. Just a single punch could unleash such force. He dared not imagine the destruction that would ensue with more blows. Sasuke was not the only one astonished. Naruto himself had not anticipated such power from merely opening one gate. Especially after activating the 8 gates, he felt a significant enhancement in his perception, agility, and strength. With a swift movement, he appeared beside Sasuke, who was still in shock. This is the manifestation of the first gate of the 8 gates, Naruto explained. As the name suggests, the 8 gates correspond to 8 chakra points within the human body. The open, rest, life, injury, do, view, shock, and death gates. Unlike other techniques, each gate open multiplies the user's strength manifold. Upon opening each gate from 1 to 6, green steam begins to emanate from the body, the more gates opened. The deeper the green hue becomes. Upon opening the 7th gate, the steam transitions to blue, signifying that the user has reached Hokage level. The 8th gate, the death gate, when opened, can grant unfathomable power, albeit at the risk of the user's life. For most, opening the 8 gates signifies imminent death. Therefore, it is not to be undertaken lightly. Sasuke, absorbing Naruto's explanation, continued to gaze at the deep pit, murmuring, just opening one gate grants such formidable power? The 8 gates technique is indeed extraordinary. Hearing Sasuke's astonishment, Naruto clarified, it is not as simple as you might think. My ability to exhibit such strength from the first gate is due entirely to my own innate power. The potential of the 8 gates is intrinsically linked to the user's strength. The stronger the user, the greater the power unleashed upon opening the gates. Conversely, if the user lacks sufficient strength, even if they gain power exponentially, they will struggle to overcome their adversaries. Moreover, I must warn you that training in the 8 gates is exceedingly challenging. Be prepared for the arduous journey ahead. Is that so? Sasuke clenched his fists, his resolve unwavering. No matter the challenges, I must learn the 8 gates to defeat Itachi. Teach me, and I will overcome any obstacle. Naruto, recognizing Sasuke's determination, adopted a serious tone, stating, very well, let us commence. First, channel your chakra through your meridians to the left side of your brain, and attempt to break through the opening point. Understood, Sasuke replied, closing his eyes and focusing intently on breaking through the gate. After several minutes, he suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce aura radiating from him, creating a small whirlwind around him. I did it, he exclaimed excitedly, looking at Naruto. I've opened the first gate. The first gate proved to be far less difficult than he had anticipated. Naruto, observing Sasuke's elation, couldn't help but express his admiration. Indeed, Sasuke, you are a true genius. In just one morning, you have already opened the second gate, the rest gate. Your progress is remarkable. Chapter 30. Team meeting. Upon hearing Naruto's praise, Sasuke smiled confidently, puffing out his chest, and replied with a hint of arrogance, of course. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. Such trivial training poses no challenge to me. Hey, come on. A few compliments and you're already getting cocky, huh? Do you want me to beat you? Before the crown prince. How dare you claim to be a genius? Naruto exclaimed, raising his fist, as large as a sandbag, ready to swing it towards Sasuke's face. Whoa, bro, I was wrong. You're the strongest, alright. Can't you refrain from scaring me? Just retract your fist, will you? The thought of Naruto's formidable punch sent chills down Sasuke's spine. This guy resorts to violence at the slightest provocation, and yet he finds himself unable to retaliate. He certainly did not wish to end up like Zabuza, utterly overpowered by Naruto's taijutsu. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to concede. That's more like it. There's no shame in yielding before the crown prince. Observing the once dominant figure of the forced king in his past life appearing as meek as a young bride before him, Naruto felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. After breakfast, Naruto and Sasuke were about to resume their training when they spotted Sakura rushing towards them, her face flushed with urgency. Naruto, Sasuke, is it true that you are here? Sakura exclaimed, panting heavily. What is going on? Sasuke inquired first. Kakashi-sensei said there's an urgent matter that requires our presence, and sent me to gather you. Kakashi-sensei? What could he possibly want with us? I don't know, but we should hurry. Seeing Sakura's anxiousness, Naruto suggested, then let us go. We wouldn't want to keep Kakashi-sensei waiting. Upon arriving at the usual assembly point for Team 7, they found Kakashi already waiting for them. Observing Kakashi's lethargic demeanor as he held a certain book, Naruto was the first to voice his confusion. Kakashi-sensei, what brings us here? If it's nothing urgent. Sasuke, and I still have training to attend to. At Naruto's dissatisfaction, Kakashi promptly tucked away his book, his deadpan expression transforming into a more serious one. Ahem. It's like this. Considering that some time has passed since your graduation and division into teams, I imagine you are curious about the progress and abilities of your fellow classmates who have also become ninjas, correct? Naruto nodded in agreement. Indeed. It had been quite a while since he had seen his beloved Hinata in the Land of Waves. The image of her shy, charming face flashed through his mind, stirring emotions within him. It was high time he paid a visit to his princess and also check on his brother-in-law, Neji. The boy filled with resentment towards the main family. He had promised to win him over, but had become too preoccupied in recent times. So, Kakashi, are you saying that you called us here to meet our fellow graduates? Sakura inquired, puzzled. Kakashi nodded affirmatively. Precisely, that is the purpose of this gathering. Not only I, but other teachers from different teams will also be bringing their students, so be sure not to embarrass me. Will the 12 ninja teams be meeting? That sounds splendid. Naruto chuckled to himself, glancing at Sasuke. Looks like you'll have your moment to shine. Sasuke, too, wore an expression of excitement, seeing that the trio had no objections. Kakashi waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, since there are no dissenting opinions, let us proceed. We wouldn't want to keep them waiting. Understood, the three responded in unison, following Kakashi deeper into the Konoha forest to a training ground. In the depths of the Konoha forest, at a certain training ground, Shikamaru languidly chewed on a blade of grass while gazing disinterestedly at the sky from atop a large tree. I wonder what Asuma-sensei was thinking, organizing this reunion of graduates. It's such a hassle. Wouldn't it be better to sleep during this time? Despite his complaints, there was a flicker of anticipation for the events to come in his heart. Beneath the tree, Ino leaned against the trunk, her face alight with excitement. I'm finally going to see Sasuke. After all this time, I wonder if he still remembers me? And Sakura, that lucky girl, monopolizing two handsome guys. I wonder if she has already captured Sasuke's heart. Darn it, I refuse to lose to her this time. In stark contrast to Shikamaru's boredom and Ino's enthusiasm, Choji remained calm, munching on potato chips. Meanwhile, Kiba sat beneath the tree, his expression brimming with expectation. He had significantly improved during this time, and yearned to engage in a battle with Naruto and Sasuke to prove he was the strongest. In comparison, Hinata appeared rather bashful. Her cheeks flushed, she fidgeted with her fingers, exuding a shy demeanor. Naruto-kun, are we finally going to meet again? I'm so looking forward to it. The thought of seeing her beloved Naruto filled her with excitement. Nearby, Shino, adorned with sunglasses, maintained his typical stoic demeanor, exuding an air of cool detachment. In stark contrast to the diverse feelings among the six, at the northernmost part of the training ground, a trio maintained an aura of confidence and ease. Leading them was a young man clad in a light-colored coat, his lustrous black hair framing a face that radiated an unspoken intensity. The most striking feature was undoubtedly his bright, white eyes, reminiscent of precious gems. If Naruto were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as his future brother-in-law, Neji Hyuga. Beside Neji, the watermelon-haired boy clad in a green jumpsuit was none other than Lee. Perched above them in a tree was a girl dressed in a traditional white chipao. Her hair styled in two buns. This was Tenten. The trio appeared puzzled as to why their teacher had summoned them for a gathering of rookie genin. Reluctantly, they had complied with their teacher's request, yet after waiting for a considerable time, only Team 7 had yet to arrive. As the sun beat down mercilessly, the group sought refuge in the shade of the trees, patiently awaiting the arrival of Team 7. Suddenly, several figures descended, startling everyone. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi's apologetic voice rang out. My apologies, everyone. We encountered some delays on the way, so please do not mind us. Kakashi, my eternal rival, you have finally arrived. A figure with a watermelon head and striking features exclaimed from a nearby tree. Yes, yes, I'm here. Kakashi responded, exasperation evident in his gaze. Each time, Guy made such an entrance, and it left him nearly speechless. Let us have a youthful duel, Kakashi, Guy declared, his fists clenched in excitement, his dazzling white teeth glimmering under the sunlight. Kakashi sighed, recognizing Guy's boundless energy. Perhaps another time, but has Asuma and Kurenai arrived? Upon mentioning Asuma and Kurenai, Guy cheerfully replied, they arrived early. I just saw them, and they've gone off to be lovey-dovey. Oh dear. Guy clapped Kakashi on the shoulder, sighing dramatically. Thank goodness I have you by my side. Otherwise, if I were the only single one among our peers, I would be utterly humiliated. Are you looking for death? Kakashi's eyes blazed crimson as he glared at the jovial Guy, his voice low and threatening. This guy had a knack for bringing up the most sensitive topics. There was a reason he remained single all these years, after all. Guy quickly waved his hands, chuckling, just kidding. Joking is not acceptable. Kakashi retorted earnestly. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exchanged incredulous glances at the bickering duo. Unexpectedly, Kakashi-sensei possesses such a serious side. They had thought that Kakashi was merely a pervert obsessed with adult literature. After a brief exchange of banter, Guy finally regained his usual solemn demeanor and addressed Kakashi, saying, So, Kakashi, are these your new students? They seem promising. Wouldn't you introduce them? Kakashi gestured towards the trio, stating, On the left is Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi's younger brother. In the center is Naruto Uzumaki. His identity is already well known to you, so I need not elaborate. And the one beside him is Sakura Haruno, who ranked second in theoretical classes at the Ninja Academy. Guy looked at the trio and smiled. The Azure Beast of Konoha, my lifelong rival, is none other than Mike Guy. Hello, Teacher Guy. I am Naruto Uzumaki. It's an honor to meet you, replied Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. The three greeted Guy in turn. As they conversed, Asuma and Kurenai appeared behind them. Asuma, dressed similarly to Kakashi in a green jacket with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, stood beside Kurenai, who was dressed in a white striped dress. Smiling warmly at Kakashi and Naruto. Hey, Asuma, Kurenai, you've arrived. Guy greeted them with a smile. Naruto's gaze swept over the two, pausing on Kurenai. Indeed, she was the most beautiful kunoichi in Konoha. Her lustrous, dark, slightly curled hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her exquisite features, paired with her ruby-like eyes, captivated anyone who dared to gaze upon her. What was most enviable, however, was her curvaceous figure and her long, fair legs. Simply put, she was breathtaking. One couldn't help but feel that Asuma was quite fortunate. Alas, such a stunning woman, in the original manga, tragically became a widow at a young age, which is truly lamentable. After exchanging introductions, they made their way to the training grounds. At a glance, Naruto quickly noticed Hinata, who was shyly peeking at him from beneath a tree. This time, he wouldn't be as oblivious as the original Naruto, who only realized Hinata's feelings for him when she risked her life for him. Approaching her with a gentle smile, he greeted, Hinata, it's been a while. Long time no see, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Naruto cast her a tender glance before turning to Shikamaru and Ino, greeting them, everyone. It's been quite some time. It had indeed been a long time since their trip to the Land of Waves, lasting nearly 10 to 15 days. After greeting the remaining 6, Naruto turned to Shikamaru and asked, Shikamaru, do you know who those 3 over there are? Shikamaru shrugged, indicating he was unaware. Just then, Kiba chimed in, those 3? I know one of them. Hinata mentioned him. He seems to be her cousin, the most talented youth of the Hyuga clan, named Neji Hyuga. As they spoke, Hinata approached Neji and timidly said, Hello, Neji-ine-san. Thank you for your concern, Lady Hinata. Neji replied coldly, his expression neutral. Meanwhile, Ino, upon seeing Sasuke, immediately rushed to his side, starstruck. Sasuke, long time no see. Long time no see, Sasuke replied, his demeanor far more subdued compared to Naruto's warm greeting to Hinata. At that moment, Sasuke's gaze was primarily fixated on Neji, who stood beneath the furthest tree. Ever since their arrival, he had sensed an unusual chill emanating from that direction. Looking up, he realized that Neji was watching him. The top graduate of this year's Ninja Academy? Sasuke Uchiha. I truly look forward to this. Neji's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes igniting with fierce determination as he regarded Sasuke. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Sasuke slowly approached Neji. His voice icy. Hey, what is the name of that guy with the Byakugan? Neji smiled lightly, unhurried. Hyuga Neji. Sasuke's lips curved into a smile as he boldly declared. I am Uchiha Sasuke, and I wish to challenge you. Ever since Neji had started staring at him, he had felt quite irritated. I couldn't ask for anything more. Observing the palpable tension between Sasuke and Neji, Kakashi couldn't help but feel exasperated. This kid, Sasuke, truly gives me no peace of mind. Beside Kakashi, Asuma chuckled. Watching the two locked in a fierce stare, these two, one is last year's top graduate, and the other is this year's. If they face off, it will surely be an entertaining spectacle. Clearly, he was one to relish in the chaos. Guy chimed in with excitement. Kakashi, your student, Sasuke Uchiha, appears quite impressive. I wonder who would prevail when matched against my beloved student, Neji? Just as Sasuke and Neji faced off, Kiba stepped forward, looking at Naruto with enthusiasm. Naruto. Long time no see. I recently heard you've made remarkable progress. Why don't we have a spar and see who is stronger? In the early days of Naruto's journey, Kiba still held a competitive spirit toward him, especially since the Chunin exams had yet to occur. Kiba believed he had a fair chance of defeating Naruto. Seeing Kiba's eager expression, Naruto waved his hand with a smile. Nah, let us pass on that. There's really nothing to compare. What? Are you implying that I can't defeat you? Kiba retorted, displeased. No, not at all. Naruto quickly waved his hands, laughing. That is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Naruto smiled lightly, speaking calmly. Kiba, you've misunderstood. I mean, with all due respect, even if all the Genin here combined their strengths, they wouldn't stand a chance against me. I don't mean to belittle anyone, but among everyone present, you all would fall easily before me. Chapter 32, Sasuke vs. Neji. One must admit, Naruto's display of bravado was indeed impeccable, as his words echoed. They instantly captivated the attention of the crowd, all eyes turning towards him. Everyone was taken aback. Wait, is this really Naruto? How can he dare to utter such audacious words as the underdog? Kiba's expression darkened instantly, furiously demanding, Naruto, are you serious when you say that all of us genin here are no match for you? At that moment, even Neji, who was about to face Sasuke, could not contain himself upon hearing Naruto's arrogant proclamation. His gaze towards Naruto was filled with intense fighting spirit. Uzumaki Naruto, is it? I shall remember you. You are the first to dare to act so arrogantly in my presence, Neji said coldly. Seeing that Naruto was stealing the spotlight, Sasuke grew anxious. Naruto, wasn't it agreed that I would take center stage? How could you do this? After being overshadowed by Naruto previously, Sasuke was determined to assert himself this time. Realizing he had inadvertently overshadowed Sasuke, Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder. Please, go ahead. Upon hearing Naruto's apology, Sasuke let out a dissatisfied hum and turned to Neji. You are Hyuga Neji, correct? I wish to challenge you. I've heard you were the top graduate last year. And coincidentally, I am also the top graduate this year. How about we have a match? A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Neji's eyes as he regarded Sasuke, and replied coolly, since you seem so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. The two opponents took their stances, ready to engage in a duel. On the sidelines, Red looked at them with disbelief and exclaimed, Hey, Kakashi guy, you can't be serious about letting them fight, right? Kakashi, seeing that he could not intervene, casually replied, since they are determined to battle, let them be. It will be an excellent opportunity for us to discern who among them is the stronger. Indeed, Guy concurred, I have trained with Neji numerous times. It is time to witness his prowess. Kakashi's gaze swept over Naruto and then turned to Sasuke, silently contemplating, Sasuke, after training alongside Naruto for so long, let me see your true strength. Asuma approached the two, stating, in that case, I shall officiate as the referee. Let the match commence. Both of you, please form your hand seals. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, both competitors smiled and executed their seals. Thus, the battle begins. With the signal given, Sasuke was the first to spring into action, charging towards Neji with a punch aimed at his face. Whoosh. The sound of the punch slicing through the air rang in Neji's ears as he dodged. Sasuke's onslaught was akin to a tempest, forcing Neji into a defensive stance. In midair, Sasuke delivered a spinning kick aimed at Neji's head. Realizing the threat, Neji swiftly performed several backflips to evade the strike. After a few exchanges, it became evident that, in his ordinary state, Neji, renowned for his taijutsu, could only manage to defend against Sasuke's relentless assault. Creating some distance and catching his breath, Neji understood that he could no longer hold back. With a loud shout, he activated his Byakugan. His white pupils suddenly constricted, and veins bulged around his eyes. So, you've activated your Byakugan? Very well, I shall awaken my Sharingan as well, Sasuke declared, his eyes now transformed into a vivid crimson. Each eye displayed 3 small black tomo. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and Red were left utterly astonished. Asuma murmured, that's the 3 tomo Sharingan. Sasuke Uchiha, at such a young age, has already awakened the 3 tomo. Unbelievable. Simply astonishing. Everyone was aware that the more tomo present in the Sharingan, the greater its power. However, the last prodigy they had encountered who awakened the 3 tomo at the tender age of 13 was none other than Itachi Uchiha. The most astonished of all was Kakashi. He remembered that just 2 months prior, when Team 7 was formed, Sasuke's Sharingan had only 2 tomo. Now, after just 2 months, he had advanced to the 3 tomo, and as his teacher, Kakashi was oblivious to this evolution. Having each activated their Byakugan and Sharingan, Neji drew a semicircle with his feet, adopting a stance, as suddenly, a taiji diagram appeared beneath him. Gentle fist, Bagua palm. Neji shouted as he charged towards Sasuke. Utilizing the Byakugan's X-ray vision, he could clearly see Sasuke's chakra pathways and vital points. With each strike, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Neji's attacks required considerable time to close the distance, highlighting one of the gentle fist's inherent weaknesses. He could only engage in close combat. If faced with a ranged combatant, he would be at a severe disadvantage. Sasuke, however, merely scoffed at Neji's approach. After opening the second gate of the 8 gates, he harnessed the surge of chakra and speed to keep evading Neji's advances. With the advantage of his 3 tomo Sharingan, he could predict Neji's every move. To Neji, his efforts appeared futile. In an instant, Sasuke leaped into the air, throwing several shuriken, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, the shuriken multiplied into dozens, hurtling towards Niji. Seeing this, Niji swiftly dodged, evading the barrage. Thud, thud, thud. Where Niji had been, the ground was littered with shuriken. However, as he caught his breath, Sasuke's ferocious assault continued unabated. Fire Style, Grand Fireball Technique. In midair, Sasuke formed hand seals, unleashing a colossal fireball that engulfed Niji. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Immediately after, a towering water dragon surged forth, striking towards Niji. Hiss! The onlookers were left in awe. This Uchiha Sasuke is truly formidable. First, the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, then the Grand Fireball Technique, and now the Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Has he truly demonstrated such prowess within such a short time? This is astonishing. At this moment, Ino crossed her fingers over her chest, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Incredible. As expected of Sasuke-kun, so cool. Meanwhile, Sakura was also excitedly shouting internally, "Well done, Sasuke-kun. You're amazing, just as I, Queen Sakura, knew you would be." Asuma gazed at the ground, now shrouded in smoke from the enormous fireball and subsequently drowned by the water dragon, sighing in resignation. "No, it's not over yet," Guy asserted confidently. "I believe in Niji. He will not concede so easily." Indeed, as the thick smoke dissipated, a circular pit approximately 1 meter in radius appeared on the ground, and Niji was seen half squatting within it, gasping for air. What just happened? How is Niji unscathed? Red inquired, perplexed. Meanwhile, Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. That's Kaiten. Niji and he actually learned that technique. Kaiten, Guy explained solemnly, is a secret technique exclusive to the Hyuga clan. Niji, in a moment of crisis, utilized Kaiten to deflect Sasuke's assault. Kaiten? Isn't that a technique only the main branch of the Hyuga clan can master? How could Niji possibly? Red was even more confused. Indeed, Kaiten is one of the main branch's ancestral techniques, known for its absolute defense, Guy elaborated, but Niji possesses extraordinary talent and, through sheer dedication, has self-taught himself this technique meant for the main family. I am confident he will not yield easily. That remains to be seen. Kakashi remarked with a smirk, although Niji is not weak, Sasuke's growth during this time has been astonishing. Even I am taken aback. After training with Naruto for so long, I am uncertain just how far his abilities have progressed. In the center of the training ground, Sasuke looked down at Niji, who was half squatting and panting, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. He managed to nullify my ninjutsu? This is intriguing, Sasuke said, a smile creeping across his lips as his fighting spirit reignited. Meanwhile, in the pit, Niji was deep in thought. My gentle fist is limited to close combat. If that guy continues to exploit ninjutsu from a distance, even with Kaiten to defend, once my chakra is depleted, I will lose this duel. What should I do? After a moment of tense silence, amidst the crowd's eager gazes, Niji slowly rose to his feet, his expression resolute once again. He assumed the gentle fist bagua palm stance, symbolizing his unwavering determination not to surrender easily. Observing Niji's resurgence, Sasuke chuckled. Come on, let us continue. Show me your strength. His tone was flippant, clearly underestimating Niji. Beneath the towering trees at the northern end, Little Lee gazed upon Niji, who had risen once more, exclaiming with fervor, Niji, give it your all. Sakura, not one to be outdone, shouted loudly Sasuke. Rise to the occasion and overcome this Byakugan wielder. Niji fixed his gaze upon Sasuke, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. With his Byakugan activated, he could distinctly perceive the intricate pathways of chakra coursing through Sasuke's body. Since you remain still, I shall initiate my assault. Sasuke smirked derisively, his form suddenly vanishing from sight. Niji's pupils constricted in an instant, his Byakugan whirling as he remained vigilant against Sasuke's impending strike. I've spotted you. Niji pivoted sharply, delivering a powerful palm strike behind him. 8 trigrams air palm. A small shockwave erupted in the air behind him, clearly taken aback by Niji's unexpected maneuver. Sasuke had no choice but to evade. However, as he shifted, Niji's Byakugan detected the opening. I found your flaw. Niji's lips curled into a confident smile. His body began to move with agility, the gentle fist technique enveloped in a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at Sasuke's armpit. So swift. Realizing the palm strike was closing in, Sasuke cursed his misfortune. He could sense that if Niji's attack landed, it would likely incapacitate half of his body. In a moment of desperation, Sasuke's Sharingan pupils constricted sharply as he shouted, Jinjutsu. Hypnosis. Within the crimson depths of his eyes, the 3 tomos spun relentlessly. The moment Niji's gaze met Sasuke's, a wave of pain surged through his mind. Ah! Niji cried out, his previously relentless assault abruptly halted. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke launched several shuriken. Tat tat tat. Under the influence of the Jinjutsu, Niji was unable to evade in time, crossing his arms defensively above his head as the shuriken rained down like a tempest. Swish! The shuriken sliced through Niji's white outer garment, leaving a slender wound from which beads of blood began to seep. The sharp sting in his shoulder jolted Niji back to reality, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Is it the Sharingan's Jinjutsu? Truly a troublesome technique, he mused, recalling the suffocating sensation he had just experienced. Frowning at the thought, the Uchiha's ocular techniques undoubtedly held an advantage over his Byakugan in combat. Witnessing Sasuke adeptly wielding the power of the Sharingan, Kakashi felt tumultuous waves of astonishment rising within him. Fixating intently on Sasuke, he murmured, I never imagined Sasuke could even master the hypnotic Jinjutsu. His progress is truly remarkable. Naruto, what heights have you brought Sasuke to? His curiosity regarding Sasuke's prowess deepened. In the distance, having created distance from Niji, Sasuke exhaled, relieved. That was close. Had I not resorted to the hypnosis technique in a pinch, I might have fallen victim to that Hyuga Niji. He was well aware of the gentle fist style of the Hyuga clan. Once struck in close quarters, his chakra points would be sealed, rendering him unable to utilize chakra. And defeat would be inevitable. Both combatants silently acknowledged each other's formidable strength. Meanwhile, the onlookers were equally astonished by the display of power. Asuma mused quietly. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Niji truly are the prodigies of their respective ocular clans. One skillfully employs his clan's secret techniques, while the other expertly wields the abilities of the Sharingan. Guy and Kakashi appear to have each taken on an exceptional student. Yuhi Kurenai, renowned as Konoha's foremost Jinjutsu specialist, could not help but marvel at Sasuke's performance, exclaiming, Indeed, he is a genius of the Uchiha clan. Turning to Kakashi, she flashed a charming smile and remarked, Kakashi, your student Uchiha Sasuke seems to possess impressive strength. Kakashi merely nodded, maintaining his silence, his gaze fixed intently on Sasuke. After observing Niji for a moment, Sasuke steeled himself, his expression turning grave. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting their long hair. Once more opening his eyes to regard Niji, Sasuke recognized that this was his first true rival since Naruto. Like him, Niji possessed the ability to see through his opponent's movements. Thus, in a contest of physical prowess, he was at a distinct disadvantage. Then, I shall employ that newly learned technique to bring this to a conclusion, Sasuke resolved inwardly. With that thought, he called out, 8 gates, open the 3rd gate. A pale green steam enveloped Sasuke's form. Is that the 8 gates technique? At that moment, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. Guy turned to Kakashi, exclaiming in astonishment, Kakashi, did you teach Sasuke the 8 gates? No, I did not. Kakashi shook his head, equally astonished. Then how did Sasuke come to master the 8 gates technique? And by the looks of it, he has already opened the 3rd gate. Guy questioned in confusion, unable to fathom who besides Kakashi could have instructed Sasuke in this technique. The most astonished of all was Little Lee, who murmured in disbelief, this can't be true. Is this newcomer Sasuke really a recent graduate? How is it possible that he can also use the 8 gates technique taught to me by Teacher Guy? Sensing the overwhelming force emanating from Sasuke's mastery of the 8 gates, Little Lee was further astonished. He could distinctly feel that the power unleashed by Sasuke upon opening the 3rd gate rivaled his own 4th gate. Chapter 34, Both Sides Suffer. Why? Why is this happening? Gazing at Sasuke, whose aura was now imposing, Little Lee clenched his fists, filled with confusion. Rather than confusion, it was more a sense of unwillingness. Across from him, Niji regarded Sasuke gravely and murmured, is it the same technique as Little Lee's? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the next move would be the final strike. Sasuke looked at Niji, declaring loudly, this is my strongest attack. I shall use this ultimate move to determine the outcome between us. It all hinges on whether you can withstand it. Bring it on. Niji was now thoroughly exhilarated, thrilled to engage in a full-scale battle with a talent like Sasuke. If there was one person who remained the most composed, it was Naruto. Initially surprised by Sasuke unlocking the 3rd gate, he soon came to terms with Sasuke's innate talent. Meanwhile, the other members of Team 7 were rendered speechless by the duel between these two prodigies. In particular, Kiba's mouth hung agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Goodness, is Sasuke even human? Not only has he mastered the S-rank ninjutsu Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, but he can also perform both water and fire ninjutsu simultaneously. And now, he has an impressive taijutsu technique as well. This guy is ridiculously overpowered. Simultaneously, Asuma remarked. Uchiha Sasuke is indeed astonishing. It seems we are now approaching the final strike. Who do you think will emerge victorious? He turned to Kakashi and Guy, both of whom remained silent. Go, Sasuke. Sakura cheered, her excitement palpable as she witnessed the thrilling scene. Meanwhile, Hinata, observing Niji's serious demeanor, silently cheered for him in her heart. Niji, brother, give it your all. Every day, Ten silently cheered for Niji, urging him to give his all. In the fierce battle against his rival, she, like Sakura, chose to offer unwavering support to the one she held dear. I'm going in. Be careful, Sasuke hissed. And in an instant, a dense azure chakra enveloped his entire being. The blend of blue and green exuded a unique aesthetic charm. At that moment, Sasuke's originally slanted bangs stood upright, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan transformation. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Sasuke's figure darted towards Niji with the swiftness of lightning. Not hesitating, Niji swiftly executed a spinning stance. 8 trigrams, heavenly spin. On the ground, a circular azure formation began to manifest. Bang! At that very moment, Sasuke had already reached Niji's side. Thinking of activating heavenly spin? It's too late. Enveloped in blue chakra, his fist landed heavily on Niji's face. Boom! With a resounding crash, Niji's body was propelled away like a bullet. His mind went blank from the impact, and before he could regain his balance, Sasuke's figure reappeared beside him. Another kick struck out, and then Sasuke vanished from sight. After a series of violent collisions, the surroundings lay in utter disarray from Sasuke's overwhelming destructive force. This is the final blow. With a powerful kick, Niji was sent soaring into the air. Sasuke vanished, reappearing in midair, fingers interlocked, delivering a forceful strike to Niji's abdomen. Boom! Instantly, a cloud of dust erupted from the ground. The spectators stood in stunned silence. This Uchiha Sasuke is truly terrifying. With such formidable taijutsu, even Lee at full power might not prevail. As the azure chakra dissipated from his form, Sasuke approached the motionless Niji on the ground with an icy demeanor. I win, he declared coldly. On the ground, Niji lay unconscious, unable to utter a word. Guy lifted Niji's body, only to be taken aback by the weight. What's wrong, Guy? Kakashi inquired, noticing Guy's troubled expression. Guy sighed, his face filled with concern. That kid Sasuke is ruthless. I just sensed it. Niji has 5 broken ribs. Meanwhile, after uttering those victorious words, Sasuke was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming fatigue. His vision darkened, and he too fell unconscious. The onlookers quickly rushed to carry both of them to the Konoha hospital. Thus, a confrontation between classmates concluded with Niji severely injured and Sasuke fainting from exhaustion. The next day, at Konoha Hospital, Sasuke lay on the hospital bed, his expression one of utter despondency. Beside him lay Niji. As the door to the ward swung open, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and Hinata entered in succession. Naruto carried a selection of fruits, while Sakura held a basket filled with rice balls she had prepared herself. Following closely behind, Hinata also brought some food. Upon entering, Naruto chuckled upon seeing Sasuke's resentful expression. I'm back to visit you, Sasuke. He then greeted Niji, who lay on the adjacent bed. Good morning, Niji. Niji nodded in acknowledgement. Sasuke, in response to Naruto's greeting, huffed defiantly and turned his gaze away. Sakura approached, her voice gentle. Sasuke-kun, I made some rice balls. Would you like to try one? She placed the rice balls down, gazing at Sasuke with warmth. Hinata, her cheeks flushed, approached Niji, placing her offering beside him, shyly stating, and Niji, I brought you some food. Would you like to try it? Thank you, Lady Hinata. Niji began to rise to express his gratitude, but as he turned, he inadvertently strained his wound, grimacing in pain. Seeing this, Hinata quickly waved her hands. Niji, you don't need to be so formal, just call me Hinata. In her heart, Niji was her brother, and it felt only natural for a sister to visit her injured brother. Despite this, Niji still respectfully replied, Thank you, Lady Hinata. Upon hearing this, the sparkle in Hinata's eyes dimmed noticeably. Unbeknownst to everyone, she despised being referred to as lady more than anything, especially when it came from Niji, whom she regarded as a brother. Kakashi, upon seeing the two in their hospital beds, couldn't help but sigh and remark, You too. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? It was merely a sparring match, yet you both ended up injured. Exactly. You two should have just called it a life and death struggle. It was truly nerve-wracking for us, chimed in another voice. Isn't that right, Naruto? Naruto laughed. Actually, I think it was fine. At least no one died, right? Niji. Sasuke. Goodness, this is just too entertaining for you. Chapter 35, Kakashi's Inquiry. Naruto, step outside for a moment. I need to speak with you, Kakashi said, looking at Naruto with a serious expression behind the three. Okay. Stealing a glance at Kakashi's grave demeanor, Naruto understood that it was time to confront certain truths. Once outside the hospital room, he closed the door behind him. In the empty corridor, only Kakashi and Naruto remained. Kakashi fixed a piercing gaze on Naruto, intently stating, Naruto, Sasuke's ninjutsu was taught by you, wasn't it? Seeing the sharpness in Kakashi's eyes, Naruto realized that this was not going to be a pleasant conversation. However, reflecting on it, he acknowledged that his interactions with Sasuke had indeed been too intimate recently, and Sasuke's progress could only be described as rapid. As someone notorious for gathering intelligence and executing stealth missions, Kakashi undoubtedly would not have missed the changes between them. After coming to this realization, Naruto calmly replied, Yes. I taught Sasuke his ninjutsu. What do you think? Not bad, right? And I assume you've already guessed the source of these techniques, Kakashi-sensei. The Book of Seals? Kakashi responded. Unfazed. He then inquired, But Naruto, one thing I'm curious about. Who taught Sasuke the 8 gates? It wasn't me, Nergai. Could it be that you taught him as well? Naruto did not conceal the truth, nodding in affirmation. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the young man before him. After a moment of astonishment, the way he looked at Naruto shifted. He was no longer just a student. Naruto's growth had surpassed his expectations. In fact, gazing at the calm Naruto standing before him now, a flicker of fear began to rise within him. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to ask, Naruto, can you tell me about your current strength? Just how formidable are you? He wanted to ascertain whether he could contend with the present Naruto. My strength? Let us put it this way. There isn't a single person in Konoha who can match me. Do you believe me, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto replied, his gaze steady and a smile playing on his lips. Believe you? Kakashi certainly did not. No matter how strong Naruto became, he could not possibly surpass the multitude of experts in Konoha. Therefore, he assumed that Naruto was merely exaggerating his abilities. Yet, his instincts warned him that the current Naruto was not someone to be trifled with lightly. After a moment of silence, Kakashi posed a question that weighed heavily on him, as well as the entire village of Konoha. Naruto, if what you say is true, and the ninjas of Konoha are no match for you, I must ask, would you consider betraying the village and seeking revenge against Konoha? The answer to this inquiry was of paramount importance to him. He had known about Naruto's identity for quite some time, the orphan child of his mentor, the 4th Hokage, and the host of the 9 tails within the village. He had witnessed the scorn, insults, loneliness, and helplessness that Naruto endured throughout his journey. Thus, he remained uncertain whether Naruto would choose to retaliate against Konoha if he truly possessed such formidable power. After all, he believed he understood the actions of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, which could hardly be described as favorable. Their treatment of Naruto was nothing short of abysmal. Would you seek revenge against Konoha? A derisive smile crept onto Naruto's lips, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a steely gaze. He looked at Kakashi and coldly replied, What do you think? I have endured enough scorn and insults from the villagers since childhood. They despise me. My classmates beat me and called me a demon fox. A monster. Kakashi-sensei, is this fair to me? Kakashi fell silent, fully aware of the unfairness bestowed upon Naruto, a mere child. Yet, what could be done about such injustice? Naruto was not only the child of his mentor, but also the host of the 9 tails, a fact that could not be altered. Even you cannot answer that, can you? Naruto's gaze was piercing as he scoffed coldly. Allow me to respond. It is unfair, exceedingly unfair. Why should the villagers hurl insults at a mere child? Is it simply because I am a demon fox? Or do they believe I am the one who caused the death of the 4th Hokage? Kakashi-sensei, do you not find such baseless accusations laughable? After a prolonged silence, Kakashi met Naruto's icy gaze and said, Naruto, I know that the villagers have been unfriendly towards you for many years. However, you still have not answered my question. Will you betray Konoha? Will I betray Konoha? Naruto paused for a moment before suddenly breaking into a gentle smile. Of course not. While the villagers have indeed treated me poorly, this is the place where I grew up, and I am not entirely alone. Even though I am an orphan, I have many friends. Shikamaru, Choji, Sakura, Sasuke, they are all my companions. Additionally, there is the 3rd Hokage, Iruka-sensei, and you, Kakashi-sensei. You all care for me, do you not? Therefore, I will not destroy Konoha. You need not worry, Kakashi-sensei. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. He had prepared himself for the possibility that Naruto might betray Konoha. Yet Naruto's response astonished him. The boy who had previously exuded an imposing presence now spoke with warmth, leaving Kakashi feeling unsettled. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. A heavy weight finally lifted from his heart, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of Kakashi's mouth beneath his mask. Is that so? That is truly splendid. Having received the answer he sought, Kakashi waved his hand and said with a smile, that will be all. I have some matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Farewell. Goodbye. Naruto waved his hand in farewell as he turned to walk back toward the hospital room. In that fleeting moment, a triumphant smile graced his lips. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage's hat, sat at his desk. To his left and right sat the two elder advisors, Mito Kaien and Tozen Komer. On the desk before them lay a conspicuous crystal ball, resting on a crimson cloth. Opposite Sarutobi, a man with a bandaged left eye and a black-clad right hand sat on the sofa, emanating a chilling aura. This old man, clearly no friend of theirs, could only be Danzo. At that moment, the group was utilizing a technique to eavesdrop on the earlier conversation between Naruto and Kakashi. The third Hokage remained silent for a long while, absorbed in thought as he smoked. Finally, Danzo could no longer contain himself, his face taut as he addressed Sarutobi. Hiruzen, what are you hesitating for? As I suggested, we should immediately imprison that Ninetales host and place him under my strict supervision to prevent potential future calamities. Sarutobi also bore a grim expression, his eyes fixed intently on the crystal ball, lost in contemplation. Mito and Tozen exchanged glances, and Mito spoke up. Hiruzen, Danzo is right. If the reports from the Umbu are accurate, and that boy has indeed been concealing his true strength, then his previous theft of the sealing scroll constitutes a grave offense. Given the current capabilities of the Ninetales host, if he were to master the jutsu contained within the scroll, coupled with his resentment towards the village, what would happen if he chose to betray us? He would become a ticking time bomb. You cannot afford to be lenient this time. Chapter 36, The Soaring Sparrow. I have a good idea. Let's wait for Kakashi to arrive and hear what he has to say. After a lengthy period of contemplation, the third Hokage finally spoke. After a brief silence, Kakashi's voice echoed from outside. Hokage-sama, I am coming in. He pushed the door open and entered, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Hokage-sama. Ignoring the other three, he chose to overlook their presence entirely. Humph. Danzo, seeing Kakashi's disregard, scoffed irritably. His eyes filled with venomous disdain as he glared at Kakashi as if wishing to devour him whole. Sarutobi and the other two advisors also wore displeased expressions, their gazes toward Kakashi tinged with hostility. Coughing lightly to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, the third Hokage spoke in a solemn tone. Kakashi, please report on Naruto's situation. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi replied. From Naruto's recent behavior, it is evident that he has indeed been concealing his true abilities. During the mission in the Land of Waves, Naruto single-handedly repelled Zabuza Momochi and forced him to eliminate the wealthy merchant, Gato. Moreover, Naruto has been spending considerable time with Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto has openly admitted that he learned all of Sasuke's jutsu from the sealing scroll. Kakashi paused, causing the third Hokage to urge, what else, Kakashi? Do not hesitate to share. Additionally, Kakashi continued, Naruto stated he would not betray Konoha. Oh, the third Hokage's expression shifted in surprise, a smile finally breaking through his somber demeanor. What exactly did Naruto say? Please elaborate. Kakashi recalled Naruto's words from their earlier conversation in the hallway and replied. Naruto expressed that this village is where he grew up. It is his home. Although the villagers have not treated him kindly, he has many friends. Furthermore, he specifically mentioned you, third Hokage, and how grateful he is for your kindness. Consequently, he assured me he would not betray Konoha or seek revenge against the village. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew it. How could such a delightful child ever betray the village? After all, he is the one who aspires to become Hokage. His gaze then turned to Danzo, his expression swiftly darkening as he coldly stated, Danzo, you are overly cautious. I am well acquainted with Naruto's character. He would never betray the village. From this moment forth, anyone who dares to insinuate Naruto's disloyalty to the village shall not be forgiven. Danzo, without a hint of deference to Hiruzen Sarutobi, retorted, you must not forget the matter of the Ninetales Jinchuriki stealing the sealing scroll. Can we simply let it slide? If we allow him to divulge the secrets contained within that scroll, it would pose a monumental threat to the village. Enough. My decision is final. The affair concerning the sealing scroll has been settled. It is Mizuki who bears the brunt of the blame, while Naruto was merely misled by him. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi's formidable presence became evident, a powerful aura emanating from his being. His previously gentle gaze sharpened as he looked at Danzo, exuding an air of menace. Do not forget, I am the Hokage of Konohagakure, and you, merely a root. Remember your place. In that instant, The once affable third Hokage seemed to revert to the legendary figure of the shinobi world he once was, embodying the essence of an old warrior whose blade still gleamed with deadly precision. Indeed, this display of authority caused Danzo, though seething with anger, to swallow his indignation. Casting a fierce glare at Kakashi, he departed the Hokage's office, leaving behind a foreboding remark. "You'll regret this, Sarutobi." Mado, Guy, and Tintin, witnessing the scene, understood that the third Hokage had made a definitive resolution. Lingering any longer would serve no purpose. Thus, they each sought a pretext to exit the charged atmosphere of the office. Once the trio had left, Hiruzen turned to Kakashi, expressing his satisfaction. "Kakashi, you have done exceptionally well. Under your guidance, Naruto has not strayed from the right path. Entrusting him to you was indeed a prudent decision, although he seems troubled lately. As long as he does not act against the interests of Konoha, there is no need for you to report it." "Yes," Kakashi replied respectfully. "You may dismiss me." With that, Kakashi's figure vanished from the room. Hiruzen rose slowly, gazing at the portrait of Minato, sighing. "Minato, Naruto has not failed the will of fire. This can be seen as my recompense to you." Returning to the medical facility, he re-entered the ward where Sakura rushed forward, her anxiety palpable. "Naruto, what did Kakashi-sensei say when he called you out?" Hinata, equally anxious, looked at Naruto with flushed cheeks. Naruto waved his hand, offering a reassuring smile. "It's nothing really. Kakashi-sensei just asked me a few questions. It's not a big deal." He had no intention of revealing to them Kakashi's inquiry about his loyalty to Konoha. Sasuke regarded Naruto, their long-standing rapport allowing him to discern that Kakashi's summons was not merely for casual inquiry. "Don't say anything," Naruto interrupted as Sasuke opened his mouth. He settled beside the bed, casually handing Sasuke an apple from a basket. "Have an apple and rest well. You opened the third gate on your first use of the 8 gates technique, while your speed has increased. Closing the gates will bring back fatigue that you are not currently equipped to handle. This is why you fainted after shutting the 8 gates. It is not due to a lack of chakra, but the overwhelming side effects of the technique. A common person who attempts the 8 gates without a body forged through rigorous training would find it difficult to withstand such immense exhaustion. If everyone could endure that fatigue, the 8 gates technique would not be classified as a forbidden art." "Now I understand," Sasuke sighed, having previously been perplexed by the dizziness he experienced after closing the gates. After taking a few bites of the apple Naruto offered, Sasuke turned to Neji with a triumphant grin. "Hey, Byakugan, I won this time. I am the genius among the genin." Neji remained silent, gazing vacantly out the window. Following his gaze, Naruto noticed a small sparrow perched on the windowsill, hopping about. Suddenly sensing it was being watched, the little bird flapped its wings and took flight, soaring into the sky before disappearing from view. "I envy those birds," Neji suddenly murmured. Having not spoken for some time, though small, they can fly freely in the sky, unconfined. Chapter 37. Visitors from Sunagakure. Lying on the hospital bed, gazing at the pristine ceiling, Niji's mind drifted back to that dark, snow-laden day when he was 4 years old. He vividly recalled the overcast sky and the soft, feather-like snowflakes falling. In the morning, he had engaged in a snowball fight with his father, relishing the joy of the moment. Everything felt so perfect. However, that very afternoon, after his father left, he never returned. Subsequently, he was taken to a dimly lit room, where the curse that would haunt him for life was planted. He could never forget that day. Touching his forehead protector, he felt the weight of the cursed fate that lay beneath it, filling him with an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Seeing Niji's disregard for him, Sasuke chose not to speak further, and both boys remained enveloped in their own thoughts, the atmosphere in the room growing increasingly awkward. Sensing the tension, Sakura forced a smile and said, I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Goodbye, Sasuke-kun." Hinata, noticing Sakura's departure, followed suit, whispering, "Naruto-kun, Niji and I will also leave now. I will come back next time." The prevailing atmosphere was simply too uncomfortable for her to remain. Naruto, helplessly watching the two leave, sighed and remarked, "Since everyone is going, I might as well take my leave too. You both get some rest." With that, he departed alongside Hinata. In the ward, only the two boys remained, exchanging blank stares. Time passed swiftly. A week later, Sasuke successfully discharged from the hospital. The 3 members of Team 7 reconvened. The ensuing days were mundane, filled with D-rank missions. They either dredged trash from the river or assisted an elderly woman in weeding her garden, or searched for yet another lost pet belonging to a noble lady. During this time, Naruto had not been without his achievements. He not only mastered the Rasengan, but also gained a devoted fan in Konohamaru. along with his two adorably clumsy companions, the wide-eyed Moegi and the perpetually sniffling Udon. Today, with no tasks on his agenda, Naruto planned to indulge in a bowl of ramen. As he strolled along the street, a familiar youthful voice called out from behind, "Boss, you finally made it." Turning around, he was met with the sight of three eager little faces, all donning protective goggles. The speaker was none other than Konohamaru. "What is going on? Why are you all wearing goggles?" Naruto inquired, puzzled. Konohamaru pointed to his goggles, excitement bubbling within him. "Hee, we're learning from the legendary Naruto and I." Naruto simply hummed in acknowledgement. Sensing Naruto's lack of enthusiasm, Konohamaru pouted, "What do you mean?" "Naruto and I, you've been so distant with us lately. Is there something you need?" Naruto responded, a bit exasperated. Indeed, he had been a bit aloof lately, a fact that Konohamaru silently noted. The adorable Moegi stepped forward with a serious expression, saying, Boss, do you have some time recently?" Naruto rested his chin on his hand, pondering to himself that he indeed had some free time, but at the moment, he was quite famished and intended to go eat. "I won't be able to accompany you all for now." As he turned to leave, Konohamaru suddenly shouted, "Brother Naruto, how can you be so untrustworthy? You promised to play ninja games with us today. Have you forgotten?" I'm really sorry, I did forget," Naruto sheepishly admitted. How could he possibly remember such trivial games meant for children? Observing Konohamaru's forlorn expression, Naruto scratched his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, but I've been busy with missions these past few days. I really can't help it." Faced with the three little ones, Naruto had no choice but to apologize. However, Konohamaru was not appeased by Naruto's apology and exclaimed, "Brother Naruto is a big liar. You promised to play with us, yet you broke your word." With that, the little ones angrily turned away and ran off, leaving Naruto standing there, caught between laughter and tears. Not far off, Sakura approached him, her demeanor lethargic. Noticing her despondent expression, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. On the surface, he curiously asked, "Sakura, what happened?" With her head down, she sighed, "I failed again. I just don't understand why Sasuke won't accept my invitations for a date." She continued, "This is the 320th time I've asked him out. Do you think I will ever win his heart?" Naruto, however, found amusement in her plight. He was the one who had encouraged Sakura to pursue Sasuke in the first place. After all, having been turned down so many times himself when he had pursued Sakura, he now relished the thought of her experiencing the same rejection with Sasuke. Cough, cough. "Well, Sakura, you must believe in yourself. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. If you persist, I am confident that one day, Sasuke will surely be moved by your sincerity," Naruto said, feigning earnestness. Sakura, exhausted, replied, "But it feels like Sasuke has never even glanced my way. Do you think he thinks I'm inadequate, which is why he ignores me?" She looked at Naruto with hopeful eyes, yearning for his guidance, having once been encouraged by him to pursue Sasuke. Naruto nodded, thinking to himself that at least she recognized her own shortcomings. He continued, "Perhaps your feelings are valid. You might consider changing yourself so that he can truly notice your transformation. Who knows, you may find great success." "Really? You think so too? Then I will change right away," Sakura exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement before she hurried off. Watching her retreating figure, Naruto smiled faintly. In this lifetime, he chose not to be a lovesick fool for Sakura, but rather to actively pursue Hinata. As for Sakura, he believed it was best for her to continue her infatuation with Sasuke. Just as Naruto was about to leave, he noticed Udon and Moegi rushing towards him, breathless. "Brother Naruto, something's wrong." "Konohamaru, hee." The two little ones stammered, struggling to catch their breath, unable to finish their sentences. What happened to Konohamaru? Naruto immediately sensed something was amiss. The two pointed in the direction where the three had stormed off, and Naruto quickly understood. With a swift teleportation, he took the two with him and sped towards the indicated location. Upon arrival, they saw Konohamaru being held aloft by a figure clad in black, his face adorned with purple paint. Beside him stood a girl with yellow hair styled in a pineapple shape. Chapter 38. The Chunin exams begin. Temari and Kankuro. As soon as Naruto recognized their attire, he understood their identities. At that moment, Konohamaru struggled, calling out, "Brother Naruto, save me." Unbeknownst to him, Sakura had also arrived, her face etched with concern as she observed the two strangers. Seeing Konohamaru's desperate struggle, Naruto approached calmly, saying, "My little brother is being foolish. I kindly ask you to release him." He fixed a piercing gaze on Kankuro. However, Kankuro regarded Naruto with disdain, continuing to tighten his grip on Konohamaru, saying, "You damn brat, you hurt me." Konohamaru kicked and squirmed, pleading, "Let go of me." Seeing that Kankuro refused to relent, Naruto wasted no time. He teleported in front of him and delivered a swift kick, sending Kankuro flying several meters away before seizing Konohamaru's body and teleporting him safely to Udon and Moegi's side. The entire rescue took less than 3 seconds. As Temari watched in astonishment, Naruto remarked casually, "I apologize if my actions were a bit excessive. Your companion may have a few broken ribs, my apologies." Naruto held no fondness for Temari or Kankuro. Freed from Kankuro's grasp, Konohamaru excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Naruto, you're amazing." Udon and Moegi chimed in, "Brother Naruto, you're incredible." Temari glanced nervously over her shoulder. In the distance, Kankuro slowly rose, clutching his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. She rushed to support him, asking anxiously, "Kankuro, are you all right?" Kankuro grimaced, waving her off. "I'm fine, I can handle it." Yet despite his words, the fear within him had not diminished in the slightest. His gaze towards Naruto shifted to one of respect, as he now clearly felt the pain of a few broken ribs. This guy is dangerous, was his assessment after encountering Naruto. Seeing her brother injured, Temari wouldn't back down either. She glared at everyone, demanding, "Is this how you treat guests in the Hidden Leaf Village?" "Silence, Temari. You're only bringing shame to our village." A sudden voice interjected. Upon hearing it, Temari's expression turned to one of terror. Has he finally arrived? Gaara, Naruto thought, a smile creeping onto his face. Behind him, a boy with crimson hair, lacking eyebrows and carrying a gourd on his back, appeared, his expression as stoic as ever as he regarded Naruto. Naruto turned to meet Gaara's gaze, noting the prominent love kanji on Gaara's forehead. Gaara slowly approached the group, causing Sakura and Konohamaru to gulp nervously, trying to steady their racing hearts. The aura emanating from him was undeniably intimidating. Yet, while others found Gaara's presence terrifying, to Naruto, it was merely a trivial matter. As Gaara passed by, he paused, leaning closer to Naruto and whispering, "Kid, you hit hard." Naruto leaned in as well, replying with a grin, "If you think I hit hard, you can always give it a try." Instantly, the terrifying aura of the Nine Tails surged forth. In an instant, Gaara's expression shifted in shock. He quickened his pace towards Temari and Kankuro. "Temari, Kankuro, we need to leave," he commanded. And with his order, the trio departed amidst Temari and Kankuro's protests. At the moment of parting, Gaara turned to Naruto and inquired about the name of that yellow-haired fellow. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Naruto, albeit one that was vastly superior to his own. Upon hearing his question, Naruto displayed no deference to Gaara. Instead, a scornful smile graced his lips as he mockingly responded, "Curious about my name? You are not worthy of it. By the way, let me warn you, this is Konoha, not a place where you can run amok at will." At that moment, Sakura stepped forward with a serious expression and addressed Gaara and his companions. "Hold on a moment. Judging by your forehead protectors, you must be ninjas from Sunagate here, right? Although the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind are allied nations, the treaties between ninja villages dictate that we cannot freely enter each other's territories. State your purpose, or you shall not leave." Upon hearing this, the group turned to look at Sakura and Naruto. Temari sighed and remarked, "Isn't this a case of a lamp illuminating far, but not near? Apparently, you know nothing." As she spoke, she retrieved a pass from her ninja pouch, raising it towards them and stating, "As you surmised, we are genin from the Sunagakure, having come here to participate in the Chunin exams." "The Chunin exams?" Sakura exclaimed in surprise. "Kakashi-sensei, didn't he mention anything about this?" Gaara, having finished his inquiry, coldly commanded, "Temari, Kankuro, let us go." "Wait." At that moment, Sasuke suddenly leapt down from a tree. Upon seeing Sasuke, Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Sasuke-kun, you're here." Sasuke disregarded her, instead directing his attention to Gaara and asked, "The one with the red hair, what is your name?" Meeting Sasuke's intense gaze, Gaara felt his own fighting spirit ignite as he softly replied, "If you wish to know my name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" "Humph," Sasuke scoffed. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara of the Sand," Gaara responded. With that, both parties departed in their respective directions. In the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage sat solemnly before a gathering of Jonin, stating in a grave tone, "I have summoned everyone here not for trivial matters. You should be able to discern from my expression what is at hand." Kakashi, with his characteristic deadpan gaze, remarked, "It has come time to proceed with that matter." Asuma, glancing at the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, interjected, "You have already notified the other nations, correct? They have now arrived in the village. When shall we commence?" Kurenai also inquired. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied gravely, 1 week from now." "That's soon." Kakashi expressed his surprise. Unbeknownst to them, the time for the Chunin exams had once again approached. With the room falling silent, the third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a long plume of smoke. He declared thus, "I officially announce that the Chunin selection exams will take place in 7 days, on July 1st. Before we conduct the exams, I would like the teachers responsible for the new Jinin to step forward." Yes, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma exchanged glances before stepping forward together. Chapter 39, Excitement of Sasuke. As Kakashi and the others emerged, the third Hokage calmly addressed them. "Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma, do any of you have Jinin you would recommend?" Although technically, candidates only needed to complete 8 missions, it was more appropriate for them to have completed at least twice that number. "Let us start with you, Kakashi." Kakashi stepped forward, placing his middle finger against his chest, and began, "From Team 7, I recommend Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura to participate in the Chunin exams, in my name." Sarutobi nodded, shifting his gaze to Kurenai and Asuma, who, like Kakashi, each recommended their own students for the Chunin selection exams. At that moment, Irika, who had been standing aside, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed loudly, "Please wait." "What is it, Irika?" "Hokage-sama, allow me to speak. The 9 mentioned are all my students from the Ninja Academy. While they possess great talent, it may be too early for them to participate in the Chunin exams. I believe they should accumulate more experience before attempting the exams." Irika's words resonated with several others, who echoed his sentiments, asserting that the newcomers were too young and needed more time to mature. Observing the varied comments, the third Hokage, unusually, did not voice any objections. Kakashi met Irika's gaze, coldly asserting, "I was younger than Naruto when I became a Chunin. What is wrong with that? Naruto is not like you. Do you wish to ruin that child?" Irika retorted, surprisingly standing firm against Kakashi. Kakashi slowly approached Irika, stating solemnly, "Naruto is not as incapable as you claim. I am more aware of his ability to participate in the Chunin exams than you are. I must remind you, Irika-sensei, that Naruto is no longer your student. He is under my command." Irika was taken aback. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, who had remained silent, slowly asked, "Is there anyone else who wishes to make recommendations?" Following this, Guy also recommended his students. Thus, all of the Konoha 12 were put forward by their respective teachers for the Chunin exams. On a bridge in Konoha, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had been waiting for some time. Gazing down at the gently flowing river, Naruto quietly pondered his long-conceived plan. Noticing Naruto deep in thought, Sasuke hooked his arm around Naruto's shoulder, smiling as he asked, "What are you thinking about, Naruto?" Upon seeing Sasuke, Naruto offered a faint smile and replied, "Nothing much. Just wondering why Kakashi-sensei hasn't arrived yet. We've been waiting for so long." Sasuke, unfazed, excitedly responded, "Naruto, what do you think Kakashi has summoned us for?" Seeing Sasuke's enthusiasm, Naruto rolled his eyes and replied, "What else could it be? Of course, it's the Chunin exams. Just as I suspected," Sasuke proclaimed with a knowing expression. Meanwhile, Sakura observed the two with a sense of despair. Feeling dejected at why Sasuke would rather converse with Naruto than even glance in her direction, she suddenly felt like a failure, as Naruto and Sasuke continued their playful banter. Taking advantage of Kakashi's absence, Naruto turned to Sasuke and asked with a serious demeanor, "Sasuke, has your training been going smoothly lately?" "I've got it under control." Sasuke nodded. "Recently, I sought out Kakashi-sensei for physical training, and with his help, I've adapted to the state of opening the 8 gates. Also, remember that ninjutsu scroll you gave me? It contained an S-rank technique from Kakashi-sensei. So during this time, I've been pestering Kakashi-sensei to teach me that S-rank technique." "What technique is it?" Naruto feigned curiosity. Sasuke smiled confidently. "It's an S-rank lightning release technique, Raikiri. Though I don't like that name. So I reverted it to its original name, Chidori." "I see." Naruto nodded with a smile. "Congratulations. You finally have your own S-rank technique." Sasuke clearly appreciated Naruto's praise. However, he soon lowered his voice and asked, "Naruto, now that I'm this strong, when shall we exact our revenge and confront that Akatsuki organization you mentioned? Is that Akatsuki truly as formidable as you say?" He could not forget about the quest for vengeance, not for a moment. Yet, what piqued his curiosity even more was Naruto's mention of Itachi and Obito, members of the Akatsuki organization. According to Naruto, every individual within that group was at least of the caliber of a Kage-level ninja, which particularly thrilled him. Whoosh! Just as Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in their conversation, Kakashi's figure finally made its appearance. Good morning everyone. Today, I find myself lost once again on the path of life," he announced. "You're so slow, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura exclaimed in exasperation. Heaven knows how uncomfortable she felt watching Naruto and Sasuke whispering to each other, while she couldn't interject at all. It was a painful feeling. Although it was a story involving 3 people, She felt as though she was the only one suffering. Now, let's commence today's discussion. I have recommended the three of you to participate in the Chunin exams, and I trust you have mentally prepared for this. Kakashi stated with a serious demeanor as he regarded the three. However, there is no need for concern. This exam is voluntary, and the choice lies entirely with you. With that, he produced 3 application forms from his robe and handed them to them. These are the Chunin application forms. Those willing to participate should inscribe their names and gather at classroom 301 of the Ninja Academy in 5 days. That is all. As Sakura held the Chunin application form, her expression wavered with hesitation. The Chunin exams? Wasn't it a bit too soon? She pondered. However, upon glancing at Naruto and Sasuke, their faces brimming with ease and joy, it seemed as if this Chunin exam was merely a game for them. Suddenly, she felt an urge not to be outdone by them. A surge of confidence welled up within her. Indeed, with Naruto and Sasuke being so strong, what reason did she have not to strive to catch up with them? With that thought, a smile returned to her lips. Naruto, Sasuke, I will not be defeated by you. The 5 days flew by swiftly, and the day to submit the application forms at the Ninja Academy finally arrived. Sasuke was the first to arrive, followed closely by Naruto. After waiting for a while at the school gate, they set off towards the teaching building together upon Sakura's arrival. As they walked through the corridors of the school, Sasuke was brimming with excitement. Looking at Naruto, he remarked with a hint of pride, Naruto, last time against those sand ninjas, you stole the show. This time, let us make it clear, don't try to compete with me. That red-haired guy with dark circles under his eyes, I'd like to test his strength as well. Chapter 40, A Challenge from Lee. Noticing Sasuke's confidence, Naruto casually waved his hand dismissively. Sure, do as you please. That's the spirit. Sasuke's grin widened as he strode forward boldly. The trio had only taken a few steps when they spotted a group of people arguing further down the corridor. As they approached, they realized that Neji, Tenten, and Lee were among the crowd. At that moment, Lee was in the midst of a heated discussion, being shoved out by 2 intimidating figures at the entrance. Tenten tried to intervene, but was promptly knocked to the ground with a punch. Naruto watched the lackluster performance of Lee and Tenten with an expression of disbelief. What were these two thinking? Why act weak? It was like asking for trouble. At the entrance, the disguised elite Jonin, Kamizuki Izumi and Gang Teasy, were lecturing the incoming genin. Naruto found it amusing to watch, but Sasuke could no longer contain himself. With his hands in his pockets and a look of disdain, he stepped forward, saying indifferently, while you have a point, I still intend to go inside. And please, dispel this illusionary barrier. Don't waste my time getting to the 3rd floor. Hearing Sasuke's words, the 2 guardians were evidently taken aback. They exchanged cold smirks. So? Who would have thought a mere kid would see through it? But that is not enough. As Kamizuki Izumi spoke, he launched a side kick at Sasuke. In response, Sasuke did not hesitate and kicked out his right leg, colliding with Kamizuki's attack. Unlike the original story, this time, Lee did not step in to stop them. He merely observed quietly. Feeling the pain in his leg, Kamizuki Izumi was surprised. He hadn't expected this seemingly arrogant boy to possess such strength with just a single strike. Setting his right leg down, he feigned calmness. Not bad, kid. You got lucky this time. With that, the 2 pushed open the classroom door and turned to leave. After repelling them, Sasuke cast a glance at Neji, who was watching him with a smirk. Oh, it's you again, the guy with the Byakugan. Are you also here for the Chunin exams? Neji remained silent, merely observing him intently. Tenten, looking at Naruto and the others, said gravely, Neji, that Uchiha Sasuke is also participating in the Chunin exams. This could be quite troublesome. Neji nodded slightly, murmuring, I know. In contrast to the others, Lee gazed at Sasuke with a serious expression filled with fierce determination. He approached Naruto and Sasuke, looking directly at the proud Sasuke, and said, You are the Uchiha Sasuke who defeated Neji, right? You are strong and a worthy opponent. Sasuke, unperturbed by Lee's praise, merely shot him a cold glance and replied, Who are you? Do I know you? Don't block my way. Lee, undeterred by Sasuke's mockery, replied earnestly, I am here to inform you that I wish to challenge you, Uchiha Sasuke. Tenten, taken aback by Lee's serious demeanor, exclaimed, Lee, are you crazy? You want to fight that guy? Don't you know how terrifying he is? Lee nodded, his gaze resolute as he looked at Sasuke. It's precisely because he is so strong, having defeated Neji, whom I have longed to surpass, that I must challenge him. Moreover, it is crucial to note that we both possess the 8 gates technique. Seeing Lee's earnestness, Naruto sighed and patted Sasuke on the shoulder, saying, Well, it seems you have no choice but to accept the challenge. Humph, a fight is a fight. Do you think I fear him? Ridiculous. Sasuke's disdainful gaze turned toward Lee as his voice echoed once more, Hey, thick-browed guy, Since you wish to challenge me, I shall accept your challenge. Perfect. Lee bowed to Sasuke, then led everyone to an open area. The two sides stood facing each other. Lee with his left hand behind his back and his right hand gesturing politely, his expression grave as he regarded the calm Sasuke across from him. Sasuke looked at Lee with disdain. Honestly, I'm not sure where you find the courage to challenge me, but if you think you want to lose, then I shall oblige. Come on, let me see your strength. Then watch closely. Leaf Hurricane. Lee shouted as he charged at Sasuke. Leaping high and delivering a fierce sweeping kick aimed at him, Sasuke effortlessly leapt to avoid the attack. Seeing his strike fail, Lee used the momentum to jump again, executing a spinning kick aimed at Sasuke. Leaf Great Whirlwind. However, such a fierce attack was again easily evaded by Sasuke. Is this all the strength you possess? You can't even touch me. Sasuke taunted while dodging. As Lee missed several times, he began to grow anxious. Damn it, this guy is too fast. He is not any weaker than me. If I keep chasing after him, I'll just exhaust my stamina for nothing. Noticing Lee's growing impatience, Sasuke smirked coldly, thinking it was time for him to attack. Blue chakra enveloped Sasuke's body as he launched himself toward Lee like a bolt of lightning. In a flash, he appeared before Xiao Li, his right foot coiling with power before delivering a fierce kick. Bang! With a deafening sound, Xiao Li's body shot away like an arrow released from a bow. Before he could touch the ground, Sasuke's figure vanished once again. Whoosh! He reappeared mid-air, observing Xiao Li, rendered immobile, and executed another upward kick. Xiao Li soared rapidly towards the ceiling. Whoosh! Sasuke once more disappeared from sight, only to re-emerge in the air. This time, he unleashed another kick. Bang! The ground was violently impacted, creating a large crater. Sasuke landed steadily, and upon glancing down at the pit where Xiao Li lay, he saw him battered and bruised. Not only was charging at Sasuke out of the question, but even standing up had become a formidable challenge. I will absolutely not give up. On the ground, despite his grievous injuries, Xiao Li persisted, swaying as he struggled to rise and assumed a fighting stance. Tian watched, nearly in tears, urgently pleading, Lee, stop being so stubborn. You cannot defeat Sasuke. Niji also shouted in distress, Lee, enough. This is already too much. He was painfully aware of Sasuke's strength. From what he observed, the current Sasuke was even more terrifying than he had been just a week or two prior. Continuing this fight could leave Xiao Li permanently incapacitated. Seeing this, Naruto urgently interjected, Sasuke, stop. If this goes on, someone might die. Only upon hearing Naruto's admonition did Sasuke reluctantly relent. He scoffed, it's not as serious as you say. I haven't gone easy on him. Upon hearing this, Naruto sighed in relief. He instantly teleported to Xiao Li's side, channeling the healing chakra of the Nine Tails into his injured body. Fortunately, as Sasuke had claimed, he hadn't used excessive force, making the healing process manageable. Ultimately, with Naruto's treatment, Xiao Li transitioned from peril to safety, his body returning to a normal state. With Xiao Li unharmed, the others finally felt a significant weight lifted from their hearts. Chapter 41. The first exam begins. The group arrived at the entrance of classroom 301, where Kakashi had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Sakura arrive, Kakashi appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression softened with satisfaction. Sakura had indeed not disappointed him. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Kakashi, Naruto and his companions entered the classroom, just as in the original manga. The moment they stepped inside, they attracted the attention of numerous candidates, scanning the room filled with variously peculiar-looking and oddly dressed foreign ninjas. Naruto could not help but think how utterly unattractive they were. To make matters worse, the glares directed at them were far from friendly, which was quite irksome. Unlike Naruto's irritation, Sakura was rendered speechless by the sheer number of foreign ninjas in the classroom. What is going on? Why are there so many people? Could it be that they are all candidates? They look so formidable. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she muttered to herself. Beside her, Sasuke wore a confident expression, his demeanor exuding disdain for the gazes around them. Sasuke-kun, you're so late. Everyone has been waiting for you, suddenly exclaimed a figure from behind, wrapping their arms around Sasuke's neck and leaning against him with an affectionate expression. Sasuke, caught off guard by the embrace, wore a look of exasperation. However, Sakura, upon recognizing the newcomer, was immediately infuriated. Ino, let go of Sasuke. Stop being shameless and clinging to him. Ino, unfazed, retorted with a smirk, oh. Isn't this little Sakura? Your forehead is still as large as ever. What did you say? Ino pig. I'm talking about you, big forehead. Ino pig. Big forehead, ugly weirdo. In mere moments, the two were once again face to face in a heated argument. Naruto and Sasuke sighed in resignation, realizing that this pair of adversaries would never cease their antics. What a hassle, Shikamaru remarked, stepping forward. Looking at Naruto, he appeared fatigued as he said, I didn't expect you to participate in such a tedious exam. Naruto could only chuckle helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. Like you, I was recommended by a teacher. Seeing this, Kiba excitedly chimed in. So it's you, Naruto. I didn't expect to see you here. With this, all 9 of us graduates from the Ninja Academy are finally gathered. Hinata, who had been observing Naruto since he entered, approached him, softly saying, Naruto-kun. It's nice to see you. Naruto responded with a gentle smile. Hinata, you're doing great for being here for the exam. Could you all keep it down, please? Just then, a resonant voice laced with authority interrupted their chatter. Naruto looked up to see a refined man with glasses, silver hair, and a ponytail walking toward them. Kabuto. Upon spotting him, Naruto recalled the name. This was the undercover agent sent by Orochimaru to infiltrate Konoha, secretly gathering intelligence on the Chunin exam candidates from various villages, who had now finally made an appearance. Naruto felt no surprise at his arrival, merely observing him with calm eyes. Kabuto proceeded to explain the participating ninja villages in the upcoming Chunin exam to the young candidates. Under his guidance, everyone learned that the Chunin selection exam would involve a collaboration of ninjas from 6 nations: Konoha, Suna, Amigakure, Otogakure, Takigakure, and Kusagakure. Sakura, upon hearing this, exclaimed in realization. So that is how it is. Meanwhile, at the front of the crowd, Kankuro glared at Naruto with a furious expression. He still remembered how Naruto's kick had caused him prolonged pain. That yellow-haired brat. I will not let him off easily. Kankuro muttered under his breath. Be quiet, Kankuro. That guy named Uzumaki Naruto is far from what you imagine, a cold voice interjected beside him. Since Naruto had entered, Gaara's gaze had not strayed from him. Fixated on the name that had piqued his curiosity, Uzumaki Naruto, he was the first individual in his life to instill fear in the monster dwelling within him. As the conversations unfolded, suddenly, a white smoke erupted from the podium. The crowd turned to see the smoke dissipate, revealing a tall man clad in a black cloak, his face marred by scars. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I am the chief examiner for the first test, Marino Ibiki. Ibiki's gaze swept over the assembly, his presence exuding an overwhelming pressure as he spoke. Now, we shall commence the first round of the Chunin selection exam. Please submit your application forms to me to receive your identification tags and take your seats according to the tags. We have prepared examination papers for the written test. Upon hearing Ibiki's words, Naruto sighed inwardly, realizing that indeed, what was meant to come had come. After the identification tags were distributed, Naruto was pleased to find himself seated beside Hinata. Following this, Ibiki began to elucidate the examination rules, penalties for cheating, prohibitions on speaking or asking questions, and disqualification for those caught cheating. Naruto paid little mind to these regulations. After all, he was well aware that this exam was a test of willpower, rendering the written portion insignificant. While the actual focus was on the candidate's ability to gather information, this mattered little to Naruto. Unlike in the original manga, he had numerous methods to acquire the answers to the questions, leaving him unhurried. Upon the commencement of the examination, as declared by Ibiki, Naruto promptly laid his head upon the desk and succumbed to slumber. Sakura, witnessing Naruto's behavior, was instantly incensed. Internally, she berated him, questioning what on earth he was doing. This was a test that would determine the cumulative scores of the trio. While she was consumed by anxiety, Sasuke, having perused the questions, shrugged in exasperation, bemusely remarking that he couldn't answer a single one. Nevertheless, he had discerned the primary focus of the written exam, the ninja's ability to gather intelligence. At the podium, Ibiki observed Naruto alone, sound asleep, and mused, is that brat of the 9 tails? I never imagined he could sleep so soundly in such a tense atmosphere. He truly possesses remarkable composure. Thus, amidst the palpable tension, 30 minutes swiftly elapsed, allowing Naruto to indulge in a refreshing nap. Upon awakening, he discovered that approximately half an hour remained. A smile graced his lips, for the time was ripe. With a single hand forming a seal, a small bee materialized upon his desk. This was a manifestation of Naruto's shadow clone technique, cleverly transformed into a bee. The bee flitted about briefly before vanishing. And soon, an array of answers flooded Naruto's mind. Like his peers, he began to write, and in no time, he had completed all the questions. Chapter 42, the second exam begins. After finishing the test, Naruto once again feigned sleep. There was no escaping the fact that this examination was exceedingly dull. Ultimately, akin to the original manga, upon selecting to accept the 10th question, all who took the exam successfully passed. Those who chose to forfeit in the final step could only blame their wavering resolve. The path they chose was theirs alone. They could not hold others accountable for their failures. Moreover, for those eliminated in the first round, their disqualification might not be as unfortunate as it seemed, as this was inherently a formidable Chunin exam. However, let us set that aside for now. As Ibiki announced the successful candidates, a collective sigh of relief washed over those remaining. The atmosphere had been stifling. Yet, before they could truly relax, a figure burst through the window, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was none other than the proctor for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Undeniably, Anko appeared to be an entirely different person compared to her portrayal in Boruto. Now, she was slender, her features exquisite, and her demeanor exuded a cheerful confidence, embodying the essence of a top-tier beauty. Unlike her portrayal in Boruto, where she appeared rather corpulent. Gazing at the crowd, Anko cast a glance at Ibiki, puzzled. Ibiki, what is going on? Was this year's first exam particularly easy? How is it that 78 candidates remain, forming 26 teams? Ibiki sighed in resignation. This year's exemplary candidates surpassed those of previous years. Let's aim to reduce the number by half in the upcoming second exam. Anko nonchalantly remarked. The candidates below, however, were unable to contain their astonishment. Reduced by half. This must be a joke. Sakura murmured in disbelief. What did it mean to cut the number in half? This implied that only 13 teams, comprising 39 individuals, could advance. Such stringent criteria for advancement were utterly ruthless. Nevertheless, Anko did not afford them much time to ponder. After briefly outlining a few points, she exited. Thus, the first examination concluded. After a restful night, the following morning, at dawn, as the sun began to rise, the candidates were escorted to an area ominously named the Forest of Death. Observing the dense woodland enclosed by iron bars, Naruto felt a surge of motivation. For him, the Forest of Death signified the true commencement of the Chunin exam. In front of the gates, Mitarashi Anko addressed the candidates, cheerfully declaring, "Welcome to the venue for the second exam, Exam Site 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Here lies the true test of the Chunin exam." She proceeded to explain the rules for the second exam. In essence, the heavenly and earthly scrolls would be randomly distributed among the 26 teams. Each team would initially possess one of either the heavenly or earthly scrolls. Only those teams that could collect both scrolls within the designated time and arrive at the central tower of the Forest of Death would be deemed successful. Anko concluded with a warning. Remember, the Forest of Death is fraught with peril. Do not perish. With that, she stepped aside for the exchange of scrolls. After acquiring their scrolls, Naruto led Sakura and Sasuke to a shaded tree, where they commenced strategizing. Addressing his companions, Naruto articulated his proposal. Sasuke, Sakura, once we enter the Forest of Death, I will take charge of the heavenly scroll. I'll lead the way, while Sasuke, you'll protect Sakura and serve as the rearguard. Any objections? Sasuke nodded, expressing no dissent. You are the strongest in the team. I'll follow your lead. Excellent. Naruto affirmed, adding, Sasuke, Sakura, remember, this exam differs from others. Ostensibly a test of extreme survival in the wild, in reality, anything could transpire. Therefore, I hope that when confronted by adversaries, you will not hesitate to eliminate them without leaving any survivors. This is a true battle for survival, not merely a ninja confrontation. Do you understand? After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke nodded in comprehension. However, Sakura remained incredulous, muttering, Naruto, it can't be as dire as you say. Naruto, exasperated, replied, just stick close to us, you need not worry about anything else. Meanwhile, beneath the tree, Karura observed Gaara's icy demeanor and inquired, Gaara, what's your plan? Are you going to seek out that blonde-haired ninja directly? Gaara responded coldly, Naruto Uzumaki is the first to have stirred excitement within me. Alongside him is Uchiha Sasuke, a member of the legendary Uchiha clan from Konoha, possessing the fabled Sharingan. Either of these two fills me with anticipation. After 10 minutes of rest, all candidates assembled at their respective entrances. Unlike the other teams, Naruto's Team 7 bore unusually solemn expressions. At the sound of the signal, the groups began to enter the forest from various directions. Outside the barriers, Mitarashi Anko wore a smile, observing the Forest of Death, reflecting, now, let us see how many of you will remain. With that thought, she leaped onto the fence and began to indulge in her favorite dango, appearing utterly relaxed. Within the forest, Naruto and his companions moved swiftly, soon arriving beneath a large tree. As Naruto activated his sensory perception, he detected at least 9 individuals approaching their direction. One group consisted of the Sound Ninja Trio, subordinates of Orochimaru. Another group masqueraded as Grass Ninjas, also affiliated with Orochimaru. The final group comprised Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from the Sand Village. Sensing their proximity, Naruto's smile broadened. It appeared that Team 7 had indeed garnered quite an interest. Casting a glance at Sasuke, Naruto whispered, "Sasuke, Sakura, we have company. Conceal yourselves." The two understood immediately, vanishing from sight in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after the trio dispersed, the Gaara team arrived. What transpired? Just moments ago, it was evident that the blonde-haired boy and his companions were present here. How could they vanish in an instant? Kankuro expressed his confusion. Temari, too, grew anxious, cautioning that they should not underestimate Naruto Uzumaki and the one known as Sasuke Uchiha. The three observed keenly for a while, but could not detect any trace of Naruto and his companions. It was Gaara, however, who noted a presence approaching and urged them to conceal themselves. Subsequently, the trio sought refuge amidst the bushes. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Naruto and his companions were silently observing from above. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds echoed. The Sound Ninja trio made their entrance. "Have you found them?" questioned Sakan. His attire emblazoned with a character for death, his expression tinged with vigilance. Taiyuya, the hunched hedgehog-like figure, responded, "No, those three brats are exceptionally well hidden. Moreover, the other three we sensed earlier have also vanished after arriving here." Sakan sighed in resignation, remarking, "This mission from the master is truly a challenge." In the midst of their complaints, a chilling aura surged forth, causing their expressions to tense immediately. "Are you three speaking of me?" A voice emerged from behind them. Orochimaru, donning a straw hat and masquerading as a hidden grass village ninja, appeared unexpectedly. The trio spun around to find a tall, slender figure with long hair and a smile that radiated malice. This young woman was none other than Orochimaru in disguise. Flanking him were two similarly attired ninjas. Though Orochimaru's voice was soft, it resonated in the ears of the trio like the harbinger of doom. They hastily turned back, nervously greeting, "Lord Orochimaru, you have arrived as well?" Orochimaru's tone was frigid and indifferent as he replied, "Next time, I shall kill you." "Yes," they responded in unison, awaiting his command. Scarcely daring to breathe. Noticing their trembling forms, Orochimaru waved dismissively, expressing his impatience. "You three may disperse. I shall handle matters here." Heaving a sigh of relief, the trio departed without a backward glance. Orochimaru then instructed the two ninjas beside him to leave as well. Once the five had vacated the area, Orochimaru surveyed the open ground and pointed towards the distant bushes with a flourish of his right hand. Serpent's shadow technique. In an instant, countless serpents manifested upon his hand, darting towards the underbrush. Upon witnessing the serpent's advance, Kankuro cursed under his breath. "Have we been discovered?" He, along with Gaara and Temari, emerged from their hiding place to evade Orochimaru's probing assault. However, their leap effectively betrayed their position. "Oh, is that not Sasuke's team?" Upon recognizing Gaara and his companions, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of surprise. "People from the hidden sand village?" Gaara muttered, clutching his gourd, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent. Beside him, Temari and Kankuro assumed stances indicative of readiness for battle. "Is this the Jinchuriki of the One Tail? How intriguing," Orochimaru remarked, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile as he regarded the coldly composed Gaara. Above them, Naruto observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. "How delightful. The show is about to commence. I eagerly anticipate the sparks that will fly between Orochimaru and Gaara." Seeing the smug expression on Orochimaru's face, Gaara's voice turned icy as he declared, "I have warned you. I will kill everyone who has laid eyes upon me." A potent aura of malice enveloped him. Orochimaru responded with a faint smile, mockingly saying, "Such bravado, young one. Very well, since I have encountered you instead of Sasuke, I shall indulge you for a while and witness precisely how much strength you, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, truly possess." Though Orochimaru's words were lighthearted, they resonated heavily in Temari and Kankuro's hearts. Who exactly was this man? How could he possibly know of Gaara's identity? This was, after all, the most guarded secret of the hidden sand village. Realizing this, Temari fixed her gaze on the smiling Orochimaru, her anxiety spilling forth as she demanded, "Who are you? How do you know Gaara's identity?" "Who am I?" That is not for you to know." Orochimaru laughed, and with a commanding voice, he called out, "Ninjutsu, Serpent's Shadow Technique." In an instant, several long black serpents materialized from his mouth, hurtling towards Gaara. As the serpents approached Gaara, Kankuro and Temari instinctively prepared to evade. "Boring," Gaara scoffed, and a wall of sand emerged from nowhere, effectively blocking Orochimaru's attack. "Quite impressive," Orochimaru remarked, genuinely impressed as he watched the attack being thwarted. However, The sight of the serpents transforming back into Orochimaru's tongue was increasingly nauseating to witness. Gaara remained stoic, forming hand seals with precision. He thrust his right hand forward, freezing the air as he uttered, "Sand binding coffin." In an instant, before Orochimaru could react, strands of sand erupted from the ground, ensnaring him completely. Recognizing his peril, Orochimaru mentally cursed as his entire form became enveloped. With a scream, he transformed into a puddle of mud, much to the astonishment of onlookers. Was that a substitution technique? Temari exclaimed in disbelief. When did he do that? Heh, Gaara coldly laughed, unfazed by the turn of events. What a troublesome adversary. Within a tree, Orochimaru's figure re-emerged. He swiftly formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Ninjutsu, serpent's assault." From the ground, countless serpents erupted, encircling the three. The multitude of serpents, mouths agape, appeared fearsome. Yet to Gaara, no number of serpents posed a threat. He leaped into the air, forming hand seals as he intoned, "Ninjutsu, sand rain." In an instant, a torrential downpour of sand rained down upon the serpents. The air was filled with the sound of piercing winds as the massive serpent horde was engulfed by the sandstorm, releasing clouds of blood mist. Following this, Gaara began forming hand seals once more, declaring, "Ninjutsu, sandstorm funeral." In a flash, a whirlwind of golden sand surged upwards, enveloping the mountainside in a sea of sand, resembling countless tendrils reaching menacingly towards Orochimaru. Observing this, Orochimaru swiftly bit his finger, formed hand seals, and clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Ninjutsu, triple Rashomon." With a series of metallic clangs, three enormous gates with gaping maws rapidly emerged from the ground, successfully intercepting Gaara's onslaught. From the shadows, Naruto observed Gaara's battle with Orochimaru, noting his apparent ease. He inwardly mused, no wonder he is the youngest Kazekage in history. His command over sand is truly masterful. Capable of both offense and defense, he rivals a miniature Susanoo. It seems that Orochimaru has finally met his match. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had been closely watching the confrontation, felt a surge of astonishment at Gaara's displayed strength. Clearly, Gaara's abilities exceeded his expectations, which only heightened his excitement. As he watched Orochimaru engage Gaara in an intense struggle, leaving him no opportunity for distraction, Naruto leaped to Sasuke's side and whispered, "Sasuke, protect Sakura here. I have something to attend to, but I will return shortly." "Understood." Sasuke replied promptly. Sakura, noticing the exchange, hastily urged, "Naruto, what are you planning to do?" With a slight smile, Naruto replied, "I am, of course, going to retrieve the scroll." Not long after the trio of sound shinobi departed, it was evident that catching up to them would pose little challenge. "I shall eliminate them and seize the scroll. You two remain here and do not move." "All right, but do exercise caution." After instructing his companions to safeguard themselves, Naruto promptly departed from their location. Expanding his formidable sensory abilities, he leapt gracefully through the trees, quickly fixing his gaze upon the fleeing sound shinobi trio. Chapter 44, Seizing the Scroll. Deep within the forest, the sound shinobi group was still reflecting on their narrow escape from Orochimaru's clutches, unaware that they had fallen under Naruto's watchful gaze. "Hey, what do you think we should do now that Orochimaru has decided to deal with Sasuke himself?" inquired the beautiful female ninja, Kin. Originally dispatched to assassinate Sasuke, they now found themselves rendered obsolete by Orochimaru's direct involvement. "What else can we do? Naturally, we should seek out a weaker team and snatch the Heaven Scroll," Sak muttered, contemplating that a lack of mission could perhaps be a blessing in disguise. Finding a secluded spot, the trio settled down to rest. Kin retrieved some soldier pills from her ninja pouch and distributed them among her companions. However, just as they had consumed a few bites, Toes's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. A powerful presence is approaching us. Everyone scatter," he shouted, attempting to rise and conceal their whereabouts. Yet, to his astonishment, he realized he was unable to move. "Oh no, I can't move," Kin shrieked first. "Me neither," Sak exclaimed in terror. "Quiet. The enemy may be nearby," Toes, the hunchbacked member of the group, urged with surprising composure. Just then, as the trio found themselves paralyzed, Naruto emerged slowly from behind a cluster of trees, a smile gracing his face. Sak's face paled, and he stammered, "Why, you are Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto flashed a disarmingly innocent smile and replied cheerfully, "Indeed, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Surprised, are we? It's a paralysis technique. This guy has used a paralysis technique on us." Sak shouted in desperation. He attempted to break free from Naruto's control using his chakra, but found that no matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. Naruto approached the trio with deliberate strides, the terrifying aura of the Nine Tails emanating around him, enveloping them in a chilling embrace. Behind him, a colossal chakra apparition of the Nine Tails, with a gaping maw, began to materialize. In an instant, the trio felt a jolt in their minds, and they were thrust into a nightmarish crimson world. In this blood-red realm, a gigantic, crimson fox with 9 tails roared ferociously, leaving devastation in its wake as the ground trembled and anguished cries echoed all around. The trio wished to flee but found themselves utterly immobilized, helplessly witnessing the fox's razor-sharp claws pierce through their bodies, experiencing a suffocating, heart-wrenching pain. How does that feel? Quite real, I presume. Naruto chuckled softly, pulling them back to reality. Upon returning, the trio was drenched in cold sweat, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Zack, trembling, looked up at the boy before him, whose face bore a constant faint smile, and stuttered, "Uzumaki Naruto, what do you intend to do with us?" "Ah, right, the scroll." "Yes, the scroll," Kin suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with realization. Toes, too, grasped the situation and shakily retrieved the earth scroll from his pouch, raising it with trembling hands. "Uzumaki Naruto, we will hand over the scroll to you. Just spare our lives, please." The trio, disregarding their dignity, knelt before Naruto in desperation. In that moment, once merciless killers, they felt for the first time the discomforting sensation of having their lives grasped in another's hands. Begging for mercy? That is not entirely out of the question, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Taking the earth scroll from TOS, Naruto examined it briefly before tucking it away. Just as the trio believed Naruto would honor his word and release them after taking the scroll, his expression suddenly turned frigid. "What a pity," he said coldly. "I may have allowed you to plead for mercy, but only one of you will live. Your fates lie in the hands of chance. Let me warn you. Escaping is futile. If I wished to kill you, it would take but a moment." Naturally, the trio bristled at Naruto's menacing words. "So, have you made your choice?" Naruto's voice rang with a hint of mockery. "Stop joking around," Zack shouted, his anger boiling over as he charged at Naruto with clenched fists. Bang! Before he could reach Naruto, a heavy impact resonated. "Ah!" Zack gasped in terror, looking down to see Naruto's fist had somehow pierced through his abdomen. The boy before him smiling all the while. How could this happen? The pain in his abdomen and the loss of blood filled his eyes with disbelief. Naruto withdrew his hand, blood dripping from his fingers as Zack collapsed into a pool of his own blood, witnessing one of their own fall in an instant. TOS finally realized that Naruto was not merely speaking empty threats. He truly possessed the power to eliminate both of them in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Kin, the female ninja, had completely lost her will to fight. She sat on the ground, her eyes vacant and trembling uncontrollably. "Now it is your turn," Naruto declared. And before TOS could react, a flash of cold light appeared, and TOS was severed in two. Until his last moment, terror filled TOS's eyes. Thus, only Kin remained of the sound shinobi trio. Aware that her fate was sealed, she closed her eyes and awaited death. However, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated event did not occur. Naruto did not kill her. Opening her eyes, Kin gazed at Naruto, who had regained his calm demeanor, and inquired, "Why do you not kill me?" "Because you still have value," Naruto replied coolly. "Is that so?" she said with a bitter smile, resignedly asking, "What do you need me for?" She found it hard to believe that someone as ruthless as Naruto would spare her so easily. "You need not concern yourself with the specifics. Your life or death will depend on my mood when the time comes. Perhaps on a fortunate day, I may even decide to let you go." Before she could respond, he added, "For now, I must take you to a certain location." With that, under Kin's bewildered gaze, Naruto's eyes shifted to the long-absent crimson hue. "Sharingan. This is the Sharingan," Kin exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion. Naruto paid no mind to her astonishment. Activating his right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan, a small vortex emerged in the air, enveloping the lifeless body of Zack and drawing Kin into the Kemui space along with him. This marked Naruto's first venture into his own Kemui space. Unlike Obito's Dark Realm, Naruto's Kemui space radiated warmth. In contrast to the white void of the mental world, this was a sunlit sanctuary filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms, a small world uniquely his own. Chapter 45, Resting in the Forest. Gazing upon the unfamiliar yet exquisite surroundings, Kin lifted her head and surveyed the area, her expression one of bewilderment. "Where's this place? What are your intentions in bringing me here?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on Naruto. Naruto replied coolly, "You need not concern yourself with my intentions. For now, simply remain here and do not entertain thoughts of escape. Such endeavors would be futile. And what of Sasuke's body? What do you plan to do with it? Kin asked. Ever since she realized that Naruto had no intention of killing her, a sense of calm had washed over her, and her fears dissipated. I have my own uses for his body, Naruto stated, producing a scroll from his ninja pouch. He swiftly performed a sealing technique, encapsulating Sasuke's lifeless form within the scroll. Having completed this task, he departed, leaving Kin in a state of confusion. Returning to reality, Naruto cast a glance at the ground, where remnants of blood still lingered. Without further hesitation, he leapt into action, making his way towards Sakura and Sasuke. With a flurry of movement, approximately 10 minutes later, Naruto found himself beside Sasuke. Upon seeing Naruto's arrival, Sakura exhaled a sigh of relief. Has everything been taken care of? Sasuke inquired with a hint of amusement. Of course, Naruto responded with a grin. Then let us depart while those two haven't noticed our presence, Sakura suggested after a moment of contemplation. She was rather cautious and reluctant to engage with too many adversaries. Casting a glance at the still battling Orochimaru and Gaara, Naruto pondered briefly before decisively stating, "Very well, having obtained the Earth Scroll, we shall take our leave." However, Sasuke hesitated, as if torn between speaking up and remaining silent. Naruto, noticing this, patted him on the shoulder and said, "I understand your thoughts. You wish to confront those two. But fear not, that opportunity will arise in due course." Naruto spoke with the knowledge that Orochimaru would inevitably seek to test Sasuke's strength and provide him with enhancements. Moreover, Gaara was destined to be Sasuke's opponent in the third examination. Since they would face each other eventually, there was no need to rush. All right, Sasuke sighed, ultimately choosing to acquiesce. Naruto discerned the despondence in his eyes, but refrained from commenting. He patted Sasuke's shoulder before sprinting alongside Sakura toward the central tower. Sasuke glanced back at Gaara before promptly following the pair. Returning to the battlefield between Gaara and Orochimaru, the once barren ground was now strewn with sand. Cracks had begun to manifest across Gaara's face, and fine grains of sand continued to cascade from his form. Opposite him, Orochimaru's once beautiful visage was marred. Half of his face ruined, revealing a serpentine pupil in his left eye, as he gasped for breath, clearly having engaged in a fierce battle. "Hee, a Jinchuriki is it? Truly an exceptional vessel." Orochimaru chuckled darkly, his voice low and sinister, rendering his face particularly terrifying. Buzz. Gaara's mind jolted. Pain surged through his head, causing him to clutch it with a grimace. His pupils widened under darkened eye sockets, blood vessels bursting forth in his eyes. After a moment, an eerie, terrifying smile spread across Gaara's face as he whispered, "Mother, do not be angry. I shall soon present you with the most delectable offering." Shino and Kankuro, witnessing this, were immediately alarmed. "Gaara," Kankuro exclaimed, worry etched upon his features. "This is bad. At this rate, Gaara is going to go berserk," Kankuro warned, his voice laden with urgency. "What should we do? If Gaara loses control now, it will be disastrous." Shino responded, equally frantic. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having expended a considerable amount of chakra in his battle against Gaara, was taken aback by the impending outburst. In his mind, he thought of Sasuke, the talented brother of the Uchiha clan's Itachi. "I cannot continue to engage with this Jinchuriki. It would severely hinder my plans." Orochimaru resolved, deciding it would be best to retreat and seek out Sasuke, confident that the boy could withstand the power of the cursed seal. With his mind made up, he addressed Gaara, saying, "You possess remarkable strength, surpassing even that of your father, the fourth Kazekage. I acknowledge your power. I look forward to our next encounter. Do not disappoint me." As he spoke, Orochimaru's form gradually faded into the ground. Seeing Orochimaru depart, Kankuro urgently called out, "Gaara, regain your composure. The enemy has already left." "Gaara," Shino echoed, desperation lacing his voice. Gaara emitted another pained cry, clutching his head and thrashing on the ground, eventually collapsing into unconsciousness. Observing Gaara's state, Shino and Kankuro sighed in relief. At least he had not gone berserk, which was a small mercy. Kankuro cast a glance at the fallen Gaara, irritation flashing across his features as he muttered, "What an annoying brat." Nonetheless, he reluctantly lifted Gaara's body, preparing to leave the area. They were in dire need of a place to recuperate. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions had traversed a fair distance and, as dusk approached, found a rocky cave near a stream where they decided to rest. Naruto calculated the time remaining until the exam concluded. Only 4 days remained. It was merely the first day, and they had successfully gathered both the Earth and Heaven scrolls. They had ample time to rest and continue their journey without haste. After a brief respite, Naruto turned to Sasuke and asked, "Are you hungry?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Sasuke replied, momentarily taken aback. I asked if you're hungry. Naruto said, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Starving, Sasuke admitted, just as their stomachs growled in unison. Naruto chuckled at the coincidence and said, we're near the stream, Sasuke. Let us go catch some fish. Sakura, you'll be in charge of starting the fire. All right. Sakura nodded, moving to gather dry wood. With their tasks assigned, Naruto and Sasuke jumped into the stream and soon managed to catch 6 sizable catfish. By that time, Sakura had successfully ignited a fire. As Naruto and Sasuke prepared the fish, they constructed makeshift seats from stones around the fire, roasting the freshly caught catfish while sharing their dreams for the future. As they conversed, night fell entirely, and the moon rose high in the sky, casting its glow upon the earth. A few stars twinkled faintly above. Once the catfish were perfectly cooked, Naruto sprinkled seasoning from his pouch onto the fish, and the delectable aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! Sakura exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Naruto eagerly took a bite of the roasted fish, savoring the flavor. It's quite good. You both should try it. Starved, they wasted no time, devouring the fish with fervor. Each consumed 2 fish, which was just enough to satisfy their appetites. After finishing their meal and tidying up, extinguishing the fire, the trio retreated into the cave. Naruto set up a barrier resembling a warning bell at the entrance before they settled down to rest. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Naruto awakened to the bright light of day. After a yawn, Sakura and Sasuke gradually awakened. The 3 of them rekindled the fire and caught a few fish to roast, filling their stomachs before they slowly set off on their journey. As they walked, Naruto wore a contented expression, completely oblivious to the perilous surroundings of the Death Forest. Observing Naruto's relaxed demeanor, Sasuke, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Naruto, are we truly going to breeze through this exam so easily? Naruto turned to him and smiled. What's wrong with that? It's not that it's wrong. It's just that we haven't encountered any formidable adversaries along the way, and it's quite frustrating. I haven't even had a chance to strike, Sasuke expressed discontentedly. Naruto chuckled lightly. So, you wish to face a strong enemy? Sasuke nodded slowly. Moreover, I hope that if we do encounter foes, you refrain from intervening. Ever since they entered the Death Forest, he yearned to meet a worthy opponent to test the fruits of his training. Seeing Sasuke's determined expression, Naruto replied, very well. As you wish. If we cross paths with enemies, I shall not interfere. As they continued on their way, it wasn't long before Naruto sensed a dangerous presence rapidly approaching them. It was Orochimaru. This chilling aura could belong to no one else. Has he finally arrived? Naruto thought to himself, suppressing a smirk and feigning ignorance. Suddenly, Sasuke halted, fixated on the empty void ahead, a scornful smile gracing his face. If you've come, then show yourself. Stop hiding. Sakura, bewildered, questioned who? Sasuke, who are you talking about? Despite her searching gaze, she could not discern a single figure. Have we been discovered? A cold female voice echoed from the void. Abruptly, a head emerged from the ground not far away, followed by a tall, slender figure rising into view. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Sasuke's excitement was palpable. It was Orochimaru, who had been trailing them all along. Seeing Orochimaru, Naruto remarked, Sasuke, as you wished. This adversary is yours to confront. Sakura, we should take our leave. With that, Naruto placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder and, in the blink of an eye, whisked them away to the shadows. This was Sasuke's stage, and Naruto did not wish to disrupt this classic confrontation between the two. Leaving already? Orochimaru glanced into the depths of the forest, speaking softly. That's fine. It saves me the effort of dealing with troublesome pests. Facing him, Sasuke, brimming with enthusiasm, queried. What are you looking at? Your opponent is me. Oh, it seems you are quite confident, Orochimaru replied, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. A sly smile on his face. Then let me see just how much power you possess as a scion of the Uchiha clan. Let us begin. Indeed, Sasuke declared, and in an instant, he surged forward towards Orochimaru. He leapt into the air, swiftly launching shurikens. Orochimaru merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the basic projectiles. However, evading the shurikens brought Sasuke right to his side, leading to a fierce exchange of hand-to-hand combat. Fist strikes, side kicks, and spinning kicks flew back and forth as both combatants engaged in a thrilling duel. While parrying Sasuke's attacks, Orochimaru chuckled, not bad, not bad. Can you continue to keep me entertained? Having just exchanged blows with Sasuke, Orochimaru was astonished by his rapid progress. His martial prowess was already commendable. Then watch closely, Sasuke declared, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them to reveal the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. Soon, his body was enveloped in a faint blue chakra, accelerating swiftly. He charged at Orochimaru like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch. Orochimaru dodged with a tilt of his head, smirking, "Then allow me to join in." With that, Orochimaru also accelerated, and the two began a fierce clash. Sasuke resembled a blue lightning bolt, while Orochimaru appeared as a swirling black vortex. Boom, boom, boom. The air crackled with the force of their collisions. In mere seconds, they had exchanged dozens of blows. From atop a tree trunk, Sasuke dove downward, swiftly forming hand seals. Amidst his rapid movement, a bolt of crackling lightning manifested in his left hand. Just as he was about to confront Orochimaru again, Sasuke thrust his left hand forward. Lightning release, Chidori. A blinding flash erupted, piercing through Orochimaru's body, blood trickling down Sasuke's arm. Withdrawing his hand, Sasuke swiftly delivered a kick, sending Orochimaru hurtling through the air, crashing heavily into a tree trunk. The impact created a massive dent in the wood, a cloud of dust rising into the air. Yet, before Sasuke could catch his breath, from within the dust cloud, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, resembling a great serpent, and lunged at Sasuke with incredible speed. His body coiled around Sasuke, and he aimed to swallow him whole. However, unexpectedly, the Sasuke ensnared by Orochimaru suddenly transformed into a puddle of mud, slipping out from his grasp. Behind Orochimaru, Sasuke reappeared, a cold smirk on his face as he formed hand seals, proclaiming, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A colossal fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, engulfing Orochimaru, who had taken the form of a serpent. Following this, Sasuke formed more seals, shouting, "Fire release, Phoenix fire technique." Instantly, several smaller fireballs burst forth from his mouth, igniting Orochimaru's entire body. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, when the flames subsided, it revealed merely a layer of snake skin. Sasuke's gaze shifted to see Orochimaru clutching his chest, blood trickling from his lips, yet wearing a satisfied grin. "Not bad, not bad. Sasuke, you truly haven't disappointed me. Your talent surpasses Itachi's. No wonder you are my most coveted vessel." Listening to Orochimaru's words, Sasuke retorted, "I don't care who you are. Since you've crossed paths with me today, you shall not escape." With that, green steam began to rise from Sasuke's body as he shouted, "The third gate of the 8 gates. Open." The steam thickened, and Sasuke closed his eyes, raising his index finger to his chest, declaring, "Chakra armor, manifest." Instantly, a powerful chakra enveloped him, and a pale blue chakra armor materialized around his figure. In that moment, Sasuke unleashed his full power, resembling an invincible war god of the world. Chapter 47, The Curse Mark of Heaven. On the outskirts of the Death Forest in Konoha, before an iron fence, Kamizuki Izumo, Genko Tetsu, and a nameless Chunin surveyed the lifeless forms of the grass ninja trio on the ground, lost in profound contemplation. The Chunin sighed, "3 lives have been extinguished. This must be the result of some forbidden jutsu." Kamizuki Izumo knelt down, examining the corpses, their faces utterly unrecognizable. "How brutal," he muttered, scratching his head. "So soon. And already problems arise. This is truly unfortunate. We must inform the proctor of the second exam, Anko." "It seems there's no other choice," Genko Tetsu concurred. Indeed. The middle-ranked ninja immediately sought out Akamichi. At the front fence of the Forest of Death, Akamichi leisurely held a skewer of dumplings in one hand and a bowl of red bean soup in the other, savoring her meal with great delight. Indeed, dumplings are best enjoyed with red bean soup. After taking a sip of the soup, she sighed contentedly. After devouring another dumpling, she mused, "Once I finish this, I must head to the tower to await the arrivals." Upon consuming her last dumpling, she flicked the toothpick and it perfectly lodged itself into a wooden pillar across from her. The emblem of the Leaf Village, completed. A triumphant smile spread across Akamichi's face as she observed the many toothpicks forming the symbol of the Leaf Village on the pillar. Just as she was about to rise, a sudden puff of white smoke erupted beside her. A supporting middle-ranked ninja promptly informed her of the grim news that 3 grass ninjas had been slain. The occurrence of fatalities during the exam was indeed a grave matter. Upon hearing this, Akamichi's expression turned serious. Rushing to the scene, her countenance darkened at the sight of the gruesome corpses. Kamizuki Izumi stepped forward to explain that judging by the belongings and ninja identification, they were indeed grass ninjas participating in the Chunin selection exam. "But as you can see," she continued, glancing at the severely disfigured bodies on the ground, Akamichi gritted her teeth. "Their faces are unrecognizable." "Yes," Kamizuki sighed. "It's as if their faces have been dissolved, utterly bare." Clenching her jaw, Akamichi scrutinized the bloodstains on the corpses, her heart whispering that there was no mistake. This jutsu belonged to him. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she urged, "Show me their photographs." At once, taking the list of ninjas from the Chunin exam, she flipped to the section on the three. A woman with long black hair appeared on the page. Had she already taken action back then? Akamichi recalled the grass ninja from the previous afternoon, who emanated a chilling aura. She turned to the three and commanded, "You three, swiftly report this incident to the Hokage, and request that at least 2 teams of Umbu be dispatched to the Forest of Death. I will set off to pursue them now." "Understood," they replied in unison before dispersing. Touching the cursed seal on her neck, Akamichi wore a tense expression. That person has already arrived in Konoha, she thought. Hastening into the depths of the Forest of Death. Returning to Sasuke, Orochimaru gazed at the imposing figure of Sasuke and remarked, "The 8 gates technique, is it? Sasuke, you truly excite me more with each moment." Orochimaru's pale face twisted into a more sinister grin. "Humph, enough with the bravado. Today, you've encountered me, and it can only be deemed unfortunate." Sasuke scoffed, as the lightning chakra surged in his hand, emitting a piercing crackling sound, akin to the cries of 1,000 birds. Whoosh! Sasuke's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only a flash of blue light in the air. Orochimaru's expression turned tense, his pupils dilating. Before he could react, Sasuke appeared before him. Chidori. Once again, he struck fiercely, this time piercing Orochimaru's chest directly. Crack! Orochimaru spat a copious amount of blood, staring at Sasuke in shock. Blood splattered across Sasuke's face, yet he remained calm, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You actually," Orochimaru began, but before he could finish, his head drooped, his arms fell limply, resembling a heap of lifeless clay. Observing Orochimaru's demise, Sasuke withdrew his left hand, a triumphant expression on his face. The chakra armor around him gradually dissipated, returning him to his normal state as he turned to leave. Just then, the once lifeless Orochimaru on the branch suddenly opened his mouth. A massive white serpent shot forth at high speed towards Sasuke. "Sasuke, watch out!" Sakura, hidden nearby, yelled urgently to Naruto. However, it was too late. At that moment, Orochimaru's serpentine form had ensnared Sasuke completely. Caught off guard, bound by the serpent, Sasuke's expression shifted from triumph to alarm. Cursing under his breath, he attempted to resist, but found himself unable to muster any strength. Looking up, the giant serpent, now Orochimaru, gaped wide, aiming to bite down on Sasuke's neck. Naruto quickly saved Sasuke. Sakura shouted anxiously. Yet no matter how she screamed, Naruto remained unperturbed, silently observing the unfolding events. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. 2 small puncture wounds appeared on Sasuke's neck, followed by 3 circular black tomo manifesting there. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through Sasuke's body. Sasuke clutched his neck, roaring in agony. Once the curse seal was successfully implanted, Orochimaru retracted the serpent and transformed back into his human form. At this moment, Sakura could no longer bear to watch. She leapt from her hiding place and rushed to Sasuke's side. Supporting him, she anxiously inquired, "Sasuke, what's wrong?" Sasuke offered no reply, only howling in distress. Seeing this, Sakura glared furiously at Orochimaru, demanding, "What have you done to Sasuke?" "Nothing much, just a little keepsake for him as a parting gift," Orochimaru responded softly. "One day, Sasuke will seek me out to acquire the power he desires." With that, he gradually vanished into the earth. After Orochimaru's departure, Naruto finally emerged. Observing the pained expression on Sasuke's face and the anxious Sakura beside him, he spoke gently, "Sakura, don't cry. Leave Sasuke to me, he will be fine." Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura tightened her hold on Sasuke, furiously shouting, "Naruto, why didn't you act to save Sasuke? Aren't you supposed to be strong?" Upon hearing Sakura's question, Naruto paused for a moment before responding, "There are reasons for my inaction. Moreover, having this curse seal placed on him may not necessarily be a bad thing for Sasuke. Alright, let us not dwell on this any longer. We should find a place for Sasuke to rest." With that, he glanced at Sasuke, still in agony, and secretly channeled the Nine-Tails chakra, transferring it into Sasuke's body. Soon, with the aid of the Nine-Tails chakra, Sasuke's pain subsided, and his breathing gradually steadied. Naruto and Sakura carried the unconscious Sasuke back to the cave where they had previously stayed. Chapter 48. Exorcising Orochimaru's Will. That night, beside the cave, the fire flickered. Naruto sat by the fire, roasting fish, while Sakura, beside him, looked on anxiously at the still unconscious Sasuke. "Sasuke," she called softly, hoping for his swift awakening. Naruto handed her a roasted fish, smiling, "Don't worry, he'll be fine. I have already used the Nine Tails chakra to accelerate the fusion of the cursed seal's power. I believe he will awaken soon. Accepting the fish, Sakura, however, felt no appetite. Watching Naruto relish his meal, she asked, Naruto, when you mentioned the cursed seal earlier, do you mean the thing left on Sasuke's neck by that strange man? After taking a few bites, Naruto nodded, smiling. That strange man has a name. He is called Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. And the cursed seal he left on Sasuke's neck is quite a valuable thing, at least for a short period. It will significantly enhance Sasuke's power. Hearing this, Sakura remained unconvinced. But, is there really no issue with the cursed seal Orochimaru placed on Sasuke? Her concern lingered. Naruto understood her worries were entirely reasonable. After all, the cursed seal harbors the will of Orochimaru. As long as the cursed seal exists, Sasuke runs the risk of being possessed by Orochimaru. However, that is merely the original narrative. With Naruto's presence, the will of Orochimaru within the cursed seal can be completely eradicated with the aid of Kurama's power, allowing the cursed seal to fully merge into Sasuke's strength. It is essential to recognize that the power of the cursed seal is, in essence, sage technique, an opportunity that is rare and invaluable for Sasuke. Although the cursed seal ultimately becomes utterly irrelevant in later stages, it undeniably serves as a formidable asset for the current Sasuke. Observing Sakura's profound concern for Sasuke, Naruto cannot help but marvel at Sasuke's fortune in having such a devoted girl by his side. Regrettably, the original Sasuke took a long time to appreciate this. One wonders if in this lifetime, his love with Sakura will be altered by Naruto. With me around, everything will be fine, Naruto confidently declares. Immediately, the sweet and bashful visage of Hinata springs to his mind. While Sasuke is cherished by Sakura, Naruto is fortunate to have Hinata, who loves him dearly. Remembering Hinata, Naruto recalls that her team is progressing smoothly. Presumably, they have already reached the central tower of the forest. After consuming fish, Naruto instructs Sakura to assist Sasuke and prepares to expel Orochimaru's lingering will within the cursed seal. Kurama, are you ready? Naruto inquires with a smile. Within him, Kurama's languid voice responds, no problem. That mere remnant of Orochimaru's will in the cursed seal can be obliterated with the utmost ease. However, Naruto, you truly are quite kind to Sasuke. Kurama teases lightly. To Kurama's jest, Naruto merely smiles faintly. You're well aware of our relationship in our past life. We were brothers by blood. In this life, we are akin to brothers of different parents. Alright, enough chit-chat, let us begin. With that, Naruto's hand envelopes the cursed seal on Sasuke, his consciousness merging with the chakra of the Nine Tails as he enters the realm of Orochimaru's will. In this realm of consciousness, Naruto's figure abruptly manifests, revealing a tall, slender silhouette with long black hair. Who else could it be but Orochimaru? Upon seeing Naruto's arrival, Orochimaru is visibly taken aback, never anticipating that someone else would visit this place, especially Naruto, whom he had always overlooked. Naruto, you managed to come here. I must say, I am quite surprised. Orochimaru chuckles softly, his gaze fixed on Naruto, laced with disdain. Naruto, unfazed, retorts with a smile, Kurama, it's your turn. Yay. Finally, it's my time to shine. Kurama exclaims joyfully, and Naruto's body becomes enveloped in a blaze of golden chakra. Emerging alongside him is the colossal form of Kurama, radiating an aura of terrifying might. In the realm of consciousness, Orochimaru's eyes widen in disbelief upon Kurama's appearance. This is the Nine Tails. Naruto, how could you? Before he can finish his thought, Kurama's massive paw sweeps toward him at breakneck speed. In the face of Kurama, he feels as minuscule as an ant. Accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, Orochimaru's frail body is nearly swept off its feet. Ultimately, he musters all his strength to stabilize himself. However, what awaits him is a tailed beast bomb coalescing in Kurama's maw. Whoosh! Before Orochimaru can react, he is engulfed by the gargantuan tailed beast bomb. With a resounding explosion, Orochimaru's essence dissipates into nothingness, accompanied by his anguished wails. Henceforth, the will Orochimaru left within Sasuke's cursed seal is entirely obliterated. From this moment on, the power of the cursed seal belongs solely to Sasuke, freeing him from the fear of Orochimaru, seizing control of his body. With this task accomplished, Naruto gathers his focus, and his consciousness swiftly returns to his own body. Inside the cave, Sakura remains by their side, anxiously gazing at Naruto as he awakens. Naruto, is Sasuke alright? She inquires with urgency. Seeing her worried expression, Naruto reassures her, he is fine now. From this day forward, the power of the cursed seal is Sasuke's. Is that so? Then that's a relief. Upon hearing Naruto's confirmation that Sasuke is unharmed, Sakura's anxious heart finally finds solace. As Naruto gazes at the slumbering Sasuke, a faint smile graces his lips. He considers it a gift of apology to Sasuke. With him around, Sasuke is unlikely to ever become a rogue ninja. After all, a rogue ninja cannot become Hokage. As night falls, beneath a tree, Orochimaru, who had been concealed within its trunk and was about to rest, suddenly awakens with a start. Opening his eyes, he is struck with astonishment. Steadying himself, he murmurs in confusion, "What is happening? Why has the will I left within Sasuke's cursed seal disappeared?" Additionally, he senses a peculiar unease coursing through him. Wiping his forehead, he realizes that he is drenched in cold sweat. With a long sigh, he seems to arrive at a realization, murmuring, "Naruto? The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails?" Subsequently, he immerses himself back into the trunk, leaving only his head exposed to breathe, creating an oddly eerie sight. In the forest, Mitarashi Anko races swiftly while clutching her neck, where the cursed seal inflicts pain. "I felt it. I sensed it. He is nearby?" she exclaims anxiously. Chapter 49. A conversation between master and student. As she leaps, Anko swiftly arrives beneath a large tree. Facing her is a figure standing on his head, his disheveled hair obscuring half of his face, with a left eye that reveals a serpent-like slit. Anko's expression tightens with tension. Long time no see, Anko." The man, Orochimaru, smirks coldly from his inverted position. Anko steps forward, her face stern, and speaks resolutely. "You have become an S-rank wanted criminal, a highly dangerous individual. Therefore, I must defeat you here, no matter the cost. This is what you taught me as my teacher. Never show mercy to an enemy, even if that enemy is you, Orochimaru." Her hands move, and several shurikens slide from her sleeves, poised for battle. "Impossible," Orochimaru replies coldly. Anko swiftly flings her shuriken toward him. Yet, Orochimaru regards her attack with disdain. Opening his mouth wide, his tongue lashes out like a serpent, rapidly aiming for Anko. Realizing she is about to be ensnared, Anko performs several backflips, narrowly evading Orochimaru's grasp. However, before she can launch another attack, Orochimaru's tongue strikes again, swiftly wrapping around her right arm. Feeling the force on her right hand, Anko extends her left hand and declares, "Serpent Hand of Shallow Shadow." Instantly, 5 brown serpents, as thick as a bowl, surge toward the tree where Orochimaru hides. Upon impact, the tree erupts in a cloud of dust. Amidst the chaos, Orochimaru is forcefully yanked from his concealed position. With a powerful thrust, Anko slams Orochimaru against the tree trunk. She retracts her serpentine hand and leaps forward, drawing a kunai to pin her left palm against Orochimaru's left palm, preventing his escape. Having completed these actions, she coldly laughed and declared, "At last, I have you, Orochimaru. I shall borrow your left hand." As she spoke, her right hand intertwined with Orochimaru's left, preparing to form the necessary hand signs. Just as she uttered the incantation for the ninjutsu twin serpent's kill, Orochimaru's chilling laughter echoed once more from the void. "Humph. Red Bean, are you contemplating suicide?" Startled, Red Bean turned sharply to find Orochimaru's figure slowly emerging from the ground behind her. "That is but a mere substitution," Orochimaru remarked softly, tearing away the remnants of a nearly destroyed human disguise to reveal an overly pale, yet exquisite face. Red Bean gazed in terror at the Orochimaru pinned by her, witnessing what had been him transform into a puddle of mud, slowly slipping from her grasp. As the true Orochimaru approached, she gritted her teeth in anguish and fury. Drawing a kunai from her left hand, she instinctively hurled it at him. Orochimaru smiled faintly, effortlessly catching the weapon. "Hence, I had stated it was futile," he said, grinning at her. With a single hand forming the seals, Orochimaru intoned sharply. Instantly, Red Bean's expression soured, beads of sweat forming as she clutched her neck, enduring the agony while glaring at the advancing Orochimaru. "What brings you back to Konoha? Are you here to assassinate Lord Hokage?" She roared in indignation, fixating on Orochimaru's smiling visage. "You remain unchanged, so aloof toward me. Do you resent me for abandoning you?" Orochimaru's cold hand caressed Red Bean's smooth face, laced with mockery. Taken aback by his touch, she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, Orochimaru?" Unfazed by her ire, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, "I have just bestowed upon another child a cursed mark identical to yours. That child belongs to the Uchiha clan, far surpassing you in talent. His potential far exceeds your own. Are you attempting to harm that child?" Red Bean exclaimed, suddenly realizing whom he referred to. Orochimaru's voice turned icy. "I reiterate, that child possesses greater aptitude than you. Would you believe me if I claimed that he not only survives, but has liberated himself from my cursed mark's control?" Red Bean scoffed, How could that be possible? I have yet to encounter anyone who could escape your cursed mark's dominion. Spare me your fabrications. Speak plainly. What is your true purpose in Konoha? Orochimaru smiled faintly. Originally, I intended to seek out some exceptional talents and visit old acquaintances. However, I have stumbled upon some intriguing matters. Therefore, Red Bean, you must ensure that the Chunin exams proceed without interruption. I have 3 shinobi participating. If the exams are halted, Konoha will be in peril. With that, Orochimaru turned to depart. Behind him, Red Bean lay in agony on the ground, crying out, Orochimaru, why did you betray the village? This question had haunted her since then. Now that she had finally encountered Orochimaru, she yearned to understand the reason. Upon hearing her, Orochimaru paused, his back to her, as if lost in thought, then replied with a hint of satisfaction, It seems you are not entirely foolish. However, that knowledge is not for you to possess. With that, his expression returned to normal as he continued walking, his figure vanishing into the darkness of the void. As Orochimaru departed, Red Bean remained in place. A look of confusion etched on her face. From his words, she sensed a significant threat he posed to Konoha. Yet, she was equally perplexed by the enigmatic nature of his statements. After pondering for some time, she could not decipher the intricacies of the situation. Once she felt Orochimaru's presence had completely dissipated and her body regained some mobility, she slowly rose, murmuring, Regardless, I must report Orochimaru's entry into Konoha to Lord Hokage. With that, her figure vanished in a flash. Finding an open area, Red Bean sat upon a stone, tending to her injuries. She needed to urgently inform Lord Hokage of this development. Under the moonlight, the expansive clearing was illuminated, revealing everything in stark clarity. The evening breeze rustled her long bangs as she sat somberly on the stone, lost in thought. In the midst of her contemplation, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky, diverting her attention. Upon recognizing the newcomers, she irritably remarked, Are the Umbu always this sluggish in their movements? Do not say that. One Umbu member, adorned with a cat mask, replied. Just then, Red Bean let out a sudden cry, collapsing to the ground as a black, circular 3-tomo appeared once more upon her neck. Is this seal Orochimaru's doing? The Umbu members quickly grasped the situation upon seeing the cursed mark. What did you say? How could it be him? Another Umbu member exclaimed in astonishment. Enough chatter. We must escort you to Lord Hokage, they said, moving to assist her. Chapter 50. Successfully entering the tower. No, not now. Red Bean attempted to protest, but the Umbu ninja interrupted her. You must understand, if Orochimaru has truly infiltrated the village, not only will the exams be cancelled, but the entire village will be placed under lockdown. Red Bean struggled to respond. I understand, but... Sighing, she acquiesced. Very well. I will follow your lead and report to Lord Hokage. The night passed quietly. The following day, Naruto awoke from his slumber, and as he sat up, he noticed Sakura vigilantly watching over Sasuke, who was still dozing. Yawning, Naruto asked, Sakura, did you not sleep last night? Sakura, upon hearing this, immediately became alert, exclaiming, Sasuke. Has he woken up? Seeing that Sasuke was still asleep, she sighed once more. When will Sasuke ever wake up? She lamented, her expression downcast. On the ground, Sasuke's eyelids began to flutter as he slowly opened his eyes, stretching and exclaiming, I slept so well. Upon hearing Sasuke's voice, Sakura leapt toward him excitedly. Wonderful. Sasuke, you are finally awake. Sasuke, caught in Sakura's tight embrace, gasped, Sakura, could you loosen your grip a bit? I can hardly breathe. Realizing her enthusiasm, Sakura quickly responded, Oh, I apologize, I will ease up. She released her hold, but maintained an unwavering smile. Seeing Sasuke awake, Naruto teased, Sasuke, I truly envy you for having such a devoted girl like Sakura. You have no idea how many times she asked me when you would awaken while you were asleep. No less than 100 times. Her concern for you is genuinely profound. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sakura blushed. Naruto, stop it. Sasuke is right here. Noticing her shyness, Sasuke pointed at himself, perplexed. Me? What's wrong? Sakura, witnessing Sasuke's confusion, became anxious again, looking at Naruto and urgently saying, Naruto, Sasuke. Naruto remained calm. Sasuke, do you not remember what transpired yesterday? Sasuke placed a hand to his head, deep in thought. I recall battling that mysterious grass village ninja, and, in my carelessness, I was ambushed and bitten on the neck. After that, everything is a blur. Naruto nodded, smiling, you've got it right. Now, try to sense your chakra and see if there are any changes. Sasuke closed his eyes in quiet contemplation for a moment, then abruptly opened them wide, perplexed. What is happening? Within me, there appears to be an inexplicable surge of formidable chakra. Naruto, what could this possibly mean? Observing Sasuke's bewilderment, Naruto chuckled. This is merely your good fortune. Do you recall that mysterious grass village ninja from yesterday? Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement. That guy was not truly a grass village ninja. He was, in fact, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, disguised with the intent to lay claim to you. Naruto continued to explain how Orochimaru had harbored resentment after being defeated by Itachi, leading him to infiltrate Konoha under the guise of a participant in the Chunin exams, intending to seize Sasuke's body. Upon hearing this, Sasuke nodded, his shock evident. So that's it. I never imagined that Orochimaru's motive to target me stemmed from his defeat at Itachi's hands. If he had succeeded, it would have been a cunning scheme to strike at Itachi while simultaneously usurping the Uchiha clan's legacy. A relieved smile then graced his face as he turned to Naruto and softly expressed, Naruto, I truly thank you. Without you, I might have fallen victim to Orochimaru's ambitions. And it would have been the end. Reflecting on Naruto's efforts, his gratitude was genuine. But what is the point of dwelling on this? If we're to express our thanks, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now that you're all right, let us quickly gather our belongings and prepare to head to the tower. Agreed. The trio resolved to gather their things and hastily made their way to the tower's center. Along the way, they encountered various traps set by other teams, yet for Naruto and Sasuke, these obstacles were mere child-esque play to dismantle. As they approached the tower, they found numerous teams already lying in wait. However, no number of teams could impede the determined advance of Naruto and his companions. Finally, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the third day, they arrived at the tower. Upon entering, they lifted their eyes to see a throng of people gradually arriving. Particularly, when Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura entered, they captured the attention of all present. Naruto cast a glance at the crowd, his gaze quickly settling on the petite and adorable Hinata. Having endured enough romantic tension, he approached her with a smile, saying, Hinata, hello. Congratulations on making it here. Flushed with shyness, Hinata murmured, It's nothing. We were just lucky. No way. I think you're all quite impressive, especially you, Hinata. Please don't underestimate yourself. Naruto encouraged as he took her small hand in his. Hinata lowered her head, softly replying, Yes. Seeing this, Kiba stepped forward, throwing an arm around Naruto's shoulder with pride. Hinata, this guy is right. The three of us are quite formidable. We arrived even earlier than Naruto and his team. Don't you think, Naruto? Agreeing with Kiba's boastfulness, Naruto nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Shino, wearing sunglasses, maintained a stoic expression. Just then, a group entered, revealing teammate. Upon entering, Shikamaru lamented with a weary expression, It's as I suspected, these exams are such a hassle. In contrast, Ino, exuding exasperation, replied, Shikamaru, don't say that. Her eyes then landed on the cold-faced Sasuke nearby. Sasuke, with a bounce in her step and stars in her eyes, she disregarded the presence of others and rushed forward. Throwing her arms around Sasuke's neck, leaning close, she whispered, Sasuke, we meet again. How have you been these past 2 days? I've missed you terribly. Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sakura's veins bulged dangerously, her fists clenched as she shouted, Ino, get your filthy hands off Sasuke. He.S. mine. No way. I won T. Ino defiantly clung to Sasuke. A triumphant smile plastered on her face as she glared at Sakura. You dare? Sakura, undeterred, seized Sasuke's other hand. And thus ensued a public spectacle of two women vying for the same man. Shikamaru and Naruto exchanged glances, both recognizing the absurdity of the situation. What a hassle. Chapter 51, The Significance of the Third Exam. Thus, what was initially a 5-day survival exam was completed by Naruto and his companions in just 3 days. After a round of pleasantries, a group of Chunin appeared to welcome those who had successfully completed the second exam. After submitting the Book of Heaven and Earth, Naruto and his friends departed from the towering structure at the heart of the Death Forest. Despite being in the midst of the exam, Naruto did not neglect his daily sign-in routine. Of course, the regular sign-ins were rather mundane, consisting of typical provisions and basic jutsu. The real excitement lay in the grand prizes awarded at the end of each month, but there was still some time until then. Meanwhile, in the Konoha communication room, Anko sat on a sofa, clutching her neck where a curse mark resided, groaning in agony. The third Hokage observed Anko's pained expression and glanced at the curse mark she was pressing, asking solemnly, How is it? Still painful? Anko took a deep breath, gratefully replying, Thanks to your assistance, Lord Third, it's much improved. She slowly adjusted her clothing to conceal the mark on her neck. Behind her, Gunma remarked in a deep voice, Regardless, Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a terrifying ninja listed on the S-rank wanted list. Someone even the Umbu dare not confront. Though he is rumored to be dead, it's still concerning. Shikaku pondered aloud. Why would he appear in Konoha? Anko recalled Orochimaru's earlier words, answering somberly, it's likely because of Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, his expression calm. It seemed he was already aware of Orochimaru's intentions towards Sasuke. Anko looked at him, astonished. Lord Third, did you already know? At that moment, a chunin on the communication room's large screen reported to the gathered individuals. Report, Lady Anko. All teams that completed the second exam have been welcomed. A total of 18 individuals. Anko, however, seemed more captivated by the calm demeanor of the third Hokage than by the chunin's announcement. Her gaze reflecting a mix of shock and confusion. It appeared that the third Hokage was aware of Orochimaru's target being Sasuke. Yet why did he not intervene? Anko was puzzled. A moment of eerie silence passed before the third Hokage regarded Anko with a steady gaze, stating, let us leave it at that for now. The chunin exams will continue, and we must remain vigilant regarding Orochimaru. With no further retort, Anko nodded in agreement. In a dueling arena within Konoha, a group of 18 successful candidates stood before a large seal crafted from a pair of hands. Among the spectators, including the Hokage and several jonin, they observed the triumphant participants. Kakashi watched as Naruto and his companions emerged unscathed from the exam, a satisfied smile hidden beneath his mask. Indeed, with Naruto around, he had no cause for concern. Beside him, Guy remarked with envy, hey, Kakashi, your 3 students are quite impressive. They managed to pass the exam with such ease. Kakashi replied with a soft chuckle, it's just ordinary, I expected it. Upon hearing this, Kai instantly felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Internally cursing Kakashi for his blatant lack of humility, he soon clenched his fists and declared passionately, indeed, Kakashi, you are truly formidable, a worthy rival for all eternity. Beside Naruto, Sasuke observed the other participants passing by, his gaze particularly fixated on Gaara, who was carrying a gourd on his back. Their eyes met, igniting an immediate spark of intensity in the air. With a faint smile, Sasuke quietly remarked to Naruto, that fellow named Gaara piques my interest. I yearn for a duel with him. Naruto sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, and replied, you needn't worry. It's only a matter of time before you and he clash in battle. Sasuke, filled with combat fervor, affirmed, that would be for the best. Meanwhile, Kabuto scanned the assembly of participants, maintaining an outwardly indifferent demeanor while grappling with a torrent of questions within. Why? Why was there no sign of TOS and the others? Could it be that someone had eliminated them? Kabuto's confusion was palpable. Yet, despite his bewilderment, he could do nothing but feign ignorance. In the crowd, Gaara regarded Naruto and Sasuke from a distance, a faint green battle intent surging within his dark-ringed eyes. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, do not let me down, he thought. Kankuro, upon seeing Naruto, wore an expression of disdain, incredulous that the boy had managed to pass through. On the stage, the third Hokage surveyed the crowd before turning to Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma behind him, reflecting on the unexpectedly high number of newcomers who had passed. No wonder they had all been so eager to endorse their students. They truly were impressive, especially Kakashi's team. After a few congratulatory words from Hanabi, the tone shifted as she announced, next, we invite Lord Third Hokage to elucidate the rules of the third stage of the Chunin selection exam. With that, she gracefully stepped down and retreated to the side. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, cleared his throat, and solemnly stated, we shall now proceed to the third exam. However, before I elaborate on its details, I must clarify the true purpose of this examination. Sakura pondered, what could this true purpose be? The third Hokage posed a question to the audience, continuing, firstly, let me ask you, why do the allied nations unite to hold the Chunin exams? His words left the assembled candidates momentarily stunned. In the crowd, only Naruto casually regarded Hiruzen, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming discourse. Observing the silence, Hiruzen explained, the notion of friendship and mutual enhancement among the allied nations is but a facade. The genuine objective of this exam is a small-scale war among the ninjas of the allied nations. The gravity of Hiruzen's words resonated with those who had experienced war. But for the 12 rookies, such a revelation was brutally stark. How can this be? Sakura exclaimed in shock. What does that mean? Ino questioned as well. Though the others remained silent, they too found it difficult to accept this explanation. Taking a drag from his cigarette, the third Hokage exhaled and continued. A glance at history reveals that these so-called allies were once relentless enemies, engaged in constant warfare. To prevent unnecessary casualties and mutual destruction, this venue was chosen, marking the inception of the Chunin exams. Chapter 52, the preliminaries before the main event. With Hiruzen's elucidation, Naruto grasped the essence of the Chunin exams. In essence, the so-called joint hosting of these exams was akin to modern nations conducting joint military exercises. Each nation sought to showcase its formidable military might. The more powerful a nation appeared, the greater the intimidation it wielded over smaller countries. Conversely, smaller nations could assess the strengths of the larger ones and devise appropriate countermeasures. What troubled Naruto, however, was the realization that in the ninja world, those with great power were merely pawns in the hands of the daimyo. Although they appeared to be equals, the status of the daimyo far surpassed that of the village leaders. Even the Kage had to maintain a respectful demeanor in their presence. This hierarchy, so reminiscent of feudal China, left Naruto feeling discontented. Damn it, how can nobles and royals be so arrogant? He thought. One day he vowed he would pull these insufferable daimyo down from their pedestals. Who says that a ninja, skilled only in the art of killing, cannot grasp the reins of national economy? Beside him, Sasuke, having absorbed Hiruzen's explanation regarding the third stage of the Chunin exam, wore an expression of deep contemplation on his handsome face. He murmured, "War, huh? Naruto, you were right. As long as the ninja world remains divided, true peace among ninjas will remain elusive. So this is the real meaning behind the Chunin exam." Naruto nodded, calmly stating, "Indeed, the ninja world is a realm steeped in bloodshed. The peace we perceive is merely an illusion. Only through the cessation of violence and the unification of the ninja world, establishing one sovereign nation, can we cultivate lasting tranquility." This belief was deeply ingrained in Naruto. Shaped by his past life as a citizen of China, Sasuke nodded in agreement, resolutely declaring, "I share the same sentiment." Naruto clapped Sasuke on the shoulder, smiling, "All right, let us put that aside for now and listen to Lord Third speak." Agreed. Among the Jonin, Kakashi observed Naruto and Sasuke's whispered exchange, silently reflecting. What understanding will you two derive from this harsh reality after hearing the explanation of the third exam? Years of warfare had dulled Kakashi's memory of how many enemies' blood had stained his hands. It was precisely because of war, or perhaps the ramifications it brought, that he had lost all those who were most dear to him: his father, mentor, sensei, Obito, and Rin. Suddenly, Kakashi turned to his side, staring at Might Guy, this exuberant individual who constantly spoke of youth. He realized that Guy might be his last true friend in this world. On the stage, after delivering a few more remarks, the third Hokage finally stepped down. Meanwhile, the pale-faced, panda-eyed Mizuki approached, coughing incessantly as he introduced himself. "Greetings, everyone. Before we commence the third exam, it is necessary for each of you to undertake a task that will determine your eligibility for the main event." "Preliminaries?" Sakura queried, her expression one of confusion. Shikamaru, visibly angered, exclaimed, "What do you mean by preliminaries? We barely managed to pass the second exam, and now there's a preliminary round? This is just messing with our minds." The other candidates, while silent, mirrored Shikamaru's confusion and indignation. Sakura, still perplexed, asked Sensei, "I still don't understand why we can't proceed directly to the main event of the third exam." Mizuki, clearly prepared for her inquiry, cleared her throat and responded calmly. The previous two exams were too simplistic, resulting in an overwhelming number of successful candidates. Therefore, we must conduct preliminaries according to the Chunin selection rules to reduce the number of participants in the third exam. The Hokage just mentioned that the daimyo from various nations will be present to observe this exam, which imposes certain time constraints. Mizuki continued. "How can this be?" Sakura was utterly shocked. With an impassive expression, Mizuki stated, "Therefore, those whose health is not up to par should withdraw as soon as possible." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was seized by a series of persistent coughs, leaving the onlookers momentarily speechless. It seemed that he was unwell. Wasn't it the teacher? Can you truly manage in such a state? After a brief silence, noticing that no one stepped forward, Moonlight Gale declared with solemnity, "If no one withdraws, then the preliminary rounds must commence." On the platform, at the back, Hondo gazed at Uchiha Sasuke among the candidates below, her heart filled with astonishment. What was happening? Wasn't that child, like her, marked by Orochimaru's cursed seal? Why did he appear completely unscathed? Yet, despite her reservations, she voiced her concerns. "Lord Hokage, I strongly suggest we terminate the preliminary rounds immediately and have the Umbu protect and isolate that child. That is out of the question." Kakashi's voice suddenly rang out. Observing the anxious expression on Hondo's face, he smiled warmly and added, "That fellow is of the Uchiha clan. He will not yield so easily." Upon realizing Kakashi's presence, Hondo exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? You must force him to withdraw. Even if we seal his chakra, the curse seal will still react and unleash his power." It is a forbidden technique that erodes both the mind and body of the afflicted. No one understands the torment of this seal better than I do. It is a miracle that child has survived thus far. Saying this, she pressed her hand against the aching cursed seal on her neck. A look of resignation on her face. Kakashi, fully aware of her accuracy, replied earnestly, Lord Hokage, I assure you, Sasuke will be fine. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will immediately halt the competition. Kakashi, are you trying to endanger that child? Hondo glared fiercely at him, her voice brimming with fury. Silence, Hondo. I have faith in Sasuke. He is my student, and he possesses the capability to suppress the cursed seal, Kakashi stated in a grave tone. His gaze shifted to Naruto, who stood calmly beside Sasuke. Kakashi silently wondered, Naruto, you wouldn't allow Sasuke to perish, would you? After a moment of silence, the third Hokage finally resolved. Let us proceed as Kakashi suggests. Allow that child to participate in the preliminary rounds. We will continue investigating the matter concerning Orochimaru. If the cursed seal spirals out of control, we will immediately intervene. Hondo wished to persist in her stance, but ultimately found it futile. With a resigned sigh, she acquiesced. I understand, Lord Hokage. However, they could not have foreseen that their greatest concern, Orochimaru, was presently disguised as an elite sound ninja, hiding among the ranks of Jonin. Eagerly observing Sasuke, suppressing his excitement, Orochimaru mused, let me see, Sasuke, just how formidable you have become after mastering the power of the cursed seal. His gaze then flickered to Naruto. And you, Naruto, having harnessed the power of the Nine Tails, I am most curious to witness the extent of your growth. Chapter 53, Astonishment among the crowd. Amidst the hushed whispers of the candidates, Moonlight Gale began to elucidate the rules of the preliminary rounds. The preliminaries will consist of one-on-one personal battles. In other words, this is a test of combat. We have a total of 18 candidates, which allows for 9 pairs. The victors will advance to the third examination. There are no rules for these battles, and they will continue until one side is either killed or concedes. Of course, should I determine that one of the participants can no longer continue, I will intervene and declare the other the victor. Upon finishing the explanation of the rules, an electronic screen promptly materialized on the wall of the duel chamber. Soon, through a random selection process, the names of the first pair of combatants appeared on the screen. Uchiha Sasuke versus Chico Kai. Seeing the result, Naruto smirked faintly. He patted Sasuke on the shoulder and cheerfully remarked, Go on, your chance to show off has arrived. By the way, that guy named Chico Kai is one of Orochimaru's subordinates. You don't need to hold back against him. One of Orochimaru's subordinates? How intriguing. Sasuke replied confidently as he strode into the arena, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Behind Yakushi Kabuto, who wore a mask and had his eyes obscured by dark lenses, Chico Kai stepped forward as well. As the two faced off, Kakashi instantly appeared beside Sasuke, softly advising, Sasuke, remember, do not use your Sharingan. Sasuke smiled lightly. You need not worry about the cursed seal, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto has already helped me resolve that issue. Just watch. Naruto, huh? Kakashi's expression grew complex as he cast a glance at Naruto, sighing. In that case, I look forward to your performance. Now, let the first round of the match begin. Moonlight Gale commanded, stepping back to observe the impending duel between the two. The rest of the audience ascended to the second floor, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the battle. Sasuke regarded Chico Kai with disdain. So you're Chico Kai? Meeting me can only be described as unfortunate for you. Chico Kai sneered. Just a little brat who can only talk big. Prepare yourself. With that, he summoned a surge of chakra and charged toward Sasuke with a fist raised. Humph, utterly deluded. Sasuke retorted with a scoff, his body suddenly moving with the swiftness of a gale as he lunged at Chico Kai. Bang! The spectators barely caught a glimpse of the wind rushing past before a dull thud echoed through the air. Below Chico Kai, Sasuke stood with a smile, his fist having penetrated through Chico Kai's abdomen. Ah! Chico Kai cried out in agony, his gaze fixed in sheer shock upon Sasuke. When did this happen? Feeling the warmth of blood flowing steadily from his left hand, Sasuke knew it was Chico Kai's blood. You are Uchiha Sasuke. Before Chico Kai could finish his sentence, Sasuke abruptly withdrew his left hand and followed with a kick from his right foot. Chico Kai's body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Having completed these actions, Sasuke flicked the blood from his hand, expressing his displeasure. Honestly, how pathetic. I expected you to be more formidable. Noticing Moonlight Gale standing frozen in shock, Sasuke cheerfully inquired. That guy is already dead. Can you announce the match's conclusion, teacher? At Sasuke's words, Moonlight Gale finally snapped out of his daze and rushed to Chico Kai's side. Checking his breath. Indeed, He had completely lost all signs of life. Rising slowly, he wore an expression of horror and declared, "He is already dead." After swallowing hard to suppress his shock, he feigned calmness and announced, "Now, I declare the victor of the first round to be Uchiha Sasuke." With those words, he finally sighed in relief. The audience, however, could no longer remain composed. "This must be a joke. That guy Sasuke is this strong?" Ino exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Shikamaru's expression turned grave as he remarked, "He killed that Chico Kai with a single strike. Sasuke truly is terrifying." Kiba took a deep breath, relief washing over him as he said, "Thank goodness I did not face off against Sasuke. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous." Niji recalled his own experience battling Sasuke, where he had suffered broken ribs, and his heart raced with trepidation. Sasuke remains as fearsome as ever. The trio from Sunigakure also stood in shock. Gaara's face was solemn, his gaze fixed on Sasuke, who happened to meet his cold stare. For the first time, Gaara felt that Sasuke was not an easy opponent to face. Meanwhile, Kankuro was drenched in cold sweat from fear, while Temari felt her legs quivering beneath her. Among the candidates, Yakushi Kabuto wore a similarly dark expression. He never anticipated that in the blink of an eye, his comrade would be swiftly vanquished by Sasuke. Even more astonishingly, he could scarcely discern Sasuke's movements. Sensing the astonished gazes of those around him, Sasuke offered a faint smile and strolled over to Naruto, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "So what do you think? I performed rather well, didn't I?" Sasuke regarded Naruto like a triumphant general, eagerly awaiting his praise. Naruto returned a slight smile and replied with a hint of satisfaction, "You did well. But you must admit, your sudden display might have startled the other candidates and teachers." Sasuke replied nonchalantly, "I couldn't care less." Sakura, observing this, couldn't help but shy away from Sasuke's gaze. It was undeniable, Sasuke's earlier act of lethality had indeed startled her. Yet, as she soon recalled his victory, she felt genuine happiness for him. Eventually, mustering her courage, she said, "Sasuke, congratulations on winning the first match." Upon hearing Sakura's words of commendation, warmth spread through Sasuke's heart as he gently replied, "Thank you, Sakura." Witnessing Sasuke's first smile directed at her, Sakura felt that her long-standing perseverance had finally borne fruit. At last, Sasuke was no longer cold towards her. Meanwhile, in the presence of the Jonin, Guy observed the lifeless body of the recently deceased Choji being carried away by medical personnel, exclaiming in shock, "Kakashi, your pupil, Uchiha Sasuke, truly strikes with ferocity." He dispatched that Choji with a single blow. His prowess, I fear, transcends the mere rank of genin. His true strength may well surpass even yours from years past. Kakashi nodded in agreement, casting a glance at the departing Sasuke. "Indeed, to be frank, Sasuke's rapid growth has far exceeded my expectations." In the corridor on the second floor, after exchanging a few words with Naruto, Sasuke excused himself to wash his hands. Noticing Sasuke's departure, Kakashi also vanished in a flash. In the restroom, as Sasuke finished washing his hands and prepared to leave, he was met by Kakashi, who stood solemnly at the door. Upon recognizing Kakashi, Sasuke chuckled, "Kakashi-sensei, is there something you need?" Kakashi hesitated for a moment before smiling. "Nothing much. I merely wanted to see how you were doing and to congratulate you on your impressive performance." "Really? I too believe I performed well," Sasuke replied with a grin. After exchanging congratulations, Kakashi pressed on with a question that weighed on his mind. "By the way, Sasuke, you mentioned that Naruto helped you resolve the curse mark issue. How did he do that? Could you enlighten me?" This inquiry was not only crucial for him. If Naruto could indeed mitigate the curse mark's negative effects, there might also be hope for removing it for Hinata, who was similarly afflicted. Kakashi contemplated this. Observing Kakashi's earnest gaze, Sasuke spoke softly, "At that time, I was unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I learned that Naruto had utilized the power of the Nine Tails to expel Orochimaru's will from the curse mark. As for the specifics, you should ask Naruto." This response was evidently anticipated by Kakashi, who did not find it surprising. He then inquired, "Can you now control the power of the curse mark?" "Yes," Sasuke affirmed, channeling chakra within his body. In the midst of Kakashi's astonished gaze, a plume of purple chakra flames slowly arose from Sasuke's palm. "Is this the power of the curse mark? Truly formidable." Kakashi marveled, feeling the immense strength emanating from the purple chakra. Sasuke echoed his sentiments. "Indeed. When I first sensed this overwhelming chakra, I was equally astonished." Once the chakra flames dissipated, the two resumed their conversation and returned to the second-floor corridor. In the battle hall on the first floor, the third Hokage and Hinata's group had long since departed. Just as Sasuke and Kakashi returned to Naruto and Sakura, an Umbu ninja, masked and emotionless, suddenly appeared before them. Uchiha Sasuke, the Hokage wishes to speak with you. Please accompany us. The Umbu ninja stated coldly. Sasuke understood that it was undoubtedly his lack of a curse-mark episode that had drawn their attention. Casting a glance back at Naruto, who understood his unspoken words. Naruto smiled. Go ahead. Just answer the Hokage's questions truthfully. Sasuke followed the Umbu ninja as he departed, while the subsequent matches continued. In the second round, Kankuro faced off against Choji. Choji transformed into a meatball tank, barreling forward, but Kankuro easily evaded his charges. After several fruitless attempts, Choji found himself disoriented. Ultimately, bound by Kankuro's puppet, the crow, he reluctantly conceded defeat. Kankuro's performance showcased the Sand Village's puppet techniques impressively before the 4 Jonin of Konoha. Asuma exclaimed, "This kid Kankuro is truly remarkable with his puppet manipulation. Given time, Sand Village is bound to produce another master puppeteer." Although the others, Kakashi and his team, remained silent. Their eyes reflected their admiration for Kankuro. After all, an exceptional puppeteer on the battlefield could be as vital as an entire squad, significantly reducing the mortality rate of comrades through the use of puppets. Konoha had previously suffered at the hands of the renowned puppeteer Chiyo during their battles with the Sand Village. Now, seeing another adept in puppet manipulation certainly provoked some reflections. With the conclusion of the second round came the third match, Shino versus Kankuro. As Shino stepped forward, he took measured strides. Opposite him, Kankuro, adorned with glasses and a black mask, approached. Now, let the third match commence, the announcer declared, stepping aside. Observing Shino with his hands in his pockets and an air of cool detachment, Kankuro charged forward, exclaiming, "Since you're not making a move, I'll take the initiative." He swung his right fist forcefully, only to have Shino effortlessly block it with his left hand. Upon realizing his attack had been thwarted, Kankuro's face broke into a smug grin. "Huh, you've fallen for it." Suddenly, his right arm became pliable, twisting like a serpent as it ensnared Shino's body. Following that, his limbs softened and coiled around Shino's arms and legs. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, witnessing Kankuro entwining Shino like an octopus. The rest of Team 7, aside from Naruto, stood in shock. What on earth is this Kankuro? How can his limbs be so bizarrely flexible? Is he even human? Kiba exclaimed, bewildered. While entangling Shino, Kankuro coldly explained, "I can dislocate all the joints in my body, manipulating my chakra to render my form malleable. Therefore, I will continue to ensnare you until your bones shatter." Unfazed by Kankuro's grip, Shino replied coolly, "You may certainly try." Just as he spoke, Kankuro sensed something was amiss. Shino's body began to darken, ultimately melting away into a puddle of viscous black goo. "What is happening?" Kankuro gasped in alarm, hastily reverting his limbs to their original state. Upon inspecting the ground, which had transformed into a mass of black substance, he noticed it was swiftly shifting. Sakura cried out, "What is that?" At that moment, Kiba finally realized, laughing, that's Shino's clan's secret technique, the bug clone. The fellow named Jian Meicheng is about to face a considerable ordeal. Insect clones. They appear to be crawling in swarms, utterly revolting, Sakura remarked without a hint of mercy. For a girl, insects are undoubtedly the most ghastly and terrifying creatures. Jian Meicheng was still in shock when the figure of Shino gradually emerged behind him. Upon seeing Shino, Jian Meicheng quickly regained his composure and scoffed. Was that an insect clone made from bugs? How unimpressive. I shall eliminate you with my next move. Just as he was about to strike, he found himself immobilized. Across from him, Shino calmly stated, "It's futile. The moment you ensnared me with your insect clone, you had already lost. Stop boasting." Jian Meicheng shouted in desperation. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not advance an inch. On the platform, the audience was equally astonished, their eyes wide with anticipation for Shino's forthcoming explanation. Noticing Jian Meicheng's futile struggles, Shino elaborated, "Just take a look at yourself, and you shall understand." Jian Meicheng hurriedly glanced down at his body, only to discover that countless tiny insects were crawling all over him. Particularly on his feet, swarms of minute insects had firmly shackled his limbs. "How could this be? What have you done to me?" he cried out in confusion. Shino replied, "When you ensnared me with your insect clone, I commanded the bugs to approach you and attach themselves to your feet, preventing you from moving even a step. Surrender, or these parasitic insects will gnaw you to death." Naruto, observing Shino's prowess, couldn't help but admire her. He was aware of the formidable power of parasitic insects from his previous life watching Naruto. Capable of obliterating even the small-tailed beasts without a trace, her strength was undeniable. Moreover, it must be said that Shino certainly exuded an air of sophistication. After a prolonged battle, she hardly had to lift a finger. Chapter 55, a warning to the brother-in-law. Ultimately, Jian Meiqing conceded defeat, and Shino emerged victorious. The fourth match followed, pitting Naruto against Kiba. As the results flashed on the screen, Sakura smiled gently at Naruto, whispering, "Naruto, it's your turn. Do your best." "I will," Naruto replied, leaping effortlessly into the arena. Kiba soon followed suit, gazing at Naruto with excitement. "Hey Naruto, I didn't expect us to face each other so soon. It was a great regret not to have fought you last time. This time, I intend to defeat you decisively." Naruto responded with a grin. "Then you'd better bring your A-game. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to be taken out in an instant." In the corridor above, Kakashi, who had been silently observing Naruto, allowed a glimmer of anticipation to cross his features, thinking, "Naruto, show me your true strength." Likewise, in the corridor, Kabuto wore a smile as he watched Naruto, eager to see his performance. Unlike in the original anime, he had not gathered information on Naruto or Sasuke, so he did not leave prematurely. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two began their battle. Kiba adopted a stance of utmost determination, using beast mimicry alongside Akamaru. Resembling two ferocious beasts with piercing gazes fixed on Naruto, ready to strike at any moment. Naruto casually shook his hands, his previously carefree demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. He dashed towards Kiba, leaping high into the air and delivering a kick aimed directly at Kiba's face. Kiba instinctively raised his hand to block the attack, only to be astonished by the immense force behind Naruto's strike. His arm felt numb and swollen, a fiery pain coursing through it. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath. And before he could react, Naruto followed up with another powerful kick. Reluctantly, he had to dodge. Yet, Naruto did not pursue, merely observing in silence. Kiba, growing increasingly frustrated by Naruto's inaction, unleashed his signature move, Dog Fong, spinning rapidly with Akamaru, resembling two fierce whirlwinds rushing towards Naruto. However, no matter how fervently they attacked, Naruto effortlessly evaded their onslaught. Kiba's anger reached a boiling point. He produced a chakra-enhancing pill and swallowed it without a second thought, determined to unleash his full strength. "Naruto!" Kiba shouted in fury, charging at Naruto once more with renewed ferocity. Recognizing Kiba's seriousness, Naruto decided it was time to conclude the match. Covertly channeling chakra to the surface of his body, Naruto suddenly accelerated. Whoosh! The audience barely registered a blur as a figure darted past. Then came a resounding thud. Naruto's fist, imbued with immense power, collided heavily with Kiba's ultimate move. The two forces clashed, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Amidst the haze, Naruto's piercing gaze locked onto Kiba, his fist crashing forcefully against Kiba's chest. A chilling aura emanated, and the overwhelming pressure rendered Kiba utterly incapacitated. Blood poured from his mouth as he stared in disbelief at Naruto. "You have lost, Kiba," Naruto's icy voice resonated. The crowd gasped, eyes glued to the center of the smoke-filled arena. Neji activated his Byakugan, and upon seeing the outcome, he sighed, acknowledging Kiba's defeat. As the smoke cleared, Naruto stood calmly. While Kiba slumped to the ground, his expression vacant, eyes wide with shock, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if he had encountered something terrifying. "Kiba, are you all right?" Hinata anxiously asked, her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest. Seeing Kiba incapacitated, Tsukuyami swiftly approached, declaring, "I now announce the victor, Uzumaki Naruto." After securing his victory, Naruto slowly approached Kiba, pulling him up. "So, did I not tell you I am strong?" He grinned. Kiba, taken aback by Naruto's hand on his, quickly rose. But the pain in his chest caused him to grimace. Noticing his discomfort, Naruto felt a twinge of regret. "I'm sorry, I may have hit a bit too hard." Hearing Naruto's apology snapped Kiba back to reality, and he forced a chuckle. "Naruto, I admit I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be this strong. But don't get complacent. Next time we fight, I will definitely defeat you." To Kiba's words, Naruto merely smiled faintly. The medical team soon arrived to take Kiba away, and Naruto returned to the corridor. Upon seeing him return unscathed, Sakura immediately exclaimed, "Naruto, congratulations on winning the match." Kakashi also chimed in, "Naruto, you performed exceedingly well." At that moment, Hinata shyly approached, saying, "Naruto-kun, congratulations." Responding to Hinata's concern, Naruto smiled. "Thank you, Hinata." A glance revealed her left hand tightly clutching ointment hidden behind her back. "This adorable girl never fails to show her concern for me," he thought. "With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire?" "Hinata, for the upcoming matches, you must do your best. I will always be watching over you." Naruto said gently. "Yes, I will work hard and not let you down, Naruto-kun." the sweet Hinata replied with determination in her eyes. Naruto cast a glance at his brother-in-law Neji, aware that he was Hinata's adversary in the preliminaries. This guy still harbored resentment towards the main branch, especially with the impending match against Hinata, where he would undoubtedly go all out. Naruto couldn't help but worry. Hinata, just do your best in the upcoming match. Please don't push yourself too hard. If it becomes too difficult, just concede. Your safety is the most important thing, do you understand? Hinata was so moved that she was on the verge of tears. Naruto-kun, you are truly wonderful to me. Coincidentally, at that moment, Neji also glanced over at Naruto. Their eyes meeting. In the interest of his wife's safety, Naruto stepped forward to admonish him. Approaching Neji, he whispered, if you find yourself facing Hinata later, I hope you can show her some mercy and refrain from inflicting serious harm. You must understand, she admires you as her brother. In return, he added, if I encounter you in the finals, I too will show you mercy. Upon hearing Naruto's warning, Neji coldly replied, since you are aware that she might face me, why not advise her to forfeit instead of asking me to go easy on her? Naruto replied nonchalantly, because, like you, she is striving to prove herself. You are a servant of the Hyuga clan, and she, too, is a discarded child of the clan. Thus, she understands your pain better than anyone. Neji scoffed, ridiculous. Uzumaki Naruto, what is your relationship with Hinata-sama that you are so concerned for her? She is a noble of the clan, elevated above all. Does she truly need anyone's pity? Naruto cast a glance at Hinata and smiled. Indeed, I am currently nothing to Hinata. But let me make this clear. She is the girl I cherish. If you dare to seriously injure her, I will ensure that you are left utterly incapacitated. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test me. With that, Naruto turned and returned to Sakura's side, leaving Neji standing there in stunned silence. Chapter 56. Individual Battles. The competition continued. The fifth round commenced, featuring Nara Shikamaru versus Yakushi Kabuto. Upon seeing the names, Naruto visibly perked up, eager to see whether Kabuto would take action this time. However, as he had anticipated, upon seeing the matchup, Kabuto, without a moment's hesitation, scratched his head and chuckled. Well then, I forfeit this match. Forfeit? Moonlight Breeze was visibly taken aback. Kabuto was the first contestant to declare a forfeit. Clearing his throat, Moonlight Breeze proclaimed, very well. I hereby announce that, due to Yakushi Kabuto's forfeit in the fifth round, the winner is Nara Shikamaru. TCH. Shikamaru let out an annoyed huff, casting a puzzled gaze at Kabuto. Although he generally found everything to be a hassle, was he being underestimated? Moreover, judging by Kabuto's demeanor, it seemed he did not care about the outcome of the match at all. Indeed, having just declared his forfeit, Kabuto turned and left the arena. With that, Shikamaru secured an effortless victory. Thus, all three of Orochimaru's spies hidden within Konoha had been eliminated. Disguised as an Umbu from the Sound Village, Orochimaru observed Kabuto's departure and, with a puff of white smoke, vanished as well. His exit went unnoticed by the crowd. Among the three from Sunagakure, watching Shikamaru, who had won effortlessly yet seemed unsatisfied, Temari sneered, that Nara guy is truly lucky. He breezed through to the finals so easily. However, next time, he won't enjoy such good fortune. The next match was the sixth round, with Sakura facing Ino. The battle between the two girls was a fierce contest, yet to the onlookers, it appeared merely as a standard skirmish between ninjas, with neither side possessing overwhelming strength. Ultimately, after Ino's attempt at the body switch technique failed, both she and Sakura exhausted themselves and collapsed, resulting in a draw, with neither advancing. Following Sakura, the seventh round featured Tenten against Temari. In the face of Temari, Tenten's ninja tool assaults resembled a child's play. The numerous projectiles aimed at Temari were effortlessly swatted away by her fan. Tenten herself was decisively defeated by Temari's Gale Palm technique. Only 4 competitors remained: Rock Lee, Neji, Hinata, and Gaara. Among these, it was indisputable that Hinata was the weakest. Observing this, the crowd could not help but feel anxious for Hinata. As predicted by Naruto, the 8th round saw Hinata pitted against Neji. Under Naruto's threatening gaze, Neji evaded Hinata's attacks, opting for a defensive stance while coldly advising her, Hinata-sama, you should forfeit. You are no match for me. However, the more he insisted, the more resolute Hinata became. Neji and I will not give up, she declared with unwavering determination. With the one she admired watching her battle, how could she disappoint him? Let us settle this. Neji sighed, conceding, very well, then I shall accommodate your wish. He increased the force of his strikes, and his speed intensified, each blow landing harshly on Hinata's chakra points. Conversely, though Hinata's attacks seemed to strike Neji, the disparity in their strengths rendered her efforts largely ineffective. In no time, Hinata was left gasping for breath, unable to continue. She yearned to fight on, but found herself incapable. Meanwhile, Niji remained composed, showing no signs of injury. In the hallway, Kakashi explained, Hinata's chakra points have been completely sealed. She can no longer utilize chakra. She has lost this duel. Guy lamented. This was always a foregone conclusion. The fact that Hinata could give her all is already remarkable. Seeing this, Naruto spoke up. Hinata, I have witnessed your efforts. It's time to stop. You have done splendidly. Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered softly, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she gazed at him. She understood that this was a match she could not win. Yet, in order to prove her own growth, she did not choose to forfeit from the outset. Upon hearing Naruto's words, a smile broke across her face. Naruto had acknowledged her efforts. Her perseverance had borne fruit. Simultaneously, she recognized that Naruto cared for her and wished to shield her from harm. I understand, she said, finding peace as she closed her eyes. Upon reopening them, the fighting spirit had vanished from her gaze. Looking at Niji, she smiled and said, Niji and I concede this match. With Hinata's voluntary surrender, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his wife was not grievously injured by Niji. Nevertheless, Hinata was still taken away by the medical team for treatment. Next came the final match, Rock Lee versus Gaara. Without needing Moonlight Breeze to announce it, Gaara's sand had already made its presence felt in the arena. As the last competitor to enter, Lee's eyes burned with enthusiasm. He clenched his fists and exclaimed, finally. It's my turn. Guy, filled with excitement, shouted from the sidelines, Go Lee. Ignite the power of youth. Yes, Lee responded with fervor, leaping into the arena. Across from him, Gaara impatiently urged, let us begin. With his left hand behind his back and his right hand raised slightly in a challenging pose. Lee smiled, I couldn't ask for a quicker opportunity to battle you. With that, he dashed towards Gaara, launching his assault. Lee's typical attack speed was already remarkable, but each strike was thwarted by the sand that appeared before Gaara. Thus, despite numerous attempts, Lee could inflict no damage upon Gaara. Naruto recognized this as Gaara's passive ability. The sand technique. It must be said, this skill was truly formidable against ordinary opponents. Yet, Lee was no ordinary ninja. Shortly thereafter, with Guy's nod of approval, Lee shed the weights on his legs, instantly accelerating his attack speed once more. In merely a matter of seconds, the scene had escalated to a point where the spectators could scarcely discern the action. Gaara's sand, overwhelmed by Lee's relentless onslaught, proved inadequate for defense. And Gaara found himself struck by several of Lee's powerful blows. Sakura's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she exclaimed, what incredible speed. Lee is truly remarkable. It seems he has gained the upper hand. In their previous confrontation, she had briefly perceived Lee as weak. But it now became evident that it was not Lee's frailty, but rather Sasuke's formidable strength that had overshadowed him. Kakashi, witnessing his disciple's advantage, remarked with satisfaction, of course. Lee is exceptionally strong. Following a series of blows from Lee, cracks began to mar Gaara's face, transforming his expression into a grotesque mask as sand peeled away from his visage. The presence of Shikaku within him grew increasingly agitated. Within Naruto, the voice of Kurama suddenly echoed, Humph. That Shikaku is still as irritable as ever. Naruto, it appears my last lesson was insufficient. Shall I intervene again? Sensing his rival's turbulent aura, Kurama could hardly contain himself. Humph. Just a tailed beast, daring to act arrogantly before me. How tiresome. Let us see how it unfolds. Naruto replied softly. Chapter 57, The Climactic Showdown, Lee versus Gaara. Beside Naruto, Sakura gazed at Gaara, who was slowly raising his head, and questioned in disbelief. What is happening? That boy, Gaara, is having sand continuously peel away from his face. The fact that he could envelop himself in sand revealed the complexity of this Gaara. Kakashi observed him with a serious demeanor, expressing his astonishment. Shikamaru's face reflected shock as he muttered, that guy is utterly unscathed. Is he even human? Ino, her eyes wide and hands gripping the railing tightly, exclaimed in disbelief, this is incredible. Kankuro and Temari watched anxiously from the sidelines, their minds racing with astonishment. For they had never seen Gaara in such a vulnerable state. In the arena, Lee, observing the sand cascading towards Gaara, dared not let his guard down. His gaze remained fixed upon Gaara, anticipating his next move. Gradually, as neither side made the first move, the sand once again enveloped Gaara's body, returning his expression to a frigid demeanor. Only a small circle of sand encircled him, completely trapping him. Is this all you can muster? Gaara taunted, having restored his composure. In response to his provocation, Lee's expression turned serious as he contemplated. That guy's defense is formidable. No matter how swift I am, it proves ineffective. The only option left is to launch a more powerful attack to breach his defenses, and that means employing the lotus. Without hesitation, Lee began to untie a portion of the bandages around his hands, determination rekindling in his eyes. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed around Gaara, stirring up a small whirlwind in his wake. Trapped in the center, Gaara remained expressionless, coldly demanding, "Let us begin." As Lee ran, a smile crept onto his lips. "As you wish." In an instant, he vanished. Gaara felt a chilling breeze beneath him. As he looked down, he saw Lee's foot hurtling toward him. With barely enough time to evade, he took the full force of the kick. Immediately following, a second and third kick landed on his abdomen. With each blow, he felt as though his heart were being mercilessly struck by a hammer. He was propelled from the ground into the air, attempting to summon the sand for defense, only to discover that under such duress, he had no capacity to control it. "Damn it, my body 1T move." Gaara cursed inwardly, feeling the weight of his form as the sand armor on him cracked ominously. Lee's hands moved deftly, wrapping the bandages around Gaara's body. Seizing Gaara's shoulder, he grinned triumphantly. "Prepare yourself for the primary lotus," Lee shouted, spinning Gaara around with relentless vigor. In the air, the rotation unleashed a small whirlwind. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook violently, and the room was instantly filled with dust. Lee emerged from the haze, his face alight with a victorious smile. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at Lee's unscathed form. As the dust settled, Gaara lay broken and motionless in the crater created by the impact. In the corridor, Guy shouted with exuberance, "Fantastic job, Lee. You truly are my disciple." Lee responded joyfully, "Thank you, Guy-sensei." Sakura, ecstatic, waved her fists, exclaiming, "He did it. Lee won. This is wonderful." Shikamaru, gazing at the immobile Gaara, remarked in shock, Hey, I hope he is not dead." While the Leaf Village celebrated, the Sand Village's Kankuro and Temari did not share in the joy. Kankuro expressed his disbelief. "No way, Gaara can't be." "He won't." Temari interrupted firmly. Behind them, the Sand Village's Jonin, Maki, could only pray for Gaara's safety. In the arena, the moonlit breeze served as the referee, stepping forward to assess whether Gaara could still fight. Ready to declare a victor. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Gaara's body began to crumble and peel away. Lee was left in shock. "How is this possible?" "That was my finishing move, one I believe few could withstand." Naruto observed Lee's astonishment and sighed. "Lee, before you stands the youngest Kazekage in history. The only one to ascend to the position at such a young age among the 5 great nations. It's no wonder you struggle against him." Frankly, Naruto wished for Lee to concede at this juncture. As Lee pondered, a surge of sand erupted from behind him, and Gaara emerged, his cracked face adorned with a sinister smile. Lee turned, anxiety gripping him as he assumed a defensive stance. The murderous intent emanating from Gaara was palpable. Behind him, a tempest of sand surged forth like tendrils, relentlessly advancing toward Lee. Meanwhile, Lee, a mere mortal, bore the backlash from using the primary lotus, causing him to grimace in pain. He could only endure the agony while desperately evading Gaara's relentless assault. Yet, he was struck multiple times by Gaara's sand, suffering further torment. The tide of battle had swiftly turned, and the watching ninjas recognized that Lee was now at a disadvantage. However, Sakura remained oblivious to this shift, watching Lee, whose speed had evidently diminished, and questioned, "Why does Lee look so strained? Didn't they possess incredible speed? Shouldn't it be easy to evade?" Beside her, Guy spoke gravely. "It's not that Lee doesn't wish to evade, but he simply cannot." "Why is that?" Sakura inquired. Kakashi clarified, "The lotus is a double-edged sword. It is neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu, but a high-speed taijutsu. Utilizing this move places a tremendous burden on one's body. Currently, Lee is in excruciating pain and, naturally, cannot evade." "Wouldn't you agree, Guy?" Kakashi added. Guy remained silent. Sakura, witnessing Lee being mercilessly pummeled by Gaara, lamented, "How could this happen?" At that moment, Naruto, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Guy-sensei, please let Lee concede. Continuing this battle serves no purpose." Upon hearing this, Sakura's expression darkened further. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at the silent Guy, agreeing with Naruto's assertion that Lee was no longer capable of fighting. If this continued, he would surely lose his life. Yet, Guy clenched his fists, his face a mask of unwillingness and heartache. He was acutely aware that Naruto and the others spoke out of concern for Lee's well-being. Naruto continued, "I know you have taught Lee the 8 gates technique, but do you truly believe, Teacher Guy, that even if Lee were to open the 8 gates and defeat Gaara, what would happen in the subsequent matches? Could he fight on?" At these words, Guy visibly faltered. Indeed, even if he permitted Lee to unleash the 8 gates to triumph over Gaara, What would become of the ensuing matches? Lee, forgive me. You cannot continue to fight. Ultimately, Guy made his decision and called out to Lee in the arena. Lee, that is enough. Do not fight any longer. Panting heavily, Lee turned back, looking at his most esteemed teacher in shock. Why, Teacher Guy? I can keep going. Enough, Lee. Guy leaped into the arena, gazing at Lee with a sense of pride. You have already performed admirably. Continuing further may cost you your life. You are my finest subordinate, and I have recognized your strength. But, Lee attempted to retort. Guy swiftly covered his mouth, looking at the moonlight with a sigh. Judge, Rock Lee has lost. This match belongs to Gaara of the Sand. Indeed. Consequently, due to Lee's concession, this intense preliminary match came to a definitive conclusion. Chapter 58. Aiding Anko in exorcising Orochimaru's will. Among the 18 candidates, 8 advanced to the next round: Naruto, Sasuke, Shino, Shikamaru, Neji, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. After the match concluded, as Naruto was about to depart, Kakashi beckoned him over, indicating he had something to discuss. The two exchanged a glance before disappearing down the corridor. On a rooftop in Konoha, Kakashi leaned against the railing with his hands in his pockets, his expression serious as he regarded Naruto. Naruto, you helped Sasuke with his cursed seal, correct? Yes. Can you tell me how you managed to do that? Naruto smiled faintly and replied, I utilized the power of the Nine Tails to expel Orochimaru's will from Sasuke's cursed seal. It was that simple. Kakashi marveled, the power of the Nine Tails? Truly remarkable. Suddenly, Kakashi's casual demeanor vanished, and he spoke earnestly. Naruto, please accompany me to the Hokage's office. There is someone who requires your assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto surmised that the person in need of his help must be Anko. He had a favorable impression of her, so he agreed to go. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office with Kakashi, they found 3 individuals waiting inside. The third Hokage, Mitarashi, Anko, and Sasuke. All 3 were gazing at him. As Naruto entered the office behind Kakashi, he heard Kakashi respectfully announce, Hokage-sama, I have brought Naruto. The third Hokage nodded, scrutinizing Naruto, who was clad in a gray trench coat and wore a calm expression, a sight that evoked a deep sense of nostalgia within him. Reminiscent of the fourth Hokage, he cleared his throat and spoke gravely. Naruto, regarding your encounter with Orochimaru and Sasuke's cursed seal, we have heard his account. It was you who expelled Orochimaru's will from his seal. Indeed, Naruto replied softly, his gaze drifting to the Hokage's portrait on the wall. The leftmost photograph depicted the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Though his expression was serious, he retained an undeniable handsomeness. Father, wait for me. I will surely revive you. Naruto silently vowed, his heart resolute. Naruto, you have arrived. Sasuke greeted him quietly. Yes, he responded. Anko, catching the third Hokage's glance, stepped forward, her voice trembling with anxiety. Naruto, since you were able to assist Sasuke with his cursed seal, could you also help me eliminate the negative effects of my own seal? I beg of you. Heaven knows how excited she was at this moment. For a long time, she had endured the torment of being eroded by Orochimaru's will. Each episode of its manifestation brought her excruciating pain, a suffering worse than death itself. Now that she saw a glimmer of hope in the possibility of expelling Orochimaru's will from her seal, she was determined to give it a try, no matter the cost. Naruto, observing Anko's bowed head in supplication, feigned ignorance. Third Hokage, what does this mean? Sarutobi sighed, releasing a puff of smoke. To be frank, Anko, like Sasuke, has been cursed with Orochimaru's seal. All this time, we have only been able to suppress it, not eradicate it, until we heard about your success with Sasuke's seal. I see, Naruto responded, feigning a moment of enlightenment. He looked at the visibly anxious Anko and said, you need not worry, Teacher Anko. Leave the matter of the seal to me. However, the process may be somewhat painful, so you must endure. I can endure any pain, Anko replied, tears welling in her eyes, her gratitude palpable. The third Hokage continued, do you require me to send Anbu to protect you both? Naruto replied nonchalantly, no need. This place will suffice. I have matters to attend to, so let's begin here. Teacher Anko, please take a seat and reveal your cursed seal. Very well. Without hesitation, Anko found a spot to sit, pulled down her collar, and exposed her smooth, pale neck. On the left side of her neck, the same cursed seal as Sasuke's could be seen. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Naruto's next actions. Naruto held his breath, channeling the Nine Tails chakra within him. Soon, a swirling mass of orange-red chakra manifested on his right hand. Upon witnessing the immense power emanating from Naruto's hand, Sarutobi marveled. So this is the power of the Nine Tails. Truly unparalleled. At the same time, he felt increasingly justified in his decision to seal the Nine Tails within Naruto all those years ago. Naruto directed his hand toward Anko's cursed seal, a steady stream of Ninetales chakra flowing into the space of the seal, his consciousness following suit. As Naruto summoned Kurama to battle Orochimaru's will, a look of agony gradually marred Anko's face. She gritted her teeth, enduring the torment. The onlookers could only watch in horror, silently rooting for Anko. After employing similar methods, Orochimaru's will within Anko's cursed seal was ultimately expelled by Kurama. As Naruto's consciousness returned to his body, he abruptly opened his eyes, a relieved smile gracing his features. We succeeded. At his words, the other 3 participants exhaled a collective sigh of relief. In her chair, Anko felt a sudden lightness envelop her. The long-suppressed emotions within her found liberation. A sense of indescribable joy washed over her. She attempted to rise to thank Naruto, but as she got to her feet, she found her limbs rendered weak. Noticing this, Naruto explained, after expelling Orochimaru's will, "You will experience extreme fatigue and weakness for a short while. Just rest." Anko nodded, gazing at Naruto with a weary smile. "I understand, Naruto. Thank you." Naruto waved his hand dismissively, grinning. "It was nothing. From now on, Teacher Anko, you will no longer suffer from Orochimaru's will. Moreover, I have preserved the power of this cursed seal to the greatest extent possible. Like Sasuke, you will be able to wield its strength without fearing Orochimaru's control over your body." To this, Anko simply shook her head, responding lightly, "Power is of no importance. What matters is that I am finally free." After resolving Anko's cursed seal, Naruto turned to the 3rd Hokage and smiled. "If there is nothing else, Sasuke and I will take our leave. Go ahead." Upon witnessing Naruto's true ability to harness the power of the Ninetales, the 3rd Hokage could not help but smile with relief as he allowed the 2 to depart from the Hokage's office. He had already gleaned information about Orochimaru from the words of Sasuke and Anko. As Naruto and Sasuke exited, Kakashi and Anko also took their leave, vanishing from sight. Alone in the office, the 3rd Hokage cast a fond glance at the photograph of Minato adorning the wall and remarked with satisfaction, "Minato, you truly have a wonderful son. Naruto has indeed lived up to your expectations, mastering the control of the Ninetales power. With this, we now possess a greater assurance in facing the impending crisis that threatens the village." With that, he took a deep drag from his cigarette, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Chapter 59, An Alliance with Orochimaru. On the street, Naruto and Sasuke walked side by side, both wearing expressions of ease and contentment. Sasuke turned to Naruto. A hint of concern etched across his face. "Naruto, are you sure it's wise to reveal your mastery of the Ninetales power to the old man and the others? Is it truly safe?" Sensing the unease in Sasuke's voice, Naruto replied with a reassuring smile, "Don't worry, it's fine. By the way, I forgot to mention that there are a total of 8 of us in the upcoming finals, including you and me. Your opponent will be none other than Gaara of the Sand. That guy? I really am looking forward to it." Sasuke's lips curved into a smile as the cold visage of Gaara flashed in his mind. "When does the finals begin?" he inquired. "In a month," Naruto replied nonchalantly. "Is it really that far away?" Sasuke expressed his displeasure, having expected the finals to commence the very next day. Naruto chuckled, patting Sasuke on the shoulder. "A month of preparation is just right. It gives me the perfect opportunity to attend to some matters I've long desired to pursue." Sasuke paused, sensing that Naruto might be harboring secrets. "What do you intend to do?" he asked, his expression tense, as intuition told him that Naruto's next course of action would be anything but ordinary. Naruto merely smiled faintly. "Oh, it's nothing much. Just planning to resurrect my father." He had no intention of concealing his decision to revive Minato from Sasuke. On the contrary, he preferred to inform him in advance to avoid any potential shock later on. "What did you just say?" Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of horror. "Revive the 4th Hokage? Are you certain you're not jesting?" Naruto's smile faded as he spoke in a hushed tone. "Do I look like I'm joking? Not really, but this is utterly impossible." Sasuke struggled to fathom how Naruto could possibly bring back the 4th Hokage. Naruto asserted, "I will revive my father using my own methods. But this is a secret that must remain between us, understood?" Sasuke nodded, murmuring, "I understand." The 2 continued their conversation for a while longer before reluctantly parting ways to return to their respective homes. Upon returning home, Naruto resumed his daily routine of signing in, receiving only ordinary items as rewards, seemingly without any substantial rewards from the system before the end of the month. However, Naruto was unconcerned about such trivialities. That night, the moon shone exceptionally bright, illuminating the streets as countless lights flickered to life, creating a dazzling spectacle. Stepping outside, Naruto strolled through the bustling streets. observing the throngs of people, many accompanied by loved ones. Yet, he found himself alone. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended the yearning for parental affection that the previous Naruto had felt. As he wandered, he found himself at the familiar Ichiraku ramen shop, almost unconsciously stepping inside. "Hello, Uncle Ichiraku," Naruto greeted with a smile. "Ah, Naruto, what would you like to eat?" Uncle Ichiraku responded with a grin. "I'd like a bowl of miso chashu tonkatsu ramen, and don't forget to add narutomaki." "Of course," Uncle Ichiraku replied cheerfully as he got to work. Before long, the delicious ramen was served, and the enticing aroma awakened Naruto's appetite. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to slurp the noodles. It must be said that Uncle Ichiraku's ramen was truly superb. The chewy noodles, combined with the rich tonkatsu broth and generous toppings, was a hearty meal that left one craving more. After devouring 2 bowls, Naruto let out a satisfied burp, bidding farewell to Uncle Ichiraku and returning to the familiar street. As he walked, he gazed up at the Hokage rock, faintly illuminated by the moonlight, and felt an urge to sit atop his father's face for a moment. In a leap, he found himself on the 4th Hokage's face. From this vantage point, he could see the entirety of Konoha, lying on the enormous Hokage rock. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Naruto closed his eyes, relishing the rare tranquility of the moment. "Naruto, you truly have a leisurely spirit." A voice drifted from behind him, and from a swirling purple portal, Orochimaru's figure emerged. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Naruto remained sprawled out, responding coolly, "What do you want, Orochimaru?" In the moonlight, Orochimaru's face appeared even paler as he regarded Naruto with a sinister grin. "Naruto, you were the one who eliminated my while hidden within Sasuke and Anko, weren't you?" His voice deepened, a murderous intent beginning to surface. Naruto slowly rose to his feet, meeting Orochimaru's gaze with calm determination. "Yes, I did. And what of it?" In response, Naruto emanated his own aura of malice, countering Orochimaru's hostility. Clearly taken aback by the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from Naruto, Orochimaru chuckled coldly. "I never expected that the former vessel of the Nine Tails has grown into someone so formidable. To be honest, I've been eager to face you, Naruto. You may try?" Naruto retorted with a smirk, as the ethereal form of Kurama appeared behind him, baring its fangs and exuding a palpable malevolence. Orochimaru let out a few laughs before abruptly sobering. "Naruto, I was merely joking. Don't take it so seriously. I've come to discuss a partnership with you." "Oh, a partnership? Do elaborate," Naruto said, donning a cheerful expression. Orochimaru's gaze drifted towards the distant, brightly lit village of Konoha, and he sighed. "Naruto, let us together obliterate this dark village and then establish a new village devoid of darkness. Join me, what do you say?" "State your reasons," Naruto replied calmly. In truth, he had entertained thoughts of destroying Konoha. "Reasons? Naruto, have you not endured the scorn and insults from the villagers for all these years? They've labeled you a demon fox, a monster, a devil. Surely you haven't forgotten? Your parents, the 4th Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina, sacrificed their lives to protect Konoha. Yet what was the outcome? As the son of a hero, perhaps this is your first realization of who your parents truly were. Moreover, you've lived a life more wretched than an orphan. Who is the true architect of all this suffering? I believe you are well aware." As he concluded, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of melancholy, his profound gaze glimmering with unshed tears. Listening to Orochimaru's words, Naruto nodded and replied, "It just so happens that I already know my parents are the 4th Hokage and his wife. But as you mentioned, the 3rd Hokage truly deserves his fate. I might consider collaborating with you, but one thing is certain, I will not hand Sasuke over to you." Orochimaru concealed his face with a mocking smile and coldly remarked that Sasuke was a vengeful spirit, born solely for the purpose of revenge. "You cannot obstruct him. He will undoubtedly seek me out." "Very well, then we shall see whether Sasuke chooses to accompany you or to follow me." Naruto chose not to engage in a debate, but instead handed the decision over to Sasuke. "Pray, enlighten me about your plans." Naruto gazed at Orochimaru, awaiting his response. Orochimaru spoke with a calm demeanor, stating that their plan was to collaborate with the Sand Village to launch an assault on Konoha. At that time, Gaara from the Sand Village would unleash his fury, thereby achieving the complete annihilation of Konoha. As for me, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate the 3rd Hokage. He looked at Naruto, clearly eager to discern Naruto's intentions. Naruto replied with a smile, stating that while they launched a frontal attack, he would take care of Danzo and the other 2 elderly men of Konoha, effectively eradicating the entire root of Konoha. How does that sound? "Excellent," Orochimaru exclaimed with enthusiasm, expressing his delight in their collaboration. He extended his icy right hand toward Naruto, who reciprocated, sealing their partnership with a handshake. They exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. Chapter 60, Release of Jin. After solidifying their alliance, Orochimaru departed with a sinister grin. Shortly after his exit, Naruto returned to his humble abode. Lying on his bed and gazing at the ceiling above, a triumphant smile crept upon Naruto's lips. He had long anticipated cooperating with Orochimaru, otherwise, he would not have remained passive regarding Orochimaru's actions of implanting a curse mark on Sasuke. He intended to utilize Orochimaru to obliterate Konoha, thereby thoroughly dismantling the decaying and shadowy elements led by Danzo, paving the way for his father, the fourth Hokage, to reclaim power. At that time, all dissenters would be eliminated, allowing his father to govern Konoha. This would free him to join Sasuke in seeking vengeance against Tobi. Indeed, even the persona of cooperating with Orochimaru had been meticulously devised in his mind beforehand. What could be more intimidating than the identity of the masked man? The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, of which he possessed a pair, could serve to conceal his true identity. Thus, no matter how much suspicion arose among the people of Konoha, they would never suspect the son of the Hokage. With everything falling into place, Naruto drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After rising and having breakfast, Naruto suddenly recalled the female sound ninja named Jin, whom he had confined in the Kemui dimension for several days. He decided to check on her condition, but as soon as he entered, he overheard Jin voicing her grievances within the Kemui space. Under a tree, Jin struck the trunk with her fist, cursing, "Damn brat. Locking me up here for so many days without even a visit. What does he mean by this? He neither kills me nor releases me. What is his intention? Ugh. What kind of place is this? There isn't even an exit. It drives me insane." Yet, after expressing her frustrations, she had to lean against the tree, continuously gasping for breath. Feeling her shriveled stomach, she lamented, "I am so hungry." She broke down, saying, "If you won't let me out, at least provide me with something to eat." "Ah, good morning." Naruto greeted her with a cheerful smile, observing her furious demeanor. Jin, upon hearing him, momentarily froze, then whirled around to face Naruto, her anger reigniting instantly. Well, you finally decided to show yourself. Tell me, just how long do you intend to keep me locked up?" Jin exclaimed, hands on her hips, her expression brimming with rage. Naruto, surveying her furious countenance, chuckled, "Indeed, you are quite the beautiful maiden. I thought after these few days, you would be too weak from hunger to even stand. But now, you seem quite spirited. It appears I could keep you here for a few more days without issue." "You." Jin glared at the smug Naruto, wanting to curse him yet unable to articulate her anger, resorting instead to sulking. However, her frustration only reminded her of her gnawing hunger. Having exhausted all the food in her ninja pouch over the past few days, she was now completely out of provisions, her mouth dry and bitter. Naruto, aware of her predicament, retrieved a stash of food and milk that he had prepared earlier, offering it to her with a smile. "Here, eat." Upon seeing the food, Jin's eyes sparkled, but she quickly adopted a wary demeanor. "Brat, are you truly that kind-hearted, offering me this food?" Naruto extended the provisions toward her, saying, "Whether you eat or not is entirely your choice." At his words, Jin's apprehensions faded. Without hesitation, she snatched the milk and gulped down a large mouthful. Afterward, she devoured the bread and chicken leg with fervor, mumbling incoherently about how delicious it was. In a whirlwind of consumption, the entire bag of food Naruto had brought was swiftly devoured by her. Her ravenous appetite astonished Naruto. This girl must have been reborn as a hungry ghost. He thought to himself in disbelief. After a lengthy indulgence, Jin finally leaned back, contentedly burping, and declared, "I'm full at last. That was delightful." Seeing that she had finished, Naruto gently remarked, "Well, you have eaten your fill. I must take my leave." He feigned an intent to depart. "Wait." Jin stepped forward to block his path, anxiety lacing her voice. "Are you really leaving again? Why not?" Naruto chuckled, playfully gazing at her. Jin, unable to contain herself any longer, retorted angrily, "Hey, brat, just how long do you intend to keep me locked up? If you wish to kill me, just do it. Grant me a swift end." This life in a dark and dreary prison was more than she could bear, although it wasn't truly devoid of light. Living in such a manner felt like an eternity, and she was on the verge of breaking down. "Do you wish to escape?" Naruto inquired, eyeing the girl clad in gray camouflage. He smiled. "If you want me to release you, you must serve as my maid for a month, and I shall set you free." "What? Absolutely not." Jin vehemently rejected the idea. As a ninja from the Sound Village, how could she stoop to performing domestic duties? The very notion of serving this insufferable brat was nauseating. Then there is nothing to discuss, Naruto replied, turning to leave once more. Wait. Jean hesitated, as if grappling with a monumental decision, and finally declared, fine. I agree to be a maid. But you must let me out first. Naruto smiled nonchalantly. All right. He stepped forward, taking her hand, and in a whirl of vortex-like motion, they soon vanished from the Kemui dimension. Within Naruto's modest abode, he and Jean suddenly materialized. Jean surveyed her surroundings, exclaiming, this place is tiny. Hey, brat, you live in such a cramped space? She exclaimed in astonishment. Shut it. Naruto finally lost his patience. Stop calling me brat, or I swear I'll end you. He feigned a menacing tone. Had she not been a beautiful girl, he would have acted long ago. Yes, yes. Jean quickly nodded in apology. After a moment of silence, Naruto suddenly turned serious and asked, you are called Jean, correct? Jean nodded, puzzled. What is the matter? With a sigh, Naruto replied, you may leave. Leave? Jean was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Are you serious? You're willing to let me go? Naruto nodded, softly stating, I never intended to kill you. Keeping you serves no purpose. It would be a shame for such a beautiful girl to perish at my hands. Before I change my mind, you should leave swiftly. Jean stared at Naruto for a moment, confirming that he was not deceiving her. She climbed up to the window and turned to ask him, thank you, by the way. What is your name? Uzumaki Naruto, he replied softly. Uzumaki Naruto? I'll remember that. If fate permits, we shall meet again, Jean said with a hint of melancholy. In an instant, she vanished from sight. Chapter 61. Teaching Sasuke the Rasengan. Ultimately, Naruto allowed Jean to depart. This girl, who had little presence in the original narrative, caught Naruto's eye momentarily due to her beauty, and he spared her life out of compassion. However, such beauty would not lead him to fall in love. Thus, letting her go was the wisest choice. Whether she could escape from Konoha would depend on her own fortune. Upon exiting, Naruto intended to seek out Sasuke for training, having realized that it had been quite some time since they last trained together. At the Uchiha clan's compound, Sasuke was diligently practicing his Shuriken techniques. However, Naruto's arrival clearly surprised him. After a brief moment of distraction, a smile crept onto his face as he chuckled. Hey, Naruto, what brings you to my house today? Aren't you afraid of being watched? He recalled that Naruto's last visit had been several months prior. What? Am I not welcome? Naruto teased, ignoring the mention of surveillance. Not at all. As Sasuke spoke, several shuriken flew from his hand, striking various tree targets with a satisfying clang. I'm just a bit curious. You usually don't visit without a reason. You cheeky guy, are you itching for a fight? Naruto playfully scolded. Sasuke wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, then moved 2 chairs from inside to the doorway, gesturing for Naruto to sit. Have a seat, and tell me what brings you here. Without further ado, Naruto sat down, gazing at the shaded trees in the courtyard. There's a powerful technique. Would you like to learn it? What technique? Upon hearing that there was a formidable jutsu to learn, Sasuke's excitement was palpable. Rasengan, Naruto whispered. This is a technique developed by my father. It can be unleashed without hand signs. Sasuke was taken aback, exclaiming, a jutsu that can be released without hand signs? Is the 4th Hokage really that amazing? His respect for Minato, Naruto's father, grew due to their friendship. Naturally, Naruto affirmed, my dad is incredible. He became Hokage at just 24. Such an accomplishment has never been seen in all of Konoha. He is a figure who instills fear throughout the ninja world. Sasuke was uninterested in Naruto's praises and cut to the chase. Stop beating around the bush. Just teach me already. He had never forgotten his pursuit of strength, especially after witnessing Naruto's formidable power. His desire for strength intensified, not only for revenge, but also to keep pace with Naruto one day. Let us go then. To the usual place. All right. They exchanged smiles and instantly left the Uchiha compound. In the forest, a group of masked root members observed the two departing before vanishing from sight themselves. At the training ground in the back mountains of Konoha, Naruto looked at Sasuke, who wore an expectant expression, and then wiped the smile from his face, adopting a serious tone. Let us begin. With that, a sphere of sky blue chakra materialized in Naruto's hand. Within the sphere, chakra swirled chaotically, emanating a terrifying power that stirred the air into a miniature whirlwind. Impressive, Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes wide as he fixated on the Rasengan in Naruto's hand, genuinely awed. This was the first time he had witnessed such a powerful chakra sphere. As the Rasengan stabilized in Naruto's hand, he smiled at Sasuke's curious expression and said, this technique is called Rasengan. It's an A-rank ninjutsu. Though it's merely A-rank, its power is not inferior to the Chidori that Kakashi-sensei taught you. Pay close attention. Naruto aimed the Rasengan at a large tree and thrust it forward. As the Rasengan passed, the trunk was obliterated, and wooden splinters flew in all directions. Witnessing the massive tree being pierced through, Sasuke's eyes ignited with excitement, and he grabbed Naruto's hand, exclaiming, "Naruto, teach me quickly." He had already discerned that the Rasengan's power surpassed that of the Chidori Kakashi had taught him. The Chidori was a pinpoint strike, while the Rasengan allowed for area damage. Most importantly, the Rasengan required no hand signs and did not necessitate the Sharingan, making it suitable for both Naruto and himself. "All right, seeing your eagerness, I will teach you." Naruto retrieved 2 balloons from his ninja pouch, filled them with water at the stream, sealed them, and handed one to Sasuke. Sasuke took the water balloon, perplexed. "Aren't you supposed to be teaching me the Rasengan? What else with the water balloon?" "Hey, Naruto, are you messing with me? What do I need this water balloon for to learn the Rasengan?" Sasuke asked, confused. Naruto maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "No more nonsense. Pay attention." He began to infuse chakra into the water balloon, causing it to swirl chaotically within. Pop! The water balloon burst. "Did you see that?" Naruto said, looking at Sasuke earnestly. "The first step is to make the chakra swirl chaotically within the water balloon until it bursts. Now you try it." Sasuke held his breath, concentrating intently as he poured chakra into the water balloon, attempting to make it swirl. However, after a considerable amount of time, there was no sign of movement from the balloon. He ended up panting on the ground from exhaustion. Seeing Sasuke's disheveled state, Naruto chuckled. "This is an A-rank ninjutsu. It's not as easy as you think. Don't rush. Take a break for a while." After resting for a bit, Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who appeared relaxed in the shade of the trees, and thought to himself, "I can't let this go. Naruto is so strong. I must catch up to him. I will master this Rasengan." With renewed determination, he got back up and resumed practicing. By midday, a smile finally graced his weary face as he looked at the shattered balloon in his palm. "Naruto, I succeeded in the first stage you mentioned." Naruto looked at Sasuke and felt genuinely happy for him. It was undeniable that Sasuke was indeed a genius, mastering the first stage of the Rasengan in just half a day. "If you've succeeded, then let us take a break and continue in the afternoon." "Okay." Sasuke walked over to sit beside Naruto in the shade. At that moment, Sakura's voice suddenly rang out from a distance. "I was wondering where you two were. I couldn't find you anywhere. I guessed you were here." Sakura approached with a basket in hand, smiling at the two. "Sakura." They both greeted in unison. Sakura looked at them and said, "I couldn't find you two anywhere, so I guessed you were back here training." She pulled out rice balls from her basket and handed them to the boys. "You've been training for so long. You must be hungry. Have something to eat before you continue." As Sasuke gently took the rice ball from Sakura, he looked at her with tenderness, saying softly, "Thank you, Sakura." Meanwhile, Naruto took the rice ball from Sakura with a casual demeanor, eating it immediately without a word of thanks. He could see that in this lifetime, Sasuke's attitude towards Sakura was undergoing a positive transformation. Chapter 62, Danzo's Ambition. In the afternoon, at the root headquarters in Konoha, in a dimly lit room, a masked root ninja suddenly materialized. Upon noticing the elderly man exuding a chilling aura seated opposite him, the root ninja bowed slightly, kneeling in deference, and addressed, "Lord Danzo. What commands do you have for me?" Seated in the chair, Danzo's face was cast in shadows, his voice icy as he ordered, "Summon your team and bring Naruto Uzumaki to me." "Understood," replied the root ninja, vanishing in an instant as if he had never been there. Within the room, Danzo slowly rose, gazing at the flickering candlelight, his eyes brimming with confidence as he murmured, "The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails must be firmly under my control." Suddenly, a series of crisp applause echoed through the darkness, startling him. "Who?" Danzo's expression shifted dramatically as he turned, his voice tense. Swish, swish. Several root ninjas appeared abruptly, encircling Danzo, weapons drawn, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Hee. From the depths of the shadows, a cold, sinister laughter emerged. A violet wormhole materialized in the air, and Orochimaru's figure gradually emerged from within. "Lord Danzo, it has been a while." Orochimaru's voice was chilling, his pale face adorned with a smile. As Orochimaru stepped into the light, the root ninjas surrounding Danzo were momentarily paralyzed at the sight of him, sensing the terrifying aura radiating from him as he approached. A profound fear gripped them. "Orochimaru, why is he here?" One of the root ninjas stammered. At Danzo's side, a masked root ninja instinctively moved to shield him, shouting, "Protect Lord Danzo." With that, the group assumed a defensive stance, eyes locked on Orochimaru with palpable tension. "Humph." Orochimaru chuckled at their actions, his laughter only deepening their sense of peril. "Stop." At last, Danzo, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Observing the intruder before him, he wore a grim expression and gestured for the others to withdraw. The root ninjas retreated, leaving only the one known as Torian behind. Lord Danzo, this is... He began, eager to caution Danzo about the S-rank rogue ninja on the village's wanted list. Yet, Danzo interrupted. What? Do you harbor thoughts of betrayal against me? I would never dare, Torian replied respectfully. Then depart, Danzo commanded. Once Torian had left, Danzo suppressed his inner fury and regarded the smiling Orochimaru with a cold demeanor. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Having once collaborated with Orochimaru, Danzo did not share the same trepidation as his subordinates upon Orochimaru's unexpected appearance in the Root's underground chamber. Instead, he felt a curious intrigue regarding Orochimaru's intentions. Orochimaru smirked, as expected of Lord Danzo, remaining so composed in the presence of a traitor from Konoha. Speak. What is your purpose? Danzo cut straight to the point. Orochimaru stepped closer, grinning. Nothing much, just looking to make a trade with you, Lord Danzo. A trade? Danzo replied coldly, what kind of trade? Orochimaru casually continued, I seek revenge against Konoha. I hope your men will refrain from intervening. You wish to exact revenge on Konoha? Are you planning to kill the third Hokage, that old fool? Do you possess the strength to achieve such a feat? Danzo scoffed. Orochimaru chuckled. Whether I can or cannot is my concern. I merely hope you will once again stand idly by as you did 13 years ago. Although you were thwarted by the old monkey then, if you were to perish this time, Konoha would belong entirely to you. So what do you say? Will you accept this condition? Danzo remained silent for an extended moment, his inner ambitions stirring once more. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, yet refrained from immediate agreement. For he understood that if the only request was for him to refrain from acting, there was no need for Orochimaru to come in person. Orochimaru must have a far greater scheme in mind. Tell me, Orochimaru, Danzo's calm voice broke the silence. I know you have ulterior motives for seeking me out. Orochimaru stepped forward, meeting Danzo's piercing gaze, and replied with a smile, You are correct. I indeed have another purpose for visiting you. That would be Naruto Uzumaki. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, you say? Danzo chuckled lightly, dismissively questioning, What of that brat? Orochimaru's demeanor grew serious. That boy has harnessed the power of the Nine Tails and poses a significant threat. It was he who dismantled the will I had left within Anko's cursed seal. My hatred for him runs deep. Danzo recalled the image of the blonde-haired youth, his mind already aware of Naruto's mastery over the Nine Tails, a fact he had gleaned from his subordinates stationed to monitor him. This orphan of the fourth Hokage was far from ordinary. The boy had long harbored ambitions against Konoha. Danzo sneered, If you despise this brat so much, why not deal with him yourself? Orochimaru met Danzo's fierce gaze with a smile. I would like to. But would you allow it? Besides, I have set my sights on another target. Let us leave Naruto be. Though he spoke thus, Orochimaru was acutely aware of the truth. He desired Naruto's body, but knew it was an unattainable goal. A perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was far superior to that of Uchiha Sasuke. However, Naruto's strength was formidable, and he feared that any attempt to seize it would result in his own demise. Thus, he was compelled to seek Danzo's cooperation. A flicker of ruthlessness passed over Orochimaru's pale visage as he coldly stated, I require you to keep that brat under control, ensuring he does not become an obstacle in my path to eliminating the old third Hokage. This should not pose a challenge for you. He then leaned closer to Danzo, whispering, After all, you have your own designs on that child, do you not? With the power of your Sharingan. At the revelation of Orochimaru's knowledge of his secret, Danzo visibly froze. Suppressing his shock, Danzo took a long moment before responding. I will agree to this matter. Seeing Danzo's acquiescence, Orochimaru turned to retreat into the shadows, chuckling as he departed. I'm glad you understand, but I must warn you. That boy possesses terrifying strength. Do not underestimate him. As he watched Orochimaru fade into the darkness, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in Danzo's eyes as he muttered under his breath, Damn Orochimaru. With that, he slowly resumed his seat, contemplating Orochimaru's words. If Orochimaru truly intended to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, it would indeed serve Danzo's interests. It would remove a significant rival in his quest for the Hokage title. Once Sarutobi was dead, there would be no one left to hinder his ascent. Should he also gain control over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it would undoubtedly bolster his position. Even if Jiraiya and Tsunade joined forces, they would not stand against him. When carefully considered, this deal was undeniably advantageous for him. Reclining in his chair, he recalled his old friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Internally, he mused, Hiruzen, after so many years as Hokage, it is time for you to step aside. Do not blame me for being ruthless. All of this is for the sake of Konoha. Under your leadership, Konoha has become excessively peaceful and feeble. Only I possess the ability to inherit the will of the first and second Hokage and to elevate Konoha's legacy. In a certain corridor of a tower within Konoha, the figure of Orochimaru materialized out of thin air. Opposite him stood Kabuto, adorned with glasses, wearing a smile as he gazed at Orochimaru. Leaning against a pillar in the corridor, Orochimaru's mind raced with thoughts. Despite having established a collaboration with Naruto, he remained uneasy about this unpredictable variable. Since entering the Death Forest, it seemed that the situation was developing in an unforeseen direction. Although Naruto appeared to have agreed to cooperate with him, he sought out Danzo as a precaution, enlisting his help to keep Naruto in check. After all, compared to Naruto, Danzo was a more reliable partner with whom he had collaborated multiple times. Moreover, last night, Orochimaru had approached Naruto with the intent to gauge his strength, which had evidently taken him by surprise. He had not anticipated that Naruto would so readily agree to collaborate with him. This promptness left him feeling unsettled, as if he were the one being ensnared. Compared to Naruto, the old man Danzo was evidently a source of greater reassurance. As for whether Danzo would disclose his plans, he held no concerns. Danzo was an exceedingly selfish individual whose every action was driven by the ambition for the Hokage position. For that title, Danzo would sacrifice the lives of countless individuals without a shred of remorse. Concurrently, Orochimaru could not help but reflect on how, at some unknown point, Naruto had grown into a formidable presence that he now regarded with apprehension. He could no longer afford to wait. If Sasuke remained by Naruto's side any longer, he dared not imagine how powerful Sasuke would become. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to ensure that Sasuke was distanced from Naruto as swiftly as possible. Across from him, Kabuto observed the pensive Orochimaru and remarked, "It is the first time I've seen you so brooding, Lord Orochimaru. This is quite uncharacteristic of you." Upon hearing Kabuto's words, Orochimaru snapped back to reality and inquired, "How prepared are we?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses, retracting his smile, and replied earnestly, "Preparations are nearly complete. The reports indicate that they have begun their journey." "That is good," Orochimaru said, crossing his arms over his chest as he gazed out at the tranquil scenery beyond the corridor. He suddenly remarked, "It is indeed serene here. No, rather. This nation has grown far too complacent in its peace, while other nations are bolstering their military might." A faint smile graced Kabuto's lips as he softly stated, "This is precisely the opportunity we need to seize this nation." "Indeed," Orochimaru replied with a chuckle. "I wonder if taking that old man's head will be a cause for celebration." As he spoke, his expression turned somewhat melancholic as he gazed out the window, lost in thought. Noticing Orochimaru's silence, Kabuto moved to the side and coldly remarked, "Is that so? I find it hard to believe you are still hesitating." Orochimaru shot him a swift glance, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Kabuto continued, "The clashes between the various ninja villages will become increasingly fierce, and the Sound Village will be no exception. You seek to become the catalyst for this situation. That boy, Uchiha Sasuke, is the explosive charge that will ignite it all. Am I correct, Lord Orochimaru?" Orochimaru's expression darkened as he regarded him, then turned his gaze to the corridor outside, sneering, "Your intuition is rather sharp. It is quite unsettling." "It seems I still have not earned your trust," Kabuto replied with a hint of levity in his tone. He then shifted the conversation's tone to a serious one. "By the way, what are your plans regarding the boy named Naruto Uzumaki? He gives me the impression of being a concealed danger." "Naruto, you say?" Orochimaru pondered for a moment before looking at Kabuto, gravely stating, "That boy will be entrusted to you for surveillance. Remember, do not let him discover your movements. Report to me immediately if he makes any moves." "Understood," Kabuto replied quietly. At the training ground behind Konoha, Sasuke leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath. Opposite him, Naruto stared at him with a serious expression, coldly asking, "What's the matter? Have you reached your limit?" Sasuke shot a tired glare at Naruto, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the ground. "I can't do it anymore," he panted, waving his hand dismissively. After practicing the Rasengan for an entire afternoon and mastering the second stage of using chakra to burst a rubber ball, he finally could not endure any longer. Lying on the ground, utterly exhausted, Naruto sighed and sat beside him, lamenting, "Indeed, without a powerful bloodline, your chakra depletes far too quickly." Sasuke gazed at the sky and replied helplessly, "What can I do? Not everyone is like you. Not only do you possess the remarkable bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, with an astonishing amount of chakra, but you also harbor the Nine Tails within you. This won't do. Without strong chakra, you will be ill-prepared to face the formidable foes of the future," Naruto said, a hint of worry in his voice. Sasuke sighed, "What can be done?" He believed his chakra was sufficient, especially after activating the cursed seal, which had significantly enhanced his chakra reserves. However, to Naruto, his chakra still seemed inadequate. What can you suggest to increase my chakra volume? Sasuke inquired. Naruto pondered for a moment, contemplating that there were indeed methods to augment chakra capacity, such as transplanting Hashirama's cells. Suddenly, he smiled at Sasuke and asked, "Do you know about Hashirama's cells?" Sasuke shook his head, puzzled. "What is that?" "I've never heard of it." Understanding that Sasuke was unaware, Naruto explained, "Hashirama's cells, as the name implies, are derived from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It is said that anyone who undergoes the transplantation of Hashirama's cells will gain immense vitality and chakra." "And so?" Sasuke inquired. Naruto looked at him and smiled. "So? I plan to transplant Hashirama's cells into you when the opportunity arises. This will significantly boost your chakra volume and grant you formidable vitality. What do you think? Really? Is that Hashirama's cells truly so powerful?" Upon hearing that he could acquire great vitality and chakra through the transplantation, Sasuke suddenly felt exhilarated. Naruto nodded and continued, "Moreover, transplanting Hashirama's cells brings an additional benefit. When you eventually awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan, you will no longer need to worry about blindness from overuse." At this revelation, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. What does that mean? Does overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan lead to blindness? Sasuke immediately grew anxious, pressing Naruto. "What do you mean by that?" Naruto regarded him seriously. "Very well, let me explain what the Mangekyo Sharingan is. The Mangekyo Sharingan is a unique ability awakened by each member of the Uchiha clan after experiencing different stimuli. For instance, my previous Kamui was one of the forms of the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, once activated, frequent use of the Mangekyo Sharingan can ultimately lead to blindness. To remedy this flaw, one must either exchange their eyes with a close relative who has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, achieving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, or transplant Hashirama's cells, utilizing the extraordinary vitality they confer to mitigate this risk. Chapter 64. The Root Ninja. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke nodded thoughtfully, inquiring, "But how can I awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan you mentioned? And where can we possibly find the cells of Senju Hashirama?" Naruto, gazing at Sasuke with a smile, reassured him. "You needn't worry about that. Orochimaru possesses the cells of Hashirama. That sinister fellow? How utterly detestable," Sasuke muttered, recalling the repugnant bite Orochimaru had inflicted upon his neck, leaving him with a lingering sense of disgust. Naruto regarded him with calmness, stating, "As for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, once you have slain Itachi and avenged your clan, it should manifest." "Itachi?" Sasuke paused, clenching his fists and shutting his eyes. The image of that man, who cast an inescapable shadow over his life, flooded his mind. Along with the blood-soaked gaze of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he remembered the taunting words, "My foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, harbor your hatred, curse me, then live on, ugly and wretched, merely to survive. One day, when you possess eyes like mine, come before me." Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze resolute once more. "I will kill Itachi, without fail," Sasuke silently vowed. Rising to his feet, he resumed his cold demeanor. Looking at Naruto, he declared, "Naruto, continue to teach me. I must train harder to eliminate Itachi as swiftly as possible." Naruto nodded, standing up to meet his gaze. "Your spirit is commendable. However, it is quite late for training today. Let us resume tomorrow." Just then, amidst their conversation, a sudden rustle emanated from the nearby thicket. "Who?" Sasuke's expression shifted to one of vigilance as he turned to look behind him, throwing a kunai into the underbrush. The weapon struck out, but only a small squirrel emerged, chattering and scampering up a tree. Naruto glanced at the retreating squirrel and then turned to Sasuke with a smile. "Let us call it a day for now. We can continue tomorrow." Agreed, Sasuke contemplated, acknowledging his fatigue. With over 20 days until the tournament, there was no rush. "Let's go." He tugged at Naruto's sleeve, attempting to lead him away, but Naruto remained still. "What is the matter?" Sasuke asked in surprise. "You should head back first. There are a few individuals watching us." "I'll handle it," Naruto replied calmly. Realizing the situation, Sasuke responded, "Then I shall take my leave." Without lingering, he vanished in a blur. After Sasuke departed, Naruto paused momentarily before also making his exit, hands tucked into his pockets as he strolled down a secluded road. Through his sensory abilities, he had detected several individuals lurking in the shadows, tracking him. A smile crept upon his lips. He wondered whether these individuals were from the 3rd Hokage's faction or Danzo's underlings. Nevertheless, he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. In the thicket, a root ninja observed Naruto from below, speaking in a low tone, "Target locked. Proceed with the operation." The other three root members immediately understood and leapt down from the trees surrounding Naruto. Unfazed by the encirclement, Naruto remained calm, eyeing the sudden intruders. The leading root ninja spoke sternly. "You are Uzumaki Naruto, correct? Please come with us. A superior wishes to see you." "Not a chance," Naruto retorted defiantly. Seeing his resistance, the root members tightened their formation. The leading ninja continued, "If you refuse, we may be compelled to take action. Am I to interpret this as a threat?" Naruto began to chuckle, adopting an innocent demeanor. However, an aura of menace was already beginning to emanate from him. As the smiling youth stood before them, the root members felt a surge of inexplicable dread. They were aware of Naruto's mastery over the Nine-Tails' power through their covert investigations. Yet, they had not anticipated his volatile temperament, which prompted immediate murderous intent. Thus, when Naruto smiled at them, any pretense of calmness was a facade. After all, this was the embodiment of the Nine-Tails fox from 13 years ago. The ominous aura emanating from Naruto struck fear into their hearts. Was this truly just a boy who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy? "Please, don't misunderstand. We are merely following orders," one of the root members stammered, trembling. "Then kindly inform me whose orders you follow. Is it the third Hokage?" Naruto inquired softly, the faint smile never leaving his face. Noticing their hesitance to respond, Naruto concluded that they must be Danzo's subordinates. If they were indeed sent by the third Hokage, they would not be so reticent, but rather straightforward in their acknowledgement. "Should you choose not to speak, do not obstruct my path, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." Naruto's voice turned icy, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. He harbored no fondness for members of the root. In due time, they would all be eradicated, and if provoked, he would not hesitate to strike first. At last, one of the root ninjas could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Do not be so arrogant, you wretched demon fox. Do you dare to kill us?" He could not believe that this Nine-Tails brat would be audacious enough to attack them in broad daylight. "To truly attack us, you must not wish to remain in Konoha." Another member sneered, "I see you still call me a demon fox. How quaint. Well, today allow me to show you just how bold I can be." With that, Naruto unleashed the chakra cloak of the Nine-Tails, enveloping him entirely. The onlookers froze in shock. What terrifying chakra, they thought, their hearts racing as they felt an unprecedented sense of peril. "Run," they shouted, attempting to scatter. However, before they could escape, Naruto's voice echoed like a harbinger of doom. "It is too late to flee." From his form, massive hands made of Nine-Tails chakra surged forth, reaching out towards them. "Oh!" The anguished screams rang out as the four root members were crushed to bits by Naruto's overwhelming power. In the trees above, startled birds took flight, fleeing in every direction. Gazing at the bloodstained ground, a twisted smile crept upon Naruto's face. Indeed, after vanquishing those who had insulted him, his spirits lifted considerably. In a flash, he disappeared from the scene, leaving chaos in his wake. Chapter 65. The Aftermath of Murder. Awe. Accompanied by the harrowing cries of the root members, the sound echoed throughout Konoha. Various jonin, who were executing their routine patrols, halted their tasks upon hearing the dreadful screams. Turning their gazes toward the source of the commotion, all they could see was a flock of startled birds scattering in flight. Hearing the cries, Mitarashi Anko, who was nearby on patrol, immediately felt a surge of tension grip her. Suddenly, she sensed something, her expression momentarily frozen in shock as she exclaimed, "This is the chakra of the Nine-Tails, Naruto. What on earth has transpired?" Such thoughts raced through her mind as she hurriedly made her way to the scene of the incident. Simultaneously, Shingetsu Izumi, Genko Tetsu, and Fuzuki Rado, who were nearby and had also sensed the violent surge of the Nine-Tails chakra, rushed to the scene. Like Akamichi, they were responsible for patrolling different areas within the village. Upon detecting the Nine-Tails chakra, they too chose to head to the site without delay. With a rustle, several figures arrived successively at the scene, with Akamichi being the foremost among them. Behind her were Shingetsu Izumi, Genko Tetsu, and Fuzuki Rado, who bore a scar on his face. Observing their arrival, Akamichi solemnly remarked, "You all felt it too, didn't you? That chakra." The three nodded in agreement, their gazes falling upon the bloodstains on the ground, alongside the bodies of several root ninjas, which had been utterly mangled. After a meticulous examination of the corpses, Akamichi, feeling a shiver of dread, remarked, "What a brutal method. These individuals were crushed to death by someone." Shingetsu Izumi, in disbelief, commented, "Looking at their attire, they must belong to the root. Their bones are completely shattered, and even their brain matter has been cruelly obliterated." After a moment of contemplation, Akamichi calmly stated, "Based on the recent chakra disturbance, the perpetrator must be Naruto." She found it hard to believe that the seemingly affable boy who had once assisted her could possess such a terrifying side. Naruto? Is that guy really capable of such horror? Fuzuki Rato exclaimed incredulously, as he had only encountered Naruto a few times. His impressions still rooted in their days at the Ninja Academy. Akamichi replied solemnly, Naruto's strength is formidable. He has already harnessed the power of the Nine Tails. You may not have known this, but even the will of Orochimaru that was sealed within my cursed mark was dispelled by Naruto using the Nine Tails power. In any case, we must inform Lord Hokage about what has transpired here. I'll go and relay the message to Lord Hokage, Fuzuki Rato responded, heading off to convey the news. Taking a deep breath, Akamichi gazed into the distance, pondering, Naruto, what exactly are you planning? The remaining three proceeded to gather the bodies and sealed them in a scroll before also departing to deliver the news. After they left, a figure clad in a black cloak and wearing an Umbu mask, disguised as an Umbu member, appeared. Observing the blood-soaked ground, his heart raced uncontrollably. Uzumaki Naruto is indeed a formidable individual. Recalling the moment he had witnessed Naruto unleash the Nine Tails chakra and swiftly eliminate 4 members of the root, he felt a surge of fear. A bitter smile crept onto his face. The terror that Naruto inspired far surpassed his expectations. He wondered whether this incident would alter the plans for attacking Konoha. With a sigh, he resolved to inform Lord Orochimaru about the events that had transpired. In the Hokage building, within the office, the third Hokage scrutinized the 4 serious-faced figures before him. After listening to their report, his aged visage fell into deep contemplation. Naruto. Once again it is Naruto. Ever since I learned that he has mastered the power of the Nine Tails, I felt increasingly that this piece on the chessboard is slipping out of control, now that a murder has occurred. The implications for the village amid the current tense situation are profound, just considering that the deceased were members of Danzo's faction. I can already imagine the fury on Danzo's face upon learning of this. Noticing the third Hokage's silence, Akamichi anxiously inquired, Lord Hokage, what do you think about this matter? Should we summon Naruto to clarify the circumstances? Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe, replying wearily, besides the 4 of you, does anyone else know about this incident? Akamichi responded gravely, as of now, it seems that only the 4 of us are aware. That is good. The third Hokage sighed, you may leave for now. Allow me some time to ponder. Yes, the 4 replied in unison, then exited. Within the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose from the Hokage's seat. Gazing out at the dimming sky, he had begun to deduce the reasons behind Naruto's actions. The fact that the victims were from the root indicated that Danzo could no longer restrain himself. Danzo, you have finally made your move, haven't you? He took a puff from his pipe, his aged voice echoing in the quiet office. Someone, summon Kakashi, I need to speak with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed. Turning away from the door, his expression darkening. Understood. An Umbu member swiftly appeared in the office, vanishing just as quickly after receiving the third Hokage's command. Night fell completely. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upon his throne, facing the stern visage of Kakashi. Lord Hokage, you summoned me. Is there something you need? Kakashi asked respectfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen, meeting Kakashi's gaze, solemnly inquired, I wanted to ask if there have been any unusual occurrences with Naruto lately. Kakashi replied respectfully, Naruto has been training with Sasuke. There hasn't been anything out of the ordinary. The third Hokage sighed. Take a look at this document. It concerns an incident that occurred this afternoon. He handed the file to Kakashi, his expression laden with worry. Upon reading the report detailing Naruto's fatal encounter with 4 members of the root, Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Naruto would never do such a thing. I refuse to believe it, he exclaimed, unable to accept the notion of Naruto killing fellow villagers. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied coldly. This is not about whether Naruto killed the root ninjas. The pressing concern is that he is now under Danzo's scrutiny. You must understand. Orochimaru's infiltration of Konoha during this Chunin exam likely aims to attack the village. I may be expendable, but Konoha must not fall. Naruto is our only trump card against Orochimaru, so we must ensure his safety. I understand, Kakashi replied quietly, recognizing Naruto's critical importance to the village. Therefore, I need you to protect Naruto during this time. As for the situation with Danzo, I will handle it. Yes, Kakashi affirmed. Chapter 66, Kakashi to test Sasuke. The next day, Naruto had just awakened from his slumber, stretching lazily. Upon glancing up, he noticed Kakashi standing by the window, squinting at him. Good morning, Naruto. Kakashi greeted him cheerfully as soon as he saw that Naruto was awake. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto replied drowsily, unlocking the window. Kakashi leaped into the room, surveying the surroundings. Though the room was small, It appeared much tidier than before. Well done. Your room looks significantly better than before, he remarked. Why are you here so early? Is there something you need? Naruto asked as he shook off his sleepiness, tidying up his space. Kakashi responded quietly. I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Immediately understanding Kakashi's intent, Naruto surmised that it must pertain to the recent incident involving the root. Yet, he remained unfazed. After making his bed, he met Kakashi's probing gaze with a light chuckle. What do you wish to ask, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi, without any preamble, addressed the matter directly, stating that 4 individuals had perished at the roots the previous afternoon. You must be the one responsible for their deaths, correct? Did Kakashi-sensei know? Indeed. I am the one who killed them, Naruto boldly confessed, having no intention of denying his actions regarding the murders. Kakashi's gaze darkened, cold as water, as he inquired. What compelled you to take their lives? With a scoff, Naruto replied, why did I kill them? Because they labeled me a demon fox. Perhaps you are unaware, Kakashi-sensei. But I detest such accusations. In the past, when I lacked strength, I could only endure their taunts in silence. However, now that I possess power, I can no longer tolerate such remarks, hence my actions. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi sighed, reflecting on the injustices Naruto had faced throughout his life, as well as the ridicule from the villagers. He pondered, had he been in Naruto's position, would he not have been driven to violence upon hearing such insults? I understand now, Kakashi sighed softly, having obtained the answer he sought. He decided not to linger any longer and concluded, very well, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smiled as he watched him depart. After Kakashi left, Naruto had a light breakfast before heading out to train with Sasuke. He aimed to enhance Sasuke's skills during this period, lest he become too preoccupied with dealing with Danzo and neglect him. Once Naruto left his home, Kakashi, concealed in the shadows, followed suit, eager to observe how Naruto would train Sasuke. Upon arriving at the training grounds in the back of Konoha, he found Sasuke already waiting there. You're quite late, Naruto. Sasuke grumbled upon seeing him. Naruto, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, let us not waste time and continue with yesterday's training. All right, Sasuke acquiesced, sensing Naruto's seriousness. Naruto first instructed him to review the technique of using chakra to burst through water balloons and rubber balls. Sasuke effortlessly completed the challenge this time. Naruto then said, next, you must maintain the erratic chakra in a spherical shape and solidify it. After demonstrating the Rinnegan once more, Sasuke embarked on his solitary practice, with Naruto occasionally offering guidance. Before long, with Naruto's encouragement, Sasuke was on the verge of mastering the Rinnegan. Keep pushing. That's it, hold on. Naruto cheered. Watching as Sasuke's Rinnegan began to take shape in his hands, sweat trickled down Sasuke's face, but he paid it no mind, focusing solely on controlling his chakra to maintain its spherical form while allowing it to swirl within. Thanks to Naruto's prior training on chakra control, after several attempts, Sasuke finally succeeded in creating the Rinnegan. Gasping for breath, he gazed at the whirling sphere in his hand, a smile breaking across his face after such a long time. Turning to Naruto, he exclaimed, Naruto, I did it. I've finally learned the Rinnegan. Seeing Sasuke's excitement, Naruto felt genuine joy for him. Concealed in the trees, Kakashi observed Sasuke's accomplishment and couldn't help but think how talented Sasuke was to learn the technique invented by his teacher so swiftly. He understood the difficulty of the Rinnegan. While it may not be as challenging as the Chidori, it was certainly an A-rank technique. This led him to consider testing Sasuke's abilities and to see if he could still hold his own against his student. Emerging from his hiding place, Kakashi approached Sasuke and remarked, well done, Sasuke. You've even mastered the Rinnegan. It's thanks to Naruto's excellent teaching. Sasuke replied, puffing out his chest with pride. Naruto merely smiled at Kakashi's praise without saying much. Sasuke, feeling a bit haughty, insisted, it's clearly because I'm talented. Right, Naruto? Naruto nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. Your talent is essential as well. Kakashi chuckled, you both have done remarkably well. I am here to assess your abilities, Sasuke, before the 3rd round of the Chunin exam, to see just how much you've progressed under Naruto's tutelage. Sasuke's interest piqued at Kakashi's words. A confident smile graced his lips as he exclaimed, perfect. I want to see if I can defeat you, Kakashi-sensei, with my current strength. With that, Sasuke assumed a battle stance, ready to face Kakashi. Kakashi, equally serious, regarded Sasuke with a fierce determination in his eyes. Naruto, witnessing the impending clash between them, interjected, you two aren't really going to fight, are you? Kakashi-sensei, as an adult, you wouldn't truly engage Sasuke, would you? To his surprise, Kakashi coldly responded, not only Sasuke, but I also wish to spar with you, Naruto, to gauge your true strength. At this, Naruto beamed with enthusiasm. It seemed Kakashi was indeed eager to test the abilities of both him and Sasuke. Well then, since both of you are insistent on a duel, I can only anticipate an exhilarating confrontation between you two. Please, do not disappoint me. Chapter 67, Master and Apprentice Showdown. Kakashi-sensei, let us battle. Sasuke shouted excitedly. All right, Kakashi replied, preparing for combat. He gently lifted his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan. The fact that he unveiled his Sharingan even before the battle commenced underscored the significance he placed on this confrontation. Sasuke, not daring to underestimate the situation, activated his own three-tomo Sharingan, locking eyes with Kakashi in a tense standoff. The stage was set for their impending clash. Let the battle begin, Naruto declared, marking the commencement of this monumental showdown between teacher and student. I'll go first, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke shouted with fervor, launching himself into the air, unleashing a flurry of shuriken while swiftly forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shuriken multiplied into a rain of blades, hurtling towards Kakashi. Kakashi immediately countered by copying the technique, unleashing his own shuriken shadow clones to negate Sasuke's attack. Unfazed by the counter, Sasuke smirked and proceeded to form more seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. He unleashed a massive fireball towards Kakashi. In response, Kakashi swiftly slammed his hands to the ground. Earth style, Earth Wall. A formidable earthen barrier erupted from the ground, intercepting Sasuke's fiery assault. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing Kakashi's signature move that never failed to make an appearance. After Sasuke's second attack was thwarted, he declared, 8 gates, first gate, open. Instantly, his speed surged as he dashed towards Kakashi. The battle escalated from ninjutsu to taijutsu, with Sasuke's blue chakra coalescing around his fists, each strike imbued with fierce intensity. A fierce gust swept across Kakashi's face, though it did not strike him. It nonetheless caused a sharp pain to throb beneath his mask. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by rapid movements, Sasuke's onslaught descended upon Kakashi like a tempest, relentless and furious. With a powerful strike, Sasuke's right hand collided forcefully against Kakashi's left wrist, which he had raised to block. Sasuke then leapt into the air, executing a spinning kick aimed directly at Kakashi's head. After his training with Naruto, Sasuke had achieved a mastery over his chakra that allowed him to wield it with effortless precision. Kakashi, however, did not hesitate. He swiftly leapt back to evade Sasuke's assault. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Sasuke, sporting a smile, charged at him once more with incredible speed. Just as he was about to close the distance, Sasuke's figure abruptly vanished. Kakashi's heart raced as he scanned his surroundings, but no sign of Sasuke could be found. Suddenly, he felt an icy chill above him and swiftly looked up. Sasuke had activated the third gate of the 8 gates, soaring through the air with a devastating kick aimed at him. Damn it, Kakashi muttered under his breath, urgently dodging aside. Boom. Where Kakashi had just stood, Sasuke's attack left a massive crater in the ground. Sasuke cast a glance at Kakashi and sneered. Kakashi-sensei, is evasion all you can do? With just that, you cannot hope to defeat me. Naruto chimed in from the sidelines. Right, Kakashi-sensei. You were the one who proposed this battle against Sasuke. Don't let him underestimate you. Kakashi shot a resigned glance at Naruto, who seemed to be enjoying the banter from the sidelines. However, Sasuke's assault was far more formidable than he had anticipated, tightening his nerves while also filling him with a sense of pride. After all, the stronger his pupil became, the more glory it brought to him as a teacher. Despite his usual indulgence in reading inappropriate materials rather than training Sasuke, it did not prevent him from boasting to his peers about his accomplishments. It seemed he could no longer afford to hold back. With a smirk, Kakashi declared, it appears I must go all out. Swiftly forming hand seals, a sphere of blue-white lightning chakra manifested in his left hand. Lightning release, lightning cutter. A crackling surge of electricity erupted from his palm, emitting a sharp, resounding hum. Across from him, Sasuke, witnessing Kakashi's ultimate move, began forming his own seals. Similarly, a torrent of lightning chakra surged forth from his left hand. Lightning release, Chidori. Unlike the crisp sound of Kakashi's lightning cutter, Sasuke's Chidori resonated with the collective cries of 1,000 birds. Naruto observed the two, their gazes fierce and determined, both unleashing their lightning techniques. Ironically, despite employing the same jutsu, they each had their own distinct nomenclature. One preferred to call it lightning cutter, while the other favored Chidori, truly perplexing. Come on, Kakashi called out, meeting Sasuke's fierce gaze. The two, teacher and student, charged towards each other, their left hands thrusting forward in unison. Crackle. The clash of lightning ignited a brilliant flash of light, As the brilliance faded, it revealed Sasuke's left hand had pierced through Kakashi's chest, while Kakashi, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, gazed at him in disbelief. Sasuke was utterly stunned. Did I just kill Kakashi-sensei? That was not my intention. He withdrew his hand, staring at Kakashi as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Engulfed in confusion, Naruto was equally astounded. This unexpected outcome was beyond his imagination. Just as Sasuke was lost in self-reproach, the real Kakashi suddenly emerged from behind him. His lightning cutter aimed at Sasuke's back. "Sasuke, look out behind you!" Naruto shouted frantically, realizing that Sasuke had fallen into Kakashi's trap. Hearing Naruto's warning, Sasuke snapped back to reality, glancing down to see not Kakashi's body, but a puddle of mud. In a fleeting second, he understood he had been deceived. However, at that moment, Kakashi and his lightning cutter were already upon him, ready to strike his back. What to do? Panic surged within Sasuke. Yet, with Kakashi's assault imminent, he had no choice but to retaliate. In an instant, a Rasengan materialized in his right hand, colliding with Kakashi's lightning cutter. Boom! A deafening explosion enveloped them both in a blinding white light. As the smoke settled, they both gasped for breath, each nursing the small wounds from their fierce clash. Seeing that both were unharmed, Naruto finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After this confrontation, both had sustained injuries. Naruto suggested they call it a draw, allowing both sides to step back. Kakashi, having anticipated this outcome, smiled with satisfaction, finally succumbing to exhaustion as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Sasuke's legs buckled, and he too knelt, barely managing to support himself with his hands to avoid collapsing entirely. Chapter 68. Departure to the Land of Whirlpools. Helping Kakashi and Sasuke to their feet, Kakashi took a moment to compose himself and sighed. "Truly, you are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke. You have grown remarkably strong. I nearly became your opponent." In response to Kakashi's praise, Sasuke remained silent. He understood that, overall, he had still slightly fallen short in this bout. In the battlefield, a moment's hesitation could cost a life. Just moments ago, Kakashi had cleverly employed the substitution technique and a feigned injury to catch him off guard, nearly leading to his own demise. Although he had managed to respond in time to achieve a stalemate with Kakashi, he recognized that he still lacked the same level of combat experience. In the dimly lit basement of the Root headquarters, Danzo sat in his exclusive shadowy chair, his aged face twisted in a terrifying scowl, observing his subordinate, Oil Girl Torian. Kneeling before him, he spoke in a low, grave tone. "Is the information accurate?" "Yes, it is," Torian replied, trembling, his heart racing. "According to our informant close to the third Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki has indeed killed our men." Torian, half kneeling and bowing his head, felt a surge of anxiety as he awaited Danzo's response. "Enough. Do not continue." Torian's words were abruptly cut off by Danzo. At that moment, the fury within him erupted uncontrollably. Although he had prepared himself for such news, hearing that his subordinates had been slain still ignited his wrath. He roared, "That accursed Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails! How dare he truly kill my men? I will have his head!" Furiously, he overturned the candelabrum before him, his frail body trembling with rage. Torian, witnessing this, quickly urged, "Lord Danzo, please calm your anger. In my humble opinion, this is not the time to strike against Naruto Uzumaki. A moment of impatience could ruin our grand strategy." Danzo, suppressing his fury, was somewhat receptive to the counsel of his trusted subordinate. "Speak your mind," he replied coldly. "Yes," Torian continued to analyze. "I believe, Lord Danzo, that you should not eliminate the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Instead, you should seek to win him over to your side for your own purposes. As is well known, Naruto has faced ostracism from the villagers for many years due to his status as a Jinchuriki, harboring a great deal of darkness within him. If you can exploit the darker aspects of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and turn him against the Hokage, what is there to prevent you from achieving your grand ambitions?" Upon hearing this, Danzo nodded thoughtfully, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he remarked, "You make a valid point." He then let out a disdainful snort, dismissively stating, "Orochimaru seeks to pit me against Naruto Uzumaki, hoping for mutual destruction so he can reap the benefits. I shall not grant him that satisfaction. As you suggested, continue to mock and belittle Naruto, provoking his darker side. That task is entrusted to you." Understood. Unbeknownst to Naruto, he remained oblivious to Danzo's machinations. During this period, his days were consumed with training alongside Sasuke and occasionally seeking Hyuga Hinata's company to cultivate their burgeoning relationship. He also devoted time to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, a skill passed down by his father. Despite occasionally overhearing the jeering remarks from villagers, Naruto had grown indifferent to their scorn. believing that once his father resumed his rightful position, the negative perceptions would inevitably be overturned. The 20 days passed swiftly. During this time, not only did Naruto master the Flying Thunder God technique, but he also shared his forthcoming plans with Sasuke, who expressed his support. However, what brought him the greatest joy was finally signing in to receive a new super reward, the Super S-Rank Jinjutsu, Binding Spirit Technique. In essence, this technique was an enhanced version of the Kodoeme Tsukumi. It could not only manipulate the will of the target, but also seize control of their very soul. Once ensnared, the victim would bear a permanent mark upon their soul, unable to resist. Any attempt at defiance would subject them to relentless torment and anguish. It was, without doubt, an extraordinarily potent Jinjutsu. Moreover, Naruto was elated to discover that this ultimate illusion could be activated at any time and had a cooldown period of merely 3 minutes. With only about a week remaining until the tournament's commencement, Naruto calculated that the time for action was nigh. To resurrect his father, the fourth Hokage, he must liberate his soul from the clutches of the Shinigami. To dismantle the corpse demon-consuming seal, he needed to venture to the ruins of the Uzumaki clan's residence outside of Konoha, where the Shinigami's mask was kept in the Hall of Masks. That night, before departing, Naruto left a shadow clone at home as a precaution. He inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique seal within his home, ensuring he could return promptly upon acquiring the Shinigami's mask. Having made these preparations, he donned a black hooded cloak to conceal his conspicuous blonde hair, adorned a cat mask, and vanished into the night. Utilizing the Kamui Sharingan's phasing ability, he swiftly traversed the barrier set by Konoha's higher-ups and sped towards the eastern outskirts of the village. His destination lay in the southeastern region of the Land of Fire, the remnants of the once mighty Land of Whirlpools. After 3 days of relentless travel, Naruto finally arrived at the desolate peninsula, now under the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire. Walking along the overgrown dirt paths, he was met with a landscape of desolation. Only at the seaside could he catch glimpses of a few fishermen's homes, wisps of smoke rising from their hearths. As the former Land of Whirlpools, its past splendor had long faded, leaving behind the remnants of war, faintly visible in the form of crumbling walls and ruins. Naruto, not pausing to lament, pressed onward toward the island's center, determined to locate the remnants of the Uzumaki clan's stronghold and the temple where their ancestors once worshipped. Hoping to retrieve the Shinigami's mask hidden within. Along the way, he encountered several residents of the island, who revealed that they were descendants of the ancient Land of Whirlpools, unwilling to abandon their homeland, leading a simple life governed by the rhythms of nature. Guided by their directions, Naruto soon arrived at the site of the former Uzumaki stronghold. After a thorough search, he stood before a deserted temple. Gazing up, he noted that the entrance had long since collapsed, debris strewn across the weed-choked steps. The only recognizable feature was the prominent whirlpool emblem etched onto the temple's stone slab. At last, he sighed in relief, confirming he was in the right place. He picked up a decayed piece of wood from the ground, ignited it, and began his exploration. Before a sunken floor, Naruto finally uncovered a concealed underground passage. Tentatively stepping inside, he was met with an eerie, foreboding aura that gripped his heart with unease. Mustering his courage, he traversed the dim corridor, and soon, an expansive chamber came into view. This hidden room deep underground was illuminated as several flames ignited upon his arrival, casting a warm glow throughout the space. Chapter 69, A Long-Awaited Reunion with Jiraiya. As Naruto surveyed the brightly lit room, his gaze was drawn to 3 rows of masks adorning the walls. There were 27 masks in total, each grotesquely designed, with fearsome visages and jagged teeth, yet each mask bore a distinct shape. After careful examination, Naruto finally identified the mask he sought, the third from the right in the second row. As he grasped the Shinigami mask, a chill coursed through his hands. Mask in hand, he wasted no time, activating the Flying Thunder God technique and vanishing from the spot. Mere seconds later, he reappeared in his own abode, feeling no discomfort from the process aside from a slight dizziness from his inaugural use of the technique. Having retrieved the Shinigami mask, Naruto exhaled in relief. The next task was to procure a living sacrifice for the ritual to summon the Shinigami and perform the Edo Tensei. Securing a suitable offering was not a daunting challenge for Naruto. He could easily acquire what he needed. However, after days of relentless travel, he longed to reward himself with a well-deserved respite. A hot spring sounds delightful. I've been in Konoha for nearly half a year, and haven't tea indulged in one yet. He mused as he stepped outside, greeted by the brilliant sunshine. As he ambled down the street, the echoes of past gossip reached his ears once more. Look, that child is back again. Yes, that kid. I've heard he's a demon fox. I can't fathom what the Hokage is thinking, allowing such a monster to become a ninja. Thankfully, my child doesn't have to team up with him. Otherwise, I'd be beside myself with worry. Turning to the group of women conversing, Naruto caught their eye, prompting them to nervously hush and flee, exclaiming, "Quick, let us go. That monster is looking our way." Indifferent to their chatter, Naruto could only muster a derisive smile. As he continued along the street, he spotted Sasuke approaching, a broad smile upon his face. "Just the person I was looking for," Naruto exclaimed, grinning back. "In just a few days, the final round of the Chunin exams will commence, and I can hardly contain my excitement to engage in battle with so many skilled opponents," Sasuke remarked enthusiastically. Naruto patted his shoulder, shaking his head in amusement. "You're always so eager. Just don't forget what I mentioned before." "Rest assured, I remember. It was merely the Chunin exam this time, where that cunning Orochimaru intended to take action against me. I am not afraid of them." Upon observing his carefree demeanor, Naruto cautioned, "Your greatest flaw is your excessive arrogance. You must amend this. Anything could transpire during the Chunin exam, so you must take care to protect yourself." Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then revealed a comforting smile and softly replied, "I understand, Naruto. Thank you." He draped his right arm over Naruto's shoulder, and together they strolled carefreely down the street. "By the way, Naruto, I haven't asked you yet. Where are you headed?" Sasuke inquired quietly. Naruto smiled slightly. "I've been so busy lately, it's rare to unwind. I'm going to soak in a hot spring. Would you like to join me?" "Of course." At the mention of the hot spring, Sasuke instantly became intrigued. The two arrived at the hot spring district in Konoha, reserved a male bath, and embarked on a delightful journey of relaxation. "Ah, this feels wonderful," Naruto exclaimed as the warm spring water enveloped every inch of his skin, washing away the fatigue of the day. Meanwhile, Sasuke casually rested his hands on the edge of the hot spring, eyes closed, savoring the moment. After a while, observing Naruto beside him, also lost in blissful enjoyment, Sasuke couldn't help but think, what a wonderful life this is. The gentle visage of Sakura flashed through his mind, warming his heart. With a friend like Naruto and a girl like Sakura, who adored him and stirred feelings within him, what more could he desire? "Naruto, thank you." Sasuke uttered his gratitude once more. He shuddered to think what his life might have become without Naruto. Most likely, he would have succumbed to the madness of revenge and fallen into darkness, losing sight of what he truly ought to pursue. For instance, he once contemplated that had it not been for Naruto's assistance in training and altering his mindset, he might well have chosen to follow Orochimaru after this Chunin exam, ultimately betraying Sakura's heartfelt devotion. Fortunately, he was not alone now. Whether in pursuit of revenge or striving together to realize their dreams of changing the world, Naruto was right beside him. That was enough. After a while of soaking, both felt drowsy from the sheer comfort. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the adjacent female bath, abruptly rousing them. "Ah!" As the girl's shrieks filled the air, Naruto awoke with a bewildered expression and turned to Sasuke, asking, "What happened? Why are we hearing girls scream?" Sasuke nonchalantly replied, "It's probably just that pervert caught peeping at the girl's bath again. I'm quite used to such occurrences." "Oh, I see. I thought something significant had happened," Naruto responded, realization dawning on him. After this outburst, neither felt inclined to continue soaking. They settled the bill and emerged from the male bath together. However, just as they stepped out, they spotted a man with a spiky hedgehog-like hairstyle, his hair stark white, clad in a red coat over a brown outfit, each wrist adorned with a brown forehead protector, constantly rubbing his swollen face. As he walked, he muttered something about being stingy. Most notably, a large kanji for oil was emblazoned on the prominent metal plate on his forehead. "Jiraiya!" Naruto exclaimed upon seeing the man, unable to contain his excitement. After all, he was finally face to face with the legendary Jiraiya, a figure revered by countless fans of the Hokage series. Beside Naruto, Sasuke observed his friend's fervent enthusiasm and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Naruto, what are you talking about? Who is this Jiraiya?" Despite calling out to him multiple times, Naruto remained entranced, gazing vacantly at the middle-aged man before them. In the distance, Jiraiya suddenly heard someone calling his name. Turning to investigate, he spotted two 12 or 13-year-old boys staring intently at him. Jiraiya approached, looking at Naruto and Sasuke. "Were you two little brats calling my name just now?" As Jiraiya ambled toward them, Naruto's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Meeting Jiraiya's slightly puzzled gaze, Naruto said, "That's right, it was us. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression flickered with astonishment as he asked, "You two little rascals know who I am?" He found it hard to believe that these seemingly small children could recognize his name. Yet, In saying so, he inadvertently confirmed his identity. Sasuke, still in disbelief, leaned closer to Naruto and whispered, "Hey, Naruto, are you sure you're not mistaken? How could this seemingly lecherous man be the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya?" Though Sasuke's words were spoken softly, Jiraiya heard them clearly. Infuriated by the skepticism of a 12-year-old, Jiraiya retorted, "You little brat. How dare you question my identity as Lord Jiraiya? Listen carefully." He flicked his white hair dramatically, striking what he believed to be a dashing pose. He proclaimed to the two, "Indeed, I am the one known as the Sage of Mount Myaboku Jiraiya." Witnessing his eccentric stance, Naruto felt no embarrassment. Instead, he found it endearing. This was quintessentially Jiraiya. If one were to ask Naruto whom he admired most in the world of Hokage, it would undoubtedly be Jiraiya. This man, who treated Naruto like a grandson, was one of the closest individuals to him aside from his parents. Of course, now that Naruto had Sasuke by his side, Jiraiya's significance felt somewhat diminished. However, this did not affect his fondness for the character. In stark contrast to Naruto's joy, Sasuke bore an expression of utter disbelief. Naruto stepped forward, smiling. "Hello, Lord Jiraiya. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and this is my friend, Uchiha Sasuke." "Naruto, huh?" And Sasuke, Jiraiya mused, a smile creeping onto his face. "You two are quite the interesting pair. What brings you to seek me out?" he asked, feigning seriousness. "Oh, nothing much." Naruto waved his hand dismissively. "I was just excited to finally meet you." While genuine excitement coursed through him, Naruto was also curious about the purpose of Jiraiya's return. "By the way, Lord Jiraiya, does Hokage-sama know you're back?" Naruto inquired, feigning curiosity. Jiraiya replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing significant. I was merely passing through to gather material and thought I'd drop by. Just make sure not to inform Hokage-sama about my whereabouts, alright?" He spoke to Naruto and Sasuke in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Naruto nodded in agreement, assuring, "Don't worry, we will keep this secret for you." "Good," Jiraiya remarked, ruffling Naruto's hair affectionately. "What a good kid you are. Well then, I must be off." With that, their brief encounter concluded, and Jiraiya parted ways with the two. 2 days passed without Naruto encountering Jiraiya again. However, during this time, a significant event transpired in the village, the swift death of Tsukikage. As with the original storyline, this ailing man met his demise on the eve of the finals, having been discovered after overhearing a conversation between Kabuto and a sand village jonin. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage occupied the main seat, flanked by Konoha's two esteemed advisors, Mito Kazuma and Tozen Komaru. Observing the assembly of elite shinobi before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke gravely. "I believe many of you have heard that the body of Moonlight Gale has been found near Kikyo Castle. How could this happen?" In shock, Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed. "Gale could not have." Marino Ibiki echoed her disbelief, his expression mirroring the astonishment shared among the gathered jonin. Amidst the crowd, however, Akamichi Karui maintained a semblance of composure. Calmly inquiring, "Was it Orochimaru's doing?" Kakashi responded, "No, we must not jump to conclusions. Gale most likely tracked down a spy named Kabuto, who has infiltrated Konoha, leading to his untimely end. Nevertheless, this incident is undoubtedly connected to Orochimaru." Beside him, Nara Shikaku added in a low voice, "Then we must suspend the Chunin exams and devote all our efforts to apprehending Orochimaru." His words garnered substantial agreement among the assembly. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied coolly, "He has appeared before Akamichi and threatened us against halting the tournament." To his left, Mito Kazuma could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "What exactly is going on?" The third Hokage turned to him, explaining, "Orochimaru possesses the power to annihilate an entire nation. Since his defection from Konoha, many countries have been eyeing him. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for Konoha, which has led several nations to conspire with him to launch an offensive against us." Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku could no longer restrain his fury, exclaiming, "So you mean to say that our allies have colluded with Orochimaru against us?" His words left the assembly in stunned silence. Kakashi glanced around, calmly asserting, "The so-called alliance treaty is merely a verbal agreement." The past shinobi world wars unfolded in precisely this manner. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the implication of an impending war loomed. In summary, the current intelligence is insufficient. We must refrain from reckless speculation. The third Hokage's expression was grave as he addressed the assembly. Tozen Komaru, with a somber demeanor, added, "We have dispatched Umbu to gather intelligence from various nations. Acting rashly at this moment is perilous, as it may very well play into the enemy's hands." The room fell into a heavy silence as the attendees absorbed the gravity of the situation. They all understood that a great conflict was now inevitable. As the leader of Konoha, the third Hokage regarded the assembly with a stern expression, stating, "If it comes to that, we will have no choice but to muster all of Konoha's strength and fight with all our might." After another moment of tense silence, the third Hokage quietly instructed, "Kakashi, stay behind. The rest of you may disperse." Understood. The assembly departed, leaving only Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office. It was only in the company of his most trusted ally that Sarutobi Hiruzen voiced his concerns. "The enemy has already begun to make their moves, Kakashi." Kakashi bowed his head. "I understand." "What of Naruto?" "All is well. There are no abnormalities." "That is reassuring." The third Hokage sighed. "Our ability to repel Orochimaru's assault may very well depend on Naruto." Chapter 71, The Black Night Before the Storm. Only a day remained until the third round of the Chunin exams. That night, at the Konoha Inn, Temari and Kankuro were diligently tending to their weapons, ensuring they were fully prepared. "By the way, your opponent is that shadow manipulation user. Aren't you going to devise any strategies?" Kankuro asked quietly while adjusting his puppets. Temari replied with a confident smile, "I will not lose. We have been tasked with watching over Gaara, as his emotions have been quite unstable these past few days." At the mention of Gaara, both sighed in unison. Their brother was ruthless in his endeavors, never allowing them a moment's peace. In front of them, Gaara stood motionless on the balcony, gazing at the moonlit sky, lost in thought. "I'm going out," he said icily, before vanishing like sand. As Temari and Kankuro processed his sudden departure, they exchanged alarmed glances and leaped out of the window, swiftly sensing Gaara's presence to follow him. In the streets of Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke had just finished their meal and were making their way home. Suddenly, Gaara's cold voice pierced through the air. "Naruto Uzumaki, I wish to fight you." Upon turning, Naruto found Gaara, clad with his gourd, wearing an expression devoid of emotion, his panda-like eyes fixated intently on him. Unfazed, Naruto retorted, "Are you eager to die? You certainly seem impatient." At Naruto's taunt, Gaara's expression twisted into a menacing scowl, his teeth gritted in barely contained rage. Within Naruto, the gruff voice of Kurama echoed disdainfully. "That Shikaku is truly volatile. He is so restless, Naruto. I can no longer contain myself." Once again sensing the presence of his nemesis, Kurama was determined to intimidate Shikaku this time. Hearing Kurama's complaint, Naruto chuckled. "Well then, let's give him a scare." "All right," Kurama replied eagerly. As Naruto became enveloped in the chakra of the Nine Tails, his once azure eyes transformed into the slit pupils of a fox. He advanced toward Gaara, each step intensifying the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him. As Naruto drew closer, Gaara's pale face turned pale with fear. "And no, please don't come any closer." Gaara curled into himself, pressing his head to the ground in a pained plea for mercy, suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere of malice. Naruto maintained a faint smile, softly stating, "I have already told you, you are not my match. The monster within you pales in comparison to mine. How does it feel to be brought to the brink of surrender?" However, Gaara's expression soon morphed back into one of fierce defiance. His right eye began to swell, the skin around it transforming into a sandy hue. Shikaku's sharp voice resonated within him. "You think you're clever, Fox? Don't get too cocky, if you have the guts. Let us face each other directly. Intimidating my Jinchuriki is nothing to boast about." "Oh, is that so? You can't sit still, can you, you dead raccoon?" Kurama taunted. "I'm just scaring your Jinchuriki. What are you going to do about it? I've been annoyed with you and your Jinchuriki for quite some time. Stinking fox. Just wait until I get out. I will kill you." Shikaku bellowed furiously. Kurama laughed derisively. "I suggest you tread carefully. Tell your Jinchuriki to keep quiet, or else my Jinchuriki will finish you off for good, and you truly will become a dead raccoon." "You." Shikaku was left speechless, for it was not only the strength of the Nine Tails that intimidated him, but even among their respective Jinchuriki, Gaara could not hold a candle to Naruto. It seemed that Kurama had somehow grown more formidable over time. To have allied with such a formidable Jinchuriki was beyond his expectations. Just as the two-tailed beasts stood in fierce opposition, Temari and Kankuro arrived on the scene. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Gaara crouched on the ground, cradling his head, his face a picture of fear. Temari, feeling a pang of concern for her brother, rushed to support Gaara, anxiously asking, "Gaara, are you all right?" Kankuro joined her, lending his hand to help Gaara rise. Supported by the two, Gaara's expression was one of anguish as he hoarsely questioned, "Naruto Uzumaki, who are you? Why is the monster within you stronger than mine?" Naruto smiled faintly and replied, "It's simple. The tailed beast inside me is the strongest, the Nine Tails. I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from Konohagakure. In terms of tailed beast power, you cannot compare to me. Why? How can this be? Gaara shouted in frustration. Naruto's demeanor darkened as he coldly commanded, "Take your companions and return to the inn. If you dare to show up again, I will kill him. Do you understand? If anyone speaks of tonight's events, I assure you, you won't leave Konoha alive tomorrow." Kankuro and Temari, already terrified by Naruto's presence, felt a wave of relief wash over them at his command, quickly taking Gaara away. After their departure, Kurama expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Naruto, they are merely insignificant insects. Why let them go? Wouldn't it be better to eliminate them?" Naruto calmly replied, "They still hold some usefulness. There's no need to kill them." At the inn, once they sensed the absence of Naruto's murderous intent, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Temari, still shaken, stammered, "No wonder when we first encountered that guy, Naruto Uzumaki. He looked down on us. He is indeed the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from Konoha. His strength is terrifying. Listening to him, I felt as though my head could fall at any moment. I have never encountered someone so fearsome." Kankuro glanced at Gaara, who remained in a state of shock, and sighed, "Indeed, that Naruto Uzumaki possesses such frightening power. Our plans will likely not proceed smoothly." Temari, suppressing her shock, concluded, "Regardless, we must inform our superior, Master Maki, about the strength of Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. For now, that is all we can do." While the two conferred, Naruto had already returned home. Lying in bed, he recalled that tomorrow would be the long-awaited final round of the Chunin exams. The plan he had meticulously devised would finally come to fruition, filling him with excitement that kept him awake. Everything was finally about to commence. Chapter 72, the main event begins. The next day, in the early morning, golden sunlight streamed through the treetops. Birds chirped joyfully in the branches, and everything felt peaceful and beautiful. At the training ground of Team 10, beneath a large tree, Neji sat with his eyes closed, calmly regulating his breath. Scattered around him were various ninja tools. At that moment, Tenten, who had just finished training with Neji, was panting heavily. "You really are flawless, Neji," she remarked, slightly out of breath. Tenten, placing her hands on her knees, slowly stood up, gazing at the boy before her with admiration. Neji turned his head slightly toward her, his calm and confident voice resonating. "The preparations are nearly complete. It's time to set off." Yes, a similar scene unfolded across various training grounds of other teams and clans. Each aspiring Chunin was diligently making their final preparations for the main event, determined not to falter in the upcoming matches. In Konoha, at the Haruno household, Sakura had risen early, donned her attire, and picked up the photograph of Team 7 from her bedside. A gentle smile graced her lips as she looked at the picture, where the four of them beamed with joy, radiating harmony and happiness. Especially Sasuke, whose tender smile made her heart race. "How wonderful. Sasuke, Naruto, do your best in the competition," Sakura declared resolutely. Outside, her mother, Mabuki Haruno, called out cheerfully, "Sakura, are you ready? It's time to head out." Hearing her mother's voice, Sakura chuckled softly. "You all go ahead. I'll be right behind you." After placing the photograph back carefully, she straightened her collar, opened the door, and stepped out with a smile. Walking down the street, observing the bustling crowd, Sakura felt particularly uplifted. The Chunin exams were indeed lively. "Sakura," a voice called from behind, and she turned to see Ino approaching with a bright smile. "Ino." Sakura waved back in greeting. As they walked side by side, Ino suddenly expressed wistfully, "I really envy you, Sakura." Noticing Ino's sudden shift in mood, Sakura asked, "What's wrong?" Ino forced a smile and waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Let us go cheer for Sasuke and Shikamaru." With that, she quickened her pace ahead. Sakura found Ino's behavior puzzling and silently critiqued her before following suit. As she walked, she encountered Naruto and Sasuke approaching from the opposite direction. "Good morning, Sasuke-kun and Naruto." Sakura greeted her companions cheerfully. Naruto beamed at Sakura, returning her greeting. "Good morning." "Good morning," Sasuke replied, offering Sakura a gentle smile. Ino observed the interaction, feeling a twinge of disappointment. As expected, I am still at a disadvantage. She sighed inwardly, her demeanor slightly awkward. Gathering her courage, she managed to force out an awkward smile and said, "Good morning, Sasuke-kun," only to receive a cold response from him. Naruto noticed Ino's disappointment, but could only offer a faint sigh in response. Such is the nature of love. This trio could only accommodate two on stage, with one inevitably forced to exit. The group continued to walk until they reached the venue. At the entrance of the arena, Sakura and Ino waved a brief farewell to Naruto and Sasuke. "Do your best, you two. We'll be watching from the stands." After watching them enter the arena, Sasuke looked at the entrance with excitement, saying, "Naruto, let us go in. I can't wait any longer." "All right," Naruto agreed, stepping forward alongside Sasuke. At the entrance, two Chunin guards observed Naruto and Sasuke as they entered. Chunin remarked, "Is that boy really Uchiha Sasuke? He certainly exudes confidence." "Indeed. I've heard his opponent is a new prodigy from Sunagakure, a lad named Gaara," Chunin added eagerly. "Damn. Why must we be stuck here guarding the door during such an exhilarating match? It's so frustrating." Chunin lamented, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Sai, what can we do?" Chunin sighed, looking utterly disheartened. As Naruto and Sasuke stepped into the arena, they immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Naruto looked around and noticed that the original proctor, Mizuki, had been replaced by the enigmatic Anko Mitarashi. What a shame. The beautiful Yuzuki Yugao has become a widow. He mused. In the center of the arena, Temari and Kankuro trembled upon catching sight of Naruto. Kanjuro's face was taut with anxiety as he murmured, "This is bad. He has arrived. What should we do?" Handball beads of cold sweat trickled down, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Naruto, barely daring to breathe. In the arena, Shikamaru, already present, approached wearily and said, "Hey, Naruto, Sasuke, you both made it." Naruto nodded affirmatively, and Sasuke offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. After exchanging pleasantries, Naruto's eyes flickered towards the Sand siblings, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing that smile, the trio was momentarily taken aback. Before long, Neji and Shino arrived, both exuding an air of cool detachment. Once everyone had gathered, Irika stepped forward and declared in a resonant voice, "Now that we are all here, let us proudly face the audience. Remember, you are the protagonists of this examination." The group looked upwards, and from the spectator stands erupted a cacophony of deafening cheers. Bathed in sunlight, the golden tiles glimmered resplendently, a sight to behold. In that moment, gazing upon the throngs of spectators, Naruto's heart surged with excitement. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he had encountered such a vast assembly. In the front row, Sakura, watching the composed Naruto and Sasuke below, shouted animatedly, "Naruto, Sasuke, give it your all." Beside her, Ino echoed her sentiments, calling out, "Shikamaru, do your best." Inside the arena, upon hearing Sakura's encouragement, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, both smiling in response. They were confident in their ability to triumph over their adversaries, Neji and Gaara. Meanwhile, Shikamaru wore a resigned expression. Observing Ino cheering for him from the stands, he sighed. Ino really is brimming with energy. Honestly, why is it that only my opponent has forfeited in the preliminaries? What a hassle. I have no fighting spirit at all. Above the dueling arena, in a magnificent pavilion, the third Hokage awaited as the host of this Chunin selection exam. Beside him stood one of Konoha's elite jonin, Nara Shikaku. "Have you found him?" the third Hokage inquired. Slightly turning to Shikaku, he replied in a hushed tone, "We dispatched many Anbu to search, but there has been no sign of Orochimaru." "I see," the Hokage acknowledged. Chapter 73, The Crushing First Match. As they conversed, a young man approached, donning a blue conical hat and a white ceremonial robe, with a white scarf covering his face. Prominently displayed on his blue hat was a large character for wind. Flanking him were two guards, each wearing the forehead protector of the Sand Village. Upon recognizing the visitor, the third Hokage warmly greeted, "Ah, Lord Kazekage, welcome. It's a long journey. I hope it hasn't been too taxing." The Kazekage seated himself in a pre-prepared chair and met the Hokage's friendly gaze, responding mildly, "It's quite all right. Holding the venue in Konoha is a splendid choice. Although you seem relatively young, the journey must still be quite tiring for you, Hokage. Perhaps it would be wise to select a successor for the fifth Hokage soon." The third Hokage, discerning the underlying condescension, did not back down. He chuckled heartily and replied, "Don't mistake me for an incapable old man. I believe I still have at least 5 years left in me." With that, he gradually rose and strode towards the corridor. "Let us begin." Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, I sincerely thank you for gathering here today to witness Konoha's Chunin selection exam. We shall now commence the official matches of the 8 contestants who have advanced from the preliminaries. Please enjoy the spectacle." As his words fell, the audience erupted into a thunderous wave of cheers and applause. In the arena, after the third Hokage's opening remarks, the chief examiner, Irika, began to explain the rules. He displayed the battle chart for the 8 participants and stated, as with the preliminaries, the rules of the matches remain the same. The battle continues until one side is either dead or concedes. If I deem any participant unable to continue, I will halt the match. Irika then cast a glance at Naruto and Neji, solemnly declaring, "Now, let the first match commence. First round, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. The others may leave." The 6 participants dispersed, leaving only Naruto and Neji, each locking eyes with the other. Ultimately, it was Neji who broke the silence, stating, "Uzumaki Naruto, I acknowledge your strength, but today, I shall exert all my power to defeat you. Stop boasting and let us get started," Naruto replied calmly, cracking his neck. Neji, unperturbed by Naruto's flippant demeanor, closed his eyes and then opened them again, veins visibly pulsing around his temples. He assumed the initial stance of the gentle fist, his expression grave as he focused intently on Naruto. "Aren't you going to make the first move? Then I want to hold back." Naruto sneered, and suddenly, blue chakra flames engulfed him. With a swift hand sign, he called out, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." Instantly, hundreds of Narutos materialized in the arena, each enveloped in a faint layer of chakra flames. "Since you excel in close combat, let my clones entertain you. Here we go." Naruto chuckled lightly, and in an instant, countless shadow clones lunged at Neji with flailing fists. Feeling the overwhelming assault from all directions, Neji's expression shifted to one of tension. He activated his gentle fist technique and engaged in battle with the multitude of clones. With every palm strike that connected with a Naruto clone, he counted softly, 1, 2, 3, 4. In the blink of an eye, he had struck down dozens of clones. Yet, to the astonishment of the onlookers, a remarkable scene unfolded. The shadow clones did not dissipate into smoke upon being hit. Instead, they staggered back a couple of steps, then grinned and resumed their relentless assault. Throughout the encounter, Naruto had not made a single move. He simply stood there, a smile lingering on his face as he observed the clash. The audience sat in stunned silence. Guy, glancing at the equally astonished Kakashi beside him, exclaimed, "Kakashi, Naruto's shadow clone jutsu is quite peculiar, isn't it? The clones clearly got hit, yet they didn't vanish immediately. What could be the reason behind this?" Kakashi, fixated on Naruto below, shook his head in bewilderment, replying, "Guy, to be honest, I too am perplexed as to why Naruto's clones persist even after being struck. I cannot fathom it." It was no wonder he was baffled. Naruto had delivered too many surprises lately. Kakashi even felt that, before Naruto, he might not stand a chance. "Keep your eyes peeled. I believe the answer will reveal itself," he internally analyzed. Naruto understood that Neji was adept in close combat, and that the gentle fist technique could seal the body's chakra points. Thus, he intentionally deployed shadow clones to exhaust Neji. Given Naruto's astonishing chakra reserves, simply maintaining a multitude of clones to besiege Neji would eventually deplete Neji's chakra. The other members of Team 10, as well as the Sand siblings, were equally astonished. In the front row, Sakura gasped, her mouth agape, her eyes sparkling with awe as she watched Naruto's clones relentlessly assault Neji, while Naruto himself remained unmoved, observing the unfolding drama. She exclaimed with exuberance, "Incredible. Naruto is truly remarkable. At this rate, he might win in no time." Ino, equally impressed, remarked, "This is the first time I've witnessed such shadow clones. They didn't vanish even after being struck. How on earth did Naruto manage this?" However, her concern soon surfaced as she added, "But Sakura, with him using shadow clones for such an extended period, can Naruto's body handle it?" In response, Sakura chuckled, "You're talking about Naruto, right? To be honest, he may lack many things, but he certainly doesn't lack chakra. So, you needn't worry." In the arena, confronted with an unrelenting barrage of shadow clones, even Neji, no matter how formidable, found himself overwhelmed, as fists and feet rained down upon him. In mere minutes, his body bore countless marks from the relentless onslaught. These wretched shadow clones were like swarming flies, impossible to fend off or eliminate. "This cannot continue. I can't even approach Naruto without being exhausted," he thought. "Is that guy's chakra an endless abyss? It seems like he never runs out." As he pondered, Naruto's army of shadow clones unleashed another synchronized assault of fists. Helpless, he resorted to using his heavenly spin technique to deflect the attacks. Yet, as before, the repelled clones regrouped and charged at him once more. At last, under the overwhelming strategy of sheer numbers, Neji completely broke down. He could only release a furious roar to the heavens. He had attempted numerous times to rush towards Naruto's true form, but each time he was thwarted by the clones. Ultimately, in utter despair, Neji had no choice but to concede, bringing an ignoble end to his first battle. Chapter 74, The Prelude to Battle. With Neji's surrender, Naruto dispelled his shadow clones, returning to his usual state. Nearby, the proctor, Iraka Yumino, who had been watching intently, could only sigh at the sight of Neji, exhausted and half-kneeling on the ground. The genius who had placed first among the genin last year had been defeated so helplessly. Observing the performance of both combatants, the disparity in their abilities was glaring. "Neji, let alone defeating Naruto. Couldn't even touch him if Naruto stood still. Casting a glance at Naruto, who maintained a calm demeanor, Iruka thought, that kid certainly knows how to stay composed. A glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes as he stepped forward and announced, as Neji Hyuga has conceded. The victor is Naruto Uzumaki. At this declaration, the audience erupted with a cacophony of cheers akin to a tidal wave. When the medical team arrived to assist Neji off the field, he stubbornly rose and, with great difficulty, approached Naruto. Why? Why did my attacks on your shadow clones not cause them to vanish? He demanded, even after conceding, still yearning for clarity to comprehend his defeat. Not just Neji, but everyone present was eager to understand this phenomenon. A faint smile graced Naruto's lips as he replied, it's quite simple. Those shadow clones are not ordinary clones. Upon hearing this, Neji's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Naruto. What do you mean they are not ordinary clones? Naruto explained calmly. Each of these clones is enveloped in a thin layer of chakra. This ensures that they do not disappear immediately after being struck. What truly sustains them is the chakra thread I control. As he spoke, he opened his palm to reveal a delicate thread of chakra. Seeing Neji's confusion, Naruto continued. I use these chakra threads as a medium to continuously supply chakra to each shadow clone, allowing them to persist despite being hit by you. This is why, even after you struck my clones, they did not vanish. On the observation platform above, Kankuro grasped Naruto's explanation instantly. He turned to Temari and Gaara beside him, elucidating. It's quite straightforward. Naruto Uzumaki manipulates his shadow clones like puppets in battle, while he focuses on supplying them with chakra. Do you understand what I'm saying? Temari, upon hearing this, instantly comprehended, and her gaze towards Naruto filled with trepidation. What kind of terrifying individual is he, to wield shadow clones as puppets? And he appears so at ease while doing so. Just how formidable is his chakra? She dared not imagine further. In the central loft, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, was equally astonished by Naruto's effortless victory over Neji. However, he maintained an outwardly calm facade. Observing the third Hokage's surprise at Naruto, he coldly remarked, Hokage-sama. It seems that Konoha has produced another fine talent in recent years. The third Hokage recognized the chill in his voice and turned with a smile to respond. Indeed, Naruto is a promising new generation of shinobi from Konoha. I have high hopes for him. Yes, indeed, he is quite an exceptional talent, Orochimaru murmured softly. Now, it will be time for Sasuke Uchiha to face Gaara. Many spectators had come specifically for this match. Sarutobi nodded, remaining silent as he continued to watch the arena. Inside the arena, with the first round concluded, Naruto slowly made his way toward the staircase at the side of the arena. The first match is over, Iruka announced loudly. And now we move on to the second match, featuring Sasuke Uchiha against Gaara of the Sand. Upon hearing the names of the combatants, the atmosphere in the venue became even more electrifying, as this match had long been anticipated by the crowd. On the second floor observation deck, upon hearing his name called, Sasuke was already prepared for battle. Sakura approached him, her eyes filled with warmth as she spoke tenderly. Sasuke, do your best. I will. Don't worry, Sakura. Sasuke replied with a slight nod. Kakashi, noticing their exchange, stepped forward to encourage. Good luck, Sasuke. Yeah, he responded, turning his gaze towards the opposite observation platform. Locking eyes with Gaara, both brimming with fierce determination. As Sasuke reached the staircase's turn, he encountered Naruto coming up. Naruto, is the plan about to commence? He asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Yes, it will begin after your match, Naruto replied softly without evasion. I understand. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he declared, remember to leave Danzo's life for me. I want to take it myself. Understood, I will. Naruto replied with a gentle smile. That's good. Good luck. After exchanging these words, the two understandingly parted ways. Naruto soon arrived at the second floor observation platform, while Sasuke quickly made his way to the arena below. Following closely, Gaara also entered the arena. A grand battle was on the verge of igniting. Seeing Naruto return safely, Shikamaru chuckled. Well done, Naruto. I didn't expect you to be so formidable, defeating Neji like that. It seems I won't be your match in the future. To his remark, Naruto merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Shikamaru, Naruto suddenly declared his intent to visit the restroom. Go ahead. Shikamaru waved him off casually, his gaze fixed intently on the battle unfolding below between Sasuke and Gaara. To be honest, he had been eagerly anticipating this clash between two formidable geniuses for quite some time. Down on the arena floor, Sasuke glanced up and caught sight of Naruto turning away from the railing. At last, is it finally about to begin? A smile crept onto his lips. Indeed. As Naruto had mentioned, it was high time for a change in this decaying Konoha. What he needed to do now was to secure victory in this long-awaited match. Seeing that both contenders were in position, the proctor, Iruka, stepped forward and declared, "I need not elaborate on the rules. Once both sides are ready, we shall commence." With that, he withdrew to the side, yielding the stage to the two young men. Sasuke's expression hardened, his gaze locking onto Gaara, who mirrored his intensity. "So, you're Gaara of the Sand, huh? Let's see just how much power you possess." Chapter 75, Sasuke vs. Gaara. "Bring it on," Gaara replied, his voice steady and resolute. However, he remained acutely aware of the need for caution. From his gourd, sand began to swirl around him, forming a protective barrier in preparation for any incoming assault. Sasuke, having previously witnessed Gaara's battle with Orochimaru, merely smiled knowingly. With his right hand resting on his ninja pouch, he remarked, "Since you won't make the first move, then I shall." In an instant, Sasuke flicked his wrist, launching two shuriken at Gaara with blinding speed. As anticipated, the shuriken were effortlessly intercepted by the swirling sand, which transformed into sand clones that grasped the projectiles. "A sand clone, is it?" Shikamaru on the second-floor spectators area observed with mild surprise. Upon seeing the sand clones, Sasuke scoffed, "Is that all you've got? Just a petty trick. Watch me shatter it with a single punch." With that, he accelerated toward Gaara, leaping into the air while releasing several more shuriken. The sand clones responded in kind, throwing their own shuriken in retaliation. Clang, clang. The sounds of clashing metal echoed as both sides negated each other's attacks. Now free from the shuriken's restraint, blue chakra flames erupted around Sasuke, enveloping him entirely. His body surged forward, a streak of blue lightning racing toward Gaara. Before Gaara could react, Sasuke's fist was upon him. With a powerful strike, he shattered the sand clone into fragments. Before the sand could reassemble, Sasuke's form inexplicably vanished from view. Gaara's expression shifted dramatically, an ominous premonition rising within him. This is just like that watermelon-headed brat's taijutsu. Gaara recalled the pain he had felt during the preliminary rounds against Lee, a memory that would forever haunt him. Now, that same technique was about to resurface. Just as he was lost in thought, Sasuke's figure reappeared behind him. A ghostly whisper reached Gaara's ears, "You're too slow." With that, Sasuke delivered a crushing blow directly to Gaara's face. Gaara was sent reeling, unable to maintain his footing, and his once impenetrable sand defense scattered around him, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. In stark contrast, Sasuke remained pristine, not a speck of dust upon him, his handsome visage adorned with a confident smile. On the second-floor spectators area, Temari was left utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she observed the spectacle below. "Is this a joke? Gaara?" He was utterly bested by that Uchiha Sasuke, without even a chance to retaliate. She shook her head repeatedly. "No, this cannot be. This was not the merciless, invincible Gaara she knew." In her mind, her brother, while not the strongest of the lower ninjas, should never have been reduced to such a state. Beside her, Kankuro shared her astonishment. Meanwhile, in the front row, Sakura was practically vibrating with excitement, her fists clenched in enthusiasm. Since the match began, a smile had not left her face. "Incredible. Sasuke is amazing," she exclaimed, her heart soaring. Her inner persona rejoiced, declaring, "Sasuke is so cool. No wonder he's the man chosen by Queen Sakura. Indeed, Sasuke is truly remarkable." Ino marveled, equally captivated. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Naruto retrieved a black cloak he had prepared earlier, along with a red whirlpool mask adorned with a black hood, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Clad in the black cloak and donning the red whirlpool mask, Naruto's azure eyes were replaced by the crimson tomo of the Sharingan. With everything in place, he activated the shadow clone jutsu, and a clone identical to him materialized beside him. "Go," he commanded. Upon completing his transformation, the real Naruto vanished from sight. As the shadow clone returned to the arena, the spectators remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly. At that moment, all eyes were riveted on the fierce duel below. In the Colosseum, Sasuke had resumed his usual demeanor. He looked down at the incapacitated Gaara, derisively stating, "Is this the extent of your prowess? I had anticipated our battle for so long." Not far away, Gaara struggled to rise again, his once flawless and handsome face now marred and broken. Gasping for breath, he lowered his head, allowing sand to coalesce around him once more. "Another feeble sand armor? Pathetic." Sasuke scoffed, as blue chakra flames ignited around him once again, his body vanishing in a flash. This time, his assault was even more ferocious. Before Gaara could steady himself, Sasuke's fist, propelled by a powerful gust of wind, was upon him once more. The arena echoed with the sounds of their fierce confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of pressure rippled through the air. Only the flickering blue flames visible as Sasuke and Gaara moved too swiftly for the audience to follow. After a relentless flurry of taijutsu strikes, Sasuke landed gracefully, while Gaara collapsed helplessly to the ground. The sand armor that had once shielded him lay in ruins, leaving him battered and bruised. In stark contrast, Sasuke, after a series of high-speed maneuvers, appeared only slightly fatigued, taking a moment to catch his breath and return to normalcy. At that moment, the proctor, Irika, could no longer bear to watch. He was about to step forward to announce the match's conclusion when Gaara's shattered hand slowly lifted from the ground. The match continues, he declared, struggling to rise once more, panting heavily. Sasuke observed Gaara's tenacity and chuckled. You've got a tough spirit, don't you? I admire your refusal to give in. Come then, let me see if you can still dance. A low, resonant growl emanated from him as the sand around his body began to coalesce once more. He abruptly lifted his head, his green eyes widening with an unsettling intensity, revealing the ominous bloodshot veins within. Witnessing Gaara in this state, Temari gasped in alarm from the stands, realizing with dread that he was utterly enraged. This was dire. In the audience, the Sand Village's Maki also expressed his concern, sensing that Gaara was about to unleash something formidable. Within the arena, Gaara suddenly formed hand seals in front of his chest, murmuring incantations under his breath. Simultaneously, countless grains of sand began to gather around him, forming a sphere that enveloped his entire being. Chapter 76, The Final Victory. At that very moment, outside the walls of Konoha, within a dense thicket, a quartet of Umbu members was conducting their routine patrol during the competition. Swish, swish, swish. Four figures darted back and forth through the forest. As they reached a clearing, ready to proceed, one member halted, gazing around intently. Yet, after scanning the area for some time, he found no trace of any presence. Was it merely an illusion? The halted member murmured to himself, somewhat dazed. Noticing his distraction, the squad leader swiftly inquired, "Is something amiss?" "Nothing seems out of the ordinary," he replied softly. However, for reasons unknown, an inexplicable unease began to stir within him, as if foreboding something momentous about to transpire. "Let us move quickly." The leader's tone grew urgent, unwilling to linger in the area. The member nodded in agreement, yet still felt uneasy. After ensuring there was no immediate danger, he joined the other three in departing. As the four left, hidden within the foliage, dozens of fully armed sound ninja had been lying in wait for an extended period. Seeing them depart, the leader of the sound ninjas signaled for his comrades to disperse. Returning to the examination venue, within the Colosseum, Sasuke gazed at Gaara, who was concealed within his circular shield of sand, a look of disdain flashing across his face. Recalling Naruto's admonitions before the match, a cold smirk crept onto his lips. Was this truly the ultimate form of Gaara's absolute defense? Humph. Such theatrics are ripe for my destruction. With that, Sasuke began forming hand seals. In a matter of moments, a brilliant bolt of lightning erupted from his left hand, crackling ominously. "That's Kakashi's," exclaimed Guy from the stands, his eyes wide with astonishment as he watched the lightning dance in Sasuke's grasp. He turned to Kakashi, who remained composed, his gaze fixated on Sasuke. "Yes, you guessed correctly. That indeed belongs to me," Kakashi replied evenly, his attention unwavering from Sasuke. Beside them, Sakura's eyes were also filled with shock as she observed the lightning in Sasuke's hand. "That's Sasuke-kun's." Noticing the cryptic expressions of those around her, Ino could no longer contain herself. Could someone please enlighten me about what you're all discussing? Your words are entirely beyond my comprehension." Sakura continued to gaze intently at Sasuke. "That technique, I've seen Sasuke use it before. Its power is astounding." She suddenly recalled a recent visit to the training grounds behind Konoha, where she had witnessed Naruto training with Sasuke, and at that moment, Sasuke had executed the very same technique. Guy, observing her confusion, explained, "That's the original technique of Konoha's foremost tactician, the copy ninja Kakashi, Raikiri, also known as Chidori. It's Kakashi's signature assassination technique. However, I'm curious, Kakashi, why would you teach him such a perilous jutsu?" Kakashi shot Guy a sidelong glance, replying, "Are you not equally culpable? Teaching your disciple the 8 gates technique, we're hardly different. Watch closely, that kid Sasuke possesses skills beyond just Chidori," he added, a hint of anticipation glimmering in his masked expression. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the viewing platform, Kankuro appeared increasingly anxious. Their initial purpose for coming to Konoha was to use the exam as a pretext to launch a joint attack with the Sound Ninja, and, at the opportune moment, allow Gaara to rampage through the village. However, the unfolding events had far surpassed their expectations. TCH, with it having come to this, nothing will matter anymore, he grumbled. Temari trembled, lamenting, not only has the plan been ruined, but it seems he intends to sabotage everything. In the front row of the viewing area, the Sand Village's Jonin Maki glared at Gaara, encased in sand, his expression grim. What is that fool Gaara doing, acting without waiting for the plan? Inside the arena, the lightning crackled in Sasuke's hand as Chidori surged. Ah! Sasuke shouted, his form darting forward, charging directly at Gaara's absolute defense. The ground beneath him erupted in a shower of stones, carving a long, deep trench in his wake. Though Gaara was ensconced in his defense, his sand eye allowed him to observe Sasuke's every move, prompting him to unleash a barrage of sand attacks. Yet to Sasuke, these assaults seemed utterly inconsequential. Each one effortlessly evaded. As he approached Gaara's circular defense, Sasuke leapt high into the air, thrusting his left hand forward with force. Thud! The powerful lightning chakra pierced through the circular chakra shield like a razor-sharp dagger. At that moment, all eyes widened in disbelief, just as the spectators braced for the conclusion. Sasuke sneered, it's not over yet. Channeling his chakra, a massive, rapidly spinning blue sphere materialized in his right hand. This is the final blow, he roared, thrusting his right hand forward. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a blinding white light enveloped the entire arena, plunging everything into a blinding haze. At that moment, no one could comprehend what had transpired. After what felt like an eternity, the light dissipated. Only then did the crowd see that Gaara's sand shield had been utterly shattered. His clothing lay tattered, revealing his pale torso. Sasuke had pierced through his right shoulder with his left hand, blood trickling slowly down Sasuke's arm. Yet oddly, his left hand had transformed into Shikaku's colossal hand. Utilizing this gigantic appendage, he had managed to fend off Sasuke's spiraling attack. However, the exertion required to withstand this blow had drained Gaara's chakra completely. As the massive hand gradually faded, his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing Gaara's fallen form, a triumphant smile returned to Sasuke's lips. This protracted battle had finally drawn to a close. He was the last one standing. He had emerged victorious. As the battle concluded, a previously silent Shiranui Yuruchi stepped forward, announcing, due to Gaara's incapacitation, I declare the winner of the second match to be Konoha's Uchiha Sasuke. As the words echoed through the arena, a tumultuous wave of applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. He did it. Sasuke has won. At this moment, Sakura was as exhilarated as a child, gazing at Kakashi beside her, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Kakashi-sensei, did you see that? Sasuke has finally triumphed over that guy, Gaara. Chapter 77. The plan for Konoha's collapse has commenced. Kakashi replied softly. Though his words were gentle, the joy in his tone was palpable. Congratulations, Kakashi, came the robust voice of Guy nearby. He clapped Kakashi on the shoulder, grinning widely. Both of my disciples have bested your prized pupil Neji and that dangerous boy from the sand. Hearing Guy's words, Kakashi merely smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I anticipated this outcome long ago. His statement was sincere. He held no doubts regarding Naruto and Sasuke's capabilities. Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, possessed extraordinary strength, and as for Sasuke, he was a prodigious talent capable of matching Kakashi himself. However, Kakashi's casual remark struck Guy like a blow. You saw it coming? Guy's expression fell, his head drooping in defeat. In contrast to Kakashi's three disciples, who emerged victorious, his own trio faced a rather embarrassing situation. Two of his students had succumbed to the foes from the Sand Village, and his most promising pupil, Neji, had been completely exhausted of chakra by Naruto, ultimately conceding defeat. With a heavy sigh, Guy lamented, Kakashi, in this confrontation, I have lost. In the upper right corner, lurking in disguise as a member of the Umbu, Kabuto observed Sasuke's conclusion of battle below, a contemplative expression on his face. It seems it is time to commence, though circumstances have shifted slightly. Lord Orochimaru should understand. He chuckled softly, forming hand seals with his fingers. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Guy were still engaged in jovial banter, oblivious to any disturbances. Amid the laughter, countless pure white feathers began to descend from the sky. In the audience, several individuals gradually felt their eyelids growing heavy, succumbing to slumber. Unbeknownst to Kabuto, on his other side, Naruto, also masquerading as an Umbu, observed his every action with clarity. It is finally beginning. Naruto whispered eagerly, eyes fixed on the drifting white feathers. He had awaited this moment for far too long. As more and more people fell into a deep sleep, Kakashi and Guy sensed something amiss. Kakashi, have you noticed? These feathers. Guy began. Yes, they are the manifestation of a sleep-inducing genjutsu, Kakashi replied solemnly. Meeting Guy's gaze, they both formed hand seals. Release. Simultaneously, Sakura, witnessing the surrounding individuals succumbing to sleep, detected the anomaly as well. She formed hand seals and dispelled the genjutsu. Meanwhile, having seen Gaara collapse, Temari and Kankuro were thrown into a panic. Like Sakura, they were unafraid of the minor genjutsu. Their concern lay solely with their unconscious brother, Gaara. Yet, without any combat orders, their worry for their sibling kept them from acting rashly. In the highest tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi evidently recognized that the enemy's battle plan was about to unfold. He turned to face the Sandaime Kazekage, Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru was also gazing back at him, and both perceived a profound murderous intent in each other's eyes. Let the battle commence. With Orochimaru's command, two of his guards promptly threw a smoke bomb. With a resounding explosion, Maki and Temari understood that the battle had finally begun. On the steps of the audience, Guy and Kakashi heard the explosion from the tower and looked up, the smoke billowing, obscuring their view. They immediately realized something was amiss with the Hokage. Guy shouted, "We need to assist him." Within the venue, members of the Umbu leaped into action. "Leave the Hokage to us. Handle things here." As they spoke, several members jumped to the rooftop where the third Hokage resided. On the opposite side of the viewing platform, upon receiving the order, Temari and Kankuro swiftly leapt down, racing towards their already unconscious brother, Gaara. On the rooftop, as the Umbu squad leader issued commands to protect the daimyo, numerous Umbu members began to disperse, leaving only a few on the golden glazed roof, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Below, facing the now aggressive Orochimaru, the third Hokage remained composed. "Kazekage, what is the meaning of this?" Orochimaru chuckled coldly, swiftly appearing before Hiruzen and firmly restraining him. He then leapt onto the glazed roof, tearing off his face mask to reveal an excessively pale and beautiful visage. In a low voice, he whispered in Hiruzen's ear, "You truly have aged. Haven to you, Hiruzen-sensei. I advised you long ago to establish your successor for the fifth Hokage. You are." Hiruzen reacted immediately, recognizing his captor as the elusive Orochimaru. Seeing the surprise in Hiruzen's eyes brought Orochimaru immense satisfaction. "What do you think? A reunion of master and disciple, does it not move you? What do you intend to do?" Hiruzen, despite being held captive, confronted him fearlessly. As expected of a teacher, even in captivity, you retain such courage. "Naturally. What I aim to achieve is clear, to obliterate Konoha." In the arena below, Temari and Kankuro reached Gaara's side and lifted him. Temari gazed at her unconscious brother with sorrow and anguish. Gaara, wake up," she urged, shaking him desperately. Yet, regardless of her efforts, the grievously wounded Gaara, having exhausted his chakra, would not awaken anytime soon. Kankuro's expression darkened considerably as he solemnly stated, "Gaara has been severely injured by Sasuke Uchiha and has exhausted his chakra. He can no longer fight. The plan is at risk of failure." As he spoke, Maki approached them, stating gravely, "Gaara has been gravely injured. To ensure the plan remains intact, you two must take him for treatment while I handle things here." "Understood." The two responded in unison, carrying Gaara away. Unlike the original narrative, this time, Sasuke chose not to pursue Temari and Kankuro. Instead, he looked up at the highest tower, pondering, is it finally time to begin? As for Naruto, he can play his part in this drama. For someone with the Sharingan, the minor technique of the rebirth of the dead held no power over him. Employing the body flicker technique, he swiftly arrived beside Kakashi. Upon seeing Sasuke, Kakashi exhaled in relief. "I knew you wouldn't fall for such a simple trick. By the way, where's Naruto?" As they spoke, Naruto, who had utilized the shadow clone technique, arrived at the scene. "Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei, I'm here." Hearing Naruto's voice, Kakashi's heart settled instantly. Chapter 78, The Mysterious Masked Man. While the group conversed, the outskirts of the village were under siege. A large contingent of sound and sand ninja, upon receiving the signal, initiated a large-scale invasion plan. They summoned 3 enormous serpents, swiftly breaching the outer walls of Konoha and advancing into the city. In an instant, the entirety of Konoha was engulfed in a profound crisis. How exhilarating it is. That fellow Sasuke certainly performed admirably. So, allow me to stoke the flames further. From the rear, Naruto, disguised as a member of the Umbu, suddenly leaped forth, charging towards his shadow clone. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi perceived a fleeting shadow dart past him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a piercing scream echoed through the air as the shadow clone of Naruto was seized by the figure cloaked in black, whisking him away into the sky above the arena. "Naruto, Sakura was the first to sense the danger, exclaiming in alarm. Kakashi swiftly grasped the situation. The enemy had revealed themselves, and their target was Naruto. This is bad, he thought to himself, realizing the gravity of the situation, and immediately leapt into action. Guy and Sasuke followed closely behind, attempting to intercept the assailant. However, they had barely taken a few steps when they were swiftly surrounded by several sound ninjas from the audience. Among the encircled, Kabuto unveiled his mask, revealing his treacherously handsome face. If you wish to save Naruto, Kabuto sneered at Kakashi, you'll have to get past us first. Although he was uncertain of the identity of the black-clad figure who had captured Naruto, it was evident that such an individual was no ordinary foe, capable of easily abducting Naruto. Regardless, the absence of Naruto eliminated a significant threat to them. With a wave of his hand, Kabuto commanded several elite sound ninjas to commence a brutal assault on Kakashi and Guy. Realizing the dire circumstances and his inability to divide his attention, Kakashi entrusted the pursuit of the black-clad figure to Sasuke. Just as he was about to speak, Sasuke interjected, Kakashi-sensei, leave Naruto to me. I will pursue that mysterious figure. With that, Sasuke's form flickered as he departed from the audience area. He leaped onto the golden-tiled roof, casting his gaze upward to behold a man clad in black robes, wearing a red whirlpool mask, standing tall in the sky. In the man's grasp, the shadow clone of Naruto was thrashing about in a futile struggle. At least, that was how it appeared to the onlookers. This scene unfolding in midair immediately captivated everyone's attention. Even Orochimaru, who was restraining the third Hokage nearby, was taken aback by the sight. Who is this mysterious masked man that can render the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails so easily overwhelmed? In the void above, Naruto looked down at the astonished faces of the crowd, regarding them as one would view mere ants. In this moment, he finally understood why Pain considered himself a god. With the power to dominate the life and death of all things in the world, what else could he be but a deity? Below, upon witnessing the black-clad figure holding Naruto aloft, Sasuke could not help but find it amusing. Internally, he scoffed at Naruto, pondering what scheme he was concocting. Despite his inner mockery, he demanded with a fierce tone, "Who are you? What is your purpose in capturing Naruto?" Naturally, Naruto was aware of Sasuke's theatrical performance. He promptly responded with a grand laugh, feigning anger. "Who am I? 13 years ago, it was the detestable fourth Hokage who thwarted my plans to attack Konoha. Now, 13 years later, I have finally awaited my opportunity to strike Konoha once again. So tell me, who do you think I am?" Upon hearing these words, all the Konoha ninjas stood frozen in shock. Memories of the disastrous Nine Tails incident from 13 years prior flooded their minds. At that moment, Kakashi and Guy, having just dispatched the sound ninjas, arrived at the rooftop to join Sasuke, only to hear Naruto's astonishing proclamation. Guy gazed at the figure in the sky, resembling a deity, and with a face full of fear, he turned to Kakashi. Could that possibly be him? Kakashi's heart raced as he trembled, replying, "It's highly likely. It is he. The mysterious masked man whom my teacher repelled 13 years ago. I never imagined he would return after all these years, and this time, his target is Naruto." Kakashi took a deep breath, his expression darkening as he solemnly declared, "Guy, in order to protect the village, we cannot allow this mysterious masked man to take Naruto. Otherwise, Konoha will be doomed." "I understand," Guy replied, his demeanor serious. With a mighty shout, he exclaimed, "Eighth gate of the 8 gates, open." Instantly, a powerful blue steam enveloped Guy. His aura surged dramatically, and his skin darkened. Sensing the immense chakra emanating from Guy, Sasuke finally comprehended why Naruto labeled the 8 gates technique as a formidable forbidden body technique. Such overwhelming chakra. I can even sense that I would not stand a chance against a single blow from him, Sasuke thought to himself, gaining a newfound respect for Guy's strength. As he continued to gaze at the sky, where Naruto, masquerading as the mysterious masked man, remained unfazed, he mused, the 8 gates technique, indeed a remarkable body technique. However, it is merely that. In the void, Naruto's disdainful voice rang out once more. A torrent of murderous intent radiated from him, an unseen pressure spreading from his vicinity towards the crowd. The formidable aura made it difficult for everyone present to catch their breath. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, still holding the third Hokage, felt the tremendous pressure emanating from Naruto above and was equally astonished. Yet on the surface, he maintained a calm facade, remarking, "It appears that I am not the only one wishing to annihilate Konoha, even if I do not intervene, with that mysterious masked man present. It seems Konoha is doomed today." The third Hokage, acutely aware that Orochimaru spoke the truth, sighed helplessly, contemplating, is this to be the day of Konoha's demise? Will the legacy of the first and second Hokage crumble under my watch? Despair washed over him as he closed his eyes. Memories of the teachings from the first and second Hokage resurfacing in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of resolve shining within. No, it cannot be. Even if I perish, I must preserve the foundation of Konoha. I cannot allow them to be destroyed. With that declaration, the third Hokage unleashed a powerful strike to Orochimaru's abdomen, breaking free from his control and leaping to a safe position. Addressing the stunned crowd, he proclaimed, "Everyone, listen to me. The survival of Konoha hangs in the balance at this moment. We may all face death, but for the sake of protecting Konoha, for the sake of our children, we must fight with every last breath against the enemy. Do we have confidence?" At the third Hokage's words, the previously dazed crowd was instantly roused. In their once distracted gazes, a fervent fighting spirit reignited. Yes, to protect our families. We are willing to battle for the village until the very last moment. Chapter 79, Danzo's Fury. Observing the Konoha crowd reigniting their fighting spirit, Naruto could not help but concede. Although the third Hokage may not possess exceptional strength, he indeed had a knack for inspiring others. However, Naruto's focus lay not with him. His true targets were Root, Danzo, and the two elder advisors, Mito Gate and Tsunade. This matter would be left to Orochimaru to resolve. Casting a glance at the brooding Orochimaru in the distance, Naruto inwardly chuckled. Orochimaru, do not disappoint me in the face of such invigorated spirits among the Konoha crowd. He certainly did not desire to personally confront the third Hokage, as that was far from his wish. After a moment of silence, Naruto's somber voice echoed once more, "Then, let us withdraw from the front lines for a brief while. My esteemed comrades, we shall meet again." Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, a swirling vortex suddenly manifested in the void, slowly drawing both Naruto's shadow clone and his true self into its depths. Kai, witnessing this, exclaimed in alarm, "No, that fellow intends to take Naruto away from Konoha. We must stop him." He leaped into the air, executing a leaf whirlwind, but it merely struck Naruto's illusion. He could only watch helplessly as Naruto's form was gradually consumed by the vortex, ultimately vanishing from sight. As he descended from the sky, Kai reverted to his usual demeanor, his face etched with frustration as he muttered, "TCH, that guy has escaped with Naruto. Kakashi, what shall we do now?" Kakashi replied gravely, "Our immediate priority is to ensure the safety of Lord Hokage. As long as he remains, we hold hope for victory. But what about Naruto? He has been abducted by that mysterious masked man. Are we not going to rescue him?" Kai pressed anxiously. Kakashi sighed, his concern for Naruto's safety evident. However, at present, the threats were not limited to the masked man, but also included Orochimaru. Thus, he continued, "I have faith in Naruto. His strength is formidable, and he will not perish so easily." He turned to Sasuke, remarking, "Do you not agree, Sasuke?" Sasuke nodded, affirming, "Kakashi-sensei is right. Naruto possesses incredible strength. He will not succumb so easily." He gazed upward at the spot where Naruto had disappeared, silently declaring, "Naruto, the performance here has concluded. The next act is yours." In the ensuing silence, dozens of sound and sand ninjas surged forth from all directions, encircling Kakashi and his companions. Kakashi, realizing that to break through and rescue the third Hokage, they first needed to deal with these formidable jonin, found himself drawn into battle alongside Kai and Sasuke against the sound ninjas. Meanwhile, without the presence of the mysterious masked man, Orochimaru visibly relaxed. After engaging in a cordial conversation with the third Hokage, the two began their fierce duel, exchanging techniques and blows, neither side gaining the upper hand. To ensure their battle remained undisturbed, Orochimaru commanded his long-hidden subordinates, Kabbutsu, Doyu, Zairu, and Jirubu, to form the four purple flame formation, intending to ensnare the third Hokage within. Elsewhere, in a dim alleyway on the streets of Konoha, a ninja clad in Konoha Umbu attire, wearing a mask, observed the surroundings before retrieving a scroll from within his robes. He handed it to a shadowy hand that emerged from the darkness, stating, "Inform Danzo-sama that this is the latest news from Konoha." As the citizens of Konoha endured the ravages of war, deep within the village's underground, in a dim room, Danzo sat upon a throne he had meticulously crafted, mirroring that of the third Hokage, listening intently to his subordinates' report. "Report to Danzo-sama. Our informant has discovered the identity of the invaders. They are a coalition of sand and sound ninjas, numbering approximately 700. A masked ninja knelt before Danzo, relaying the latest developments. "I understand. Is there any further news?" Danzo's voice was low and foreboding. "Well, there is something else." The Root ninja hesitated, appearing reluctant to continue. Speak. Danzo's tone turned sharp with displeasure. The root messenger shivered at the command, stammering, the intelligence reports indicate that, besides Orochimaru's alliance with the Sand, the mysterious masked man who caused the Nine-Tails incident 13 years ago has also resurfaced. Moreover, he has abducted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, vowing revenge upon all of Konoha, plunging the scene into chaos. Additionally, the Sand's original plan to unleash the One-Tailed Jinchuriki was thwarted, as Uchiha Sasuke inflicted severe injuries, rendering it unconscious. The plan for the One-Tail's rampage has been completely dismantled. The root ninja bowed his head, unable to meet Danzo's gaze, already anticipating the fury that would follow. Indeed, upon hearing this sequence of news, Danzo was instantly shocked into silence. He rushed toward the root ninja, seizing him by the collar, furiously demanding, "What did you say? The mysterious masked man from 13 years ago has returned?" The root ninja nodded rapidly, terrified. "It is true, Danzo-sama. That is the information we received. Where's the news? Bring it to me." Danzo's demeanor shifted from calm to furious, his face contorted in rage. He could not fathom that the terrifying masked man, with whom he had collaborated 13 years prior, had re-emerged, unlike their previous alliance to eradicate the Uchiha clan. This sudden appearance of the masked man filled him with a foreboding sense that he intended to disrupt his plans. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had long been a target of Danzo's ambitions, and now that his prize had been snatched away, it was impossible for him to remain composed. Sensing Danzo's wrath, the root ninja hastily presented the scroll containing the latest intelligence. Grabbing the scroll, Danzo's expression darkened further with each line he read. Upon reaching the end, he furiously tore the scroll to shreds. Although seething with anger, years of subterfuge allowed him to regain his composure swiftly. He growled, "Is there anything else you wish to report? If not, you may take your leave." "Understood," the root ninja replied, seeming as if he had been granted a reprieve. And he exited hastily. After the messenger's departure, a figure stepped forward, Yamanaka Inoichi, addressing Danzo. "Danzo-sama, the mysterious masked man has appeared once more. Should we continue to observe the situation?" Danzo sighed heavily, his instinct for self-preservation compelling him to deliberate for a long while before finally responding. "It seems we have no choice. If that man has indeed returned, it is likely that no one in Konoha stands a chance against him. To preserve Konoha's strength for the future, we can only bide our time. I do not wish for you to throw your lives away. This is all for Konoha's hope of resurgence. Do you comprehend?" "Understood, Danzo-sama. Everything you do is for Konoha. That is the understanding I seek." Chapter 80. The Cat and the Mouse. "All for Konoha, is it? How utterly hypocritical." A strange voice suddenly echoed through the room, instantly setting off alarms in the minds of all present. Who speaks?" a root ninja shouted. Beside Danzo, his two confidants, Yamanaka Inoichi and Yamashiroaki, quickly reacted. Their expressions tense as they warned, "This is bad. We are under attack. Protect Danzo-sama." The root ninjas, upon seeing this, drew their weapons, anxiously scanning their surroundings. Yet Danzo, though his expression was grim, remained remarkably composed, standing still and unfazed. As the conversation unfolded, a figure clad in a black cloak and donning a red spiral mask emerged slowly from the wall behind them. The crimson Sharingan swept across the faces of the startled root ninjas, and a cold glint of murderous intent shone in Naruto's eyes. "I'm right here, everyone," he said with a smile. Hearing this, Danzo turned sharply to face Naruto, his expression dark as he coldly remarked, "I presume you are the mysterious masked man who attacked Konoha 13 years ago." From the moment he laid eyes upon the chilling gaze of the Sharingan, he had already discerned the identity of his visitor. Thus, he was not particularly startled by Naruto's sudden appearance. After all, if the enemy was indeed the masked man, infiltrating his root base unnoticed was hardly a remarkable feat. Aware of my identity, it stands to reason that Lord Danzo must also comprehend the purpose of my visit. Naruto continued to smile at him, his tone gradually growing colder. A pang of foreboding struck Danzo's heart, yet he maintained a facade of bravado, retorting, "To dare intrude upon my stronghold alone, I must commend you, mysterious masked man, for your courage. However, since you've come here today, you shall not leave." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded his subordinates to attack and eliminate the masked man. "Yes," responded a dozen root ninjas in unison, gripping their weapons tightly as they encircled Naruto and launched their assault. Naruto, however, did not flinch. "A mere band of fools," he scoffed, "if you seek death. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails." As he closed his eyes and then reopened them, his gaze was replaced by the ominous purple of the Rinnegan. "Shinra Tensei." Naruto raised a hand to his chest, and an invisible force erupted around him, repelling the root ninjas who had attacked from all directions. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, their bodies were thrust violently against the walls, resulting in their deaths as they spat blood. In mere moments, Danzo watched in horror as his subordinates fell lifelessly. Continue the assault. Kill this masked man, he roared, gesturing for his men to charge, but none dared to move. They all understood that the fate of those who advanced would be nothing more than cannon fodder, and none wished to face such a demise. Observing Danzo's impotent fury, Naruto glanced at the unwilling soldiers and murmured, "Shinare Tensei." As no one heeded his commands, Danzo turned to his fellow root ninjas, bellowing, "Are you all betraying me?" Yet, a bizarre sight unfolded. Everyone present seemed oblivious to his words, standing frozen in place, utterly unresponsive. Danzo immediately sensed something was amiss and fixed his gaze upon Naruto. The only visible feature was those cold, purple eyes emanating an eerie glow. "What have you done to my subordinates?" Danzo seethed. His eyes locked onto Naruto in a furious glare. "Nothing of consequence," Naruto replied with a soft chuckle. "I merely ensnared your men in a simple illusion. No need to be so anxious." With a casual flick of his wrist, the controlled root personnel collapsed, unconscious. Realizing how effortlessly Naruto had dispatched dozens of his subordinates, Danzo recognized the terrifying nature of his adversary. With Orochimaru confronting the third Hokage from without, and the enigmatic masked man covertly targeting him from within, it was evident that they aimed to uproot the very foundation of Konoha. Taking a deep breath, Danzo declared, "I care not who you are. An individual as perilous as you cannot be allowed to escape. Otherwise, the entirety of Konoha shall fall to your hand. It appears the time has come for me to intervene and eliminate you." At last, as Danzo prepared to strike, Naruto smiled and replied, "Then let us commence. Allow me to witness the true extent of your power, old man, who has integrated the cells of Hashirama and the Sharingan." Prepare to be enlightened, Danzo asserted. "My years of dedication shall not be in vain." "Futon Shinkaha," he shouted, releasing a torrent of wind-infused chakra from his mouth, resembling a scythe, aimed directly at Naruto. In response, Naruto merely raised a hand, effortlessly absorbing the wind technique. "Continue. This level of strength is beneath my notice," he taunted. Before the Rinnegan, all ninjutsu and illusions were rendered futile. To Naruto, Danzo's attacks were akin to a jester performing trivial tricks. Seeing his technique absorbed, Danzo bellowed once more, "Futon Shinkajyoku." Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed a barrage of wind chakra, akin to bullets. "Futile," Naruto replied with a casual smirk, allowing the assault to approach him. "Before these Rinnegan, all your attacks are in vain." "Impossible. I refuse to believe it." "Futon Shinkadaikyu." Danzo spat out a massive wave of wind, shaped like a shockwave. Yet, as anticipated, it too was absorbed by Naruto. Witnessing his techniques vanish into thin air, Danzo's fury erupted. "Who are you? How can you possess such formidable power?" Naruto did not respond. He simply advanced, each step echoing like a death knell. For the first time in his life, Danzo felt despair. The masked man before him was undoubtedly the most formidable and oppressive foe he had ever encountered. It appeared that only one option remained. Slowly, Danzo unwound the bandages from his right hand, revealing the arm augmented with Hashirama's cells. Most prominently, 11 Sharingan, each glimmering with blood-red pupils, adorned his right arm. "Oh, at last, you are prepared to get serious?" Naruto observed Danzo's grave expression, his own face still adorned with a smile. "Do not underestimate the ninjas of Konoha," Danzo roared, his body vanishing abruptly. Seeing him disappear, Naruto remained motionless, quietly anticipating Danzo's next move. No matter what transpired, Danzo could not escape Naruto's grasp. He had all the time in the world to toy with him, much like a cat playing with a mouse. Chapter 81, Annihilation of the Root Organization. As expected, seeing Naruto stand idle, Danzo could no longer restrain himself. "Mokuton Bakujin no Jutsu." His figure suddenly materialized behind Naruto. From his arm, a colossal tree erupted, aiming to impale Naruto completely. "Attacking from behind, are we? Such arrogance." Sensing Danzo's intent, Naruto swiftly turned around and delivered a punch aimed at Danzo's head. Yet, just as Naruto's fist connected, a triumphant smile emerged on Danzo's aged face. To Naruto's astonishment, the body he struck transformed into a puddle of mud. "A substitution technique?" Naruto scoffed, smirking. Just as he was about to turn back, Danzo's voice rang out from beside him. "Finally caught you." He ripped away the bandage obscuring his right eye. Meeting Naruto's surprised gaze, Koto Amatsukami. Then he leaped before Naruto, gazing down at the entranced figure, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha, what of the mysterious masked man? You too shall fall before me." With the might of the legendary Konoha Tsukimi at my disposal, I shall gladly claim your Rinnegan. Just as Danzo prepared to seize Naruto's eyes, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from behind him. You fool, did you truly believe you were the only one capable of using a substitution technique? Take a closer look. The one ensnared by your Konoha Tsukimi is not who you think. Danzo's expression froze as he turned to see, to his shock, that the original Naruto had transformed into one of his subordinates. How could this be? Danzo's face was filled with bewilderment. You clearly fell victim to my Jinjutsu. It is impossible to escape from my Konoha Tsukimi. Observing the astonished expression on his face, Naruto chuckled. Oh, I forgot to mention. My eternal Mangekyo Sharingan grants me immunity to all forms of Jinjutsu. Remember, I said all forms. Do you comprehend? That means your every reliance, including the so-called most powerful Jinjutsu, Konoha Tsukimi, is utterly futile before me. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Danzo bellowed in despair. My greatest reliance throughout my life. Could it truly be so useless in your eyes? Naruto did not hold back his derision. You are correct. It is precisely as useless as that. He continued, now, it is my turn to attack. Allow me to demonstrate what true power looks like. As he spoke, Naruto's chakra surged dramatically, filling the dimly lit room with an overwhelming pressure that caused it to tremble. Danzo was left in shock by the sheer intensity of Naruto's chakra. What an immense power. Before he could react, Naruto's figure suddenly accelerated, resembling a bolt of lightning as he charged towards him. So fast, Danzo exclaimed, attempting to evade. However, Naruto's fist was already before him, striking with incredible force aimed at Danzo's right arm. The punch, imbued with potent chakra, was staggering in its might, rendering Danzo incapable of defense. Bang! With a resounding thud, a grayish-white arm, adorned with numerous Sharingan, traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. My right hand. The excruciating pain of his fractured arm prompted Danzo to cry out in agony. Immediately after, Naruto unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow landing with the force of a hammer, leaving Danzo helplessly sprawled on the ground, wailing. Naruto paid no heed to his plight, having incapacitated Danzo's right hand. It signified that Danzo had lost all his means of reliance. After using Konoha Tsukimi and losing the cells of Hashirama, he had become a mere shell before Naruto. Just as Naruto believed Danzo was devoid of any resistance, the half-kneeling figure suddenly broke into a maniacal grin. Ha ha ha, mysterious masked man. I know you are formidable. But today, to protect Konoha, I shall take you down with me, even if it costs me my life. With that declaration, he began to prepare a sealing technique. The four symbols seal, intending to perish alongside his enemy. Naruto's expression changed drastically. Was this man attempting suicide? It was not that he feared being implicated, but he had promised Sasuke to spare Danzo's life for him to end. A smirk crept onto Naruto's face. If you wish to die, I shall ensure you do not. Spirit binding technique. As the technique was unleashed, Danzo's previously ecstatic expression froze in shock. He attempted to move, only to find his body unresponsive, entirely beyond his control. Seeing him in such a state of helplessness, Naruto laughed. So, do you still wish to die? Danzo, of course, no longer harbored such thoughts. He was consumed by rage, lamenting his own weakness. How could I be so powerless? I cannot even choose to die. It is a disgrace. Mysterious masked man. What do you intend to do with me? Ultimately, Danzo chose to set aside his dignity and inquired of Naruto. What do I intend to do with you? Naruto replied with a smile. Someone desires your life, and I am merely keeping you for them to personally exact vengeance upon you. Nothing more. Do not overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you are merely an ant. Listening to Naruto's scornful words, Danzo let out a bitter laugh, sighing, I never imagined that I, Danzo, a once hero, would end up in such a manner after all my scheming. It seems our Konoha is destined to fall by your hand today. With you around, I fear the shinobi world will never know peace. Naruto gazed at Danzo's dejected visage and replied, You are correct. With me here, the shinobi world shall never know tranquility. I intend to upheave this antiquated system and forge a new order in the shinobi world, beginning with Konoha. Having said that, Naruto ceased his banter and utilized the spirit binding technique to silence Danzo, rendering him a living corpse. He then stored him within his time-space, surveying the devastated underground lair. It filled him with a profound sense of revulsion and an indescribable oppression. After a moment of reflection, Naruto also transported Danzo's two loyal subordinates, Aburame Shino and Yamanaka Ino, into his time-space. With these tasks completed, a colossal Rasengan materialized in his hands. He hurled the Rasengan down, and Naruto's figure gradually vanished from the spot. as if he had never been there, leaving no trace behind. Then, with a tremendous explosion, the hidden base of Root and its numerous members met their demise. Chapter 82. Unraveling the Corpse Demon Seal. The explosion in the depths of the earth did not impact the fighting taking place on the surface of Konoha. At that moment, the battle continued unabated within the village. The clash of weapons among ninjas rang out incessantly, and with each passing moment, ninjas fell in combat. As the entire village was shrouded in smoke, the war had reached a fever pitch. Upon the golden-tiled roof, Sasuke finished off the last approaching enemy. He slowly rose, surveying the multitude of fallen foes, lost in contemplation. This is war, a stark and bloody war. As long as the shinobi world remains divided, war will persist, leading to even more casualties. Well done, Sasuke. Just as he was deep in thought, Kakashi and Guy appeared behind him, standing back to back. Sasuke responded softly, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Kakashi glanced at him, understanding that this was Sasuke's first encounter with war, leaving him in profound self-reflection. He sighed softly. This is war. It's either you or me. The world of ninjas is ruthlessly merciless. As a ninja, this is a reality that everyone must endure. This sentiment was directed not only at Sasuke, but also at himself. Sasuke quietly replied, I understand. However, this world of ninjas is indeed cruel. Kakashi patted his shoulder gently and said, Indeed, that's the essence of it. However, we are still in the midst of war. This is not a time for reflection, understand? Sasuke nodded, but his mind wandered to Naruto. I wonder how that guy is faring in his endeavors. After eliminating Danzo and Root, Naruto entered his time-space. In stark contrast to the smoky chaos outside, his time-space remained a haven of tranquility, filled with gentle breezes and birdsong. Though the space was somewhat confined, it was truly a paradise. Returning here felt like coming home, allowing him to shed his pretense and feel an overwhelming sense of relief. His gaze fell upon Danzo and his two subordinates, bound by the spirit-binding technique. A smile graced Naruto's face. It was time to commence the plan to resurrect his father. With that thought in mind, he promptly began his actions, controlling the oil woman Torrigain. Naruto gently stroked his head and began to instill the unsealing technique of the Shiki Fujin into his mind. Utilizing the binding spirit technique, he compelled Torrigain to act according to his will. Once the unsealing technique was thoroughly imparted, Naruto retrieved the long-prepared Death God mask from the sealing scroll and handed it to the subdued Torrigain. Under Naruto's piercing gaze, Torrigain slowly donned the Death God mask and commenced the unsealing of the Shiki Fujin. As he formed hand seals, he monotonously recited the incantation, Si, Hai, Wei, Mao, Su, Zi, Yu Wu Si. With the final incantation completed, he forcefully clapped his hands together. Behind him, a massive, grotesque death god wielding a short blade materialized. Of course, this death god was invisible to anyone but the caster, leaving Naruto to witness only Torrigain's agony. In the void, the death god slowly drew his short blade and plunged it into his abdomen, creating a gaping wound. In an instant, Naruto beheld a similar gash appear on Torrigain's stomach, blood cascading down his torso as he let out a pained wail. Then, the scene Naruto had eagerly anticipated unfolded before him. A soft blue soul began to materialize in the air, ultimately stabilizing in the void. Beside the blue soul, a crimson soul also emerged. Naruto recognized that the blue soul must belong to his father, Minato Namikaze, while the red soul was undoubtedly the Nine-Tails, Kurama. Just as Naruto prepared to proceed with the next step of the Edo Tensei, the crimson soul, as if summoned, swiftly entered Naruto's body. Immediately, he heard Kurama's maniacal laughter echoing. Ha, Naruto, after all these years, I have finally become whole again. That wretched fourth Hokage imprisoned half of me for so long. But now I have returned. Hearing Kurama's exuberant voice within him, Naruto felt a genuine joy. After all, releasing Kurama's Yin chakra was one of Naruto's primary objectives in unsealing the Shiki Fujin, for only then could he be considered the true perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. With the Shiki Fujin unsealed, Torrigain became useless, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide open. Naruto felt no remorse and simply unleashed a fire technique to incinerate the body completely. Having completed this, the main event was about to unfold. Naruto intended to resurrect his father, the fourth Hokage. One of Danzo's confidants, Yamashiro, stepped forward as Naruto began forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, Edo Tensei, Naruto shouted, slamming his hands down, causing a massive Edo Tensei seal to appear beneath Yamashiro. Subsequently, Naruto activated his Nine-Tails mode, and two enormous chakra arms manifested behind him. They grasped the floating soul of Minato Namikaze and forcefully pulled it down, enveloping it around Yamashiro. After this was accomplished, Naruto reverted to his normal state, and the long-awaited scene unfolded. Yamashiro was soon enveloped in a cloud of dust, which was replaced by the cracked body and face of Minato Namikaze. Once Minato was officially resurrected through the Edo Tensei, he appeared somewhat bewildered, gazing at his cracked form. He questioned, "Am I truly resurrected? No, this technique. Edo Tensei? Who could possibly have unsealed the Shiki Fujin and brought me back in such a manner? Orochimaru?" At this thought, his expression shifted to one of tension as he turned to see Naruto, smiling warmly at him from a distance. "Welcome back, Dad," Naruto exclaimed, finally uttering the words he had long held in his heart. "Naruto? Is that really you?" Minato gasped in disbelief. In an instant, he was by Naruto's side, staring at the familiar face, now certain that this was indeed his son, Uzumaki Naruto. "It's me, Dad. Don't you recognize me?" Naruto replied softly, a tinge of bittersweetness in his tone. At long last, after so long plotting, he had finally reunited with his father. Chapter 83, The Resurrection of Minato Namikaze. Seeing the bittersweet expression on his son's face, Minato merely smiled gently. He stepped forward and embraced Naruto warmly. His tender voice resonated in Naruto's ear. "How could I forget?" A father could never forget his Naruto. Naruto smiled, feeling an overwhelming warmth in his heart, a comfort beyond words. Perhaps this was what they referred to as familial love. In his previous life, Naruto was an orphan, which made him particularly empathetic towards the pain and loneliness Naruto felt in the series from losing his parents at a young age. Thus, in this life as Naruto, he vowed to resurrect the fourth Hokage and his wife, to completely amend the fate that left Naruto an orphan. After a brief moment of warmth, they released each other. It was only then that Minato noticed a still, motionless corpse standing before them, eyes closed. What astonished him further was that this corpse belonged to Danzo. He looked at Naruto and softly inquired, "Naruto, if I'm not mistaken, that person over there is Danzo, right? How did he end up here? And where exactly is this place?" Naruto, noticing the confusion on his father's face, chuckled. "Ah, that old man? Yes, that is indeed Danzo. Though he is currently under my control. As for this place, it is my space-time dimension." "Space-time dimension? What is that?" Minato asked, increasingly bewildered. In just a few short months, he realized his son had changed significantly, speaking of things he could hardly comprehend. Naruto, taken aback by the question, felt a tinge of helplessness. Explaining the concept of a space-time dimension was rather complicated. He couldn't just tell Minato, "By the way, I've unlocked special powers," as that would only deepen Minato's disbelief. Instead, Naruto laughed. "Well, I'll explain the space-time dimension to you later, Dad. Right now, the urgent matter is for you to lend me some of your chakra. I have a significant task at hand." "All right." Minato nodded reluctantly. Being perceptive, he recognized that his son was concealing something. However, since Naruto wasn't forthcoming, he refrained from pressing further. Extending his right hand, a swirl of blue chakra materialized in his palm. Naruto absorbed a bit of chakra from Minato's hand as a medium, then smiled. "Dad, from this moment onward, you must keep your eyes wide open to witness your true revival." With that, Naruto closed his eyes, his smile fading into a solemn expression. Minato waited quietly, anticipating what Naruto meant by his true revival. When Naruto finally opened his eyes again, Minato was astonished to see Naruto's eyes transformed into an ethereal shade of light blue, radiating a faint glow. This was a sight he had never encountered before. However, the real surprise was yet to come as he witnessed Naruto forming hand seals and declaring, "Ninjutsu, Outer Path, Resurrection of the Yellow Springs." As soon as the words left his lips, Minato felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. He could distinctly sense that the body he had been reborn into, one tainted by filth, was curiously beginning to warm. Furthermore, his once frigid hands gradually gained warmth in that very moment. As he cast his gaze upon his chest, he beheld the previously cracked surface mysteriously knitting itself together. All over his body, wisps of white smoke began to rise. What left Minato utterly astounded was the realization that his vitality was steadily returning. Just as Naruto had proclaimed, he was now truly resurrected. "Naruto, what on earth is happening?" Finally, as the resurrection drew to a close, Minato gazed at his newly revitalized self, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he posed his question to Naruto. Seeing his father reborn, Naruto felt his purpose fulfilled. He no longer concealed his own strength from Minato, revealing the entirety of the means by which he had resurrected him. Seated upon the soft grass, after a heartfelt conversation between father and son, Minato came to a sudden realization. "So, you mean to say, Naruto, That you have acquired power comparable to that of the Sage of Six Paths, enabling you to bring me back to life, correct? Naruto nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed. That is the case. Were it not so, I could not have resurrected you, Dad. With a sigh, Naruto added, alas. This resurrection technique can only revive one person at a time. The next time it can be used will not be until a year has passed. Otherwise, our family could reunite sooner. Upon hearing Naruto's lament, Minato gently ruffled his son's hair, saying tenderly, this is already more than enough, Naruto. To see you again and be by your side, your mother and I seek nothing more. The thought of reuniting with Kushina in a year fills me with anticipation. As Minato's affectionate words resonated, Naruto smiled. Indeed, it was he who had been overly eager. With the ability to use the rebirth technique again in a year, what more could he possibly desire? Not to mention, there was still the system in place. The future rewards remained uncertain. It is I who have been impatient. Naruto chuckled softly. After sharing familial pleasantries, Naruto suddenly inquired, Dad, do you wish to be Hokage again? Be Hokage again. You mean to return to that position? Minato was momentarily taken aback. Having been dead for so many years, his soul entangled with the nine tails in the belly of the death god. He had long since come to terms with the insignificance of power. Yet, upon hearing his son's question, he could not help but ask, why do you say that? Naruto responded with a smile, it's nothing much. I just feel that you sacrificed yourself for the village after only 1 year as Hokage. Surely, there are many ideals and aspirations left unfulfilled, right? A bittersweet smile crossed Minato's face. Ideals and aspirations? Indeed, I once held many. At that time, everything I did, every thought I harbored, was for the village. I even naively believed that the villagers were akin to my family, that I could protect them at the cost of my own life. But what did it yield? After your mother and I perished, the villagers placed their hopes upon you. Their supposed hero's son, yet you faced scorn and exclusion. During my struggles with the nine tails in the death god's realm, the beast mocked my foolishness. I later pondered whether, had I not been Hokage, had I been a tad more selfish, perhaps neither I nor Kushina would have perished. Thus, you would not have endured such loneliness as a child, but rather enjoyed a joyful childhood. Now, as Naruto broached the subject of whether he should reclaim the position of Hokage, Minato merely shook his head, responding, indeed, there are unfulfilled ideals and aspirations. Yet they no longer hold significance. What I desire now is to be with you, Naruto, and after a year, when you resurrect Kushina, our family can live together in harmony, and that is enough. He bore the demeanor of a sage who had transcended worldly desires, seemingly indifferent to the allure of power. What if it was for me? Would you be willing to return to the forefront and become a Hokage who could change the shinobi world? Naruto gazed at him, urgency lacing his words. Chapter 84, Naruto's Ambition. Minato clearly had not anticipated such a declaration from Naruto. After a moment of surprise, he softly asked, Naruto, do you truly wish for your father to become Hokage again? Naruto nodded vigorously, exclaiming, of course I want you to be Hokage again, Dad. Only then can I shed the identity of the Nine Tails. I want to show those who once insulted me that I am not the demon fox. I am the son of the Hokage, the child of Konoha's hero. I want them to apologize. To make the villagers who look down upon me realize that they are the truly ignorant ones. Naruto spoke fervently, as if he were compelled to share all the grievances he had endured over the years with Minato. In silence, Minato listened attentively to his son's heartfelt confessions. After a lengthy pause, he let out a heavy sigh. Observing Naruto's face, marred with resentment, he felt a pang of guilt wash over him. Gently, he ran his slender fingers through Naruto's golden locks and said, Naruto, you have endured much hardship over the years. It is I who owe you an apology. I am sorry for the pain you have suffered and the disdain you have faced. And so, Naruto countered promptly. Does that mean you are agreeing to my wish and willing to become Hokage again? Minato paused in contemplation, ultimately deciding to acquiesce to Naruto's request. For both Naruto's sake and his own, he smiled gently and said, since it is your wish for me to be Hokage again, then for you, I shall take on that mantle once more. However, he trailed off, and Naruto understood the hesitation lingering in his father's mind. Is it simply that you are concerned about the third Hokage still being alive and the difficulty of reclaiming the position? Minato nodded, his once amiable face now etched with seriousness. Indeed, the third Hokage is still in power. If he were to relinquish his position, would he do so without a struggle? Moreover, even if he did step down, given his temperament, it is unlikely he would refrain from meddling in affairs. After all, I have fallen victim to such tactics before. Minato recalled how the third Hokage had ostensibly passed the mantle to him, yet retained his own umbu, wielding the authority to influence from behind the scenes. Upon hearing Minato's concerns, Naruto smiled. So, this is what worries you? Rest assured, that old man is currently engaged in a friendly exchange with Orochimaru. If all goes according to plan, he will surely meet his end today. What do you mean? Minato's expression shifted to one of alarm, and he quickly inquired, Naruto, tell me, has something happened to the village? Naruto smirked inwardly. Even after all these years, his father remained instinctively concerned whenever the village was in jeopardy. Naruto nodded, explaining. Today, Orochimaru has launched an assault on Konoha. The third Hokage is currently embroiled in a fierce battle to protect the village. Minato's expression froze momentarily. Glancing at Danzo, who was currently under Naruto's control, a realization struck him. His tone grew urgent as he asked, Naruto, tell me truthfully, are you involved in this assault on Konoha? They say no one knows a child better than their parent, and now, Minato perceived Naruto as a cunning strategist. From Naruto's earlier demeanor, it was clear he harbored deep resentment toward the village. Coupled with the fact that Danzo had been easily subdued by Naruto, Minato's suspicions were immediately aroused. Seeing the unwavering determination in his father's voice, Naruto thought to himself, truly, my father is one of the sharpest minds among the Hokage. In response, Naruto did not intend to conceal anything from him. He casually remarked, indeed, Dad, you are quite perceptive. It is true that the plan to attack Konoha was a collaborative masterpiece between myself and Orochimaru. As expected, Minato sighed softly, but unusually, he did not express anger. With a somewhat somber expression, he inquired, Naruto, could you enlighten me as to why you chose to ally with Orochimaru for this assault on Konoha? Upon hearing his father's question, Naruto scoffed bitterly, responding, isn't it obvious? It is, of course, to exact revenge on Konoha. Over the years, I have endured the disdain of the villagers. They have subjected me to immense suffering, and now it is time for them to pay for their ignorance and arrogance. Naruto cast a glance at the lifeless Danzo, his murderous intent intensifying as he coldly stated, especially that old fool. If he hadn't stood idly by back then, you and Mom wouldn't have had to sacrifice yourselves, would you? Shifting his gaze to Minato, Naruto continued, his tone icy, so tell me, Dad, do you believe these people do not deserve to die? The chilling words echoed in Minato's ears, startling him. Gazing at Naruto, who now exuded a frigid aura, Minato realized that the son before him was no longer the sunny, kind-hearted child he had envisioned. After a prolonged silence, as if a realization dawned upon him, a bitter smile crept across his face, and he softly remarked, so, Naruto, you anticipated the third Hokage's inevitable demise. That is why you resurrected me, isn't it? And your true aim in bringing me back is not merely to reunite our family, but to utilize my presence to help you seize control of Konoha. Am I correct? His piercing gaze fixed on Naruto, he awaited an answer. Noticing his father's keen intellect, Naruto decided to drop the facade, revealing his true intentions. You are indeed correct. Dad, my purpose in resurrecting you is to leverage your influence to help me dominate Konoha. However, you have underestimated the complexity of my ambitions. Do you truly believe that Konoha alone would satisfy my hunger for power? Minato was utterly taken aback by Naruto's proclamation. His eyes widened as he stared at his son, murmuring, are you suggesting that your ambitions extend beyond Konoha? Could it be that you intend to? Minato dared not finish his thought, for he already comprehended the answer, unifying the ninja world. He found it hard to accept that Naruto would harbor such grandiose aspirations, something even the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, had failed to achieve. Observing his father's incredulous expression, Naruto smiled and said, since you have already surmised my intentions, I must ask, are you willing to join me in this endeavor to end the chaotic era? Minato's heart raced as he regarded his son, who now displayed a hint of madness. He spoke gravely, Naruto, what you are proposing is exceedingly perilous. To unify the ninja world would necessitate waging war against the other four great nations. Have you truly thought this through? In response, Naruto smirked coldly. The four nations are but trifles to me. I could obliterate them with a mere snap of my fingers. However, the time to strike has not yet arrived. First, I must secure control over Konoha, which is my immediate objective. Chapter 85, The Fall of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After laying bare his plans and informing Minato, Naruto awaited his father's response with eager anticipation. He was not concerned about Minato's potential disapproval, for even if his father resisted, the binding technique would ensure that Minato could not escape the fate of being his puppet. Ultimately, Naruto yearned for his family's support. After contemplating for a considerable time, Minato gazed at Naruto and sighed. Very well, since you have resolved to proceed, as your father, I have no reason to withhold my support. Go forth and act. I shall manage Konoha's affairs in due course. Now, tell me, what shall we do next? Upon receiving Minato's consent, a weight lifted from Naruto's heart. He looked at his father and said, I intend to assess the battlefield. If all goes well, it will soon be time for you to reveal yourself to everyone. During this period, I must ask you to remain here for a while longer, Naruto added. Minato affectionately ruffled his son's golden hair, playfully chastising, You rascal. Though still young, you've learned to be courteous to your old man. I shall take my leave. Naruto called back as he turned to bid farewell. Go on. Minato waved him off, signaling his departure. As Naruto vanished into the time-space dimension, Minato gazed at the empty void left behind, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. The image of his beloved wife flickered in his mind, and he murmured, Kushina, our Naruto has grown up. I wonder if he is indeed the child of prophecy that Jiraiya-sensei spoke of. Upon exiting the time-space, Naruto activated the Nine-Tails mode, unleashing his formidable sensory abilities. Swiftly locating the third Hokage and Orochimaru's battleground. Employing the body flicker technique, he arrived at the site of their fierce confrontation. Upon arrival, he observed Kakashi, Guy, and Sasuke anxiously watching the four purple flames formation across the way, their expressions reflecting a sense of helplessness. Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei, are you all right? Naruto greeted the trio. Though his gaze lingered on Sasuke. Sasuke, too, immediately recognized Naruto's presence, and they exchanged a knowing smile, conveying unspoken understanding. Seeing Naruto, Kakashi's previously anxious heart finally found relief. Approaching the golden-haired Naruto, he expressed, Naruto, I'm so glad to see you unharmed. I knew your strength would prevent you from being easily captured by that masked man. It seems you have not disappointed me. In contrast to Kakashi, Sasuke rushed forward and embraced Naruto, feigning annoyance. Naruto, do you have any idea how worried I was when that masked man abducted you? If Kakashi-sensei hadn't assured me of your strength, I would have pursued you right away. Naruto leaned closer to Sasuke's ear, teasingly saying, Really? I don't believe you. Unless you cry for me. At Naruto's playful taunt, Sasuke's irritation flared. You brat, don't push your luck. Tell me the truth. Did you capture Danzo? He asked in a hushed voice, his concern lying not with Naruto's antics, but with the opportunity to exact vengeance on his foe. Noticing Sasuke's anxious demeanor, Naruto chuckled, Are you still worried about my capabilities? He is already taken care of, residing within my time-space. That's a relief, Sasuke replied. After a prolonged embrace, they reluctantly released each other, appearing as if they were long-lost lovers reunited. Yet, their relationship was indeed akin to that of close comrades. After sharing a moment, their gazes turned toward the ominous four purple flames formation. Kakashi directed his attention to Naruto, asking seriously, With your current strength, can you break that formation? Naruto nodded confidently, responding, That mere four purple flames formation? Watch me shatter it. As Naruto prepared to charge forward and dismantle the formation with a single blow, an astonishing scene unfolded. The formation unexpectedly dissipated, revealing the forest beyond. What is happening? Why has the formation suddenly vanished? Kakashi gasped, hastily leaping forward to investigate. Accompanying him were several Umbu members who had been spectating for quite some time. Naruto and Sasuke, witnessing the commotion, promptly followed suit, bounding towards the small forest atop the tiled roof. Upon reaching the depths of the small forest, Naruto's suspicions were confirmed. The third Hokage, sacrificing his very soul, had executed the Shiki Fuin to seal away the first and second Hokages, as well as Orochimaru's hands, ultimately leading to his valiant demise. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had retreated with his four subordinates the moment the Yandame's barrier dissipated. Thus, Orochimaru's plan to obliterate Konoha had come to a definitive failure. Before long, reports of victory echoed from various corners of Konoha, signaling the enemy's retreat. After dispatching the remaining foes, the gathered ninjas arrived at the scene, including Jiraiya, whom Naruto and Sasuke had encountered previously. As they gazed upon the fallen third Hokage, whose face still bore a serene smile, the emotional restraint of Hinata was shattered, and she began to weep uncontrollably. Oh, third Hokage, it's all my fault. If only I had resolved to perish with Orochimaru during the second exam. Perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Her voice grew increasingly frantic, her sobs resonating with the hearts of many. Do not weep, Hinata, this is not your fault. Kurenai softly consoled her, even as tears streamed down her own cheeks. In the midst of the sorrow, Sakura arrived with Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, and several other genin. Upon witnessing the incapacitated third Hokage, realization dawned upon the youths, and they began to weep in earnest. At the tender age of 13, they understood the finality of death, Death meant they would never again see their beloved, gentle third grandpa. A heavy pall of grief enveloped the area. Grandpa. I want to see Grandpa. Among the children, Konohamaru ran frantically, repeatedly calling out for his grandfather. His companions, Moegi and Udon, chased after him desperately, but could not keep pace. Just moments ago, Konohamaru had noticed a gaping fissure in the Hokage rock. A wave of trepidation washed over him. He sensed something terrible had befallen his grandfather. When he arrived at the scene and beheld his grandfather lying motionless, despair consumed him. Grandpa. Konohamaru dashed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, collapsing beside him in anguish, his cries echoing through the somber atmosphere, impervious to those who tried to pull him away. In that moment, he realized he had irrevocably lost his most cherished grandfather. Nearby, Jiraiya remained silent for a long while, his expression heavy with sorrow, murmuring, "Old man, you've finally departed." Chapter 86. Who was the culprit? The war had finally concluded. Although Konoha had prepared, the cost had been substantial. Over 100 elite Chunin and several special Jonin had perished during Orochimaru's invasion. Moreover, many civilians had lost their lives due to the chaos, unable to evacuate in time. As the villagers gathered to pay their respects to the third Hokage's remains, a chilling report emerged from the Umbu, revealing a staggering calamity: Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root organization and a contemporary of the third Hokage, had vanished without a trace. Within the Root's underground facility, hundreds of elite Konoha ninjas lay brutally slain, their fates gruesome and unspeakable. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, the high-ranking officials convened. Leading the assembly were two elder advisors, Mito Gate Kane and Tsunade Haruno. Beside them stood Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma, all elite Jonin. Before them knelt an Umbu ninja, bearing grim tidings. Jiraiya, fixing his gaze upon the messenger, inquired somberly, "Is this news reliable?" The Umbu's heart raced. Such dire news left no room for deception. He stammered, "Indeed, it is true, Lord Jiraiya. My heavens, how could this be?" Kurenai exclaimed, her face a portrait of disbelief. Who possesses such strength to infiltrate the village unnoticed and annihilate so many from the Root? Kakashi stood silently, his gaze unwavering and inscrutable. Jiraiya's companion, Mito Gate Kane, vociferously countered, "Impossible. How could not a single survivor remain? Are you certain you did not err? We speak of hundreds of Root ninjas." His countenance darkened ominously, glaring at the Umbu messenger as if he could incinerate him with his gaze. "Indeed, do not speak carelessly. Recount everything you witnessed," Tsunade, her expression equally grave, commanded. Both were incredulous that their longtime peer could simply vanish. More importantly, the Root organization, with its hundreds of members, could not have been eradicated so effortlessly. How could they accept such a reality? The Umbu sighed heavily, replying, "If you do not believe me, I implore you to follow me. The truth will reveal itself." With that, he led the way, and the others followed closely behind. As they traversed the underground passage to the Root's headquarters, the sight of scattered corpses laid bare the grim truth, convincing them of the Umbu's honesty. The further they ventured, the more cadavers they encountered, and the somberness deepened on their faces. Kurenai knelt beside a fallen Root ninja, removing the mask to reveal an expression frozen in terror. Startled, she uncovered several more masks, all revealing similarly horrified visages. These Root members bear no wounds. It appears they succumbed to a formidable psychological assault, terrified to death. Meanwhile, Kakashi also crouched down to examine the deceased carefully. After a moment, he rose slowly, a grave expression darkening his features. The group pressed onward, with the Umbu leading the way, recounting their discoveries along the route. "Our investigation has revealed that among the deceased, not only is Danzo missing, but also his two subordinates, Yamanaka Inoichi and Nara Shikaku. Furthermore, we uncovered numerous signs of struggle within Danzo's underground lair, along with his severed right arm." As they reached the basement, the Umbu gestured to another masked member, who promptly retrieved Danzo's severed Sharingan arm from a box. Jiraiya accepted the box, his eyes widening in astonishment as he laid eyes upon Danzo's detached limb. "So it is true. It seems our adversary is quite formidable. To have vanquished even that old coot," he remarked, glancing around at the multitude of lifeless Root ninjas, feeling a pang of reluctance to continue observing the grim scene. Handing Danzo's arm to Mito Gate Kane, he sighed, "I never imagined even Danzo would meet such a fate." Taking a deep breath, he instructed the Umbu members, "Take 2 squads and dispose of these bodies. Remember, aside from us, no one must learn of what has transpired here." Understood. Having given his orders, he turned to the assembly, expressing a sense of resignation as he said, "Let us depart." The pressing matter at hand is to ascertain who was responsible for the annihilation of the root. Indeed, the group returned to the Hokage's office, where Midogate-in and Toka Shikamaru occupied their advisory positions. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the sorrow reflected in the other's eyes as they looked at the now vacant Hokage seat between them. Midogate-in gazed at the gathered assembly, struggling to suppress his grief as he spoke in a somber tone. Let us share our thoughts. What do you surmise about the individuals behind this devastation of root? Upon hearing the invitation for open discussion, Mitarashi Anko eagerly interjected, reporting to you, Lord N. I firmly believe that the assailants responsible for the attack on the village and the murder of Lord Danzo can undoubtedly be attributed to Orochimaru. It is well known that Orochimaru harbors deep resentment towards the village. His singular aim has been to obliterate it, seeking vengeance through the deaths of the third Hokage and Lord Danzo, a perceived act of retribution against the village. Anko's assertion quickly garnered widespread agreement among the assembly, with numerous jonin passionately echoing her sentiments, affirming, indeed, Anko speaks the truth. The downfall of Root was undoubtedly orchestrated by Orochimaru and his subordinates. We must avenge Lord Third and Lord Danzo. Silence. Midogate-in abruptly slammed his hand upon the table, his expression shifting to one of gravitas. He cast a glance at the reticent Kakashi and inquired, Kakashi, you have remained silent thus far. I wish to hear your perspective. Very well. Kakashi gathered his thoughts and slowly articulated, my perspective stands in stark contrast to Anko's. I believe that the perpetrator behind the demise of Lord Danzo's Root is the same individual responsible for Naruto's abduction today. This man is none other than the one who incited the Nine Tails incident 13 years ago. The room fell into a stunned silence at Kakashi's words. Jiraiya, however, visibly perked up at this revelation. He glanced at Kakashi and intently urged, continue with your analysis. Kakashi nodded and elaborated, earlier, while examining the bodies in the corridor, I noted that their time of death was approximately 3 hours prior. During that time frame, Orochimaru was engaged in combat with the Hokage atop the tower. It would have been impossible for him to simultaneously attack Lord Danzo's Root. Conversely, the mysterious masked man who abducted Naruto during that period evidently holds greater suspicion. Is that so? Midogate-in sought confirmation from Jiraiya with a glance. To his surprise, Jiraiya scratched his head and chuckled, don't look to me for answers. I merely passed through the village while gathering materials and lent a hand. By the time I arrived, that masked man had already vanished, so I cannot provide further insight. Thus, Midogate-in's gaze shifted back to Kakashi. Not only he, but the attention of every individual in the room was now fixated on Kakashi. Feeling somewhat flustered under their scrutiny, Kakashi scratched his head and awkwardly laughed. Well, don't look at me like that. I'm merely offering an analysis. The assembly urged, we understand, so please share your thoughts. We are all waiting. Kakashi took a deep breath and continued with a serious tone, moreover. From a perspective of strength, it is evident that Orochimaru lacks the capability to eliminate Lord Danzo, especially considering the numerous Root ninjas at his side. It would be implausible for him to dispatch so many individuals in one fell swoop. However, that man is different. He was able to effortlessly abduct Naruto right under my and Gaius' noses, boldly revealing his identity. I can only surmise that such a person would possess the means to eliminate Lord Danzo and the many Root members without our awareness. Of course, this remains merely my conjecture. Upon hearing Kakashi's analysis, the assembly nodded in agreement. Seeing that there were no objections, Midogate-in decisively slammed his hand on the table, declaring, very well, let us put the matter of the culprit on hold for now. The immediate priority is to deliberate on who shall succeed as the fifth Hokage. Despite his words, Midogate-in's gaze remained fixed on Jiraiya. The assembled jonin understood that, given the current situation in Konoha, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was the only viable candidate. As Jiraiya sensed the assembly's intent to appoint him as Hokage, he immediately chuckled and responded, isn't the third's funeral yet to be held? Perhaps we should wait until after the funeral to discuss this? Without waiting for the assembly to dissuade him, he transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished from the Hokage's office. In response, the assembly could only let out a collective sigh of resignation. Midogate-in, observing the situation, conceded, very well, let us proceed as Jiraiya suggested. We will hold the third Hokage's funeral first, and the matter of appointing a new Hokage will be postponed. Understood. Let it be so. The assembly quickly dispersed, leaving Midogate-in and Toka Shikamaru alone in the expansive office. They exchanged a glance, each perceiving the profound weariness reflected in the other's eyes. As they walked out of the office side by side, Mito gaped and looked up and beheld the cracked visage of the third Hokage's stone monument. He lamented, "Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, we have aged. Our old companions, Hiruzen and Danzo, have departed before us." Toka Shikamaru replied, "Indeed, we have grown old. We are the only remnants of the second Hokage's disciples." With a sudden glint of determination crossing her aged face, she resolutely declared, "Thus, no matter the cost, we shall not allow the legacy of the former Hokage to perish under our watch." "Ah, you two old fools truly overestimate yourselves." Just as Toka Shikamaru finished speaking, a chilling laugh echoed through the air, and Naruto appeared before them, clad in a black cloak and a red vortex mask. "Are you the masked man?" Mito gaped and immediately recognized Naruto's identity. Recalling Kakashi's earlier speculation, he grew tense and demanded, "Did you indeed kill Danzo and annihilate Root?" Naruto regarded the two elderly figures before him with amusement, finding it laughable that they believed him responsible for Danzo's death. "Very well," he conceded. "I shall bear this unjust blame." With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Are you referring to that decrepit, bandaged-faced old man? I have long found him to be distasteful. Killing him ensures he has company on the road to the afterlife with that old fool Sarutobi. You, do not rush, soon. I shall escort you to meet them." Naruto's sinister laughter echoed in their ears. The two could only feel their minds blanking out. In the next moment, they beheld a world drenched in crimson. A colossal, blood-red fox surged toward them, fangs bared. They attempted to flee, but no matter how they tried, escape proved futile. They could only watch helplessly as the fearsome Ninetales bore down upon them, tearing them into shreds. In that instant of being bitten, an overwhelming pain threatened to engulf them. "Ah!" they cried out in anguish. Yet, within the realm of illusion, the despair and suffering of being torn apart by the Ninetales would be revisited upon them countless times. To the outside world, however, these myriad torments transpired in the mere blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to the two individuals, such torment would persist until they could bear it no longer, leading ultimately to their corporeal demise. Observing the pair languidly sprawled on the ground, their eyes wide open and bloodshot, Naruto's lips curled into a cold smirk as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly transporting himself back to his humble abode. Upon returning to his quarters, Naruto shed his disguise, a broader smile gracing his features. Thus, the four noble clans of Konoha that obstructed his path to power had vanished, bringing him one step closer to his ambition of controlling the village. In this moment of reflection, he suddenly recalled that his father, Minato Namikaze, had been in the time-space for quite a while and had yet to consume anything. This simply would not do. Consequently, Naruto gathered some food and entered the time-space. Within the fragrant realm of time-space, Minato lay on the ground, gazing vacantly at the azure sky, boredom enveloping him. Abruptly, a cheerful voice interrupted his reverie. "Dad, I'm here. Come and eat something," Naruto exclaimed with a grin, producing a bounty of food from his robe. "I'm here," Minato replied, approaching Naruto and sitting cross-legged beside him. Eyeing the mountain of bread, instant noodles, milk, and chicken legs before him, he asked in surprise, "Naruto, do you eat these things every day?" Naruto chuckled wryly, responding softly, "Yes, what is wrong with that? I find these quite delectable." As he spoke, he handed a chicken leg to Minato. "Try it, it's quite tasty." Upon hearing Naruto's praise, Minato smiled and said, "Then I shall give it a taste." After taking a bite, he found the flavor indeed pleasing. Seeing his father's delight, Naruto also indulged in a chicken leg. The father and son savored the culinary delights, reveling in the precious warmth of their time together. After their meal and a conversation, Minato turned to Naruto and finally expressed his request. "Naruto, could you take me out to see the changes in the village?" he asked softly, feeling somewhat uneasy staying in one place. Naturally, Naruto would not refuse his father's request, nodding with a smile. "Of course, that's no trouble at all." "Excellent. Let us go now. I can hardly wait to see what the village looks like," Minato said, a glimmer of anticipation flashing across his face as he rose to leave. "All right," Naruto replied without hesitation, grasping Minato's hand and, with a surge of intent, their figures swiftly vanished from the time-space. In Naruto's modest abode, a vortex materialized in the air, and soon after, Naruto and Minato emerged from it. As Minato opened his eyes to the mortal realm, he found himself in a cramped room. "Dad, this is where I live in the village," Naruto said, observing his father's curious gaze as he surveyed the room's sparse furnishings. Minato could only think one word: small. The tiny room contained merely a bed, a table, a wardrobe, and a small refrigerator, with motivational slogans adorning the walls. Most conspicuously, A towering pile of instant noodles rested on the table. Minato felt a pang of sorrow as he approached the table and picked up a cup of noodles. His voice slightly choked as he asked, "Naruto, is this what you've primarily been eating all these years?" Naruto nodded, a bitter smile crossing his face as he replied, "Having instant noodles is already quite good. In my younger years, it was even worse. I was small and couldn't earn money. Sometimes, I struggled just to have enough to eat each month." As he spoke, resentment flickered across his features. What's even more infuriating is that due to the villagers' disdain and contempt, when I went to buy food, the merchants would deliberately sell me expired products, berating me all the while. Thus, my childhood was anything but joyful. However, things are better now, Naruto said, a light-hearted smile suddenly illuminating his face. "With you here, Dad, I shall no longer be alone. Once we revive Mom, our family can be together forever. Indeed, once Kushina is resurrected, our family will be united for eternity." Minato remarked with a sigh, pulling Naruto into an embrace as they gazed out at the setting sun. With resolute eyes, he vowed, "Naruto, I promise you, I shall never allow my son to be an orphan again." Naruto rested his head against Minato's chest, radiating happiness. As twilight descended upon the sky, the lights in Naruto's home flickered on, but the atmosphere felt markedly different from usual. Sitting at the table, gazing upon the sumptuous spread before him, tears of joy welled in Naruto's eyes. At last, after more than a decade, he experienced the warmth of having a family. Just as they were about to dig into their meal, a series of sharp knocks echoed from the door. "Knock, knock. Naruto, are you there? Open up. I need to talk to you," came Sasuke's voice from outside. Upon hearing Sasuke's voice, Naruto's face lit up with delight. Minato paused, asking, "Who is knocking at the door?" As he spoke, he began to rise to open it. However, Naruto quickly urged him to sit down, chuckling, "Stay seated, Dad. I'll handle it. It's Sasuke. Just wait a moment." "Coming." Naruto called out to Sasuke as he made his way to the door and opened it. "Finally, Naruto. You're so slow," Sasuke complained even before stepping inside. As he entered, he was about to voice another grumble, but upon raising his gaze, he found himself staring at Minato, who was sitting at the table with a bowl in hand. The two stood there, momentarily frozen in shock, unable to utter a word. Eventually, it was Minato who broke the silence. "You must be Naruto's friend, the Uchiha Sasuke, correct?" Sasuke, feeling slightly awkward, scratched his head and stammered, "Yes. I'm Naruto's friend. May I ask who you are?" Seeing the golden-haired, blue-eyed youth before him, Sasuke had already surmised his identity, but out of caution, he sought confirmation. Minato, recognizing the boy's apprehension, smiled gently and introduced himself. "I am Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze. It's a pleasure to meet you." Buzz. Upon receiving the answer he sought, Sasuke's mind spiraled into disbelief. Memories of Naruto's earlier words flooded his mind, how Naruto had mentioned wanting to revive his father, the fourth Hokage. At that time, Sasuke had merely thought Naruto was jesting. After all, the idea of resurrecting the dead seemed utterly implausible. Yet now, witnessing the living embodiment of Minato before him, Sasuke was utterly astonished. It was indeed true, there existed a capability to bring the deceased back to life. Realizing this, Sasuke snapped back to reality, gazing at Minato in awe. "So, you are indeed Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, and I am Naruto's friend." Despite his utmost effort to suppress the shock that surged within him, when the moment finally arrived for him to introduce himself, he found himself utterly unable to attain calmness. After all, this was simply too incredible. Beside him, Naruto, who had remained silent for quite some time, observed his friend's astonished expression. He clapped a hand on his shoulder and cheerfully suggested, "Since you are here, let us sit down and share a meal together. You can also savor my father's culinary skills. Indeed, as a friend of Naruto, it would be fitting to join them for dinner, especially since I had to express my gratitude to you. Thank you for not fearing Naruto's identity and for befriending him in our absence." Across the table, Minato, with a beaming smile, expressed his thanks as well. Hearing this, Sasuke quickly interjected, "No, I." He was about to explain that he had only come to find Naruto when Naruto interrupted him, saying, "My dad is right. Thank you for always being there for me all this time, Sasuke. Remember what I told you? We're brothers, so there is no need for excessive words. Come on, let us eat together." With that, Naruto pulled the bashful Sasuke to his seat and personally served him a bowl of rice. After completing this act of kindness, Naruto returned to his chair, gazing at him with a warm smile. Chapter 89. Sasuke's Hand Against the Enemy. The Shadow of the Hokage Falls. The meal was consumed in a warm and joyous atmosphere. After dining, Minato willingly took on the task of washing the dishes, leaving the space for the two young men. Sasuke cast a glance at Minato, who was diligently washing the dishes, a fleeting envy flickering in his eyes. He then turned to Naruto, speaking in a low tone. Let us step outside. It's a bit inconvenient here. Okay, Naruto replied softly, nodding. He then smiled at Minato, saying, Dad. Sasuke and I need to step out for a bit. We'll be back soon. Go ahead. Minato waved them off, signaling their departure. As the two exited the house, their figures leaped into the night, vanishing into the darkness. The moon hung splendidly in the night sky, large and round, beneath the silvery moonlight. The village of Konoha appeared as if draped in a delicate veil. On an undamaged rooftop in Konoha, Naruto leaned against the railing, while across from him, Sasuke wore a serious expression, his face marked by a hint of malice. Naruto, can you take me to see Danzo? He is one of the culprits responsible for the demise of my clan, and I wish to personally sever his head, Sasuke's icy voice echoed. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Naruto smiled faintly. I knew you wouldn't be able to wait. Let us go. I'll take you to him. With a thought, a swirling vortex materialized in the air, enveloping both of them. In an instant, Naruto had transported Sasuke into his time-space. Upon entering this realm, Sasuke was struck dumb by the sight before him, a world resembling a paradise untouched by time. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he gasped, Naruto, is this the power of your Sharingan? What a beautiful time-space. Hearing Sasuke's admiration, Naruto chuckled. Indeed, I think so too. He then pointed to a figure slumped beneath a tree. Danzo, in a state of suspended animation. There he is, the one you seek. I've kept him for you. Shimura Danzo. Upon seeing his nemesis, Sasuke's fury ignited. He let out a roar and, with a flicker, appeared beneath the tree, glaring at the unconscious Danzo. His eyes aflame with rage. He struck Danzo's abdomen with a powerful punch, but peculiarly, Danzo remained motionless. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Turning to Naruto, he coldly inquired, Naruto, what is going on? You said Danzo wasn't dead. What is this state he is in? Seeing his confusion, Naruto slowly explained. I didn't want this old man to go berserk, so I cast a genjutsu that trapped his consciousness in an illusion. He is currently in a dormant state. If you wish, I can awaken him. Then awaken him quickly. Otherwise, how can I claim vengeance on a man in this state? Sasuke shouted in frustration. All right. I know you're anxious. As you wish, I'll awaken him so you can defeat him properly. That is more like it. Sasuke muttered discontentedly, continuing to fixate on Danzo with a gaze brimming with lethal intent. Before long, Naruto dispelled the genjutsu on Danzo. As Danzo's eyes fluttered open, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Confused, he looked up and was met with Sasuke's piercing gaze, which seemed ready to rend him asunder. Danzo, you old fiend. Today marks your end. Sasuke roared, his body enveloped in blue chakra as he unleashed a furious punch towards Danzo's abdomen. Ugh! Danzo screamed, taken aback by the sudden onslaught. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Sasuke's fist collided violently with his stomach, causing him to spew forth a torrent of blood. Sasuke's wrathful strike nearly sent him reeling into oblivion. Having lost the Hashirama cells, Danzo was already at his weakest. Faced with Sasuke's furious assault, he was utterly powerless. Like an avenging deity, Sasuke pummeled Danzo mercilessly until he lost consciousness. He then seized Danzo by the neck and bellowed, Damn you, old fiend. Why did you and the third Hokage conspire against our Uchiha clan? Is it merely because my ancestor, Uchiha Madara, once clashed with the first Hokage and defected from the village that you would deny the contributions our clan has made to the village? For so many years, the village has ostracized our clan. While other families have risen to the upper echelons of Konoha, we have been relegated to the most burdensome and precarious tasks. That would be one thing, but why did you manipulate Itachi into ruthlessly slaughtering our Uchiha clan? Why? Sasuke tightened his grip on Danzo's throat, his voice escalating as he sought to vent all his pent-up frustrations. He hurled Danzo violently to the ground, prompting him to cough up another mouthful of blood. However, Sasuke was not inclined to grant Danzo any respite. He approached the ailing old man once more, lifting him up again, his voice cold and resolute. Old fiend, today I will use your blood to honor the hundreds of lives lost from our clan. As he spoke, Sasuke raised his left hand, a chilling shriek resonating throughout the time-space as the S-rank ninjutsu, lightning release, Chidori, materialized in his grasp. Die! Sasuke roared, thrusting his left hand forward. With the full force of his rage, the piercing lightning surged through Danzo's chest. As Danzo's body fell heavily to the ground, the notorious life of Shimura Danzo, the first Hokage, came to a definitive end. Danzo was finally dead. Beside his lifeless form, Sasuke knelt on the ground, gasping for breath as the weight of vengeance was lifted from his shoulders. Eventually, he simply slumped down, surrendering to the ground. Naruto understood that in this moment, Sasuke, having avenged his clan, needed time to collect himself. Thus, he remained silent, quietly observing and silently supporting him. After a considerable time, Sasuke finally regained his composure from the fervor of vengeance, casting a weary smile towards Naruto. "I have finally avenged myself," he declared. "Indeed, congratulations on avenging your deep-seated grievances. You have eliminated the mastermind behind the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, and in doing so, you have also avenged me," Naruto replied with a faint smile, moving closer to Sasuke and pulling him to his feet. With a flick of his hand, a sphere of chakra ignited, incinerating Danzo's lifeless body to ashes. Naruto softly said, "Now that you have dealt with Danzo, let us depart. There are still numerous tasks awaiting our attention." "All right, I shall follow your lead," Sasuke responded.